Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 176, Which Slave? The King of 100 Hungry Ghosts within the Hungry Ghost World. Lin Ming coldly snorted and suddenly broke forward with the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. One man and one spear, together they were like a bolt of lightning that flashed towards this giant woman's head. The beautiful woman's head issued a frighteningly sinister howl as it sent forth endless white hairs to kill Lin Ming. Every hair in the air transformed into a white snake that slithered towards Lin Ming. Come! Lin Ming gave a shout and suddenly flicked the heavy profound soft spear in his hands. An innumerable amount of purple electric charges burst into the night sky, forming a giant lightning weave that was even denser than the previous one. This dazzlingly bright lightning field shined so radiantly that one simply couldn't bear to stare at it. Chi chi chi. Under the fierce blow of this electrical purple field, the tens of thousands of white snakes dispersed in the air. The beautiful woman's head uttered an anguished wail as that once beautiful face contorted into a distorted mockery of beauty. She suddenly opened her mouth impossibly wide, her cherry lips parting to reveal rows upon rows of horrifyingly sharp white teeth. From beautiful to hideous, this change was simply too shocking. The giant head sinisterly shrieked, aimed towards Lin Ming, and bit down. Suffer defeat. Lin Ming gave a loud shot and giant arc of lightning several times larger than the last formed around the heavy profound soft spear and directly stabbed towards the giant head's open mouth. With the cacophonic sound of shattering bone, Lin Ming's spear pierced through the giant head. Countless electric lights were left behind on the giant head, twisting around the grim visage. Discordantly shrill screams filled the skies, and the countless crows that flew in air imploded upon themselves as they burst into a massive rain of grotesque blood, flesh, and feathers that sprinkled onto the ground. What a strong sound wave! Lin Ming had covered his ears with true essence to protect them. He had already experienced the tiger-leopard thunderclap within Thunder Valley. These ear-splitting sound waves could be considered nothing to Lin Ming. The giant head dramatically twisted in the air as if it was being shredded from within, and then with a giant cracking sound, it suddenly burst into tens of thousands of tiny fragments. The fragments turned into little crystal lights that shimmered in the yellow sky. It was quite beautiful and elegant. After a period of time, these crystal sparks of light became a scintillating river of light that flowed towards Lin Ming. This gorgeous light was like a stream of liquid sunlight, infinitely beautiful. What good pure soul force! As Lin Ming absorbed this light, he could clearly feel that the soul in his body was like a small sapling that was being nourished by the spring rains, rapidly growing. There is simply too much soul force energy here, I cannot completely absorb it. The blood vitality is the same too. After this life and death smelting trial, I must go into seclusion for a period of time and properly absorb these energies. As Lin Ming thought this, that icily indifferent voice once again rang in his ears. Hungry Ghost, past. Third trial, animals. With this sound, the scenery around Lin Ming changed once again. The dim yellow sky and the surging yellow springs completely vanished as endless wild grasslands appeared all around him. The dusky sky was filled with thick, dark clouds. However, no rain fell from these clouds. Under the vast cloudy sky, the grasslands were filled with a dark green moss, sparse land, as well giant clumps of black rock. This truly was a mottled dark world. At this moment, a low and deep beastly roar sounded in the distance. Not too far away, a horde of black shadows appeared. These shadows had a variety of characteristics. Some treaded the ground, some flew in the air, and all had different shapes. Lin Ming flourished the heavy profound soft spear and licked his crimson lips. So the enemy of the animal trial is simply vicious beasts. How kind. In all these years that I've been practicing martial arts, it's as if I've been constantly testing my strength against vicious beasts. Roar. The roars of the vicious beasts were like the rumble of thunder. This horde of more than 100 vicious beasts overflowed with murderous intent as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Among them were giant cows 10 feet high, serpents that were 3 feet thick, and even strange-looking giant double-headed birds. Facing this aggressive beastly horde, Lin Ming did not dodge. Instead, he decided to kill his way through this horde. One man and one spear facing off against 100 beasts, this sight was simply completely disproportionate. However, Lin Ming's momentum did not falter. Instead, his aura was like a blazing inferno, soaring into the sky. Lin Ming's foot thrust against the black rock ground and the heavy profound soft spear howled as it thrust out, covered with a dense flaming aura. An overwhelming energy filled the air as if it would blot out the sky, and Lin Ming's spear pierced through the body of a 100-foot snake. With this powerful impact, Lin Ming braced both his arms and the heavy profound soft spear curved like a crescent moon. The 1,000-gene snake was sent flying out by Lin Ming. As the serpent flew off, Lin Ming's momentum had reached an extreme. Lin Ming's entire body flooded with a massive amount of true essence. His cast-iron legs were like the roots of trees that dug into the earth. His body was steady, and his long spear was like a giant blazing flame that roared as it cut apart the atmosphere. The skill of inscription, astral spear, was activated, and the 9 feet 9 inch long spear extended to 20 feet. Puff! Puff! 2 vicious beasts were directly sent flying by Lin Ming. Violently vibrating true essence penetrated into their skulls and pulverized their brains. Like this, Lin Ming broke into that horde of beasts. With the support of his powerful blood vitality, his strength was like an inexhaustible well. Every time he moved his spear, a shower of blood flowed. In such a slaughter, Lin Ming felt a strange energy seep into his body, subtly changing him. His tendons became tougher, and his muscles became more solid and robust. The third trial is to enhance the strength of the body. Lin Ming was suddenly aware that the most formidable aspect of a vicious beast was their body. There were many vicious beasts that were extremely powerful, and their bodies were naturally the best weapon. Since Lin Ming cultivated the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his bodily strength was already extremely formidable. In addition to the first trial's augmentation of his blood vitality and now the third trial's enhancement of his body strength, Lin Ming felt that the power of his physical form was rapidly ascending to new heights. I think my strength may already surpass 10,000 genes. A strength of 10,000 genes was already a martial artist's limit. There were only some post-condensation period martial artists that had inborn divine strength who had a possibility of having a strength that was over 10,000 genes. Once one stepped into the Hotian realm, their physical strength wouldn't increase by much. It was only their true essence that would become thicker and purer. Before, people had accidentally mistaken Lin Ming for having inborn divine strength because of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Now, he truly did have true inborn divine strength, and his physical body was now several times superior to Ta Ku. At this moment, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I was still waiting for Lin Ming. From the time that Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, 1 hour had already passed. Were the legends recorded within the ancient texts true? In the fabled Divine Kingdom, there was an infinite power contained therein. If one were to return from the Divine Kingdom, they would become the king of the southern wilderness. In the future, if he wished so, would he dominate the entire southern wilderness? Na-Yi's thoughts were complex. All the young girls of the southern wilderness admired and revered heroes. Naturally, Na-I was no exception. However, once she remembered the hatred she bore on her shoulders for her parents and her master, Na-I submerged this childish feeling within herself, and silently waited for Lin Ming to return. I remember, there is a chamber of ancient texts within the Sorcerer Holy Land. Maybe I can find some records of the Divine Kingdom in there. Thinking this, Na-I took a candlestick off of a nearby wall, lit it, and slowly made her way towards the ancient library. Na-I was still young, she wasn't entirely clear on the many legends that were passed down by the sorcerer. The land was filled with broken bones and the stumps of severed limbs. The earth was dyed crimson with blood. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear lightly gripped in his arms. In front of him, the last vicious beast twitched in the final throes of its life. The strange energy once again converged on Lin Ming's body, and he could already the popping sounds as his skeleton, flesh and muscles were being subtly transformed from within. What an amazingly mysterious life and death smelting trial. It can actually change my body and strengthen my soul, blood vitality, and even body strength. This is equivalent to completely reshaping the foundation of my body. Even if someone had a bad cultivation foundation, after going through such a transformation, they would also become a genius. The sorcerer who created the life and death smelting trial is truly a remarkable person. I wonder what realm of power the sorcerer managed to attain. Could he be as fierce as the saintess of the verdant feather sacred lands? At this time, that cold voice sounded again. Animal trial, passed. Fourth trial, the witch slave. The scenery transformed once again. That dark barren wasteland disappeared and Lin Ming appeared in a circular area. The floor was made of dirty old bricks and the ground was covered with some dark red splotches that appeared to be leftover blood drops. Battle arena. This scene is actually a refreshing change of pace. As Lin Ming thought aloud to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of metal being torn apart. He turned around to look, and saw that the iron fence of the arena was being savagely torn apart by a massive black monster. The black humanoid monster was 30 feet tall and its skin was a viscous purple color that glowed with a metallic luster. Its two humongous arms were thicker than a man's waist, and a thick dark steel hoop was warped around its wrist. The hoop was covered with sharp iron spikes. It looked to weigh no less than 1,000 genes. This black monster had two heads. One ferocious-looking head had a 3-foot-long horn jutting out, and the other had tusks half a foot long sticking out from its warped grin. All of the muscles of its body were solid like granite, and its chest and waist were wrapped by thick heavy chains the size of a grown man's arm. This is the witch slave. Lin Ming could clearly feel a serious pressure weighing down on him as he stood in front of this giant monster. Although this time there was only one enemy, Lin Ming had a hunch that this fourth trial was much more difficult than the first three. The witch slave let loose an earth-shaking roar. Its several thousand gene body jumped upwards, and the ground beneath it collapsed like an avalanche. Then, like a falling meteor, it pounded down towards Lin Ming. Rocks flew about. Lin Ming leapt upwards. Although his strength had grown, he knew with absolute certainty that there was no way he would be able to use brute force against this disastrous beast. True Essence Manifestation. Lin Ming flicked his spear, and True Essence congealed into reality as it fell down in torrents upon the witch slave. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected the witch slave to have such a terrifyingly strong defensive power. Under the dense waves of Lin Ming's True Essence attack, the monster was unharmed. Flow like silk. The countless tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to resonate on the same frequency as they adjusted their breathing together, and his True Essence began to intensely vibrate. This vibrating True Essence could ignore defense and directly transmit into an opponent's body and ravage their insides. It was an overwhelmingly domineering ability. However, Lin Ming didn't expect that the 5,000 vibrating True Essence filaments would submerge into the witch slave's body and vanish without a trace. The witch slave only trembled for several moments, and then felt nothing else. Chapter 177, Legend of the Divine Kingdom. What? Is this for real? Lin Ming was shocked. This was the first time that his flow like silk had been resisted. The witch slave had actually devoured all of the flow like silk filaments. This proved that the defensive power of its organs, skeleton, muscles, and skin were on a completely terrifying level. It really is a monster. Because of that flow like silk attack a moment ago, the witch slave seemed to be mad with anger. It drew out the large, thick chains that wound around its body and slashed down at Lin Ming. The long chain was just like a black flood dragon. With a roaring power, it heavily smashed upon the ground. Countless rocks were sent flying into the area. That attack had even created a giant pit in the huge arena. This witch slave's strength was simply difficult to imagine. Lin Ming had already avoided the attack earlier using the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. As soon as the witch slave missed, it flicked its arm and gathered the chain before firing it at Lin Ming once again. Power of Thunder. Lin Ming's silver spear shined with a purple arc of lightning. The spear point met the chain, and that lightning arc was like a fierce purple snake that threaded up the chain and directly plunged into the witch slave. The witch slave was struck by the lightning. Countless arcs of electricity crackled on its body, and its purple skin charred a bit. However, it had only been burnt a little. Once the power of thunder disappeared, the witch slave bellowed, brandished the chains, and attacked again. This time Lin Ming was left completely speechless. He was simply dumbfounded by the witch slave's amazing defensive power. Not only could it defend against True Essence Manifestation combined with flow like silk, but it could also resist lightning attacks. With such a prodigious defensive power, perhaps even opening the heretical god force would be useless. Did he really have to use his last resort, Thunderfire Annihilation? As Lin Ming avoided the chain attacks, his mind began racing with thoughts. This is the fourth trial. If I use Thunderfire Annihilation now, then how will I cross the next three? But if I don't use Thunderfire Annihilation, then none of my other attack methods will work against this monster. This fellow's defensive power is simply too abnormal. Fortunately, only its defensive capabilities are unbelievable. Its attack patterns are very simple and predictable, and its speed is also slow. There's no point in dragging this one. Once I open the Heretical God Force, I'll be able to know if it even has any effect. However, once I use up the compressed true essence of the Heretical God Force, then it will take a long time to restore. I might as well use Thunderfire Annihilation to kill it now. As for the later trials, if my strength is not enough, then there's nothing left to say. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Flashes of lightning began to flitter on his long spear, and a lotus of flame sparked into life. As the thunder and fire intersected, there was a terrifying explosive sound as if an unstoppable tide was approaching. Lin Ming shouted, and thrust out his spear towards the witch slave. The roar of flame and thunder swallowed every other sound. An incomparably keen true essence flashed out like a bolt of white light as it tore through space. Thunder and fire interwove into a brilliant sphere of red and purple light that flew forwards like a blazing meteor. The witch slave bellowed and waved its chains to attack the glowing ball of thunder and fire. There was a earth-shattering sound just like a clap of thunder. The brilliant light was like 10,000 golden swords that shot out in all directions. Countless rocks were sent scattering into the air. The arena had turned into a giant pit. The arm that the witch slave had raised was now completely broken, and blood spewed from it like an endless crimson fountain. It cried out with a muffled roar, its enormous body trembling. Its chest was soaked with blood even as more blood sputtered out endlessly from its body. It's still alive. Lin Ming was shocked. This was definitely the most durable being that he had ever encountered so far. Lin Ming's feet tread the ground and his body flew forth like an arrow. Under the effects of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. The spear pierced into the wound on the witch slave's chest that had been opened by the Thunderfire Annihilation attack. The spear finally managed to break through the torn flesh, flow like silk erupted within the monster and rushed towards the heart of the witch slave. With a new injury added to the old, the witch slave gave one final roar as it unwillingly went down. Its corpse rapidly dissolved, turning into a green energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. This energy is. Lin Ming felt that the green energy was extremely oppressive and tyrannical. Before, whether it was the energy of blood vitality from the blood demon or the soul force from the hungry ghost, or even the vicious beast's energy that was able to transform the strength of a human's body, it was all very gently and effortlessly absorbed. But this green energy was extremely savage. It brutally rampaged through his body, and sent waves of agonizing pain rolling through its path. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with large beads of sweat. Dense crackling sounds resounding within his body, as if the bones of his skeleton were striking each other. Hearing this, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit fearful. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to distort, and Yen Mo appeared. Yen Mo looked at Lin Ming and said without any emotion, "Congratulations. In this smelting trial, you are the first martial artist in the last 6,000 years to pass the trial of the witch slave. You do not need to fear. This energy has simply been saved up for too long, a full 6 millennia of time. Therefore, it is a bit overbearing. It will only transform your body, it will not bring you harm." 6 millennia. Lin Ming found it difficult to speak through the pain. Yes. 6,000 years ago there was a man named Qin Yu that was able to pass the 4th level of the smelting trial. However, he was defeated in the 5th level, the mortal trial. After he went back, he founded a vast empire in the southern wilderness, and was called the Feather Emperor by the people of the south. Right, so it had already been 6,000 years since someone managed to pass through the witch slave trial. This wasn't too surprising. It was only because he had accidentally comprehended the Thunderfire Annihilation skill that he would have such an abnormal striking power. A normal martial artist would never be able to get past the freakish defensive capabilities of the witch slave. Slowly, Lin Ming found that the green energy had fused into his skeleton. His skeleton had become denser, and his muscles had become tougher. The physical defense had experienced a crazy increase in power. Before now, Lin Ming's body strength was formidable. However, that did not mean that his defensive power was similarly formidable. For instance, an iron-armored cow could easily break steel plate, and if a sharp axe were to fall on their body, it wouldn't leave any damage. If Lin Ming wanted to fend off a sword with just his bare hand, he could only rely upon his flow-like silk technique to vibrate the weapon and send it flying away. If his fist really did meet the blade of a sword, then his hand would simply be split in two. But now, Lin Ming had absorbed the green energy which had augmented his body, and he felt his body grow more solid, and his defensive capabilities increased. Now if he faced a martial artist on the level of Zhang Tsang, Lin Ming believed that he wouldn't even need to use true essence, he could simply use his own bare hand to stop the other's attacks. As Lin Ming unceasingly integrated with the green energy, the aching pain he felt gradually weakened. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in sweat, and mixed within the sweat were black, oily drops. These were clearly the impurities that were in Lin Ming's body. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the golden deer pills to temper his body. However, that was only the lowest level of medicine used to temper one's body. It naturally wasn't able to be compared to something so fantastic like this green energy. After his muscles and marrows were purified, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground. Yan Mo said, "After passing the fourth trial, from here on out, you will have 3 hours of rest between each trial. You may use that period of time to restore your body to its best condition. I wish you good luck, smelting trial human." As Yan Mo said this, its body began to twist in space as it gradually faded away. Lin Ming exhaled one long breath and plopped down on the ground. Luckily, he had time to rest. 3 hours should be enough. At this time, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I was standing within the library of the Sorcerer Holy Land. She held an ancient volume within her hands. Not too far away, slowly burning candles flickered as they emitted a faint yellow light. The Sorcerer Holy Land was a massive underground mausoleum. It also had a special library. Na-I had taken her lit candle and searched the library for a long time, and finally found a record of the legendary Divine Kingdom on a yellowed sheepskin manuscript. Because the manuscript was simply too ancient, the pages were already worn down, and the threads binding them were rotted. The pages could easily be broken apart. Na-I carefully skimmed through the notes in that ancient manuscript, and finally found a detailed record of the Divine Kingdom. This record was from 1,500 years ago, and was written by a peerless powerhouse of the southern wilderness named Na Yanda. 1,500 years ago, not even the Na tribe had been founded. The page in Na-Yi's hands was only a handwritten copy. Still, even if it were a handwritten copy, it was 700 or 800 years old. Na Yanda was a sorcerer. He left behind countless illustrious achievements in the history of the southern wilderness, along with countless legends and tales. He had founded the giant Negu tribe, and to this day, that tribe was one of the top 10 most powerful tribes within the southern wilderness. At the time, the southern wilderness was under the leadership of Na Yanda. They had invaded the north and caused numerous nations to submit. The southern wilderness had experienced one of its most prosperous times in millennia. It was said that Na Yanda had reached the limit of the Xiantian realm, or might have even gone higher. For those reasons, Na Yanda was considered one of the ancient heroes of the southern wilderness, and was worshipped and respected by many people. Even Na-I had heard of Na Yanda's glorious tales as a child. Towards the stories of this legendary figure, she had been filled with yearning. Na Yanda had recorded the complete process of his entry into the Sorcerer Pagoda. He wrote that he had rushed upwards, but had been chosen by the sorcerer, and then sent to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom had 7 levels. The first level was a blood-red hell, the second was a land of gloomy yellow ghosts, the third was a world savage vicious beasts, and the fourth was an arena of the witch slave. As for the last several, Na Yanda hadn't seen them. Na Yanda saw the god of the witch eye within that bloody hell. The god of the witch eye had given him 7 tests, and each level of the Divine Kingdom corresponded to a test. However, Na Yanda had only been able to complete 3 trials, and was defeated at the 4th. Therefore, Na Yanda had only reached the 4th level. In the writings, it also said that the difficulty of these 7 tests was much higher than the Sorcerer Pagoda. In particular, from the 4th, the difficulty would increase each time. Even the child of a god or a demon would be unable to do anything in the face of such a trial. Even the Feather Emperor from 6,000 years ago had only barely completed the 4th trial. As he went to the 5th, he was also defeated. Seeing this, Na-I was surprised. The Feather Emperor of the southern wilderness had once dominated the entire land 6,000 years ago, and had founded a vast empire. The Feather Emperor's strength was immeasurably deep, and was said to have surpassed the Xiantian realm. At that time, the Feather Emperor had created the faith of the sorcerer. The faith had been equal to a grade 3 sect. It was not inferior compared to the 7 profound valleys of the north. One could only imagine the prosperity that the southern wilderness had achieved during this time. Even His Majesty the Feather Emperor could not pass through the 5th trial. The Divine Kingdom's trials are simply too difficult. Is there even any significance in the 6th or 7th trial? Chapter 178, True Essence Bone Forging. To those living within the southern wilderness, the Feather Emperor was the equivalent of a second god. He was only second to the belief in the sorcerer. There were many followers of the faith that stubbornly believed the Feather Emperor hadn't yet died. Instead, he had soared into the heavens to join the sorcerer. In Na Yi's opinion, if even the Feather Emperor could not pass the 5th trial, and the 6th and 7th trials were even more difficult, then they had no value at all. Who could possibly overcome them? Time passed 1 minute and 1 second at a time. Lin Ming pulled out a true essence stone and revolved the true primal chaos formula to slowly recover his true essence. The power of thunder and flame that he had consumed to use Thunderfire Annihilation was also slowly being restored. Because Lin Ming had an extremely formidable blood vitality, his current ability to recover was far above a normal martial artist. In just half an hour, he had been completely restored to his top condition. Start the 5th trial. Lin Ming shouted to Yan Mo, who had since disappeared. Good. Then it shall be as you wish. This 5th trial, the mortal world, has not been passed for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Lin Ming didn't think this was too unusual. Since nobody had passed the last trial in 6,000 years, then it would be normal if no one passed this trial in the last 10,000 years. The surrounding space began to darken. Lin Ming arrived at a vast empty space that did not contain a single thing. Underneath him was the endless earth, and above him, the twinkling bright stars shining in the sky. Around Lin Ming, there were 18 shades. These were human martial artists. They wore black clothes, and carried a variety of weapons. There were swords, sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It could be said that every weapon was collected in these 18 shades. As Lin Ming noticed the cultivation of these martial artists, his heart suddenly sank. Among these 18 individuals, 12 were at the peak bone forging stage, and 6 were at the pulse condensation period. How could he confront this? Lin Ming was speechless. No wonder no one had passed through this trial in the last 10,000 years. Of the 6 pulse condensation period martial artists, 5 were at the early pulse condensation period, and there was even one at the middle pulse condensation period. Of the 12 peak bone forging stage martial artists, every single one of them was a half step into the pulse condensation period. Each one was much more powerful than the monkey-faced men and bald men. Lin Ming could not help but wonder if there could be found a 15-year-old youth in the entire Sky Spill continent that was so abnormal as to be able to defeat 18 of these martial artists at once. Were there really people that were able to pass this sort of trial? Listening to Yan Mo, it seemed that 10,000 years ago there really was someone that had passed through this hurdle. Simply incredible. From the 3rd to the 4th trial, the difficulty had already dramatically risen by a large amount. If it wasn't for Thunderfire Annihilation, then it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to break past the 4th trial. He didn't expect that in the 5th trial, the difficulty would once again dramatically rise. If it was like this, then how could one possibly pass the 6th and 7th trials? The difficulty of this life and death smelting trial is just too abnormal. Before I entered the life and death smelting trial, I could barely cope with a pulse condensation period martial artist. Now, there are actually 6 of them. And there is even one at the middle pulse condensation period. There are also the 12 bone forging stage martial artists to pin me down. They really do think highly of me. Lin Ming gripped the heavy profound soft spear horizontally, and let true essence revolve within his entire body. Although he had little hope he could overcome this trial, he would still try to break through with everything he had. This life and death smelting array is a true killing array. I must be cautious. If I lose, I must give up. Otherwise, if I lose focus, I might really die here. Facing so many masters on all sides, Lin Ming did not dare to do like before and directly rush into the enemy like a tiger in a flock of sheep. If he did that now, it would simply be suicide. A martial artist holding a long staff had already attacked Lin Ming. The staff was already sweeping towards Lin Ming's knees. At the same time, another martial artist armed with a brilliantly snow-white saber stepped forwards. They had already sealed off all of Lin Ming's possible evasive routes. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming launched into his movement ability and threaded through the two martial artists' attacks like a fish. Although he was able to block these two attacks, he dared not fight here, otherwise he could be caught up in the battle and become trapped in the encirclement. His body formed a series of illusory images, his speed reaching an incredible degree. He survived 4 attacks in a row, and then, like a ghost, he appeared behind a martial artist that was using a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was a rarely used weapon. It was suitable for long-range attacks, but in close combat, it would be constrained and restrict movement. Therefore, Lin Ming had chosen this martial artist as his first target. Lin Ming's spear thrust out. The meteor hammer-wielding martial artist was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his response was very quick. The martial artist had flicked his hand, and the meteor hammer tied its chain around the heavy profound soft spear. The sturdy chains had already wrapped around the spear point of the heavy profound soft spear, miring it in place. If Lin Ming's weapon was even caught for just the time it took for a few blinks, then Lin Ming would face simultaneous attacks from 18 martial artists at once. He could only abandon his weapon, otherwise there was no way he would be able to dodge. At this point, Lin Ming grinned. A thick arc of lightning jumped out and sped down the metal chain towards the meteor hammer-wielding martial artist. Zizizi. The meteor hammer martial artist was electrocuted by the attack, and his entire body was paralyzed. Lin Ming seized this opportunity, and with one shout, his strength of 10,000 genes erupted at once. His right hand gripped the base of the heavy profound soft spear, swung the chain open, and thrust a fierce attack towards the meteor hammer martial artist, stabbing his throat. One spear had severed the throat. Having killed the peak bone forging martial artist in a single stroke, Lin Ming did not dare to pause and pulled out his spear to retreat backwards. A halberd with the thickness of a baby's arm slammed into the spot where Lin Ming had just been. A loud explosion occurred, and the rocky ground where he stood had collapsed. This was the attack from the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming broke out into an anxious cold sweat. This was a true killing array. If he had even been half an eye blink late a moment ago, then he would have already been left with only half his life. The subsequent instant attacks from the other martial artists wouldn't have even given him the chance to give up within the smelting trial. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt an extremely pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy surge into his body. With this heaven and earth origin energy, Lin Ming's true essence reached a critical point that allowed him to break through the limit and officially step into the peak-altering muscle stage. This mortal world increases true essence and cultivation. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Before, in the worlds of hell, hungry ghost, animals, or even the witch slave, none of them were able to directly increase his cultivation. They gave such bonuses like augmenting blood vitality and soul force. Although it would be of great advantage to Lin Ming's future cultivation efforts, it was not able to greatly boost his immediate combat prowess. Rather than increase his cultivation from one stage to the next, it had been a qualitative change in his body. I've only killed one and yet I reached the peak-altering muscle stage. If I kill them all, then just how far will my power increase? Lin Ming's heart rallied with a sharply rising fighting spirit. I'll kill the bone-forging stage ones first, and then those at the pulse condensation period. After reaching the peak-altering muscle stage, Lin Ming's strength had drastically risen, and his speed was also higher. Now, with the power of golden rock shattering the void at his back, his body was just like a passing ghost, not even the attacks of a bone-forging stage martial artist could injure him. It could be said that golden rock shattering the void was the trump card that Lin Ming relied on in this trial. Otherwise, if he fell into an encirclement of martial artists, he would immediately be defeated. Because of his extreme agility, Lin Ming launched into pseudo-guerrilla warfare, and the debilitating power of thunder attached to his heavy profound soft spear was the murder weapon. If a martial artist and Lin Ming were similar in strength, then a touch of this electrical force was enough to paralyze them for just a moment. However, in a battle between masters, that moment of paralysis was enough to spell their doom. Lin Ming swept his spear and took off a bone-forging stage martial artist's head. The true essence within his body rose by another level. The limit of altering muscle. Lin Ming was jubilant. He had only just broken through to the altering muscle stage a little more than a month ago, and now he had already taken strides towards the bone-forging stage. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if his entire body had fallen into some quagmire. Every movement he took seemed to be affected by some strange invisible traction, slowing him. He turned and saw that the middle pulse condensation period martial artist that wielded a halberd had stuck that halberd into the ground. Thick true essence condensed within his body and unceasingly fluctuated from him. Gravity manipulation. Lin Ming had just thought of this, when the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist flashed behind him, sword striking. The deep blue sword wind sliced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming lifted his spear to block, but that sword wind was too relentlessly sharp. Even though some was blocked, some of the sword wind had passed the spear shaft and cut into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's upper clothing was torn apart, revealing the purple-gold flexible armor underneath. Potent true essence broke through that flexible armor and mercilessly stabbed at Lin Ming's organs. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and was set flying back. He quickly stabilized himself and probed his body, actually taken aback by what he found. Nothing's wrong. Although there was a slight aching feeling, his internal organs hadn't suffered any injury. The defensive power of his body was so incredible that even Lin Ming found it hard to believe. At the fourth trial, when I killed the witch slave, its energy truly changed my body in an abnormal manner. That was an attack from a pulse condensation period master. Even if it's just the sword wind, it should be enough to kill a normal altering muscle stage martial artist, yet I was able to resist it and also wasn't injured. The sword-wielding martial artist was only a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. He did not understand emotions such as surprise. Once he saw that his strike had no effect, he raised his sword to attack again. Lin Ming would naturally not fight with him. His body flashed as he displayed golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared behind two peak bone forging stage martial artists. Chi! Chi! Two heads flew. Two martial artists were killed. After Lin Ming had reached the limit of altering muscle, killing peak bone forging martial artists was nothing but an easy task. Two pure energies poured into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming began to tremble, feeling his entire skeleton go numb as if something had gotten into his bones. His skeleton had become more dense and resilient. True essence enters the bone forging stage. At this moment, Lin Ming had officially stepped into the bone forging stage. Incomparably powerful true essence poured into all of his limbs and bones and spread throughout his body. Lin Ming felt his strength soaring into the sky. He felt as if something had lit within his body, and endless amounts of blood began to surge within him. Seeing that sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist sent a slash of sword wind at him, Lin Ming let out a shout and thrust out his spear. 5,000 vibrating true essence threads erupted outwards, each one several times thicker than in the past. In the face of such compelling true essence, that pulse condensation period sword wind was torn apart. Chapter 179, 3 Astonishing Treasures. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his long spear was like a winding venomous serpent, flowers in the storm. Ding 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 ding. In that moment, Lin Ming exchanged a legion of blows against the phantom martial artist. In a collision of sword and spear, Lin Ming's strikes weren't any slower. The sound of crackling electricity sizzled in the air. A thick bolt of purple lightning flashed down and stunned the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist until his hole was numb. Lin Ming raised his spear and stabbed out again, but at this time, the halberd-wielding martial artist struck too. Lin Ming used his spear to meet the halberd, and the two pole weapons intersected. The 9'9" heavy profound soft spear roughly defended against the thick halberd. That strike had contained the full strength of the middle pulse condensation period martial artist, and yet it had been fended off by Lin Ming. You're done. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A large quantity of thunder and fire fused into one, and a small electric fireball the size of a head appeared on the heavy profound soft spear. Thunderfire annihilation. The force of the highly compressed thunder and flame erupted at once in a ruinous explosion. 10,000 gleaming blades of golden light pierced through the jet-black night sky, and an incomparably powerful air wave scattered in all directions. Several nearby phantom martial artists were sent flying out. The halberd-wielding middle pulse condensation period martial artist was completely enveloped in the destructive power of the savage explosion. All his organs shattered to bits and he immediately died on the spot. Under the suppression of so many martial artists surrounding him, Lin Ming had used a single move to kill the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming was a bit stunned himself. Unknowingly, his battle prowess had actually risen to this degree. A pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy several times thicker than before flowed into Lin Ming's body. All of the true essence within Lin Ming's body was nourished by this heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed into his bones and muscles. Lin Ming had just entered the bone forging stage, and yet his cultivation had already been consolidated. Lin Ming was surprised. At this rate, it might even be possible for his cultivation to soar to the peak of bone forging. When that happened, just how far would his combat prowess rise? Now that he had killed the strongest martial artist here, the strange gravitational pull that was hindering his movements was released. Along with Lin Ming's enhanced strength and the dwindling number of enemies, the pressure he faced was greatly reduced. He no longer needed to flit around the edges and engage in diversionary tactics, now he could directly storm into the group of enemies. The peak bone forging martial artists were no longer a threat to him. With a sweep of the heavy profound soft spear, several bone forging martial artists were violently killed. As the number of enemies decreased, Lin Ming only grew stronger. In only half an incense stick of time, more than a dozen corpses littered the ground. In front of Lin Ming, there were only 4 pulse condensation period martial artists left, but his cultivation had already reached the large success of bone forging. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even the early pulse condensation period martial artists had stopped being Lin Ming's opponent. In a single breath, he mowed down the 4 remaining martial artists, and Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak of bone forging. Peak bone forging, Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a formidable energy, he was stronger than he had ever been. During this 5th trial, Lin Ming's strength had risen by an unbelievable amount, even he felt that it was a surreal experience. If it wasn't for his strength having experienced such a sudden increase, there was no way he could have passed this trial. If the 6th trial also enhanced his cultivation, he could achieve the pulse condensation period, or even large success of pulse condensation. However, the possibility of this wasn't high. This method of absorbing massive amounts of extremely pure heaven and earth origin energy to rapidly raise one's strength was similar to eating rare and valuable materials. One couldn't infinitely increase their cultivation, otherwise it would become extremely unstable. At this moment, Yen Mo appeared. It gazed at Lin Ming for a moment before saying, "Congratulations. For the last 19,000 years of the life and death smelting trial, you are the most talented youth that I have seen. I look forward to seeing if you will pass the 6th trial. Since ancient times, no one has ever managed to do this. You have 3 hours to restore your strength. No one's ever passed since ancient times." Lin Ming frowned. If no one's ever passed the 6th level, then wouldn't the 7th simply be ridiculously outrageous? Didn't senior sorcerer set the difficulty for this too high? Yen Mo replied, "This arrangement was decided upon by the master. I have no right to comment on the process and rules that master has chosen. It is possible that master overestimated the talent of those within the southern wilderness. Master may also have deliberately done so. The sorcerer pagoda will continue to exist for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Just because no one has managed to pass through the 6th level in these last 19,000 years does not imply that there will not be the most outstanding geniuses in the future that will seize the opportunity. I am afraid that this is the wish of Master. Master has left behind 3 gifts as rewards for those who complete the life and death smelting trial. When a treasure is gone, there will be 1 less. If the difficulty was too low, then they would have already been taken by now." Lin Ming asked, "In these last 19,000 years, how many people have participated in the life and death smelting trial, and where did they end up?" Yen Mo said, "There have been 32 individuals that have entered the life and death smelting trial so far. 3 people were stopped at the animal trial, 26 were halted by the witch slave. Of these 29 people, 7 have died. Only 3 have managed to pass through the witch slave trial, and only 1 person has managed to defeat the mortal trial. Now, you are the 2nd. I hope that you will complete the full smelting trial and receive one of the 3 treasures that were left behind by Master. Complete all the trials." Lin Ming took a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't have any assurances that he would pass once he experienced the 4th trial. Starting from there, the difficulty had simply risen too fast and dramatically. If it wasn't for his cultivation abruptly rising in the 5th trial, then he would never have arrived here. What are those 3 treasures? May I take a look? Lin Ming politely asked. You may. Yan Mo did not hide anything from Lin Ming. In fact, he would have had to show these 3 treasures to Lin Ming and let him choose one of them. With a thought from Yan Mo, the space in front of him began to distort, and 3 treasures appeared before Lin Ming. Of these 3 treasures, the first was a dark golden-colored scroll. It was a foot wide, with 2 axles that were made from some sort of ancient animal bones. The surfaces of the axles were smooth like silk, and the scroll was thickly rolled. Just from looking at it, one could sense a vast and endlessly ancient air rushing forth. The second was a deep, crimson-colored quartz crystal. In the center of this quartz was sealed a small, scarlet filament, as if it was being held within. The quartz was a type of mineral crystal that contained a needle-like material inside. It was different in shape and form, and because it formed a hair inside, it was quartz, and was more common than regular crystals. However, what was strange was that in normal quartz, the strip inside the crystal would be still. However, the filament inside of this quartz seemed to be slowly moving as it hovered inside the quartz, not unlike a small snake. It was like the interior of that red quartz was liquid. It was simply a very magical and mysterious phenomenon. The third was a milky white jade bottle covered with beautiful patterns. Although Lin Ming didn't know what was inside of the jade bottle, just watching it made Lin Ming feel somewhat scared. It seemed as if the jade bottle contained some profound mysterious or the highest order. If one looked for too long, they would be lost within it. Of these 3 treasures, Lin Ming couldn't help but find himself short of breath. He had thought that the sorcerer might have left behind some sort of godly weapon, but he didn't think that the sorcerer would have left behind 3 items which he couldn't discern the use of. Although he didn't know what these 3 treasures were, just by feeling the faint aura that they emitted, Lin Ming could tell that they were incomparably extraordinary items. Lin Ming's heart quickened. He wished that he could take all 3 treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, and the premise behind that was to pass the 7th level. What sort of uses do these treasures have? Lin Ming asked. If he could only choose one, then he had to ascertain their function and carefully consider them. But he hadn't expected Yan Mo to say, "I'm sorry, but I cannot specially explain or show you the use or effect of these treasures. This is because the values of these treasures are not the same. To ensure the fairness of the Sorcerer Pagoda smelting trial, you will have to choose yourself. The values aren't the same." Lin Ming frowned. It seemed he could only rely on his luck. Which one was the most valuable? Of the 3 treasures, each one seemed to be a peerless ancient treasure. However, Lin Ming had already eliminated the possibility of choosing the dark gold ancient scroll. This scroll was most likely a record of some cultivation method or martial skill, or even a manuscript of alchemy or refining techniques. It might even be the cultivation method that the sorcerer practiced himself, which he sorted out to hand down to the future generations. Of course, a top cultivation was certainly precious. To a martial artist, it could even be considered the vital aspect of their martial arts foundation. However, Lin Ming already had many of these sorts of things, and in the future he would also receive many new ones. Because of this, Lin Ming did not wish for the sorcerer's cultivation method. What was left over was the patterned jade bottle and that quartz with the red filament sealed inside. Of these 2 treasures, which was more precious? Lin Ming guessed that there was some sort of miraculous elixir inside of the jade bottle. Most elixirs were used to increase one's cultivation, and there were even a few that could improve one's physical strength or temper the body and so on. As for the red quartz, he had absolutely no idea what that was or what its use was. He experimentally probed with his soul force, but found that his soul force simply could not penetrate into the red quartz. It was as if there was another world inside of that red quartz. Lin Ming could not tell if that red filament was a living being or something dead. What could that red filament be? If it's a live creature, could it be a contract beast or smart beast? And what would that even be used for? If it's just an inanimate object, could it be a precious material that is used to refine artifacts or treasures? Or, could it be eaten and used to increase one's cultivation? As Lin Ming looked at that red quartz, he had a suddenly intense impulse to choose it, to see just what use it had. Yan Mo did not urge Lin Ming to do anything. He merely stood aside, quietly suspended in the air, despite Lin Ming constantly probing the three treasures with his soul force. After a quarter-hour had passed, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. I choose the red quartz. In the end, he had not been able to resist that intense urge that had grown within his heart. Although miracle medicines were good, Lin Ming's current body condition was already very good, and in the future he would most likely have more opportunities to obtain treasures that could improve his physique. As for cultivation enhancements, as long as he diligently practiced, then it would be the same as accumulating his cultivation through the years. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. Chapter 180, Confronting Ho Tian. Chapter 180, Confronting Ho Tian. Therefore Lin Ming gave up the relatively safe route of choosing pills, and instead chose the red quartz. As you wish. With a thought by Yen Mo, the other two treasures were taken away, and only the red quartz with that crimson filament inside remained. Smelting trial human, the treasure you have chosen of the three is the most precious, and was also the most difficult to obtain. Since you chose this treasure, then you will receive no additional rewards from the 6th level, the Divine Envoy trial. In other words, if you cannot break through the 7th level, then you will receive nothing more than what you have already obtained at the 5th level and below. As Yen Mo spoke, Lin Ming had started to become unbearably excited until it reached cloud 9. But as he continued, Lin Ming's mood plunged to rock bottom. This gamble was simply too high. If he was unable to pass through the 7th level, then it would simply be the same as trying to fetch water with a bamboo net. Lin Ming had been counting on receiving some sort of power from the 6th level. Even if it wasn't something that increased his cultivation, it might be some other form of strength. He had felt that he had a slight chance to pass the 7th level, but now that hope had evaporated. He had to pass the 7th floor in a single go. Yen Mo had already vanished after speaking. Lin Ming didn't waste any time. He immediately sat down with legs crossed, pulled out a true essence stone, and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. This time, his recovery time was much longer. Before he attempted the 6th floor, he had to restore his strength to its peak condition and adjust his mental state to its maximum. In the last 19,000 years, there hadn't been a single person that came to the Sorcerer Pagoda who was able to pass the 6th level. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Nai had already been waiting a very long time. Na Shui was off in a corner, asleep. She was just like a cat that was curled up in a corner of the chamber, covered from head to toe by Na Yi's coat. Na Yi estimated that it should be early morning, nearing dawn. Yet nothing happened within the Sorcerer Pagoda. This caused Na Yi to feel somewhat distressed. Had he really entered into the Divine Kingdom? Why was he in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time? Was there some accident that had occurred? In the records of Na Yanda, he hadn't specified how long he had been inside of the Divine Kingdom. But, according to the entries before and after he entered, and the descriptions of the surrounding environment and when he had lunch and dinner, Na Yi was able to roughly estimate that he had stayed within the Divine Kingdom for 1 or 2 hours. But Lin Ming had been inside for at least 4 or 5 hours. What caused Na Yi to feel the most anxious was that Na Yanda had recorded that of those who entered the Divine Kingdom, if their strength was insufficient or they were incompetent, then they could die. Na Yi instantly clutched her chest as she felt her heart tighten. There were several times that she had wanted to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda to investigate, but she had refrained from doing so. After all, everyone only had one chance to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, and now was not the best time for her. And most importantly, it was simply useless even if she did enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. Her strength was just too far from Lin Ming's. Na Yi fretfully rubbed her forehead. She groped the rough sheepskin pages in her hands, restless. "Big sister," Na Shui's sleepy voice called out from behind. Ah Shui, you're awake. "Big sister, what time is it?" Na Shui said as she yawned and stretched. After an evening of sleeping on the rough stone floor, her back was sore. Luckily for her, she was a martial artist. If she was just a normal little girl that had slept on such a floor for the evening, her back would already be bruised black and blue. "I'm not sure. It should be just before dawn." "Oh. Big Brother Mo still hasn't come out?" "No," Na Yi sighed. "Big sister, do you think that Big Brother really entered the Divine Kingdom? If he comes out, Then wouldn't he be a hero just as great as Na Yanda? Na-I reluctantly nodded and said, he should be. That was only if he came back safely. Lin Ming finally stepped into the 6th level of the life and death smelting trial, the Divine Envoy. When he came to this world, Lin Ming saw that he stood within a massive open white temple, floating in air. Surrounding the temple were 9 columns shaped like coiling dragons, each one over 1,000 feet high, reaching the sky. Lin Ming stood in a vast square in front of this building. Around him, celestial mountains were suspending in the air, and towering waterfalls tens of thousands of feet high poured down the celestial mountainsides in raging torrents, turning into countless silver beads before they fell into the bottomless void. In front of Lin Ming, there was a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and carrying a long sword strapped to his back, facing away from Lin Ming. His hair was tied in a tight knot, half black, half white, and more than 2 feet long. Lin Ming looked at this man's cultivation, and his heart chilled. He was actually a Houtian master. He was only an early Houtian master. However, there was an essential qualitative change between a post-condensation period martial artist and a Houtian master. Lin Ming felt bitterness swelling in his heart. His bone age was less than 16 years old, and yet he had to face a Houtian master on the 6th floor. If one searched the entire Sky Spill continent, would one be able to find a 15-year-old boy that had the strength of a Houtian realm master? The middle-aged man silently turned around. His face seemed hazy, as if there was light and shadow within. Without a doubt, this was the enemy that Lin Ming had to defeat. This was also the first time that Lin Ming would be facing a Houtian realm master. The difference between the peak bone forging stage and the early Houtian realm was a stage and a half. That may not have sounded like much, but in the martial arts path, the disparity between each realm of cultivation only increased. From bone forging to pulse condensation, the meridians of one's body would be opened and connected, and true essence would be able to flow through freely and unimpeded. This was already a major leap. From pulse condensation to Houtian, true essence would gather within the Dantian and augment the entire body's meridians endlessly. This was also a major leap. Lin Ming was not sure that he could bridge these two massive qualitative leaps in cultivation and deal with a Houtian realm master. Take out your spear. Lin Ming was surprised. Not only did the middle-aged man speak, but he also used the language of the realm of the gods. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his right hand. His elbow was pressed against the shaft, and the base rested against body. He pointed this nearly 10-foot-long spear at the middle-aged man and challenged him. The middle-aged man drew his long sword and slowly said, "You are doomed to lose to me." Cha! As the sword point left the scabbard, there was only a clarion ring that sounded out as the air was split apart by the sword. The middle-aged man wielded his sword and pierced towards Lin Ming. The middle-aged man's speed was simply absurdly extreme as it neared the limit. And his sword came from an inconceivable angle. No matter how one wanted to dodge, they could not escape from that sword. Lin Ming shouted and thrust forth with his spear. Since he could not see through the middle-aged man's sword path, Lin Ming would use his strength to break his move, and use a massive amount of vibrating true essence to block the sword. The sword wind dispersed. However, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were mostly destroyed in return. He tapped his toes and quickly drew backwards. He had consumed a large amount of true essence, but it was manageable. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and the heaven and earth origin energy around him continuously poured into his body, rapidly restoring the true essence that he had used. Lin Ming's cultivation was now only at the peak of bone forging, but his stamina and endurance far surpassed that of a normal pulse condensation period martial artist. That light shadow martial artist showed a hint of curiosity and sent an astonished look towards Lin Ming, who was able to fend off his sword. The light shadow martial artist flicked his wrist and the sword pierced forwards exactly like before. However, this time there was a layer of red light that covered the blade. It was clear that the light shadow martial artist had used a martial skill. A Houtian realm master's martial skill attack. Lin Ming tightly clenched his jaw, and his entire body erupted with a flood of true essence. Flames like flickering red lotuses blossomed on the coldly shining tip of the heavy profound soft spear. The flames moved and twisted together with the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments, charging towards the light shadow martial artist's sword as if they were a legion of fiery dragons. Bang! There was no flashy or fancy move as the spear and sword simply struck against each other. A blast of true essence exploded like a shockwave as it scattered in all directions. Although Lin Ming was able to fend against the light shadow martial artist's sword, he wasn't able to stop the shockwaves. The raging true essence was similar to hidden weapons that broke into Lin Ming's body. It was like several dozen knives had been stabbed into Lin Ming's organs. The pain was terrible. Although Lin Ming felt as if the blood within his organs was roiling, after examining himself, he found that there wasn't a serious injury. I withstood it. Lin Ming was ecstatic. The defensive capabilities of his body had surpassed even his own high expectations. He had been able to defend against the sword wind of a pulse condensation period master, and now he was also able to ward off the true essence aftermath waves of a Hotian realm master's attack. Since you could arrive at the 6th level, you truly are extraordinary. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of appreciation. He no longer looked down on Lin Ming because of his cultivation. As Lin Ming watched the middle-aged man's expression change, a thought swelled in his mind. This middle-aged man was not a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy, but was actually a living person. Was he the same as Yan Mo, also once a servant of the sorcerer? Come again. The middle-aged man flicked his long sword and came rushing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the attack. The two exchanged a number of moves. Although each move wasn't particularly fast, every strike and attack was filled with a raging and fierce force of true essence. Since the light shadow man's cultivation far exceeded Lin Ming's, it had almost only been him attacking, while Lin Ming could only dodge and defend. Although he had the power of thunder and fire along with the flow-like silk ability, Lin Ming was still in perilous danger. If it wasn't for the elusive golden rock shattering the void movement technique, then he would have had no way to repeatedly dodge the middle-aged man's sword wind, and would already have lost by now. Pang 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 pang. Several dozens of attacks had already been exchanged between the two. Turbulent true essence broke apart the jade terrace of the celestial palace. The broken jade chips were like countless water drops that sprinkled from the sky like shimmering waterfalls. In such fierce collisions, the light shadowman was not injured. However, Lin Ming actually suffered the repeated aftermaths of the seething true essence shockwaves. If it wasn't for the green energy from the witch slave that had altered his body and increased his defensive power, then his organs would have already ruptured and he would have lost long ago. With an explosion, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards several hundred feet. He barely raised himself up with the support of the heavy profound soft spear, and wiped away the dripping blood stains from the corners of his mouth. He was injured, but there wasn't anything too serious. With his powerful blood vitality supporting him, Lin Ming could even feel that his internal injuries were slowly recovering. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the question still remained. How could he win? Chapter 181, Gravity Cage. To defeat him, I can only use Thunderfire Annihilation. But I can only use Thunderfire Annihilation once. Since this light shadow martial artist is a Hotian realm master, will he be able to defend against Thunderfire Annihilation? Once Thunderfire Annihilation is blocked, I will have spent a massive amount of true essence, and I'll be defeated soon after. Lin Ming's mind began racing through different scenarios. There was no way that he could defeat the enemy with a surprise attack of some sort. The light shadow martial artist didn't attack for a while. His brows furrowed. He was obviously not satisfied with his own performance so far. You can't keep hiding and you can't keep defending. Do you really plan on going through a war of attrition to waste my strength? An innovative idea. However, do not forget that you are only at the bone forging stage, and I am at the Hotian realm. If you want to compare true essence reserves and drag out this fight, then the first person to falter will surely be you. The light shadow martial artist raised his sword once more, and the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Although he danced on the edge of disaster, he still wasn't defeated. Such tenacity shocked even the light shadow martial artist. The light shadow martial artist had thought that Lin Ming's stamina was deficient, and he would be unable to persist and lose soon after. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be as stubborn as a weed. Unwittingly, the blood vitality energy within Lin Ming's body that hadn't yet been fully absorbed by him began to gradually melt and spread through his limbs, circulating through all of his blood vessels. By the virtue of this thick and powerful vitality, Lin Ming's battle tenacity rose. The true essence that he consumed was constantly replenished by the true primal chaos formula, and his blood vitality, barely maintaining a balance point. Even if he was occasionally injured, Lin Ming's deceptively strong recovery abilities were able to slowly regenerate his wounds in the midst of battle. After hundreds of moves were exchanged, the light shadow martial artist had no choice but to admit to the most ridiculous and absurd reality of the situation. That was, Lin Ming's endurance was far greater than his. A peak bone forging martial artist's true essence was actually so thick and pure to the degree that his resiliency could compare to that of an early Hotian realm master. Was this even possible? Lin Ming was able to rely on his true essence manifestations and ghostly agility to dodge the majority of attacks. Coupled with turtle shell-like defensive power and extreme regenerative capabilities, he was able to compete. Even though his battle prowess was far inferior to his enemies, he was still able to persist in this dogfight. This feeling of not being able to defeat Lin Ming made no sense to the light shadow martial artist. Even if he absorbed the blood vitality energy in the first level of the life and death smelting trial, he still shouldn't be so relentless. Is there something special about this boy's body? The light shadow martial artist scowled. I have to settle this soon. Otherwise, if this drags on, it's not certain who will be the first to fall. His speed is simply too fast. If I want to attack him, I have to limit his movements first. I only have one ability that can lower his speed. But if I use this move, then I'll place major restrictions on myself. But now, there is no other way. Thinking this, the light shadow martial artist placed his sword in front of him, turned towards the ground. Gravity cage. A vast flood of true essence poured into the ground. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strange pull of gravity all around him, restricting his movements. It's this move. During the fifth trial, the mortal world, the halberd-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist had also used this move, forcing Lin Ming to be unable to dodge attacks. Now, this was the same move that was used. But because it came from the hand of a Hotian realm martial artist, it was far more powerful. Lin Ming felt as if a giant magnet was pulling him to the floor. Even walking was a hard-fought struggle. This is bad. The reason that Lin Ming was able to last this far, besides his strong defensive power and formidable regenerative capabilities, had been because he was able to fall back upon the golden rock shattering the void movement skill. Using that, he had managed to avoid the majority of attacks. However, now that his movements were restricted, Lin Ming was in a very dangerous situation. No, if he wants to use this move, then he also has to use a similarly large amount of true essence. Lin Ming discovered that the true essence within the light shadow martial artist's body was significantly weakened. He was spending a large portion of his power to create this gravity cage. Lin Ming instantly understood that this gravity cage martial skill was only suitable for use in group battles and in coordination with others. One person used gravity cage while another attacked. If there was only one person using this skill though, if he also wanted to attack, then the power he would be able to call down was also extremely limited. Seeing that light shadow martial artist begin to gather his own killing move, Lin Ming was delighted. This is my chance. This fellow simply didn't know that I also have Thunderfire Annihilation as my own final killing blow. Originally, I had worried that you would be able to defend against Thunderfire Annihilation with your full strength. But now that you can only use a part of it, you've simply dug your own grave. Lin Ming's lips curved in a smile, and a lotus flame kindled on the heavy profound soft spear. Just by looking at this dark red flame, it didn't seem as if it was dangerous. The light shadow martial artist presumed that this little flame was unable to pose any threat to him. In fact, the few attacks that Lin Ming had used hadn't yet managed to break through the true essence protection of his body. The light shadow martial artist only thought of how long it would be until he defeated Lin Ming. He never once imagined that there was a possibility he would be defeated himself. Power of the sorcerer. The light shadowman shouted, and a layer of blood-red light covered his sword. Behind the man, a gray ghost appeared. This ghost resembled the ancient demon spirit that was depicted on the murals within the Sorcerer Holy Land. The ghost had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were grim and smirking, and the 6 arms were like the claws of the devil, each holding a different weapon. As this gray shade appeared, the momentum of the light shadow martial artist rose to a crescendo. Lin Ming's movement technique was restricted. This strike had no chance of being dodged. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the gray ghost that had appeared. This weird 3-headed, 6-armed being was seen in the art of the Sorcerer Holy Land. Was it possible it was also a servant of the sorcerer? The light shadow martial artist's sword cut down. Lin Ming had no time to think anymore, he could only react. He completely released all of the compressed energy that was contained within the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's true essence instantly soared. The flame is seen and Thunder Soul began to whine in excitement. Unbridled fires and violent surges of lightning swelled outwards from Lin Ming's body. In that moment, the light shadowman realized that something was wrong. This boy had actually been hiding his true strength. However, the light shadowman had already passed the point of no return. He had no choice but to send out this move of his. The man clenched his teeth and forcefully withdrew a small portion of the true essence that was maintaining the gravity field. The gray shadow image behind him became more solid and realistic, and the blood-red sword in his hand glowed with an even more beautiful light. Under the constraints of time, he was unable to fully gather his energy. Even so, he didn't think that Lin Ming's little thunder and flame could resist the power of the sorcerer. But at this moment, the flame and thunder on Lin Ming's spear suddenly interwove in the same spot. Thunderfire annihilation. This is. The light shadow martial artist's pupils suddenly widened. His vision was completely filled with nothing but a blazingly bright white light. The blood-colored sword that he had struck towards that incandescent light was instantly shattered. There was a deafening explosion just like a thunderclap within a raging storm. The light shadow martial artist was struck by the thunderfire annihilation. The terrifying flurry of thunder was like a silver snake dancing within an inferno of dazzling red flames. A vicious shockwave reverberated in the air like the rough waves of the ocean during a storm. An incomparably vast tsunami of true essence billowed outwards in all directions. It shattered the jade floor as it swept through the entire temple. Lin Ming and the light shadow man were simultaneously sent flying backwards. As soon as Lin Ming had released Thunderfire Annihilation, he had already been revolving all of his true essence to resist the incoming shockwaves. He vomited blood as the shock pierced through his body and the bones of both of his spear-holding hands were broken. However, the light shadowman was in an even worse situation. He hadn't prepared for that move, and his sword had also cut into the ball of thunder and flame. At such close distance, even though he was a Hotian realm master, his chest had blown up and he was covered in blood, simply a mangled mess. The light shadowman supported himself with his long sword. He had been too careless. He didn't think that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a mere bone-forging martial artist and be humiliated. He spat a mouthful of blood, at least half of the ribs in his chest had been shattered. He's not dead, Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he staggered backwards. A Hotian realm master was simply too strong. Even though he had used most of his strength to power the gravity cage, he had actually managed to fend off Thunderfire Annihilation. Lin Ming's heart sank. Although the light shadowman was heavily injured, Lin Ming had already used up the heretical god force and Thunderfire Annihilation. If they continued to fight, then he would be put into an even more dire situation. However, at this moment, Yen Mo's voice suddenly resounded above the shattered temple. The 6th level, cleared. Hearing this, the light shadowman seemed very unwilling. He glared at Lin Ming with indignant anger, grabbed his sword, and walked back to the temple. I passed. Lin Ming found this unbelievable. At this time, space twisted in front of Lin Ming, and Yen Mo appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first one in the last 19,000 years to pass the 6th smelting trial. Lin Ming was puzzled. He asked, I didn't kill the enemy of the 6th floor, how could that be regarded as passing? Yen Mo said, as long as you defeat the guardian of the 6th level, then you have passed. If your move truly would have killed him, then I would have blocked the attack. The guardian of the 6th level is different from the first 5, he is a true soul, and has a soul brand as well as his own independent consciousness. Sure enough, this was also something that Lin Ming had guessed, so it wasn't too surprising. Yen Mo said, there are several guardians of the 6th level. Their cultivations range from the early Hotian realm to the limit of the Xiantian realm. In the past, they were once the sorcerer envoys of large tribes within the southern wilderness. However, even in the southern wilderness there were constant wars, and occasionally, even these sorcerer envoys would be killed. These individuals were also once wounded and on the verge of death. They were rescued by me in exchange for guarding the 6th level of the smelting trial with their souls. So it's like this, Lin Ming suddenly realized. The so-called sorcerer envoys were truly worthy of their reputation. Out of all the sorcerer envoys, the one he had dealt with was the weakest of them all. This was only because he was 15 years old. If he was any older, then he would have had to face a middle Hotian, or even late Hotian realm master. You may rest for 3 hours, and then carry on to the 7th smelting trial. Yen Mo said this, and then immediately vanished. Lin Ming could only force a grim smile as he listened to this. How could he pass through the 7th floor? The 6th floor was already a measure of his luck. With his current strength, he was simply not a match for a Hotian realm master. If it wasn't for the guardian losing his patience and trying to forcefully limit his movements, thus leaving an opening in his defense, there was simply no way for Lin Ming to have won. Now, his strength hadn't increased, and he had to pass the 7th trial. How could he do this? Starting from the 4th trial, the difficulty of every following one had increased by a ridiculous degree. If it went as expected, then the difficulty of the 7th level would greatly surpass that of the 6th. How should he proceed from here? If he couldn't, then the strange red quartz would turn into a dream, and he wouldn't even receive the reward for passing the 6th trial. In any event, he had to put forth his total effort. Even though there was only the slightest glimmer of hope, he still had to stride forwards. Chapter 182, The Mysterious 7th Floor. Lin Ming restored his mood to tranquility, took out 2 pure true essence stones, and sat down in meditation as he began to recover his strength while slavering bone recovering medicines on his arms. A moment ago, he had fractured the bones within his arms that were holding the spear, and they had turned into a bloody mess. This kind of injury would normally be impossible for a martial artist to recuperate from even within half a month. However, Lin Ming's resilience, recovery rate, and blood vitality had all been greatly enhanced. In addition to the effects of 2 priceless bone recovery pastes, his arms were completely recovered within 2 hours. In the last remaining hour, Lin Ming restored his true essence and physical strength to its optimum condition, and adjusted his mood to be tranquil and serene. Finally, he began the 7th and last trial. A light flashed, and the temple disappeared around him. Lin Ming entered into a dazzlingly bright white world filled with luminous light, and countless scenes formed and twisted around him. The 7th trial, in 19,000 years, no one has ever set foot here. Lin Ming clenched his fists, and completely calmed down. Prior to this, Lin Ming had repeatedly imagined what sort of scenario would play out in the 7th level. However, now that he had truly set foot in the 7th level, what he saw here left him utterly stunned. Of the first 6 levels, each world and corresponded to its name. For instance, the first level of Hell had been a blood lake. The second level was Hungry Ghost, which corresponded to the Yellow Springs. The third level was Animals, which corresponded to the vast wilderness. The 4th, which Slave level, had corresponded to an arena. Lin Ming believed that since the 7th level was the world of the sorcerer, the scene he expected to see should have been similar to some land within the realm of the gods. But, he didn't expect to come to a normal human city. Around Lin Ming, there were lively crowds and peddlers, hawking their wares. There were little children playing around, and the faint hint of dust and fragrant flowery perfume mixed in the air. Everything seemed to be an absolute reality. But none of these had surprised Lin Ming. What had shocked him beyond speech was the place where he now stood. He stood before a fancy, yet somewhat old restaurant. The clay tiles were no longer bright, and the red lacquered pillars were faded with time. The old windows sagged, and the roof was tilted. Everything exuded a vague flavor of endless years. Lin Ming was far too familiar with this restaurant. Since as long as he could remember, he had been running within the lobby, listening to storytellers weave their fantastic tales and roaming bards singing their glorious songs. He had watched as people played chess, and had eaten candy with old and frequent customers. The covered teacups, the sugar-coated candied haws, the towel draped over the shoulder of a waiter, the delicious food that his mother had made, all of these were exactly the same as those within his memories. This was his home. This is the Lin family restaurant of Green Mulberry City. I've lived here for more than a decade of my life. How did I end up here? Lin Ming couldn't help but slowly lift his foot to enter into the restaurant. But just as he passed the threshold, in that moment, he froze. Lin Ming stood where he was, his heart like a billowing unsure wave. He saw a young man dressed in elegant silk clothing, about 18 or 19 and holding a fan, smile and walk out from the kitchen. But this person wasn't some stranger. This person was none other than Lin Ming. To be exact, this was Lin Ming a few years later. However, looking at this man, Lin Ming could see that he had no hint of cultivation within his body. He had a bookish and scholarly appearance, he had apparently never cultivated martial arts in his life. Not only that, but the two were completely incompatible in demeanor and temperament. Even when Lin Ming held his breath, there was still a sharp air that was present between his brows. This air seemed as if it was ready to erupt at any moment and pass through the sky, unstoppable. But this young man in front of him only held a cynical smile, and in that smile was even a touch of evil. He had the elegance of a scholar's son. Is this really me? Lin Ming could not believe this. Little Lizzie, prepare a sedan for me. Miss Su of the Teal Flower Hall is holding a performance tonight. Go reserve a card for me, I shall go down in support. The young man snapped as he quickly swung his fan. This is not good. The small servant named Little Lizzie looked embarrassed as he said, Young master, the second lady of the Tian family is holding a feast tonight and personally requested that you attend by name. Attend your face. If she's holding a feast then she'll want a chef. What use is there in me going? Little Lizzie seemed pained. The second lad of the Tian family would like to request that young master leave behind a painting at the birthday banquet tonight, with a poem. You are currently the new chosen scholar, your poetry is definitely number one within Mulberry City. Moreover, young master, this second lady of the Tian family is very beautiful and virtuous. The last time Madam saw her, she liked her very much. Perhaps in the future, young master, hey, young master, don't go. Before Little Lizzie had finished, the youth had already stepped out the door without even a backwards glance. He said, if my father asks where I went, tell him I went to drink. Before the words had finished, he was already gone. Little Lizzie's face was like a bitter eggplant that was squashed. He was simply finished. If the master or the madam found out about this, then he would certainly be scolded. The second lady of the Tian family had a good impression of the young master. Not only that, but the second lady of the Tian family was kind, beautiful, had a good background, and was a natural fit to the young master, who was the chosen scholar. But young Master Lin had actually taken a liking towards Miss Su of Teal Flower Hall. It really was impossible to understand his mood. The truth was, Teal Flower Hall was actually a brothel, but it was a higher class, more elegant brothel. The majority of the prostitutes inside were well groomed and mannered, and sold their skills not their bodies. They had elegant and refined appearances, and were proficient in poetry and painting. These talented ladies could be considered stunning and rare beauties within the world. And Miss Su was the main attraction of Teal Flower Hall. Although she still maintained her pure body, she was still a prostitute of a brothel. With her cheap origins, how could the master and madam possibly allow her to marry into the family? I'm dead. If the master becomes aware that the young master has gone to Teal Flower Hall, then not only will the young master be finished, but I will also suffer bad luck. Little Lizzie had a face of suffering. He didn't know whether he should honestly report this matter to the master and madam, or if he should try to conceal it. Lin Ming had been silently standing outside of the restaurant, quietly watching the scene unfold. Just now, the young man had brushed past Lin Ming, but hadn't even glanced at Lin Ming once. Lin Ming understood. He did not belong to this world, he was simply a passerby. There wasn't a single person in this world that could see him. What's going on here? Why is there another me? When I was 8 years old my parents let me go to school to study. I went to the capital and in order to study for the preliminary examination, I studied and read books for 4 years until I was 12 years old. At that time, I threw away all my books and wholeheartedly abandoned everything to pursue the martial path. Because of this, I fought a bitter dispute with my parents, before I finally wore them down. The Lin Ming that I became in this world did not abandon his books for martial arts. Instead, he entered into the preliminary exam and turned from a scholar into a candidate of the imperial court. Why is there such a world? Is this a true parallel world? Or is this an imaginary world that stems from my mind? If this is the seventh trial, the sorcerer world, then what does it test? Does it test my heart of martial arts? If it tests my heart of martial arts, then what is considered as passing this trial? Since this is the sorcerer world, then why did I come to the human world? Lin Ming's mood was complex, he just stood within the lobby of the restaurant. Like this, he stood for several days. People came and went, and no one saw him. There were even those that passed through his body. On the streets there were peddlers hawking their wares, street entertainers singing bright and cheerful songs, the rich aroma of food and wine, and there were also even the weathered faces of his parents. Everything around him seemed so real and yet unreal. All of the people around him were familiar, and yet they also seemed like strangers. In this noisy and hectic world, Lin Ming seemed like a gray existence. His shadow was alone, and he was incomparably desolate. This world is an illusion, and I am real. Or maybe, this world is real, and I am an illusion. No, this is wrong. This isn't my world. This is only a demon within my heart. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open and flourished the heavy profound soft spear. Lin Ming could only hear the sounds of countless panes of glass shattering at once. In front of him, the restaurant along with the customers had all completely vanished. However, Lin Ming did not return to the life and death smelting trial. Instead, he had arrived within a bloody battlefield. Loud war drums sounded in the distance, and glorious flags fluttered in the air. This is... Lin Ming saw armored cavalry soldiers in front of him. He felt a chill and his heart went cold. He suddenly realized something. Lin Ming's soul force was like a tide as it spread out in all directions. In a moment, it had locked onto the form of a youth. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This was really true. Lin Ming moved. In a mere moment, he had appeared inside a barracks. Inside, there was a 15 or 16-year-old youth wearing a simple suit of armor. He held a plain iron spear in his hands, and his expression was filled with intense fear and fretfulness. Seeing this youth, Lin Ming gave a complex look before closing his eyes. It was himself, it was really himself. Why was this? At 12 years of age, he had gotten into a dispute with his parents. Finally, he had been allowed to practice martial arts. At this time, Lin Ming said that if he couldn't achieve the first stage of body transformation before he was 15 years old, then he would join the army, establish himself there and perform countless services, and return home a hero with riches and honor. In light of this, it seemed that this was when he would have joined the army. This was another Lin Ming within another world. In the barracks, the youth was sitting on a bench. He took out a thin piece of oilcloth and began to silently wipe down his spear. Compared to his size, the spear was much longer than it should be. "Hey, newbie, is this your first time on the battlefield?" A veteran over 30 years old with a simple face said, as he walked over carrying a bowl of rice. The youth sheepishly nodded and said, "Ah, yes, I am a new recruit." "Haha, new recruits on the battlefield are always so tense and anxious." "It's all right. Since we're in the same barracks, we will be sent to the same place. Just follow behind me, I will protect you." "Good, great," the youth had a somewhat juvenile and innocent expression. He nervously squeezed out a grateful smile. When war broke out, tens of thousands of soldiers rushed forwards, their vast and dominating auras even washing away the clouds. Smoke rose from all directions, fierce combat resounded in every corner, and a spear broke off a halberd. The youth returned in the triumphant army. However, that simple-faced veteran hadn't come back. When soldiers died together, they were also buried together. Without a grave, that youth didn't even know the veteran's name. With each passing day, that youth's expression became less and less tender, and increasingly filled with a fierce and firm determination. Slowly, from a recruit he became a corporal. From a corporal he became a captain. And from a captain he became a battalion leader. His spear skills became more and more refined, his strength increasingly grew, and his military knowledge and appearance became more and more mature. Gradually, this youth also became a veteran. He would look at every new recruit and say to them, "It's all right. When we charge forward, follow behind me, I will protect you." That once naive and innocent boy had harbored a dream to join the army. With each excursion into foreign lands, he saw more and more people become nothing but bleached bones. After having survived through life and death, he had been hardened, he was just like the veteran. Like this, the days endlessly continued. Each soldier had a dream of being a general. But, they were more likely to follow the steps of their predecessors, dreaming of those that had passed away. Lin Ming silently watched the world change before his eyes. He finally began to understand. This life was not an illusion, nor was it real. To the people of this world, he was an illusion. And to him, the world was an illusion. Life was like a dream. Dream was like life. True or false? Real or fake? Originally there was never anyone who could tell which was which. Perhaps the seventh level was not a test. Rather, it was an opportunity, a chance, a feeling, and a profoundly deep understanding into the heart of martial arts. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer decided to destroy the world. Instead, he would only follow in its footsteps and look on. He was merely a passerby. He would observe the changes of time, take a step back, and see the endlessly vast dream that was painted. Outside the life and death's melting trial, in a place of darkness, Yen Mo was calmly looking into the endless void, a giant eye that was without an expression. He became aware. Extraordinary. It is only the second world, and yet he has already understood the truth. Now it has been one day and one night. This young man's grasp of the heart of martial arts is simply startling. The seventh trial was exactly one that tested one's heart of martial arts. Although this was a trial, it was also a great fortuitous opportunity. If one was able to comprehend the original intent behind the trial, then they could experience the endless worlds and temper their mind. The benefit from this was limitless. Although there had never been anyone who had entered into the final level of the life and death smelting trial for the last 19,000 years, Yen Mo knew the truth. The truth was that the array formation that the sorcerer left behind could also be found within the realm of the gods. Its name was samsara. Even those favored by the heavens within the realm of the gods would often lose themselves after entering into the samsara. Most would assume that the worlds were a product of the demon with their hearts, and they would constantly undermine and destroy these worlds. However, when new worlds would emerge endlessly, and they would see countless reflections of themselves, then they would lose their heart and become dazed. In the end, they would not be able to distinguish between what was reality and illusion, and ultimately wouldn't even know if they were themselves real. Once they were lost, their heart of martial arts would be damaged, and this might even affect their future cultivation. Even if a heavenly genius was to realize the meaning of the samsara, they would often have to go through several, or even dozens of worlds as they slowly grasped the truth. But Lin Ming had been able to see through what was true and what was false in only the second world, and comprehend the meaning behind the samsara. How could Yen Mo not be surprised by this? Unfortunately, Master has probably already passed away. Otherwise, he would certainly be willing to accept this youth as his apprentice. I had thought that his young man's natural talent was ordinary, and the only reason he was able to have such achievements was because he had a fortuitous encounter. I didn't think that his perception in the heart of martial arts would be at such a state. He truly is a talent in this aspect. I will take a good look at just what he can realize from these 100 samsaras. Samsara definition and information. Chapter 183, Samsara of 100 Lives. TL/N. In the measurement system of this series, 10 inches equals 1 foot, because of Chinese measurements being different. In the never-ending samsara, the concept of time no longer existed. Lin Ming passed, looking through, and ingrained deep within his heart every fleeting moment. Every time in Lin Ming's life when he had come to a fork in the road, he would see a completely different existence. Lin Ming saw his meteoric rise to the heavens, and also saw his abject fall to perdition. He saw his future with different wives and different children. He stayed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and became the 7 Profound Martial House Master. He had married the 7 Profound Envoy, Qin Xingxian, and had a flourishing family with many children and grandchildren. The legacy he left would become the #1 family within the nation. He stayed in the vast southern wilderness. There, he married the sisters, Na Yi and Na Shui. Together they would rebuild the Na tribe, and he would rule the south as king. Of course, there were endless gray lives where he would experience the most miserable of fates. Once, Lin Ming did not find the magic cube. He was hunted and persecuted by Zhu Yan. The muscles and tendon of his body were severed and his parents died from illness. He would live the remainder of his life as a pitiful beggar. Looking through each life, Lin Ming maintained his mentality as a traveling passerby, without holding any pathos towards these sights. So what is called the present is actually fragile like a butterfly's wings. Even if there was a slight change in the past, the present becomes an entirely different result. The past is the cause, and the future is the effect. Causality becomes karma, and the circle of samsara continues again and again. As Lin Ming began to realize more and more things, his heart of martial arts became nothing like it was before. It used to be a simple and firm will, but now it became increasingly complex, containing thousands of profound truths within. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na-I and Na-Shui already waited for 5 days and 5 nights. Starting from the second day, Na-I had no longer held onto to any hope. She presumed that Lin Ming had died within the Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be in there for such a long time. Prior to that, Na-I had never imagined that Lin Ming could possibly die. Such a stunning and glorious genius of the southern wilderness had fallen from the sky. After the last of her waning hope dissipated, Na-I could not say what she felt. There was regret, lament, and even sadness. These two sisters could only count upon themselves to go on, and could only count upon themselves to avenge their parents. Although she recognized that Lin Ming had died, Na-I still hadn't left the Sorcerer Holy Land. This was because, in order to leave the Sorcerer Holy Land and travel to the nearest tribe, she had to pass through the wild jungle. With the strength of those two, there was less than a 70% chance that they would survive. With a 70% chance, Na-I still might take this risk. However, what had let her feel despair and stay within the secret chamber of the Sorcerer Holy Land, was that when Na-I had ventured out, she had found the corpses of the horses. The reins of the 4 dwarf horses that had been tied to the ground had been abruptly ripped apart. There were large tracks of blood that covered the floor. One horse was half-eaten, while the other 3 were already savagely bitten to death. Na-I knew that if she had no horses, then the chances of them making it out with their lives intact was less than 20%. It was impossible for Na-I to place her little sister within such a dangerous gamble. Na-I was pilfering through the packs of the horses for some useful items, when at this moment, she suddenly saw 2 pairs of glittering green eyes from within the jungle. These were 2 corrupt wolves. A corrupt wolf was a second-level vicious beast that was equal to a peak-altering muscle martial artist in strength. They were usually scavengers. Of course, they also did not mind eating living creatures. Luckily, the transmission array was still open. Before the corrupt wolves could pounce on her, she had already fled back into the Sorcerer Holy Land, and had closed the transmission array from inside. Like this, Na-I and Na-Shui were stranded within the Sorcerer Holy Land. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, they had been quickly eating their food. This food had been brought by the monkey-faced men and the bald men. However, they didn't take much because there was food and water that could be found in the jungles of the southern wilderness. With their strength and experience, they were also able to distinguish what was poisonous. Foraging for food was not difficult, but Na-I could not face off with the 2 corrupt wolves guarding the exit. A horse was 700 or 800 genes. The 3 horses together were more than 2,000 genes. If the 2 corrupt wolves ate 50 genes each every day, it was still enough to last them 40 days. For these 40 days, Na-I simply didn't know what to do. If they were trapped in the Sorcerer Holy Land, then they would eventually die of thirst or starvation. "Big sister, what are we going to do?" Na-Shui whispered as she rubbed her belly. She was hungry. A martial artist cultivator could survive for much longer than a mortal without food or water. They did not need as much food or water, but that didn't mean that they didn't feel hunger. Now, the 2 sisters only had enough food for 3 days. In order to ration, they would have to eat very little every day. Seeing the pale face of her little sister, Na-Yi's heart ached. She turned to look at the Sorcerer Pagoda, her eyes filled with determination. Her last hope was to rush up the Sorcerer Pagoda. Of course, this was not the best age for her to climb the Sorcerer Pagoda. And the direst question was, even if she were to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, the most her strength would be enhanced by was a stage, to altering muscle. In order to deal with the 2 corrupt wolves outside which had peak-altering muscle strength, could she do this with only her altering muscle ability? Even if she managed to defeat the 2 corrupt wolves, without horses, was there still any hope in leading her little sister past the several hundred miles of jungle wilderness? Na-I found herself in an unprecedented life-or-death crisis. The moonlit night was filled with the scent of blood. A young man holding onto a crimson dagger was sitting in a large tree, wiping off the blood from his dagger. The dim and cold moonlight shone down from above, illuminating the world. The young man's dagger was like liquid mercury, suffused with a deep murderous aura. At this point, the young man suddenly looked up, his dark eyes staring into the empty void. His eyes were filled with a dignified vigilance. "Who?" the young man coldly asked. This young man was also Lin Ming. Lin Ming had become a killer. He was the top assassin within Sky Fortune Kingdom, feared by all. Even hearing his name uttered made others quake in their boots. Lin Ming, who had been standing in the void, was taken aback. This was the first time that someone had become cognizant of him. He's aware of me. Is this stemming from the intuition of an assassin? Whether or not he's aware of me, at least this proves that I am not completely separate from this illusory world, but have partly integrated into the fabric of its existence. This was why he was able to discover me. Fantasy and reality are polar existences of each other, and yet dependent on the other. Without fantasy, there is no point in reality. Without reality, fantasy has no meaning. Reality is fantasy, fantasy is reality. This is already the 99th world that I've come to. Lin Ming didn't speak nor did he move, he only stood still as he always had. That young assassin frowned, ultimately realizing that this was just an illusion. Lin Ming turned around and stepped into the void. It was time to leave the 99th world. Was there still anything after 99 worlds? Lin Ming took out the heavy profound soft spear from his spatial ring. 9 feet 9 inches was the limit of the spear. Why was it only 9 feet 9 inches? Why not just a bit longer? In reverie, Lin Ming arrived at a brilliantly bright white world. There was nothing in this world, only countless shining lights all around. Gradually, these lights converged into the image of a young man, standing opposite to Lin Ming. This young man's clothing, appearance, age, manners, were all the same as Lin Ming. It was a complete replica of him. This is the 100th world. In this empty world, there is only my conscience here. In the last 99 worlds I've been in, each me was not the same as me. But in this 100th world, this young man is exactly the same as I am now. Who are you? The youth asked in surprise. You are who you are. You are who I am. The youth furrowed his brows. I am Lin Ming. There is only one Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, there is only one. Then you are an illusion. I am not an illusion. Then I am an illusion. You are not an illusion. Then in the end, who is the true Lin Ming? The youth asked, puzzled. Lin Ming was silent for a long time. He finally murmured, what is left behind is not necessarily true. I understand. After 99, all returns to 1. The 9 foot 9 inch heavy profound soft spear, 1 more inch, and it is 10 feet again. After 99 worlds, this is the 100th world, and it is also my world. Once 9 revolves, it naturally returns to 1. This is the cycle of life. This is samsara. This is fate. However, this 1 is different from the 1 at the beginning. Samsara is not a simple return to the origin. It is nirvana and it is rebirth. Realizing this point, Lin Ming finally said, you and I are different. This is because I have experienced a cycle of 99 samsaras. As his voice faded, the youth in front of Lin Ming turned into a myriad of light and shadows. The light and shadows floating in the air for a moment as if they were dancing together. Finally, they flew into Lin Ming's body, submerging inside of him and disappearing. The white world completely shattered. Lin Ming was like a giant whirlpool. All the fragments of the worlds and the lives of his samsaras were inverted into Lin Ming and fused within the world of his consciousness. A mosaic of sights, an entanglement of thoughts, all were like a tide that emerged within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. All these myriad of experiences and split personalities coalesced within him. If one's mind wasn't firm, then they would be lost within the influx of these countless memories. In a decent scenario they would only be turned mad, but in the worst-case scenario they would turn into a blubbering idiot with no rational thought. However, Lin Ming had already experienced the space within the magic cube and had swallowed 2 soul fragments. With this, he had gained the experience to resist such a flood of memories. What he didn't understand was why the 100 worlds of the samsara would shatter and merge into his consciousness. He had already understood the 100 cycles of samsara, the trial should have come to an end. So why was this happening? The memories kept accelerating towards him, becoming more and more complex. Even Lin Ming was reaching his limit. A vast storm swirled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. If not for Lin Ming's tremendous soul force, then this mammoth tempest would have already twisted his spiritual sea and shattered it into pieces. The fierce storm grew increasingly wild. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and let the entirety of his soul force dash into that storm in order to suppress it. Within the roaring sound, Lin Ming's soul force was like a flood dragon that surfaced from his spiritual sea. It plunged into the black storm that churned within him. Lin Ming felt as if his head was about to explode. He was incapacitated, unable to even kneel on the floor. The raging storm within his spiritual sea finally began to die down. However, it did not vanish. That black storm only curled up within the sky above the spiritual sea. It was as if it was tearing a black hole in space that led to a profoundly mysterious world. Could this be? Li Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and probed the black swirl with his soul force, a surge of wild emotions mixing within him. With both eyes closed, countless chaotic scenes flashed within Lin Ming's mind, the infinite fragments and experiences of life. The 100 samsara have integrated into the world of my consciousness. As he opened his eyes, Lin Ming's pupils reflected a pair of deep black swirls, as if the infinite universe existed within them. Martial intent, this is a new kind of martial intent. After I experienced the samsara of 100 lives, I actually comprehended a new martial intent. Chapter 184, Reverse Scale Blood. Lin Ming was ecstatic to the point of finding it difficult to maintain his calm. It was extremely rare in the entire world for someone to be able to comprehend two different martial intents. The difficulty of this was beyond hopeless. He had never imagined that he would obtain such a lucky chance. Since I comprehended this martial intent after living through 100 worlds of samsara, then I will call this the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming had completely calmed down. The world around him began to slowly disappear like the receding waves of a tide. In a moment, he was returned to the life and death smelting trial. In front of him, space began to ripple, and Yen Mo appeared. Congratulations, you have perfectly passed through the 7th level. Ever since the Sorcerer Pagoda was created, you are the first one to pass through the complete smelting trial. Yen Mo said. Although he spoke words of applause, he still spoke in the same icy monotone voice. The trial of the 7th floor has always been an opportunity. I think you have realized his by now. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. The world of the sorcerer had never existed to begin with. This was because the sorcerer was not a god. There was no god in this world. The faith of the sorcerer, and the god known the sorcerer among mortals merely existed in the hearts of the people. Because God only existed in the hearts of the people, this world of the sorcerer was in actuality the world of the heart. After experiencing the 100 samsaras, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had undergone a change in its essential nature. At the beginning, his martial heart had been of perseverance and persistence. Now, his heart of martial arts seemed to have touched a great truth, and he had come closer to understanding the profound secrets behind martial and Tao. This change in his heart of martial arts wouldn't be immediately reflected in his strength, but it had an invaluable role in the future achievements of Lin Ming. And even more precious was the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming could feel that the samsara martial intent far outstripped his first ethereal martial intent. It was an absolutely terrifying martial intent. According to the agreement, this treasure is yours. Yen Mo said. The space before him began to ripple, and the red quartz with the crimson filament inside appeared in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. As he touched this red quartz, it felt like water to the touch. Lin Ming asked, "Can you tell me what this is now?" "Certainly." Yen Mo said. "This is blood from a reverse scale that Master accidentally obtained during a battle within the realm of the gods." "Blood of the reverse scale?" Lin Ming said, slightly stunned. He patiently continued listening. Yen Mo said, "All dragons have a reverse scale. Once the scale is breached, they will die. The filament that is sealed within this red quartz is the blood from a true dragon's reverse scale. This blood has a soul, and therefore it was sealed within 10,000-year red quartz to prevent its soul from dissipating or running away." True dragon. Lin Ming was taken aback. In the legends, a true dragon was simply an illusory, unobtainable existence. No one knew just how powerful a true dragon really was. In the Sky Spill continent, there were only flood dragons, and even if it were a flood dragon, that was also an ultimate existence that was never seen. What most people could see were worms. These were the lineages of vicious beasts that had the bloodline of the flood dragons mixed within their own, and could only be considered as false dragons. A flood dragon was said to love mating and was promiscuous to the point that it didn't discriminate in finding sexual partners. That was why there were so many different vicious beasts that had the blood of dragons within them. Just casually choosing one of these beasts, one could easily find one that was as strong as a Xiantian master, or even stronger. Before, Lin Ming had eaten a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The crimson gold dragon was a vicious beast that had part of the bloodline from a worm within it. It was far inferior to a creature with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Even so, a crimson gold dragon marrow pill was also priceless. What does this reverse scale blood do? Lin Ming asked, his voice filled with anticipation and expectation. Once you absorb this into your body, your true essence will carry a hint of dragon yang qi. In lower levels of cultivation, its use will not be apparent. However, the higher your cultivation is, the more benefits there are that you will discover. As you are now, your cultivation is too low to absorb this or use this reverse scale blood. Dragon yang qi. Lin Ming faintly echoed. Although he didn't know what its specific function was, but just with it coming from an existence like a true dragon, Lin Ming knew that this was a great fortuitous opportunity. Lin Ming asked, why didn't the sorcerer senior use this dragon yang qi? Did he already have it? Yan Mo said, Master did not. This reverse scale blood is something that could only be obtained through serendipity, one cannot seek it. Even within the realm of the gods, this is a treasure that would fill everyone with absolute jealousy and set off a terrifyingly bloody conflict. Master may not have dragon yang qi, but early in Master's past, he had found an ancient ice frog pill. He was able to refine this pill with a secret technique and let his body flow with the icy blood of an ancient ice frog. From then on, Master became impervious to ice and poisons, and was also able to use their power. However, because of this, Master's body became partial to the coldine energy, and the cultivation method Master practiced was also like this, so he was never able to absorb the dragon yang qi within him. Otherwise, if he did, then the yang and yin energies would reject each other, and the dragon yang qi might shatter the ice frog blood that he had cultivated. There could only be disadvantages and no benefits to this. So that's how it was. Didn't the sorcerer senior ever think of trading this reverse scale blood for something else? Yan Mo said, Master's cultivation had already reached the limit of an extremely high realm. At that time, his lifespan was coming to an end. All worldly possessions became worthless to him. Any valuable material or treasure could not help Master break through to the next realm. Master looked at all the treasures that he had collected in his life and had laid down everything in order to let his mind return to its most fundamental and simplistic nature. He gave up all vices and affectations in order to return to innocence. Only like this would Master have a chance to break through his lifetime's bottleneck. I see, so did Sorcerer Senior succeed? After Lin Ming asked, Yan Mo remained silent. But silence was also a kind of answer. Lin Ming felt a profound stirring in his heart. What sort of character was the sorcerer? For his final closed-door seclusion, he had made so many preparations. He hadn't even hesitated to return to the mortal world and construct 72 sorcerer pagodas for his descendants to complete his karma. Finally, he had even laid down all his worldly possessions and threw away all of his sins and vices in order to return to a pure mentality to attack his bottleneck. Even so, after all this, he had still failed. The path of cultivating the martial arts was to clash against the will of the heavens, remove oneself from the cycle of samsara and eternally remain within the world. There had been so many extremely gifted geniuses and top talents in the world, but ultimately none of them were able to struggle against the vast heavens. Thinking this, Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists. One could not resist the heavens, but he would still continue to fight and struggle until he reached the peak of the martial Tao. At this time, Yan Mo said, you cannot swallow the reverse scale blood, it must be directly introduced into your own blood vessels. However, your cultivation is too low, and the reverse scale blood cannot fuse into your body. If you forcefully do so, your body will be unable to withstand the power and you will explode. I will place a ban upon your body to seal the reverse scale blood. When your cultivation is sufficient, you may undo this ban and completely absorb the reverse scale blood. I warn you, absorbing the reverse scale blood is an extremely painful process. In order to neutralize its oppressive power, it is similar to washing the muscles and marrow. Lin Ming said, I understand, thank you Senior Yen Mo. Cut your wrist and introduce the blood inside. Listening to Yen Mo's directions, Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. With an effort, he was able to open up an artery on his wrist. It bled profusely. However, Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were too astonishing. Even after cutting open his wrist, this wound still healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the reverse scale blood was suspended above Lin Ming's hand. With a simply thought from Yen Mo, a splitting sound resounded in the air. Cracks spread like spider webs down the red quartz, and the thin blood filament within tumbled around like a bird that had been unjustly caged within. After being freed, it instantly flew out. But, as it tried to escape, it was instantly suppressed by an invisible force and pressed into Lin Ming's blood vessels. With the support of his formidable blood vitality, the wrist wound quickly healed. Like this, the reverse scale blood was sealed within Lin Ming's body. With the reverse scale blood submerged within Lin Ming's body, Yen Mo closed its giant eye. An invisibly psychic wave radiated from Yen Mo and flowed into Lin Ming. The space around Lin Ming began to twist and bend. A spatial cage had formed around him, completely locking him inside. Lin Ming knew that this was a band that was created by Yen Mo, in order to prevent the reverse scale blood from escaping. The reverse scale blood was rebellious and violent. It had just left its prison, and had been forced into another prison. How could it be willing to resign itself to this fate? It recklessly crashing within Lin Ming's body, wanting to break it open and flee outside. But an invisible force confined it to a small space. This spatial power became increasingly tighter, pushing it towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly manic, slamming against its bindings time and time again. Lin Ming felt a fierce pain in his chest. This aching feeling was just as if a sharp point was repeatedly stabbing him from the inside. As Lin Ming probed the reverse scale blood's movements in his body with his soul force, he could only squeeze out a grim smile. If it was like this, then who knew what year or what month he would finally be able to absorb it? The sorcerer had set such a big cake in front of him, and yet he could only look at it. He wasn't able to eat it. Yen Mo stood at the side, simultaneously sealing away the reverse scale blood as he said, I will seal this into your heart, and then teach you the method to undo the ban. Once you reach the limit of the Xiantian realm, you may undo the ban. Remember, do not hastily absorb it. Otherwise your life will be threatened. Limit of the Xiantian realm. Lin Ming was speechless. He still hadn't even reached the pulse condensation period, so how long would it take for him to reach the Xiantian realm limit? But this wasn't too surprising. After all, this reverse scale blood was from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it was only the smallest amount, he was still not at the point where he could tame it. If there was anyone to blame, he could only blame himself for his cultivation being too low. Yen Mo could see the crestfallen disappointment on Lin Ming's face. After obtaining such a powerful strength, he had been told he could not use it. Disappointment was simply the natural path of human nature. Yen Mo said, cultivation of the martial path must proceed in an orderly fashion, step by step. You already have the power and the body. There are many geniuses that would not even dare to. As Yen Mo was speaking words of encouragement, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There had been a sudden change with the reverse scale blood within Lin Ming's body. As the reverse scale blood approached Lin Ming's heart, it reacted as if it had just encountered the most horrible thing in the world. It suddenly quieted down, and even showed a deep foreboding fear. It no longer crashed around, it only thought to flee the confines of Lin Ming's heart as soon as possible. However, the spatial force that Yen Mo applied was slowly edging the reverse scale blood towards Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood was anxious, and it tried to resist this inexorably force with all of its might. But it was only a trace of blood. Even if it was the bloodline of a true dragon, it still couldn't resist Yen Mo's strength. As it closed in on Lin Ming's heart, the soul of the reverse scale blood began to shiver in abject fear. Lin Ming had been following the path of the reverse scale blood with his soul force. He felt the dread of the reverse scale blood, and was slightly surprised. After all, this reverse scale blood originated from the bloodline of a true dragon. Although it had limited strength, it was still mightily proud just like a true dragon. So why was it suddenly so afraid? This was Chapter 185, Unexpected Fusion. Chapter 185, Unexpected Fusion. Lin Ming's mind flashed, the magic cube. It could absorb the blood of powerhouses. He had actually forgotten about it. When Lin Ming first obtained the purple gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had bestowed upon him, it had been marked with the blood symbol from a peak Hotian realm master. This blood symbol had later been absorbed by the magic cube, and Lin Ming had therefore managed to obtain his second opportunity to enter into the space of the magic cube. Sure enough, it was as Lin Ming had imagined. An invisible force ran out from Lin Ming's heart as if it was a snake striking out at its prey. This force had suddenly locked onto the reverse scale blood, and slowly begun dragging it closer and closer to Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood grew increasingly desperate. It tried to rush back, but it could not break away from the oppressive pressure. At this time, Lin Ming's mind began to race. What could he do? The magic cube obviously wanted to absorb the reverse scale blood, and looking at the situation, absorbing the reverse scale blood would be a simple matter. If the reverse scale blood were absorbed by the magic cube, it might empower the magic cube. However, this was just a bit too wasteful for such a precious treasure. The magic cube was able to absorb the blood of the Hotian realm master. Although the quality was much worse than the reverse scale blood, it could be made up for in quantity. Lin Ming was also a bit anxious. At this time, the reverse scale blood had been drawn into Lin Ming's heart. The reverse scale blood desperately wanted to break free from this invisible chain. It began to crash against Lin Ming's heart muscles, as if it would rather fuse with him than be absorbed by the magic cube. At this time, the strange invisible tug of the magic cube on the reverse scale blood suddenly weakened. The reverse scale blood caught this opportunity and finally broke into Lin Ming's heart. Without a hint of hesitation, it began to integrate with Lin Ming's heart. This was a completely voluntary fusion, it was not forced by either the power of the magic cube or Yen Mo. This is. As the magic cube gradually relaxed its binding force on the reverse scale blood, the reverse scale blood desperately integrated with Lin Ming's heart. This process was completely of the reverse blood scale's own volition, and Lin Ming felt no pain at all. An accident like this actually happened. Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva, somewhat stunned at the turn of events. How proud was the true dragon bloodline? If not for such a sudden, horrifying change in the situation, there was no way that it would ever have willingly fused with a mortal. If he wanted to absorb it by himself, he could only count on his own power to suppress it, then forcefully assimilate it. This process was like washing one's muscles and marrow, it was incomparably painful. Even Yen Mo had said that he would at least need to be at the limit of the Xiantian realm to have a chance to absorb the reverse scale blood. Lin Ming was only at the peak of bone forging, and the distance between him and the Xiantian realm was like heaven and earth. Yet the reverse scale blood had voluntarily fused with Lin Ming, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. At this time, Yen Mo also found that the reverse scale blood had started to fuse with Lin Ming's heart. It looked deeply at Lin Ming, and then stopped pouring its strength into the spatial seal in Lin Ming's body. It was simply no longer necessary. The magic cube also completely abandoned its invisible shackles on the reverse scale blood. However, when the reverse scale blood discovered that the invisible forces on it had disappeared, it had already mostly fused with Lin Ming. It slowed down for a moment, hesitating, as if deciding whether or not it should still try to immediately escape. But just as it thought this idea, the reverse scale blood suddenly felt a huge coercive force transmit upon it. The soul of the reverse scale blood shivered, and abandoned that thought and honestly continued to integrate into Lin Ming. With this chain of events, Lin Ming actually felt something. The magic cube had a consciousness. It was not an inanimate object. Without a doubt, if the magic cube had insisted on absorbing the reverse scale blood, then it could absolutely have done this. It had originally intended to absorb the reverse scale blood, but when the reverse scale blood had begun to fuse with Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube had actually changed its mind. It had gradually relaxed its hold on the reverse scale blood in order to let it freely integrate with Lin Ming's heart. Afterwards, it even supervised and facilitated this integration. This made Lin Ming feel extremely perplexed. Just what was the magic cube? Did it have a soul? The reverse scale blood would rather integrate into him than be sucked into the magic cube. Was the magic cube really such a horrifying existence? Just what was going on? Just after a little more than a quarter of an hour, the reverse scale blood had been thoroughly absorbed by Lin Ming. Yen Mo was giving Lin Ming a very weird and peculiar look. It had said that Lin Ming would need to be at the limit of the Xiantian realm in order to absorb the reverse-scale blood, and he would also have to undergo a baptism of suffering to do so. However, now he had actually quickly absorbed the reverse-scale blood as if he was eating a light meal. Not only was there no discomfort, but it appeared to have been quite an enjoyable encounter. What is the reason for this? Yen Mo had some doubts. Although it could track the location of the reverse-scale blood, it was completely unable to feel the presence of the magic cube. Yen Mo was extremely formidable. However, this was only relative to those within the Sky Spill continent. The magic cube represented a power that it could not hope to see into. You absorbed the reverse-scale blood? Yen Mo asked in disbelief. Lin Ming nodded, unsure of what expression he should be wearing at this time. But, how did you absorb it? Lin Ming gave an apologetic smile. There was simply no way he could explain this. He could only play the fool and pretend he knew nothing. I'm not sure myself. The reserve scale blood suddenly decided to voluntarily fuse with my body. Voluntary fusion, Yen Mo was at a complete loss. If the reverse scale blood was willing to integrate into a human body, then back in the day, his master could have done so. As long as the yin and yang elements did not conflict within his body, then there was no problem for there to be two diametrically opposed powers within his blood. What secrets did this boy hold? It was impossible for the reverse-scale blood to yield to an ordinary mortal. Could this young boy be the reincarnation of a true dragon? How was this possible? Yen Mo's gaze at Lin Ming became increasingly bizarre and perplexed. As Yen Mo looked straight at Lin Ming, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit uncomfortable. This fellow had lived for such a long time, Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could actually fool him. Yen Mo couldn't figure out the reason for what had just occurred. He finally said, anyway, regardless of why it happened, it is a good thing that the reverse-scale blood voluntarily fused with you. It will take a while for your true essence to fuse with the dragon Yang Qi. The sooner you absorb the reverse-scale blood, the greater benefits you will experience. If you had used your own strength to forcefully absorb the reverse-scale blood, then it would have destroyed part of the reverse-scale bloodline, and you would not have integrated with it so perfectly like now. You have been a good smelting trial participant. Now that the life and death smelting trial has ended, you may leave. From here on out, you will undoubtedly live an incomparably wonderful life. But, I must continue to guard my 72 smelting trial pagodas. If fate wills it, then we shall meet again. As Yen Mo said this, his body twisted, and he began to slowly fade away. Lin Ming hesitated, then suddenly said, Senior, please wait a moment, I actually have a question I've wanted to ask you. Since the Sorcerer Senior is already gone, then these 72 cultivation pagodas have already lost their meaning. For what reason does Senior still stay here to protect them? Listening to this question, Yen Mo seemed thoughtful and quietly said, This is my fate, and I am willing to bear the burden of it. Just like you, who vows to struggle against the heavens. As Yen Mo spoke these words, he had already vanished. The faint sound of his voice became distant echoes that reverberated in the emptiness, lingering on for a long time until they finally died down. Lin Ming smiled for a moment. In that brief second, there was an inexplicable taste that came to mind. Chapter 186, Wolf Toxin. Chapter 186, Wolf Toxin. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 7 days and 7 nights had already passed. Whoa. In the dark and silent halls of the Sorcerer Holy Land, a wolf suddenly howled. A corrupt wolf the size of a small cow rushed forwards, bits of carrion flesh hanging from its cruel jaws. Its body reeked of death, and its bright white fangs were exposed and dripping saliva. In the darkness, its luminescent green eyes were especially bright. In front of the corrupt wolf, a little girl was quickly running. This little girl was Na-E. At this point her innocent face held no fear or panic. Instead, her teeth were clenched as she desperately pushed her true essence to the max and displayed her fastest speed. However, Na-E was only at the viscera training stage. Not only that, but a human was already inferior in running to a vicious beast. How could she compare to the peak-altering muscle corrupt wolf? The corrupt wolf closed in, almost overtaking her. Na-E could already hear the sounds of whistling wind from behind her back and even feel the rancid breath of the corrupt wolf. The corrupt wolf pounced forwards, its sharp wolf claws piercing straight towards Na-E and scratching her delicate back. Ah! Na-i forced the last vestiges of her faltering strength to the forefront and suddenly leapt forwards. However, the wolf's claws had ripped open her back, her clothes had been broken and she was covered in blood. Crash! Na-i fell onto the ground, her body rolling around. The corrupt wolf once again pounced forwards, this time aiming its razor-sharp claws towards Na-i's throat. At this juncture of life and death, a cold light flashed in Na-i's eyes. The sound of a sharp piercing sound suddenly rang in the air. A dark steel javelin as thick as thumb flew out from a hole in the wall, and stabbed the corrupt wolf, sending blood flying everywhere. Aowa, the corrupt wolf pitifully yelped. The javelin had a tremendous force contained behind it as it shot out, and it had nailed the corrupt wolf to the ground. But this was not the end. Just as the corrupt wolf fell on the ground, rows of sharp knives immediately stabbed out from underneath, their piercing cold blades stabbing into the corrupt wolf's body. The corrupt wolf was like a dead dog that had been stabbed through the heart with 1,000 knives. It was deader than dead. Seeing this, Na-i let loose a breath of relief and collapsed to the ground. Her back was slick with blood, the wolf had left 3 bone-deep claw wounds on her back. Bursts of pain came roaring at her like the tide of an ocean. Na-i's forehead began to seep with sweat. Big sister. Na Shui rushed over to tend to her injured big sister. Her tears were freely falling, an unstoppable waterfall. To Na Shui, her big sister was her only hope, but also the sustenance that kept her spirit running and alive. If something was to happen to Na-i, then she would lose all courage to continue living. I'm fine. I just need a rest. Na-i forced out a smile, feeling extremely bitter within. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf, and finally received such a heavy wound. There was also another corrupt wolf outside. With her current condition, how could she possibly kill it? There was only enough food left over for a day. Na-i still hadn't gone to the sorcerer pagoda. She estimated that with her own strength, she could at most pass the 3rd floor and enter into the 4th. After that, any further progress was simply far too difficult. She could only enter the sorcerer holy land one time. It was also the most important opportunity in her life. If she could only reach the 4th floor, then how would she ever find the power to avenge her parents in the future? She had made 2 oaths to the heavens. One was to protect her little sister, and the other was for revenge. She had never thought to give up either of these goals. If she could cultivate for 1 year in the sorcerer holy land and reach the altering muscle stage, then when she entered the sorcerer pagoda, Na-i had faith that she could enter at least the 5th floor and break through to the bone-forging stage inside the sorcerer pagoda. Then, even if they didn't have horses, she had some assurance that she would be able to lead her little sister through the wild jungle. But the major problem she was confronted with now was her lack of food. Her only solution was to kill the 2 corrupt wolves. Na-i was not a match for the corrupt wolves, so she made a crazy decision that seemed rational to her. She would use herself as bait, and lure a corrupt wolf into the sorcerer holy land. Once there, she would utilize the traps within to kill it. She knew that if she was to enter the sorcerer pagoda and enhance her strength, that it would be much easier to lure the 2 corrupt wolves into the traps. However, Na-i was not willing to do so. She could not reconcile with the fact that because of these 2 corrupt wolves, she would have to waste her one chance at the smelting trial, the most important opportunity of her life. She would make this one gamble. Corrupt wolves were scavengers that usually ate carrion. However, they would also eat living creatures. Na-i took advantage of the time when one of the wolves went to look for live prey and lured the remaining one it. She would guide it to the traps and kill it. But her gamble had already half failed from the start. She had underestimated the speed of the corrupt wolf, and had been seriously injured due to her own overconfident negligence. The claw of a corrupt wolf was toxic. A corrupt wolf ate carrion year-round. Their bodies contained corpse gases and corpse poison. Once scratched by them, one would be infected by the plague and die afterwards. Now they were running out of food, and there was also another corrupt wolf outside. Having been scratched by a corrupt wolf, how could she escape death in this situation? Na-i bit her lips and pulled out a dagger strapped to her thigh. She threw it at her little sister and said, "Ah Shui, there are many books in the Holy Land's library. Look for some that don't have much value and gather them here. Create a fire and heat up the dagger. Then, cut out the carrion toxin from my back wound." Hearing Na-i say this, Na Shui was frightened out of her wits. She looked at the bloody wound on her big sister's back. How could she do this? Big sister. Big sister. Quickly. The wolf claws are toxic, go before it's too late. I understand. Na Shui clenched her teeth. She turned around and ran towards the Holy Land Library and gathered some worthless books there. Then, as Nai had said, she set that pile of books on fire and used it to heat the dagger. With the dagger in her hand, Na Shui began to violently tremble. She was a gentle soul, she had never even killed a chicken. Now she must use this knife on her big sister's back, and this knife was even blazing hot. Ah Shui, you can do it. I believe in you. If the corpse toxin spreads, then it will be too late. Na-i tightly bit down on a piece of cloth, waiting for the harsh pain to come. If it wasn't for the wound being on her back, then she would never have asked Na Shui to do this. As Na Shui's eyes flowed with tears, she tore away the clothes on her big sister's back. There, she could see the wound oozing black blood. Indeed, it was just as Na-i had said. The wolf's claws were toxic. Na Shui found her breath coming out in gasps. She didn't want to do this, but she had to, otherwise her big sister would die. Just as she began to swing her dagger down, Na Shui suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Startled, she jerked around, her dagger leading the way. Who is it? Na Shui was already jittery, even the slightest sound frightened her. But as she turned around and saw who it was, Na Shui suddenly froze in shock. Behind her stood a ragged young boy. Although he had a pitiable expression, there was a surge of confidence and a calm temperament between his brows. M.O. Lin. Na Shui went slack, and then the tears started falling down. If it wasn't for the current situation, she would have rushed towards him and cried in joy. M.O. Big brother M.O., please can you save my big sister? She was poisoned by a scratch from a corrupt wolf. Na-i also saw Lin Ming, and her heart was filled with an incredible amazement and relief. M.O. Lin was still alive. How could this be? In Na Yanda's records, Na Yanda had only stayed within the Divine Kingdom for a few hours. But Lin Ming had been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights, and he had actually returned safely. Lin Ming looked at the wound on Na Yi's back, the blood there was already starting to become a rancid black. Lin Ming pressed his hand against Na Yi's back, and a flux of true essence merged into Na Yi's body. Lin Ming's manipulation of true essence had already reached a degree of near perfection. Several thousand filaments of true essence wove into a net that covered the wound. A stream of black ichor began to pour out from Na Yi's back. In just a few minutes, Lin Ming had already completely forced out all of the toxins within Na Yi's body. Then Lin Ming took out a small jade bottle from his spatial ring and sprinkled a handful of powder on Na Yi's back. This was top-tier quality healing medicine, one tael cost several hundred gold taels. Lin Ming gave the small jade jar to Na Shui and said, "Apply this medicine on your big sister." Na-i was missing half of her clothes. Lin Ming felt it a little inconvenient to apply the medicine himself. "Oh, okay." Na Shui whispered before rushing over to help her big sister apply the medicine. As she applied the medicine, she couldn't help but sneak peeks towards Lin Ming. The way that Lin Ming had forced out the poison from Na Yi's body a moment ago had left a profoundly deep impression within her young heart. This scene was even more memorable than when Lin Ming had eliminated the monkey-faced men and the bald men, saving them. She thought that Lin Ming was only proficient in his combat prowess. She hadn't expected that he would also have such a mysterious way of curing wounds. Unknowingly, Lin Ming had already become an omnipotent figure within Na Shui's impressionable mind. Once the medicine had been applied to the wounds, the pain in Na Yi's body was instantly lessened. A moment later, she felt the wound itch a little. This itching feeling was only when a wound began to regenerate. What happened? Why is there a vicious beast here? Lin Ming noticed the corpse of the corrupt wolf that was off in a corner. How did this strange vicious beast enter the sorcerer holy land? Na Shui dried her tears and explained the long and sordid matter to Lin Ming. As Lin Ming listened, he felt some guilt and regret. He hadn't thought that he would have been in the life and death smelting trial for 7 days, and caused such a crisis for the two sisters. Lin Ming took out barbecued meat, fresh fruit, and steamed buns from his spatial ring, giving these to Na Shui and Na Yi. Everything's fine now. Eat a little first, and then we'll leave here. One of the benefits of a spatial ring was that everything inside could maintain its freshness. No matter how long food was placed within, it would remain fresh, and never rot. Na Shui stared at these delicious foods like a zombie, and unconsciously swallowed saliva. These past days, the two sisters had been eating hard dry food. It was simply like chewing on wax. Not only that, but they could only eat a little every day, and they were always haunted by pangs of hunger. Now with so many fresh and delicious delicacies placed in front of them, Na Shui's mouth had already started watering. She rushed to hand a steamed barbecue bun to her sister, and also grabbed one for herself. She wanted to wolf the whole thing down, but remembering that Lin Ming was looking on from the side, she suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Instead of taking a big bite from the barbecue bun, she only tore off a small piece. In front of Lin Ming, Na Shui unconsciously maintained her girly image. Lin Ming thought that was quite funny. He deliberately said, "You eat first, I'll go to the exit and have a look." With that, he rose up. He wanted to go out and solve the problem of the corrupt wolf, but remembering the layers of traps within the sorcerer hold land, he dismissed this idea. It was better to wait for Na Yi's wounds to heal and leave together. Na Shui blushed. But this time she didn't care so much, and she ate in massive gulps. Na Yi also ate a lot. The two sisters were indeed extremely hungry. Chapter 187, Eternal Flame. After the two sisters ate their satisfying meal together, Lin Ming pulled out another type of healing medicine and sprinkled it onto Na Yi's back. Under the combined effects of these two medicines, Na Yi's wound quickly mended without even leaving a scar. Finding that Na Yi's upper clothes were completely torn apart, and that there was some improper scenery revealed, Lin Ming took out some old clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them towards Na Yi. Afterwards, Lin Ming asked Na Yi, "Do you know if there are any peculiar thunders or fires within the southern wilderness? For instance." Lin Ming stretched out his hand and a garnet-colored flame suddenly bloomed within his palm. The tongues of flame from this fire formed petals just like an exquisitely dangerous lotus. Na Yi was shocked. This was the first time that she had ever seen a flower-shaped flame like this. Although the flame was only the size of an egg, the heat waves that emanated from it were enough to cause her to step backwards several steps. The temperature of this flame was simply inconceivable. Not only that, but when Lin Ming had been fighting the monkey-faced men, he hadn't even used this flame. That meant that he had been going easy on them. For an altering muscle youth to fight against two peak-bone forging martial artists and not even need to use their full strength was already an unimaginable level. To Na Yi, this youth was simply terrifying. Wait, how did Lin Ming's cultivation? Na Yi's eyes widened, she suddenly wasn't able to sense Lin Ming's cultivation. For a martial artist in body transformation, and even most Hoqian realm martial artists, they weren't able to restrict their true essence from emitting within their bodies. Because of this, it was often very easy to spot what level of cultivation someone was at. When true essence entered the organs, that was viscera training. When true essence entered the bones, that was bone forging. There were even some martial artists whose aura was like a billowing bonfire, where commoners who had no martial arts cultivation were able to sense their awesome strength. Only a martial artist who had cultivated to the realm of completing a true state, in which true essence was gathered in their entire body, would be able to mask their cultivation. For instance, if they were an extremely formidable peak Hoqian realm master like Qin Zia, or a genuine Xiantian realm martial artist. If they converged all of their true essence and aura into their bodies, then they would appear no different than a common person. Only someone whose cultivation was higher than them would be able to see the complete depths of their strength. However, at this moment, Na Yi could only see the faintest true essence fluctuations within Lin Ming's body. If she didn't know him, then she should have assumed that he was a martial artist who had just started down the path of cultivation, an outright newly minted youth who wasn't even at the first stage of body transformation. "Mo Lin, your cultivation, how did you?" Lin Ming paused for a moment. He immediately understood Na Yi's questioning doubts. He himself had only just discovered that after absorbing the reverse scale blood, there had been some bizarre changes to his true essence. In the past, when Lin Ming cultivated, whether it had been practicing the true primal chaos formula, or swallowing the blood lingji to increase his blood vitality, or even using the heretical god seed to compress his true essence, all of it had been similar. All of these were quantitative changes to his true essence. For instance, they would remove impurities and let his true essence become purer, or thicker, or even increase the density of his true essence through compression. The nature of his true essence had never changed. But now, after Lin Ming had stumbled into an accidental fusion with the reverse scale blood, his true essence was showing a qualitative change. This sort of change didn't happen overnight, rather it was a slow process that happened over time. Lin Ming couldn't confidently say to what end these changes would bring him to, but he was able to approximate that whatever changes that would occur would be to his greatest benefit. After all, the reverse scale blood was something that even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would be jealous of. The bloodline of a true dragon was certainly far superior to that of a human mortal. Because his true essence had undergone a qualitative change, Lin Ming found that his ability to control and manipulate his true essence was growing. When he attempted to control his true essence, he found that he would unconsciously converge all of the true essence and aura within his body, and achieve a state similar to returning to one's origin. It could be said that he had achieved similar results through a different route. Someone like Na Yi, who was only a martial artist at the viscera training stage, would never be able to comprehend Lin Ming's current cultivation. Lin Ming grinned, no longer restraining his aura. His true essence emanated from him, and his cultivation of a peak bone forging martial artist presented itself to the world. Na Yi suddenly gasped. She remembered that when Lin Ming had entered the sorcerer pagoda, he had only been at the early altering muscle stage. After stepping into the divine kingdom, his cultivation had actually been boosted to the peak bone forging stage. This was over a stage and a half of cultivation. What had Lin Ming been doing for these past 7 days and 7 nights? Why had Na Yanda been inside for only a few hours, while Lin Ming had actually stayed within for a full 7 days? You reached the peak bone forging stage so quickly. I had a fortuitous encounter within the divine kingdom. My luck was good and I made a breakthrough. About that question I asked before, is there some sort of strange flame anywhere within the southern wilderness? Lin Ming continued to press the question he had asked a moment ago. Na Yi found it strange that Lin Ming was able to hide his cultivation. It couldn't be that he had actually reached the realm of returning to his original state, could it? Regardless, after hearing that Lin Ming had returned from the divine kingdom, she stopped indulging in her ridiculous ideas, and said, there should be. The fire worm tribe uses a fire as their totem. Their tribe has a legacy flame. This flame is said to be eternal and is kept by the current ruling shaman. I don't know if this flame is the strange flame that you are looking for. Eternal. Lin Ming was surprised. If there was an eternal flame, then that flame would be a flame essence. The legacy of the fire worm tribe is actually a flame essence. However, it's in the control of the current shaman. To obtain it is truly difficult. How strong is the fire worm tribe's shaman? Lin Ming asked. I'm not sure. Hearing the fire worm tribe's shaman, Na Yi clenched her teeth. When the fire worm tribe had invaded the Na tribes which Queen had battled against the master powerhouse of the fire worm tribe. Eventually, the witch queen had died under the fire worm shaman's hand. Do you have a grudge with the fire worm shaman? Lin Ming found that Na Yi was looking extremely ill, so he asked her. Hate dripped from Na Yi's voice as she said, the fire worm shaman killed my master, who was also my Na tribe's witch queen. Oh, you haven't thought of getting revenge? I have, but that possibility is too far away. My master's cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm, still, she was no match for the fire worm shaman. Really, Lin Ming murmured. This shaman's strength should be a bit more than the middle Hotian realm. The middle Hotian realm was about the same cultivation as Mui. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had a population of tens of millions of people. Not counting the 7 profound martial house, there were only a few truly native Hotian realm martial artists. However, just the southern wilderness fire worm tribe with a mere population of 1 million citizens, they actually had a middle Hotian realm martial artist. The people of Sky Fortune Kingdom have always called those in the southern wilderness barbarians. But, this place is actually a crouching tiger, hidden dragon of masters. This is probably because of the legendary sorcerer, who broke through the martial void and left behind a large number of relics and legacies. Not only that, but the southern wilderness also has countless vicious beasts. Martial artists here are always in danger, so it tends to increase their strength. It's impossible for me to defeat someone above the middle Hotian realm at the level I'm at, especially in a place like the Fire Worm tribe with so many masters. Although Lin Ming had defeated an early Hotian realm master within the 6th level of Sorcerer Pagoda's life and death smelting trial, that was only because the luckiest moment had presented itself. The fight had dragged on and the Hotian realm master had lost his patience, which caused him to eat a loss. Although he had suffered a small loss, it wasn't a true defeat. If Yan Mo hadn't appeared and the two had continued fighting, Lin Ming would most likely have lost. With Lin Ming's current strength, at best he could jump past a stage to fight a peak pulse condensation period master. However, if he was to leap a realm and a half and go against a Hotian realm master, then he would be in trouble. Facing a true early Hotian realm master, Lin Ming could only try to defend himself and preserve his life. Since a middle Hotian realm modder is in charge of this eternal flame, it will have to wait for later. It's fine if I don't improve the flame essence for now, the Thunder Soul is much more important. After Lin Ming had absorbed Huagong's hollow flame essence, the heretical god Seed's flame essence had experienced a great period of growth. In comparison, the Thunder Soul was much weaker. Lin Ming's most urgent need was to enhance the Thunder Soul with some form of special lightning. With a fusion of the two, the power of Thunderfire Annihilation would improve. Lin Ming asked, "Miss Na-yi, do you know where in the southern boundary I can find some special kind of thunder or lightning? For instance, like this." Lin Ming stretched out his finger and a thin arc of electricity sizzled from his fingertip and swirled around Lin Ming's finger, just like it was a cute spiritual snake. Na-yi's eyelids jumped. Just how many secrets did Lin Ming have? "I don't know anything about special lightning or thunder." "I see," Lin Ming mumbled with some regret. Of course, the existence of rare naturally occurring thunder was much rarer than strange flames. At this moment, Na-yi suddenly said, "I don't know any areas that have special thunder, but I know that deep within the southern wilderness there is an area called Thunder Crash Mountain. On Thunder Crash Mountain there are many different types of thunder lizards that spit out blue and white lightning. They are very ferocious creatures. On Thunder Crash Mountain there is also a special kind of thundergrass. Thundergrass over 100 years old is pretty valuable. Not even a Hotian master would rashly climb the mountain, at most they would pick some from around Thunder Crash Mountain. I'm not too sure if this is the special thunder that you're looking for." "Oh. Thundergrass." Lin Ming's mind stirred, he was somewhat interested in this thundergrass. He just didn't know what was on Thunder Crash Mountain. Since even Hotian realm masters did not dare to recklessly scale the mountain, then there must be some unknown perils there. Lin Ming said, "I've got it. Let's leave now." "Oh," Na-yi hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Mo Lin, you entered into the Divine Kingdom from the Sorcerer Pagoda, right? What did you experience there? How far high in the Divine Kingdom did you go?" She had been curious, but also thought that just asking was a bit rude, so she hadn't until now. Lin Ming smiled, "Oh, you know that the Divine Kingdom is separated into levels. It's recorded in the ancient texts. There are 7 levels altogether, and they are guarded by the Eye of the Witch God. You've been gone for such a long time, did you at least reach the 5th level?" Na-yi felt more and more that the truth of Lin Ming was unfathomable. Since he had passed 7 days and 7 nights in the Divine Kingdom, he should have gone farther than Na Yanda. Perhaps, he might even have been like the Feather Emperor from 600 years ago, and gone to the 5th floor. Na-yi didn't dare to imagine any more than this. The Feather Emperor was already a legendary figure only spoken of in children's tales. It was said his cultivation had surpassed the Xiantian realm, and the empire he had established in the southern wilderness was not inferior to any third-grade sect. At that time, whenever the great masters and powerhouses of the mainland would hear the name of the Feather Emperor, they would run around in panic. Afterwards, the Feather Emperor was revered as a second god within the southern wilderness, and became one of the core figures within their spiritual belief. Even Na-yi's master, the Witch Queen of the Na tribe, would be respectful when mentioning the Feather Emperor, and their tribe had rituals where they would pay homage to the ancestral tablet of the Feather Emperor. If Lin Ming was like this legendary man, didn't that mean that later he would become a god or a saint? Would his power break past the Xiantian realm? Was she personally witnessing the rise of a peerless master? Chapter 188, Na Shui's Thoughts. Listening to Na-yi's question, Lin Ming cracked a smile. He guessed the so-called Eye of the Witch God was Yan Mo. He said, Everything I experienced in the Divine Kingdom was an absolute mess. I did see the eye of the witch god there. There is a fortuitous chance within the Divine Kingdom. If you work hard, then there is a chance that you will be selected. If you do, then your power will grow by leaps and bounds. Lin Ming didn't mention that he had passed the 7th floor. That would simply be too shocking for everyone. I can also go. As Na-yi heard Lin Ming's words, her heart started to crazily beat within her chest. Day and night, she longed for strength. Not only did she want to get revenge for her parents, but she also wanted to rebuild her Na tribe. If possible, she even wanted to avenge her master. However, her master's enemy was a middle Hotian realm master. The distance between them was simply vast, to the point that she might never achieve this goal in her entire life. But what if she was given the chance to go to the Divine Kingdom? That meant that she would become a master at least as powerful as Na Yanda. She might even step into the Xiantian realm. When that time came, regardless of the reconstruction of the Na tribe or the death of all her enemies, it would all be simple. Thinking this, Na Yu unconsciously clenched her fist. She wanted to become strong. Strong enough to control her own destiny. There was a jumble of emotions as she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming hadn't said how many levels he had passed, however, Na-yi had a hunch that he must have at least reached the 5th level, or even surpassed His Majesty the Feather Emperor to enter into the 6th. Those of the southern wilderness worshipped the brave heroes. Now there was a future hero standing right in front of her. Na-yi found it hard to keep her mood calm. She also understood that there was too large a gap between them. It was only wishful thinking to expect him to stay by her side and help her. Only she could build her own destiny. By now, the three of them had already arrived at the entrance to the Sorcerer Holy Land. Na-yi opened the transmission array and Lin Ming stepped out. It was just like Na-yi had said, there were 4 horse corpses lying not too far from the entrance, and 2 had been mostly eaten. Because the weather of the southern wilderness was scalding hot and also extremely humid, the horse corpses had already started to rot away. There were masses of flies gathered around the 4 corpses. It was quite a disgusting sight. After Lin Ming appeared, there was shaking in the bushes nearby. A corrupt wolf emerged, its green eyes shining as it stared at Lin Ming with hate and hunger. Its mate had gone missing and couldn't be found no matter how much it called for it. Now its mood was extremely irritable, and it intended to shred any game that appeared in front of it. Seeing this corrupt wolf, Na Shui paled. She unknowingly ducked behind Lin Ming. But Na Yi's expression didn't change. She knew that to Lin Ming, this corrupt wolf was nothing but an ant on the floor. A whoa. The corrupt wolf madly howled, and then leapt forwards. It stretched out its sharp claws and slashed towards Lin Ming's throat. Lin Ming sneered. He waved his hand and 100 vibrating true essence filaments issued forth and sunk into the corrupt wolf as if they were a hail of arrows. The corrupt wolf spat out a gob of black blood. Its organs already having been completely turned to mush by the vibrating true essence, it finally fell onto the ground like a dead dog. All of its bones were crushed to bits and it turned into a pile of rotten meat, immediately and violently killed. Dead, it's dead. Na Shui was incredulous. She had guessed that Lin Ming would be able to easily kill the corrupt wolf, but she didn't think it was be easy to such a degree. He had only looked at the corrupt wolf and it had died. What kind of strength was this? Na Shui breathlessly looked up as Lin Ming filled the entirety of her vision, and admiration mixed with worship towards a hero filled her. Let's go. Lin Ming said. Where are we going? Na-yi asked. We'll find a place where you can settle down, and then I will fulfill my end of the bargain. I will go to the Fireworm tribe and kill Chiguda, and take revenge for your parents. Lin Ming would first eliminate Chiguda, and then he would go to Thundercrash Mountain and see what sort of value this thundergrass had. As for the tribal flame of the Fireworm tribe, he wasn't in a hurry to take that. You're going to kill Chiguda now. Na-yi froze. Chiguda's cultivation was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Not only that, but there would certainly be many masters protecting him. Lin Ming was only at the peak bone forging stage. Although she knew that Lin Ming's strength was amazing, this was still too big a risk to take. After all, the difference between the altering muscle stage and the bone forging stage was far less than the difference between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period. She couldn't help but say, Mr. M.O., I know that you are very strong, but Chiguda is already a half step into the Hotian realm. Lin Ming said, it doesn't matter. If there is an unexpected turn of events and something goes wrong, then I can easily escape. Let's go. Before she could say anything more, Lin Ming had already turned around and started walking. Nai could only sigh and keep her thoughts to herself. She could sense that Lin Ming was a very stubborn young boy. He wasn't someone who would easily change his mind. Moreover, he was someone who would be a future godlike character. If he had the confidence to say he could, then he would have the ability to do so. As Nai was thinking, she accidentally caught a glimpse of her little sister. She actually saw her little sister looking at Lin Ming's back, her small face flushed red, and her eyes moving around as if she didn't know what she was thinking. Na was stupefied, and then it suddenly dawned on her. Perhaps Na Shui liked Lin Ming. When teenage girls hit puberty, they would often gain an interest in those of the opposite s*x. Of course, there was also the fact that Lin Ming had outstandingly handsome features, and he was powerful, and also had a sharp and calm personality. Not only that, but when Na Shui had been facing a crisis and had been drowning in despair, Lin Ming had appeared in front of her and easily resolved every single crisis. This would inevitably produce the feeling of worship towards Lin Ming from Na Shui, and she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love with him. Perhaps even she was not aware of her own feelings. Na sighed. There was simply too great a distance between her little sister and Lin Ming. However, she didn't want to interfere with her little sister's feelings, and she also didn't want to consider the difference in status between her and Lin Ming. She could only let nature take its course. Fog Valley tribe was a very common tribe within the countless large and small tribes of the southern wilderness. Its population was only at 4,000 or 5,000. It was located in a mountain valley, and in the early morning the valley would fill with a heavy fog, thus it had acquired its name. Fog Valley tribe was only 600 miles away from the Fireworm tribe. 10 years ago it had fallen to the Fireworm tribe, and was now a servant tribe to them. Its tribal chief had been slaughtered, and now their ruler was a Fireworm man. Every year they would have to pay tribute in pigs, cattle, sheep, silks, wines, and minerals all to the Fireworm tribe. Sometimes, they even had to send tributes of their beautiful women. Most tribes of the southern wilderness were matriarchal societies, and those in power were not permitted to create harems. However, there were patriarchal clans who did, such as the Fireworm tribe. The Fireworm tribe's chief, generals, and shaman were all men, and they also had harems filled with countless beautiful women. Fog Valley tribe wasn't too big. However, because they were located in the south near a nexus of key roads, there were usually many visitors that would come and go. There were many inns and restaurants and other facilities that were built in order to accommodate them. Fog Mansion Inn was one of the bigger ones. Today, a young man with 2 young girls, all looking around 15 or 16 years old, had come to Fog Mansion Inn. The young man wore a bamboo hat and carried a saber on his back. He should be a martial artist. The 2 young girls wore veils, and one couldn't see their faces. However, their figures were slim and elegant, so they were presumably beauties. A waiter walked up to greet them with a welcoming smile. Although these 3 guests were young, according to the waiter's experience in the field of hospitality, they were most likely some outstanding individuals of distinguished background. Therefore he was exceptionally attentive towards them. In the southern wilderness, there were countless different ethnic tribes, all with their own varied customs. The servant knew that many of the men would wear bamboo hats and the women would wear veils, thus he didn't care much about it. He inwardly sighed with a bit of emotion at seeing such a young boy. This boy sure was lucky with women. He even had 2 little girls with great bodies following him. "Customer, will you be staying at our inn?" The bamboo hat youth was Lin Ming. He flipped a gold coin at the waiter and said, "Give me your best 2 rooms next to each other. Our horses are outside, feed them as well." When they arrived, they had already bought 3 good horses. Once they had made the preparations to kill Chiguda, they would immediately leave Fog Valley. Lin Ming didn't worry that anyone would follow or investigate them. Fog Valley tribe was 600 miles from the Fireworm tribe. Not only that, but this was a key location between the traveling routes, and there were many people here that were visitors. Lin Ming and his little group were a common sight that wouldn't raise any suspicious. The average person simply couldn't see through Lin Ming's cultivation. The two sisters Na Yi and Na Shui were also only at the viscera training stage. It couldn't be considered as too outlandish or unique. They had also covered up their appearances so that there wouldn't be any problems. Customer came at such a great time. This must truly be a heavenly coincidence. We just happen to have two of our best rooms remaining, and they are also next to each other. I will immediately prepare them for you. As the waiter finished saying this, he led Lin Ming and the sisters to the rooms. Lin Ming looked inside. The rooms were clean and tidy. Satisfied, he nodded. This would do. Prepare some dishes for us, and a pot of tea. Customer wants tea. The waiter hesitated and immediately smiled. Customer must not have known. My Fog Valley's fog flower wine is famous throughout the southern wilderness. Every year we present it as tribute to the fireworm tribe. For all of the fireworm tribe's banquets, they also use my Fog Valley's fog flower wine. Oh. If it's like that, then bring me a jar of fog flower wine. Lin Ming didn't care much. Although he didn't drink much, he had grown up in a restaurant, and had some experience with wine. Then I shall bring a jar of fog flower wine. If I may recommend, we also have valley mud frogs. Our valley mud frogs are also very famous. Once you taste it, you will never be able to forget it. Okay. Lin Ming didn't care what he ate. He placed his saber on the table and sat down with the two young girls. The waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. However, after the valley mud frogs and fog flower wine were served and Lin Ming had a taste of them, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. These truly were rare delicacies. Na Shui also ate as if she really liked the taste. It was only that she had a veil covering her face, so it wasn't easy to eat. She could only slowly tear off small bits. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of rapid hoofbeats outside the inn. Lin Ming stood up and saw 5 riders atop 5 large red horses stop outside the inn. These 5 horses didn't have a single stray hair. They were over 9 feet tall and had massive bodies. Their snorts were like thunder. They must have weighed over 2,000 jeans. Crimson Blood Horse. Lin Ming recognized this horse. If this was the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these horses would cost 4,000 or 5,000 gold taels. However, it seemed that the Crimson Blood horses from the southern wilderness were much cheaper. One of the 5 leather armor-wearing riders dismounted from his Crimson Blood horses. He was very tall, and carried a long spear on his back. He was very muscular, and walked with calm steps. His breath was long, and one could easily see that he was a master who had perfected the fundamental skills. The other 4 people were much more ordinary. However, when they walked, they unconsciously revealed a murderous aura. This was obviously from them being hardened by their experiences, and the countless murders they had committed. Chapter 189, Fireworm Military. Lin Ming was able to instantly see their cultivation, 4 peak bone forging martial artists and 1 middle bone forging martial artist. Such a combination of forces meant they were obviously not native to Fog Valley. Fog Valley only had several thousand people in total. How could there be so many masters within? Waiter, feed our horses well. If there's even a single hair missing, I will smash apart your store. A martial artist wearing a bearskin roared as soon as he stepped in, his entire body leaking a killing aura. Although this servant was a mere mortal that couldn't see cultivation, he was still able to recognize the wolf tassel on his hat. This was a symbol of the fireworm military. Fog Valley had already been occupied by the fireworm tribe. The southern wilderness was a slave society. Once a tribe was defeated, most of their population would be captured as slaves. But perhaps because the Fog Valley tribe was too small, it had just managed to survive annihilation. Now the Fog Valley business owners were even afraid of falling leaves hitting their heads. If they saw a fireworm member, it was as if they had seen an incoming death plague walking towards them. Much less, right now these were people from the fireworm military. This was a force that they absolutely could not provoke. The waiter hastily bowed, groveling towards them. Give me 30 jeans of fog flower wine and all the best meat dishes you have. Yes, of course, immediately. The waiter rushed out to fulfill the demands. The storekeeper was alarmed. He immediately walked up with an apologetic smile and poured water for them. The inn wasn't a large place. These fireworm military men were only separated from Lin Ming by a table. Haha. I haven't exercised for 2 months. This time we can be the vanguard for the big boss. It's time for us brothers to show just what we can do. Let's do it well. The rider with a long spear strapped to his back said. As soon as Nai heard the words big boss, her hand which was holding chopsticks began to tremble. She turned her head to look towards these 5 men, and her complexion sunk. Is something wrong? Lin Ming asked her with true essence sound transmission. Nai replied, these men are from the Fire Worm tribe's military. In the Fire Worm tribe, the military men usually call the great general their big boss. That is also Chiguda. Oh. Lin Ming had a thoughtful smile. He hadn't thought that he would have heard such valuable information after just arriving at Fog Valley. From the sounds of it, it seemed that this Chiguda was planning on making an excursion. All he had to do was sit back and wait. At this time, a wine jar was served. The martial artist dressed in bearskins broke open the wax seal and poured a bowl full of wine. He smiled and said, "Heh, rest assured boss, when have we brothers ever lost face for you? Much less this time when we're only scouting out a road. Us 5 could easily accomplish something like that. Don't flatter me. Blackwater Swamp is full of 3rd-level vicious beasts. There are even 4th-level vicious beasts. Us brothers have to go in and pave the way. We are the vanguard that has to explore the damn swamp and seal all the quagmires, and find the best road so that when the big boss army comes he'll immediately be able to pass it. The time is already getting late. The north isn't a peaceful place, vicious beasts haunt the land and the road is dangerous at night. Although I'm not afraid of something like this mission is too important. If we lose our horses and are delayed, then it will do more harm than good. So we will rest here for a day and head out tomorrow, so that we can arrive at Blackwater Swamp by the evening time. The martial artist with a longer spear on his back slowly said as he drank a bowl of wine. Yes, boss. This is also a rare time that we come out. Let's look around for some fun. Tonight, we will eat well and drink well and look for women to relax ourselves. We can catch up on the road tomorrow, and we might even have to engage in a fierce battle at Blackwater Swamp in the evening. But I'll lay down the rules first. You may look for women, but don't mess around for the entire night so much that you can't get up tomorrow. Haha, boss, with our brother's strength, even if we play around for an entire night we will still be bursting with energy the next day. These people were bone-forging martial artists. One evening without rest wouldn't hinder them much. I hear that the women of Fog Valley have cherry lips and slender figures. I must try them tonight. As they talked about seeking women, the other riders all grew excited. They really had been suppressed in the army for too long. Lin Ming was silently drinking. Although he wasn't looking at these 5 riders, his soul force had already locked onto their bodies. He used a true essence sound transmission to ask Nai, what rank are these people in the army? Nai said, 2 of them have wolf tassels on their hats. 1 wolf tassel is a captain of 100 men, 2 wolf tassels is a captain of 1,000 men, and 3 wolf tassels is a captain of 10,000 men. But there are also 3 people whose hats do not have any wolf tassels. Since their weapons are swords, they are probably some kind of personal bodyguards. Normally, someone from the army would not use a sword in battle. They would often use a spear or a lance. Although a sword had various styles, its striking power was still inferior to a spear. This was especially true for group warfare. Mostly it was only bodyguards who use swords. Oh. Then there are 2 captains that lead 10,000 men as well as 3 master bodyguards. Lin Ming noticed that the 2 people had 3 wolf tassels on their hats. A peak-bone forging martial artist was appointed as a captain of 10,000 men. This was the exact same rank that one would have with that cultivation in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Typhon was also someone at the peak bone forging stage, and he too was struggling to become a captain with a unit of 10,000. A mere fire worm tribe with just 1 million or so people actually had a military establishment that wasn't inferior to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The people of the southern wilderness were truly brave and fierce. Moreover, looking at these 5 individuals, just the way they spoke naturally exuded an insufferably arrogant aura, as if they looked down on everything else before them in disdain, and were immeasurably CKY and self-assured of their own abilities. Their billowing aura originated from their vast experiences in battle and the countless enemies they had triumphed over, as they cut them down in cold blood. Such a solider would never put an enemy in their eyes. They did not rely on tactics or formations to win. Instead, they would bravely rush forward, shredding everything in their way. After experiencing so many life and death battles and constantly flirting with destruction, even though they didn't study any profound martial arts cultivation methods, in terms of killing power they were probably much stronger than a martial artist of the same level who had come from a martial house. Someone who was able to command these troops must be the master of a tiger. As Lin Ming imagined all of these fanciful thoughts, he suddenly discovered that the several soldiers were repeatedly glancing towards their table, especially creeping their vision upon Na Yi and Na Shui's bodies. They had started with just looking, but their gazes became increasingly wanton and unscrupulous, and a faint hint of lustful greed began to cloud their eyes. Lin Ming frowned. But he didn't move against them. After all, they were just looking and hadn't done anything either. The main person that Lin Ming wanted to kill was Qi Guda. He didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble before then. However, Lin Ming's patience began to gradually be worn down. These soldiers were simply becoming too dissolute, their stares and innuendos increasingly aggressive. As they drank more wine, they began to loudly discuss Na Yi and Na Shui's bodies, their words base and utterly depraved. "Boss, you said you wanted to look for women, but brothel women aren't that interesting. The best types are those girls from respectable families. Hee, those two little girls' skin is so nice, and they have good figures. Their faces are covered but they must be two little hotties. Their age is no more 16 years old. If we bring them to bed, that will definitely be a fresh experience. These two little chicks have some martial arts cultivation, it's pretty good for their age. But that young boy at their side looks like some useless trash that's never held a knife. Ah, such a waste." After Lin Ming had fused with the reverse scale blood, he had unconsciously reached a realm similar to one returning to their most natural state. These soldiers simply could not see Lin Ming's cultivation. Of course, even if they did, they wouldn't have even cared for him. After all, they were 4 peak bone forging and 1 middle bone forging stage martial artists. He looks like a playboy from some family, though I don't know what tribe he is from. Hee, I love stepping these young playboy masters underneath my boot. That is what I like. Many of these soldiers had relied on their own strength to crawl up from the most basic of military units. What they most despised were these rich playboy types. These people were real powers within the military. Even if it were the young playboys and juniors of the fireworm tribe, they still wouldn't place them within their eyes, much less this little boy in front of them who wasn't even from their fireworm tribe. They didn't know what tribe wore veils and bamboo hats, but regardless of what tribe it was, these men had no scruples and would savagely beat anyone that got in their way, regardless of origin. The fireworm tribe's military was famous throughout the entire southern wilderness. They wouldn't care even if one was a young prince or princess of a small tribe. Although they weren't afraid, these people still only spoke sexually harassing words and still hadn't done anything. They still drank their wine and laughed and joked around as before. "Storekeeper, give us 5 of your top rooms. Also, go to 10,000 Flowers Hall and call down 5 girls for us. I want the best girls there are," the rider dressed in a bearskin boisterously said as he threw over a piece of gold. The storekeeper hurriedly took it, and looked extremely pained as he said, "Several army sirs, it's really unfortunate but our best rooms have already been taken. There are still some rooms left over, if you would like to take a look. F***CK. You want to prepare a damn pigsty for this father." The bearskin man pounded his fist against the table and the tiles on the floor underneath it immediately shattered. However, the table was still fine. The storekeeper's eyes almost popped out of his face, and his neck shriveled like a retreating turtle, his entire body going cold with fear. He held no doubts that these fellows were murderers that could kill someone as easily as cutting grass. If he didn't serve them well, then the destruction of his store would be a light punishment. Even killing him wouldn't be too surprising. It had to be known that Fog Valley was territory under the fireworm tribe's complete control. The social customs and cultural attitudes of the southern wilderness were extremely brutal. What they respected and revered the most was strength. There were small tribes that were able to exist under the shadow of larger tribes. But, once these large tribes decided to dominate the surrounding areas, then they were nothing but twigs to be crushed. A defeated tribe had no right or ability to make any decisions, and their tribe's people would also degenerate into outcasts and slaves. The storekeeper didn't want to offend these 5 death gods. His eyes rapidly shifted as he said, "We just had two of our best rooms that were reserved by our guests at that table over there. I really do not have any means to." As the storekeeper said this, the fireworm military men immediately cast their eyes over to Lin Ming's table. Lin Ming deeply frowned. The storekeeper had actually deliberately directed the trouble towards them. This was simply reckless. He hadn't wanted to stir up any trouble, but now it looks like he actually had to fight. If this shop is destroyed, then it would entirely be brought upon you by yourself. The 5 men listened to the storekeeper speak and immediately smiled. The bearskin man repugnantly grinned as he said, "Haha, since it's like this, you should have said so sooner. Hey, you two beauties, how about you come and stay with us a bit? We'll have fun. I promise you that you will live comfortably." Na Shui immediately paled as she listened to these men sexually harass her. However, Na Yi was calm as she cheekily sneered. These fellows are such idiots, they really are courting death. Chapter 190, Samsara Martial Intent. Lin Ming's fingers traced the treasure saber that was on the table. This was the medium-grade human step treasure saber that Huagong had left behind after his untimely demise. Lin Ming had decided to use it as a temporary weapon in order to deceive the world. When he would assassinate Qi Guda, he would do so with a spear. Lin Ming didn't want anyone to find clues tracing back to him because of the weapon he used. Lin Ming sent a true essence sound transmission to Na Yi. "I had just wanted to listen in on them to get some information on Qi Guda, but it seems that's not going to be happening anymore. How would you like me to punish them?" Na Yi's icy gaze swept across the 5 soldiers with a heartless killing intent. She frostily said, "If possible, I hope that Mr. Mo can kill all of them." Lin Ming was shocked. Good heavens, this little girl was sufficiently ruthless. But today, if he didn't do anything, then these soldiers would most likely go on to rape other girls in the future. The Fireworm tribe was a wholly barbaric group of people that even ate humans. Rape wasn't considered much to them. If they would ever rape young girls in the future, then killing them all now would only be a form of mercy. "If we fight here, then we'll have to leave Fog Valley afterwards," Lin Ming said. "I do not have to stay here, a change of scenery is just fine. These Fireworm tribe soldiers are all criminals that know only how to commit atrocious deeds. If they can be promoted to a position in the army where they can lead others, then they have done things that are deserving of death." The method in which the Fireworm tribe raised their soldiers was heinous and cruel. The way they trained their soldiers were no different than training a pack of vicious beasts. All of this was done in order to keep their most basic animal instincts intact, so that they would be invincible and all-conquering, being able to grasp victory in any situation. Na Yi felt only bone-deep hatred for the entire Fireworm tribe. 1 year ago, they had conducted a complete genocide of her Na tribe, burnt and looted her town, raped and pillaged. There was simply no end to their evil deeds. A large number of the Na tribe commoners had been turned into slaves, and there were even those that were eaten alive. That's why today, as Na Yi faced these 5 Fireworm soldiers, she wished that they would all suffer cruel and miserable deaths. Lin Ming saw Na Yi's resentment-filled glare and said, "I understand. This is fine, I just happen to want to ask them about Qi Guda's whereabouts." The 5 Fireworm soldiers saw Lin Ming touch his saber and revealed gloating smile. "Boss, this boy is interesting. He actually dares to touch his saber in front of us. This playboy is so damn stupid, can he not see our cultivation?" The man with a spear on his back said, "These playboys are used to being domineering and lawless within their own little tribes. There isn't anything strange about this. Since the girls wear masks, telling from their attire they might be from the Orchid Nun tribe. Hee hee, how amusing, an aristocrat from such a small tribe actually dares to be so rampant within our land. Let's play around with this boy and beat him up until all his teeth are gone. We'll call those 2 little girls over and see if they are then willing to give themselves up to rescue their young master. Haha. Boss, this is a great idea. With their young master in our hands, those 2 girls will not dare to resist us. Haha." Several soldiers laughed as they stood up. They didn't take out their weapons, and simply walked towards Lin Ming unarmed. The innkeeper saw this and went ghastly white. He wasn't worried about the safety of Lin Ming's group, but rather feared that his tables and chairs would be smashed apart. He only hoped that these 3 wouldn't try to resist, lest his inn be ruined. At the moment, there weren't many visitors eating meals within. They had seen that something was wrong, and immediately got up and scurried out, so as not to be affected by any potential fallout, or caught in a possible spell of bad luck. Even the waiter had run away, leaving the innkeeper all by himself. The innkeeper had ran to the second floor for fear of being accidentally killed by some stray blow. "Little boy, this is the wrong place and time for you to be an aristocratic junior. You actually came to our territory and acted so arrogantly, you are so damn stupid. If you know what to do, then kneel on the ground, bow down 3 times, and give us those 2 girls for us to enjoy this evening. If you do so, then we'll let you keep your dog life." As the bearskin soldier said that, he reached out to grab Lin Ming's arm. In his opinion, this playboy young master had only just started practicing martial arts, it would be child's play to remove his arm. But as he touched Lin Ming's aura suddenly changed. His restrained breath and vague true essence fluctuations instantly billowed into the sky, directly piercing the horizon. A surge of dragon yang qi erupted from Lin Ming's body. The bearskin soldier instantly heard a horrifying sound within his ears. It was the roar of dragons and tigers. Even though he had fought in many battles and had a firm will and resolute mind, after hearing this dragon's roar, his entire body started trembling, as his heart began to swell with a fear that came from the very depths of his soul. "Xiong Tu, quickly dodge." The eyes of the spear-wielding soldier flashed and he instantly felt as if something was wrong. He flourished his spear and rushed towards Lin Ming, but at this moment, he suddenly slowed his steps. He saw that Lin Ming had gripped the bearskin soldier's neck. That Xiong Tu, who was usually fearless in battle, seemed to have turned dumb and let the young boy grab him. The spear-wielding soldier frowned, and he stopped. He suddenly realized that they had really stepped in *T today. What was going on? How come a master like this suddenly appeared in Fog Valley? Not only that, but they had probed this boy's cultivation just a moment ago, and they had clearly seen he was new to martial arts. Now his cultivation had experienced a dramatic rise to the peak of bone forging. Although he wore a bamboo hat, the soldier was able to roughly estimate that he was no more than 20 years old. This kind of age with this kind of cultivation was very unusual. Also, he was skilled in some sort of mystical witchcraft technique, otherwise there would be no way for Xiong Tu to instantly lose all bodily response and so easily fall into the enemy's hands. Dealing with an enemy like this who was so skilled in these subversive skills was the most difficult. The spear-wielding soldier's face sank as he said, "Friend, let go of my brother, and we shall consider this matter today as settled. Although I don't know how you concealed your cultivation or what sort of secret skills you have, right now your cultivation is about the same as me. We have 5 people, and you are only 1, and you also have 2 little girls following you. It wouldn't be good if they were to be accidentally injured." Lin Ming remained unmoved. He still gripped the bearskin soldier's neck like before. The bearskin soldier had tried to respond, but it was as if he was a little mouse that had been bitten by a predatory serpent. Lin Ming's hand was already pressed against his life gate, and true essence had penetrated his body. With a single thought from Lin Ming, he would simply drop dead. The bearskin soldier's forehead was already seeping with sweat. He couldn't even slowly move his fingers towards the saber that he had behind him. The spear-wielding soldier saw that his threats didn't work, and coldly said, "Let him go at once. Do not think that I am afraid of you. I've also seen witchcraft similar to this. Not only does this witchcraft consume an enormous amount of soul force, but it also cannot be used on many people at once." Before the spear-wielding soldier finished speaking, he saw that Lin Ming seemed to be smiling, and then he heard a cracking sound. Xiong Tu's head was bent at a weird angle, as his body slid to the ground like jelly. "Xiong Tu." The spear-wielding man's eyes turned red with fury. "You fucking court death. Kill him. All together." The spear-wielding man roared. The 3 other soldiers behind him saw that their brother had died, and blood instantly rushed to their heads. Together, they rushed at Lin Ming. "You can all die." Lin Ming revolved all of the true essence within his body, and with a single step, he suddenly burst into golden rock, shattering the void. To him, distance had lost all meaning. He appeared like a ghost behind the sword-wielding soldier, a punch rocketing towards his side. The soldier had experienced countless life and death situations on the battlefield. His reaction speed was much quicker than that of a martial artist who only cultivated martial arts. His response wasn't decided by the brain, it was the reflexive instinct of the body. He slashed out his swords towards Lin Ming's fist, his eyes filled with a manic look. He wanted to cut open Lin Ming's sword hand. But at this moment, an unimaginable scene took place. Lin Ming's closed fist became an open claw that grabbed the sword. With a tug, the soldier was viciously pulled over. Lin Ming raised his knee and slammed it against the soldier's abdomen. The power of flow like silk erupted, and vibrating true essence filaments instantly broke into the soldier's organs. They vibrated within his body so intensely that even his leather armor began to crack. The soldier didn't even have time to cough. Blood exploded from all the orifices of his head and he instantly died on the spot. Third. The spear-wielding soldier's eyes had turned blood red. His whole body began to emit a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. He had already gone insane. He swept out his arm, wanting Lin Ming to be cut in half by his spear. However, Lin Ming actually grabbed onto where the spear shaft and spearhead met. In that moment, the spear he was holding seemed to be an unyielding statue, and he wasn't able to move it one bit. Another sword-wielding soldier seized this opportunity to swing his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. However, Lin Ming reacted as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and easily grabbed that sword, then pushed it downwards. Lin Ming pulled on the long spear, and that long spear thrust towards the sword-wielding man's chest. The spear pierced him and then pulled back out. The sword-wielding soldier began to violently tremble. A torrent of blood blasted out several feet, conveniently splashing onto the face of the spear-wielding soldier. The spear-wielding soldier looked at his hands, eyes glazed over and completely lifeless. The spear that was used to pierce the heart of his brother was actually in his grasp. He had never even dreamed that this would ever happen, where he would be completely unable to resist such an oppressive force. It had crushed his heart's arrogance, cruelty, and the faith he had in himself. At this moment, the final soldier rushed towards Na Yi and Na Shui, a grimly determined expression on his face. He knew that the only way he would have even a slim chance of survival was by capturing these two women. However, just as that grim determination had appeared, it was forever frozen as it was. The world around him instantly fell away as everything became dark. All he could see was a massive black tornado in front of him. He was unable to resist the stifling power of this vortex and was gradually sucked towards it. Then, the scenery changed again. He had inexplicably returned to when he was young. However, this experience of his youth was completely different to what he remembered. It was an absolutely bizarre feeling, as if he was seeing his own past lives. One after another, endless scenes began to rapidly revolve through his mind, converging, dividing. He saw countless phantoms of himself. He saw himself freshly dressed and happy upon a horse. He saw himself huddled on a street corner. He saw his life as he made rapid achievements, and he also saw himself begging for mercy for his own life. After experiencing countless samsaras, he still hadn't found one that was the true him. The intricate webs of confusing memories were like a profound tide that plunged into his spiritual sea. The severe pain caused him to wish for death. The sword-wielding soldier emitted a horrifying scream, filled with despair. His spiritual sea was twisted by that swirling black vortex and completely shattered into shards, leaving only echoing fragments within the broken remnants of his spiritual sea. Just who am I? Who? Chapter 191, Drain Your Soul. The sword-wielding soldier stopped a mere 2 feet away from Na Yi. However, Na Yi had the same calm look as before, without the slightest hint of panic. She saw the handle of the blade tremble. The eyes of that sword master had already become glassy and vacant, lifeless. It was obviously impossible for him to attack her. She didn't know what Lin Ming had done a moment ago. With just a look, he had caused the enemy's spiritual sea to collapse, and turned him into a complete vegetable. This man that had gone stupid was not some dog or cat, but was a battle-hardened soldier of the fire worm tribe, whose cultivation was at the middle bone forging stage. He had fought in countless battles, and his discipline and will were tempered finer than iron. What kind of power was this? Lin Ming had already repeatedly given her soul-shaking surprises. Every time that Na Yi had thought she had guessed the limit of Lin Ming's strength, she quickly discovered that she was completely wrong. Concerning Lin Ming, there was only one word to describe him: unfathomable. The soldier had already dropped his sword. In his current eternally listless state, he was as good as dead. Lin Ming looked at this soldier who had lost his mind. The black swirling vortexes within his pupils began to wind down. This vortex could only be seen by someone who had been drawn into the 100 samsaras. After comprehending the samsara martial intent, Lin Ming found that this sort of martial intent could be used for more than tempering his heart of martial arts. It could also be used in a direct spiritual attack. By using the power of the samsara within both his eyes, he could suck the other's soul into the 100 samsaras. If they were to lose themselves in the myriad fragments of memories, then their spiritual sea would disintegrate within them. Of the 5 soldiers, there was only the spear-wielding soldier left. He was the boss of the 5. As he saw the 3 corpses on the ground, and the sword-wielding soldier whose eyes had lost all signs of life, his heart began to tremble. From the time when Lin Ming had crushed the neck of the bearskin soldier, to the time that he had made the sword-wielding soldier turn into an idiot with just a glance, the whole process had only taken the time of 2 blinks. In those 2 blinks of time, out of 5 bone-forging martial artists, 4 of them had already been defeated. Was this boy a demon? The soldier laid down the spear in his hands. He stared at Lin Ming with indifference in his eyes. He knew that today, he could no longer run or hide. In front of such a person, he simply didn't have the qualifications to escape. The innkeeper who had been hiding in the 2nd floor of the inn was already scared silly. Now, he slumped down in exhaustion against a column on the 2nd floor, his crotch already wet from fear. His mind echoed over and over with one thought: with this many fireworm soldiers dead in his inn, he was definitely dead. Boy, you are certainly ruthless. My skills are inferior to yours, and I acknowledge that I am dead. However, even if you kill us, do not think of living. Sooner or later the big boss will come and look for you, and then exterminate your entire tribe. When that time comes, he will cut you into pieces and make soup out of you. Lin Ming carelessly threw away the spear in his hands. He laughed and said, "Where is your big boss? There's no need for him to look for me. I was just thinking of paying a visit to him." As he spoke, his true essence had already formed a barrier around them, isolating all sound. The spear-wielding man's face suddenly changed, and he felt as if a chilly block of ice had been dropped in his stomach. Of course, why would someone of such superior skill come to a small place like Fog Valley for no reason at all? He was here for the big boss. While his strength appeared to be at the peak bone forging stage, his true cultivation might be at the peak Hoqian realm, and he would therefore be able to conceal his cultivation, since he would have reached the realm of returning to his true self. Realizing this, the spear-wielding man already knew that there was no more hope for him to live. His life would end as soon as the interrogation was over. He clenched his teeth. If this was the way it was, then he would abandon his meridians and commit suicide. Lin Ming's soul force had already locked onto the spear-wielding man's body. As soon as he found that there was a change in his true essence, he coldly snorted and thrust out a palm towards the spear-wielding man's chest. The domineering true essence plunged into He-Man's body, destroying all of his meridians. The gun-wielding man stuffily coughed and fell to the ground. The severe pain that racked his body made him pale. He wanted to revolve his true essence, but to his amazement and dread, he found that his body was simply like a deflated balloon. He couldn't summon the least bit of true essence. His voice shook with alarm and fear as he asked, "What have you done to me?" "I've wasted your martial arts," Lin Ming callously said. "Wasted my martial arts? You've wasted my martial arts, ha, ha ha." The spear-wielding man laughed as if he had a mental disorder. Since he had felt the pain in his meridians, he knew that what Lin Ming said was true. As far as a soldier and martial artist were concerned, wasting their martial arts was much worse than killing them. Lin Ming didn't care what the spear-wielding man was thinking. He picked him up and told Na Yi and Na Shui behind him, "Let's go." "Okay." Na Yi quickly followed. Na Shui was also in a trance. Every time she saw Lin Ming make a move, she felt goosebumps rising all over her. No matter if it was when he had dealt with the bald man or the corrupt wolf, or even dealing with these 5 wicked soldiers, there had never been a fight. He was simply an overwhelming force that crushed and killed all before him. This mind-boggling strength left a profound impression upon Na Shui. "Ah Shui, let's go." "Okay." Na Shui froze for a moment before she moved. Lin Ming had already walked out of the inn. He bluntly took the 5 soldiers' crimson blood horses and threw the spear-wielding soldier over one of their backs like a dead dog. Then, he leapt on the horse. The Crimson Blood Horse was indeed worthy of its name. This famous horse was quite clever. It didn't recognize Lin Ming as its master, and after Lin Ming jumped on it, it reared backwards to fling him off. Lin Ming coldly snorted and clamped both his legs down. The Crimson Blood Horse felt a strong pressure being applied to it. It couldn't withstand this force, and almost fell in a kneeling gesture. The Crimson Blood Horse let out a whining sound, and no longer dared to resist. Lin Ming didn't think that such a beast would be so difficult. He looked at the Na sisters and said, "You ride this horse." Lin Ming pulled off the soldier and jumped on another horse. Na Yi and Na Shui leapt up onto the Crimson Blood Horse. This time, the Crimson Blood Horse didn't resist. Like this, the group of 4 rode the 2 horses away. The Crimson Blood Horse was very fast. They were several times faster than a person running at full speed. In an hour, they came to a jungle 100 miles out. The southern wilderness was vast, and the terrain was very complex. Once someone entered the jungle, it would be very hard to look for them. Even an army would find it difficult to find someone. After Lin Ming arrived at a glade, he threw the soldier onto the ground like a knapsack. He turned to Na Yi and said, "You two, look for some soft mud and spread it on the Crimson Blood Horses. The red color is simply too visible out here." All right," Na Yi said. Lin Ming turned to the soldier. He had many questions he wanted to ask him. Not only did he want to know about Blackwater Swamp, but he also wanted to know Chi Guda's purpose for leaving. And, most importantly, he wanted to find some information on the eternal flame of the Fire Worm tribe. Lin Ming wanted to make sure that it was a true flame essence, and wanted to also know the real strength of the Fire Worm shaman. To Lin Ming, the most interesting part of the Fire Worm tribe was this eternal flame. But seeing the soldier's jeering face, Lin Ming realized that it wouldn't be so easy to extract this information from him. This desperado was usually one of the most difficult characteristics to deal with. Even under torture it would be difficult to pull anything from his mouth. Lin Ming took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He squatted down in front of the soldier and said, "I have several things I want to ask you. If you are willing to answer, then I will let you go." "Let me go." "Ha ha." The soldier bodily laughed as if this were the funniest joke that he had ever heard. "I don't even want to live. Why would I need you to release me? This father has killed countless people in his lifetime. Dying now is just fine. You take out a little dagger to torture me, and you think this will work? How funny. When this father was tormenting others, you were still sucking on your mother's tit. You want this father to tell you where the most excruciatingly painful places are on the human body? Would you like this father to tell you just how to make someone beg for death?" The soldier arrogantly smiled. However, as he smiled and laughed, his amused expression began to crack. It was as if the soldier had seen something abjectly terrifying, and he paled. At this moment, in front of him, both of Lin Ming's eyes had turned into immeasurably deep, black vortexes. The corners of the soldier's mouth began to twitch, and with a sudden pitiful scream he rolled onto the floor. In just half an incense stick of time, the soldier had been turned into a sweaty mess, unable to even climb up. He had seen countless confusing visions in his mind. It was as if an endless number of knives had twisted into his brain. Feeling this pain made him wish he was dead. How did that taste? "I don't need you to tell me how to make someone beg for death. I have my own ways of torturing someone." Lin Ming had gone extremely easy on him. If he had displayed the full power of the samsara martial intent, then this commanding soldier would have already turned into a blathering idiot. The soldier couldn't smile anymore. That fearful soul-wrenching pain a moment ago had made him wish for immediate death. Lin Ming's lips curved upwards in a malicious grin. He looked just like a smiling devil. The soldier felt his heart go cold. The most horrible sight was Lin Ming's eyes. He had no pupils. Rather, there was nothing but black spiraling vortexes, as if there was an endless void within him. What did you just do?" The soldier had lost all of his composure. In his opinion, this youth in front of his was no longer human. "Nothing. I just drained a part of your soul," Lin Ming leisurely said. "Every human has a soul. After we die, the soul goes on to reincarnation. However, if the soul is lost, then it will be annihilated, and you will not be able to enter the samsara. You just saw the images, right?" That is your soul's memories of its past lives samsara. I will give you one more opportunity. If you insist on not speaking, then I will drain your soul and your mind, so that you will not enter the samsara. Lin Ming was just making random stories up to scare him. But his words were just like the whispers of a devil. Once the soldier heard them, he was scared out of his mind. The people of the southern wilderness had religious beliefs. In the tribe, the theocracy was often stronger than the kings or lords of the tribes. A tribe's highest leader was often a shaman, witch god, or sorcerer envoy, but it was never the chief. The belief of reincarnation was firmly ingrained within the hearts of the people. What nonsense! You think that I'd believe that? The soldier put on a brave front, but inside he was cowering in fear. Believe it or not, what is your choice? Lin Ming wickedly smiled. His pupils had turned entirely into the black swirling vortexes like before, slowly spinning around. They simply did not look like human eyes. Chapter 192, Lost Vermilion Bird. Seeing those fathomless eyes, the soldier felt a trembling from the depths of his soul. Lin Ming had said that his soul would be annihilated and he would not be able to enter the cycle of samsara and reincarnation. The soldier was afraid he wasn't lying. He did not fear death, because he believed that once a human died, they would be reincarnated. 18 years from now, he would still be a man. But to be annihilated forever and not enter samsara, that was something he was afraid of. That could be considered the truest form of death, a complete destruction. It must be the highest level of punishment even among demons. He thought that Lin Ming might be lying, but then he recalled that soul-tearing pain from a moment ago. As if a part of his soul was being pulled out. Along with the countless lifetimes of memories that he had seen of his samsara, the soldier didn't dare to make this bet. If what he said was really true. Moreover, he had already lost all of his martial arts. Even if he died and didn't say anything, what good would come of that? Thinking this, the soldier began to hesitate. Well, how about it? Have you given it some thought? Lin Ming asked, smiling. The soldier took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth twitched. He closed his eyes and said, "Ask your questions. I will answer them." Very good. Lin Ming quickly asked his questions and was able to get the answers he wanted. He was able to mostly confirm that the eternal flame was indeed a flame essence. The fire worm shaman who controlled the eternal flame had a cultivation at the Middle Hotian realm. As for the reason that Chiguda was going to Blackwater Swamp, he had two. His first goal was to completely destroy the Black Marsh tribe that was located at the edge of Blackwater Swamp. The Black Marsh tribe was only a small tribe. Originally their tribe had about 20,000 people. But 10 years ago, the Black Marsh tribe had discovered a vein of profound iron ore. Because of this, they were able to rapidly expand. These years they had many foreigners that had joined them, and their population had ballooned to around 40 or 50,000. Before the Na tribe had been destroyed, the Na tribe and the Fire Worm tribe were the two major tribes that were kept in mutual balance with each other. Both tribes didn't want to see the other grow stronger. Because of this, the Black Marsh tribe had been able to carve out a place where it could exist. As long as it presented a tribute of dark steel to both tribes every year, then they would be safe. However, 1 year ago, the Na tribe had been exterminated, and the balance in the region had been broken. Some of the smaller nearby tribes had already been completely swallowed by the Fire Worm tribe. They could do what they wanted when they wanted. The Black Marsh tribe with the profound iron ore was the juiciest target. The Fire Worm tribe planned on conquering the Black Marsh tribe and using their people as slaves in order to mine the profound iron ore. The ore would be sent to the Fire Worm tribe in order to be refined into a massive number of weapons that could lay down the future for their tribe to dominate the southern wilderness. The first reason for Chiguda to be at Blackwater Swamp was of no surprise to Lin Ming. However, the second reason left him aghast. Besides conquering the Black Marsh tribe, Chiguda also came out to search for a vermilion bird. A vermilion bird was a saint beast that was only inferior to a god beast. It also had a deep relationship with the phoenix. In the ancient legends of this world, there were tales of some god beasts like the true dragon, true phoenix, and golden-winged roc. However, a god beast was an incomparably rare and lost existence. Let alone the sky spill continent, they would be rare even within the realm of the gods. When that mighty elder had first created the golden roc shattering the void movement technique, it had been after a fortuitous encounter where he had witnessed a battle between a true dragon and a golden-winged roc. Afterwards, he gained some insights, and went into retreat for 60 years to study and understand the secrets through meditation. The boundless strength of a god-beast was a difficult concept for a mortal to imagine. Even the mighty elders of the realm of the gods were no match. And under the god-beasts were the saint beasts. For instance, beings like the flood dragon, vermilion bird, and spirit turtle were all saint beasts. Saint beasts were much more common than god beasts. Still, that was only within the realm of the gods. In the Sky Spill continent, a saint beast was an extremely singular existence. That was why Lin Ming had been so surprised when the soldier had said that a vermilion bird had appeared within the southern wilderness. After all, the southern wilderness was only a very, very small place out of the entire Sky Spill continent. The value of a vermilion bird was unimaginable. Chi-Guda wasn't crazy enough to think that he could ever hope to catch it. He only wanted to look for some traces of it and collect some of its fallen flames. In the legends, vermilion birds liked to perch on millennia-old wutong trees. After they descended, they would leave behind bits of flames. These flames were the fires of the vermilion bird. Chi-Guda wished to collect these vermilion bird flames and refine them into the eternal flame. If he were lucky, then he might even be able to find a feather of the vermilion bird and receive a major benefit from that. Even Lin Ming's heart was somewhat stirred after hearing of the vermilion bird flames. However, he didn't really want them. What he really wanted was the eternal flame, that was a true flame essence. The flames of a vermilion bird, no matter how fierce, were in the end just flames. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Why is there a vermilion bird within the southern wilderness? Since a saint beast appeared, could this be an omen from the heavens? Blackwater swamp stretched for 1,000 miles. The deeper one went into the swamp, the more dangerous it became. On the other side of the swamp was the infamous Thundercrash Mountain. The highest peak of Thundercrash Mountain towered 100,000 feet high and stabbed the sky. It was said that the highest peak of Thundercrash Mountain was already higher than the clouds, so it experienced snow and rain all year round. 5 days later, the search operations within the Blackwater Swamp had been launched into full swing. The Fire Worm tribe valued this search and took it very seriously. The military had dispatched 20,000 soldiers to aid in the search, while the Fire Worm shaman had also sent out many masters to assist. These people were all at the pulse condensation period, and there were even some who had achieved the late pulse condensation period, and were just a bit worse than Chi-Guda. The search for the vermilion bird continued for 10 days, but the end result left everyone speechless. They hadn't even found a single bit of feather down or even a small spark. Instead, several hundred soldiers had been sacrificed within Blackwater Swamp. Chi-Guda flew into a furious rage. He hadn't expected to find the vermilion bird, but they hadn't even found a small flame. This made him feel very angry and uncomfortable. He had been counting on this to set up a great merit for himself and obtain the shaman's recognition. If he did, then he might become the next Fire Worm chief. However, that possibility was now unlikely. Chi-Guda was in an awful mood. 3 days later, he led his army to attack the Black Marsh tribe in order to vent his anger. The Black Marsh tribe had altogether 40 or 50,000 people, and their tribal army had less than 5,000. Not only that, but many of those were just average militiamen. How could they defend against the 20,000-strong army of the Fire Worm tribe? There was no suspense in this war. The Black Marsh tribe was completely routed and the surrendered army was captured by the Fire Worm tribe and turned into slaves. The elite troops of the Fire Worm tribe rushed all the way to the chief's quarters. Chi-Guda was riding a crimson blood horse and he held a 10-foot-long lance in his hands. As they rushed ahead, wherever he visited, blood would flow and heads would fly. Chi-Guda enjoyed the fun of slaughtering. He was like an unstoppable force that rolled past everything. To him, killing people was just like mowing down grass. The sound of a crash echoed out, and the door to the chief's quarters burst open. Chi-Guda pushed himself to the front and was the first to rush in. The chief's quarters was the place where the most wealth was located, and there were also many beauties here too. It was the equivalent of a royal palace. Fire Worm soldiers' favorite activity was to plunder chief's quarters. They brought opportunities of unlimited pleasure, and they could also fulfill their most basic lustful desires. The chief's quarters ladies and concubines were once lofty beauties, but now they were all wantonly abused and humiliated. When the Fire Worm army killed their way here, the chief's quarters were already in ruins. There were those who had expected the Black Marsh tribe to be defeated, so they had fled in advance. However, most of the ladies and concubines did not know any martial arts, so they had no way to run. Even if they escaped Black Marsh tribe, they would only end up dying in the belly of a vicious beast. Therefore they had no choice but to stay within the chief's quarters. In the tribal wars, they were always the sacrificial victims. This time, nobody even took them into account. Chiguda sneered and issued an order, "Pass down the orders, I want everyone captured and brought to the main hall. Collect all of the wealth and inventory it, then bring it to the main hall." Left General. "Here." Amen stepped out. "You will lead 5,000 elite troops to pursue the Black Marsh tribe. As long as anyone is caught running away, if they are a man, then bury them alive, and if they are a woman, then place them into the army as whores." "I receive the order." The man waved his hand, and quickly brought his own army of troops to leave the chief's quarters. Once the tribe was defeated, it also took courage to escape. If they were caught, then their ending would be even more miserable. The men would be buried alive, and the women would be whored out and slowly tortured to death by the soldiers of the fireworm tribe. Therefore many people would rather stay as slaves than take the risk of getting caught while escaping. The army instantly dispersed outwards. The ruthless and cruel fireworm soldiers heard that they could loot the chief's quarters and their eyes turned red. They were just like sharks that smelled blood. Before long, the screams of men and crying of women resounded throughout the entire building. Chiguda grinned, he very much enjoyed this sound. "Hurry! Go faster! Your mother, stop dawdling around." Half an hour later, the fireworm soldiers marched in all the prisoners from everywhere and brought them to the main hall. The men were all wounded, and some were even badly injured. Most of the women's clothing was in disarray, and their faces and necks were bruised black and blue. Regardless of whether it was men or women, their faces were filled with the dying embers of desolate despair. The fireworm soldiers carried large boxes full of gold, silver, and other valuables. They piled them all within the open area of the main hall. These quickly piled into a small hill. The soldiers were collecting all the valuables. The fireworm army allowed them to pocket some of the money and also allowed them to touch the women. In order to maintain their nature as vicious beasts, they had to occasionally be fed meat. Reporting to Big Boss, "We found a brother and sister at the bottom of a well." A maid confessed that they are the children of the Black Marsh tribe's chief. A soldier pushed out a pair of 16 or 17-year-old boy and girl. These two were dressed in cheap, coarse clothing, and their faces were slathered with ashes as if they were dirty, just like a maid or servant that tended to fires. But once one looked carefully, they could see that the hands of these two were smooth and delicate without any calluses. They were a pair of boy and girl that had obviously never done any heavy work before. "Good." Chiguda's face suffused with a villainous smile. This pair of twins had soft and tender skin. The male could be sold to female tribal rulers as a pet. The female could be used by himself. Chiguda dismounted from his horse and walked up to the pair of twins. He pointlessly punched the girl's chin. At this moment, Chiguda coldly snorted and grabbed onto the girl's arm. Inside of the girl's sleeve was an impressively hidden crossbow. Its bolts were tipped in a dark blue liquid. It was obviously toxic. "You court death." Chiguda slapped out his palm with a bit of force. There was the sound of bones cracking and a girl pitifully screaming. The girl's face was streaming cold sweat, and she almost fainted from the pain. Her right wrist had almost been completely broken by Chiguda. At this moment, Chiguda's expression changed. He suddenly and quickly leapt backwards. There was a slight ripping sound as a white shadow shot out from an astonishing angle and stabbed towards his waist. Chiguda only felt his body go numb and his organs roil within him as he almost vomited blood. Who? Chapter 193, Killing Chiguda. Just as Chiguda spoke, a black-clothed youth who had been mixed in with the crowd suddenly rushed out, a dark gray spear in his arms as he pierced towards Chiguda's throat like a poisonous snake. Chiguda urgently retreated backwards. The spear strike from a moment ago had been blocked by his high-grade human step treasure armor. However, the true essence from that attack had managed to penetrate the flexible armor and sink into his body. The true essence within his entire body had an unbearable feeling. With Chiguda's cultivation, he could have stopped a surprise attack, but he hadn't thought that one of the prisoners in the group was a master that had actually managed to conceal their cultivation. Normally, only a Xiantian master, or occasionally a Picotian master would be able to reach the realm of returning to one's true origin and restraining all of the true essence within their body to hide their cultivation. But this sort of powerhouse would have no reason to make a sneak attack in order to kill him. This youth who had made a sneak attack on him hadn't even broken through to the pulse condensation period. How had he managed to hide his murderous intent and cultivation? The situation had already progressed beyond Chiguda's imagination, the enemy's long spear pressing down toward his throat. In the end, Chiguda was still a half-step Hotian realm martial artist. Even in a sneak attack, he had the ability to quickly react. He instantly pulled out a treasure sword from his spatial ring and cut towards the spear point. The sword and spear struck each other. Chiguda used the rebound of this attack to fly backwards into the army. Everything had happened in just a split second. The Fireworm tribe soldiers were finally able to react. They shouted, "It's an assassin! Protect the general!" Chiguda's personal guardians took out their own swords and sabers and cut towards the black-clothed youth. However, that black-clothed youth was simply like a god of death. His hand shook the dark gray spear and vibrating true essence manifested into a raging tsunami that rushed outwards. Immediately, 7 or 8 soldiers were like seaweed as they were sent flying out in all directions, vomiting blood. The black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, and the spear in his hand was the heavy profound soft spear. He had spread a special matte gray paint on it in order to cover up the too recognizable silver color. Not only that, but he had snuck in with a black mask wrapping around his face and hiding his appearance. Only his eyes were visible from the outside. This unexpected change in events caught everyone by surprise. Even the chief's children who were preparing to commit suicide were dumbfounded by the black-clothed men who had suddenly rushed out. Who was this? With such strong skills, he shouldn't be someone that belonged to the Black Marsh tribe's chief's quarters. At this time, Chiguda was becoming more and more startled. He wasn't able to suppress that small amount of true essence within his body. It was as if that true essence had an infinite vitality within it. What kind of true essence is this? Chiguda's expression continued to sink. If people were like flames, then the more profound and deep a martial artist's cultivation was, and the more pure and vibrant their true essence became, it would be like a flame that was becoming more and more vigorous. However, the nature of it wouldn't change. Yet this true essence actually had a core qualitative difference. It was just like a flame essence, it was far too difficult to suppress. Chiguda had already seen through Lin Ming's cultivation. He was without a doubt at the peak of bone forging. But this left him baffled. Just what sort of origin did this fellow have? A vast wave of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming like a tide. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, and the true primal chaos formula began to rapidly revolve within him, and a crimson lotus flame bloomed upon his long spear. Total annihilation. The heavy profound soft spear drew a wide crescent moon and the flames formed a massive arc. The powerful impact swept the soldiers and sent them flying backwards. Lin Ming spotted a gap between the solders, golden rock shattering the void. Whoosh! Lin Ming was like a black bolt of lightning that threaded through the surrounding soldiers. He instantly arrived in front of Chiguda. The long spear shot out, flow like silk. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments manifested from the spear at an astonishing rate. They weaved together in the air, forming a tight true essence net that fell down on Chiguda. As Lin Ming's strength increased, his use of flow like silk had already reached a degree of near perfection. He was close to reaching a breakthrough. Chiguda saw the shimmering net filled with deep killing intent fall on him, and gave a loud shout. The high-grade human step treasure sword in his hand began to glow with a yellow light. He brandished his sword and chopped out at the bright net of true essence. Earth Splitter. Chiguda was forced to resort to his most infamous martial skill. His sword was filled with a vibrant energy as it cut out at the shining net. With a loud bang, the net was torn apart. Chiguda fiendishly sneered. After all, this enemy was only at the peak of bone forging. How could he possibly compare to his cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm? Although he didn't know why this young fellow was so strong, since he actually dared to attempt an assassination within a group of soldiers, he was simply seeking his own death. However, at this time, Chiguda's smile froze. Although that shining net had been torn apart by his sword, it hadn't faded away. Instead, it turned into filaments formed of true essence and pierced towards him. Before fusing with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's vibrating true essence had many weaknesses. One was that, although it was extremely formidable, its tenacity wasn't enough and it was easily destroyed. Even after entering the enemy's body, it would gradually weaken. In the life and death smelting trial he had encountered the witch slave, which had massively overwhelming defensive capabilities. It had simply been too difficult to injure the enemy. But now, after having integrated with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence threads had taken on a qualitative change. Not only could they not be broken, but they were extremely tough and very difficult to destroy. Although they weren't like the flame essence that was inextinguishable, but if one wished to destroy them, they needed to use several times more true essence to wear them down. This endlessly living true essence was scattered apart by Chi Guda's sword. This gorgeous and charming true essence fell from the sky like drops of rain. But, this rain contained a horrifying killing intent. The martial artists that were too close to these filaments were shredded to pieces, even the personal bodyguards near Chi Guda were unable to escape, and blood flowed on the ground. With their strength, the role they could play in this fight was minuscule. Even the aftermath of the blows could kill them off. Chi Guda turned somber. His palms oozed with sweat as the countless true essence filaments reflected in his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Earth protection. With a roar, Chi Guda stabbed his sword into the ground. A brown membrane of light formed around him, enveloping him in a thick shell. The filaments crashed against the brown light membrane as they tried to pierce through. Located under that protective cover, Chi Guda was unharmed. At this moment, Lin Ming's lips curved under the black mask covering his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He hadn't expected his flow like silk to harm Chi Guda, he had only wanted to trap him first, before the real killing would begin. A dark red lotus flame bloomed on the heavy profound soft spear. A purple electric snake emerged from the heretical god seed and twined around the cold tip of the spear. Heretical god force, open! Lin Ming shouted, and a massive swell of true essence rose within his body. His powerful aura erupted like a volcano, and his spear thrust out, mincing the atmosphere. The power of thunder and flame gushed forth. The roaring sounds of thunder were no less terrifying than the tiger-leopard thunderclaps of Thunder Valley. Chi Guda's complexion changed. He hadn't been able to judge just how powerful this move of Lin Ming's was. When the thunder and flame hadn't yet intersected, this move seemed only like an ordinary killing stroke. Chi Guda clenched his teeth and desperately pushed forth all the true essence he could muster to reinforce the defensive shield covering him. Since he didn't excel in speed, he could only use his true essence to withstand Lin Ming's offensive barrage. He would outlast the enemy. Chi Guda's idea was right. However, he had underestimated the power of Lin Ming's move. The thunder and fire intersected, and a terrifying energy ruptured the air. It was as if a red sun had appeared out of thin air. Space distorted, and the air around the edges began to twist with beams of light as 10,000 10-foot-long golden swords of energy shot out in all directions. The devastating force of the impact formed visible airwaves. The main hall was crushed into fragments by this power, and countless stones filled the skies. All of the soldiers were sent flying away like weightless straw. Under that crushing explosive power, Chi Guda's earth protection shattered like plain glass. The brown shield of light shattered into fragments, and Chi Guda was sent flying out, his chest already mangled and covered with blood. Lin Ming launched his movement technique and flew forward. Without giving Chi Guda a chance to catch his breath, the heavy profound soft spear was already piercing towards Chi Guda. Chi Guda suppressed the pain that was racking his organs and slashed out his sword at Lin Ming. But at this moment, a massive black vortex appeared in front of him as the world fell apart. The swirling tornado pulled him forwards with an intense attractive power, as if it wished to tear apart his soul. Chi Guda was shocked. He fiercely bit down on his tongue and forced himself to snap back to reality. However, the moment that he regained his consciousness, the dark gray long spear was already like a snake that was at his neck. The long spear thrust through flesh. Because the earth protection was already shattered by thunderfire annihilation, the true essence protecting Chi Guda was like thin paper. Chi Guda felt coldness in his throat. Lin Ming's spear had cut off his airway and severed his spine. He gawked at the spear that had pierced him, both his eyes wide with incredulity, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him. From his spirited triumph to his death, it had all happened in a moment. He had dreamed of untold wealth, countless women, supreme power. He dreamed of dominating the southern wilderness and being recorded down in the annals of history. Yet, with the spear, everything had crumbled around him. As Lin Ming's spear entered Chi Guda's throat, he sent forth vibrating true essence once again. It spread through Chi Guda's organs, and Chi Guda began to hemorrhage from his head. The lights in his eye began to gradually fade away, and in the moment that Chi Guda lost all consciousness, he heard a young boy's voice whisper into his ear. "For the Na tribe spirits, your death is their tribute." So it was, the Na tribe. Chi Guda's lips lifted as if he was trying to smile. However, this expression was then forever fixed on his face. Chi Guda's corpse slumped to the ground. Lin Ming landed on his knees, dizzy. With the help of the heavy profound soft spear, he regained his balance. Burning pain sizzled in his eyes and his vision blurred. He hadn't thought that using the samsara martial intent against a martial artist a half-step into the Hotian realm would have such an agonizing recoil. Later, if he ran into another powerhouse, he would have to minimize the use of the samsara martial intent. He waved his hand and received Chi Guda's corpse into his spatial ring. Everyone, including the prisoners and soldiers, were looking at Lin Ming in complete silence. They had never expected that Chi Guda, a powerhouse with a cultivation of a half-step into the Hotian realm, and who was regarded as one of the overlords of the southern wilderness, would be killed like this. Chapter 194, Sacred Flames Flame Essence. Chapter 194, Sacred Flames Flame Essence. As Chi Guda died, the several thousand fire-worm soldiers were completely cowed. Lin Ming stood within the army, but there wasn't a single one among them that dared to move against him. An ordinary soldier usually had a second-grade martial talent. They could practice for several years, but their cultivation still wouldn't have surpassed the second stage of body transformation. A middle-level officer could reach viscera training or even altering muscle, while a high-ranking officer could achieve bone forging. However, in front of Lin Ming, they would all fall at the first blow. Besides Chi Guda, the only ones whose strength was at the pulse condensation period were the left general and the right general. The left general had already been sent to capture the people that had fled. Only the right general was left, his entire body covered in a sheen of cold sweat. With the atmosphere now, he didn't even dare to breathe. He feared that Lin Ming would suddenly come to kill him, and he wouldn't even be able to escape death. In front of Lin Ming, the several bodyguards could only been considered as decorations. It could be said that with Lin Ming's strength, even these thousands of soldiers could not stop him. Lin Ming didn't even bother with the right general. He glanced towards the group of prisoners that had been captured. These prisoners looked at Lin Ming with eyes full of hope and pleading. To them, Lin Ming was a war god that the sorcerer had sent down from the divine kingdom to save them. Lin Ming's heart was gloomy and morose. Even if he killed Chi Guda, it was impossible for him to change the fate of these prisoners. After all, he was just one person. He couldn't stop an entire tribe. All that waited for these prisoners was a lifetime of suffering, slavery, and death. Lin Ming's vision swept over the chief's twins. He hesitated for a moment, and then his figure flashed as he arrived beside the two of them. He took one in each hand, and instantly launched golden rock shattering the void, flying forwards. They could not stay here. Otherwise, if the Fire Worm tribe's Hotian master arrived, things would become decidedly dangerous. Rescuing the chief's twins was the only kindness that Lin Ming could offer, and could be regarded as leaving behind a little hope for the Black Marsh tribe. If these two people made every effort possible, they might be able to rebuild their Black Marsh tribe in the future and then avenge their tribesmen. Go. As Lin Ming departed from the chief's quarters, no one dared to stop him. Lin Ming sped away, ready to send these two to a small tribe so he didn't have to manage them. But at this moment, his expression changed. He turned around and saw a bright red light speeding towards him. Flame. In a flash, Lin Ming could tell that the red light was from a flame. After Lin Ming had formed a flame essence from the heretical god seed, Lin Ming was no longer afraid of fire. True essence flooded into his right hand, and he aimed towards that red light, ready to slap it down. The red light blew up. But Lin Ming's expression changed. He felt the power of the flames within it break into his meridians, wreaking havoc. No matter how he tried to vibrate the flames within his body, he was unable to control this flame. What's going on? Back in the lava cave, no matter how much lava fire there was, the heretical god seed was still able to tame it. But now, something like this was actually happening. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body and suppressed the flame. At the same time, Lin Ming's mind stirred and he looked forwards. 100 feet away in the air, a mass of crimson flames coalesced, forming a shape of flames in the figure of a 3-foot-tall little boy that floated in the air. The little boy's entire body was a deep red, and swirls of flame wound around his hands and feet. His small face had a laughing expression, but that smile was tainted with evil. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed. What was this? He could feel that the boy's body contained a very powerful flame attribute, true essence. It was much more powerful than his own. No wonder he hadn't been able to suppress that flame from a moment ago. Was this little boy the fire worm shaman? No, that wasn't right. Even if the fire worm shaman trained in some strange cultivation method that turned his appearance into that of a little boy, he would still have a mortal body. This little boy's body was clearly composed of fire. Otherwise, it would also be impossible for him to float in the air. This is... Lin Ming's mind went cold. He said to the Black Marsh twins that he had been carrying, "You're on your own now. I can't help you any longer." The two siblings listened to Lin Ming, and a bit of despair crossed their expression. The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped before the words came out. She knew that at this moment, Lin Ming could no longer save them. They had to run away from the fireworm army before they were caught, and had to depend on themselves. Lin Ming released their hands, and the two siblings silently thanked him before they ran off into the depths of the jungle. The little flame boy darkly smiled. Flame swirled within his little hand, and he threw a fireball straight towards the two siblings. Lin Ming coldly snorted, and the heavy profound soft spear pierced out like a lightning bolt towards the fireball. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into the fireball, and there was the sound of an explosion as it turned into a mass of fireworks. The two siblings were shocked out of their minds. The girl looked back and sent a look of gratitude towards Lin Ming. Without another word, they lowered their heads and continued to run into the jungle. Seeing this, the little flame boy no longer chased after them. Compared to those two siblings, Lin Ming was the true threat. The little flame boy's hands crossed against its chest, and it wickedly smiled as it looked at Lin Ming. The flame swirled on its face, turning into a playful expression. Lin Ming sneered. "You are the eternal flame's flame essence. The flame essence has a soul. After the fireworm shaman fused a part of his soul into the flame essence, it formed you. Something neither human nor monster, in the end you're a flame essence that became the fireworm shaman's avatar." The little flame boy's face revealed a stunned expression. But right after, it snickered again and said, "Your soul force is good. You can actually recognize that I am an avatar. I'm more and more interested in you. Today, you stay behind." The voice of the flame essence avatar was extremely hoarse. Coming from a little boy, it sounded absolutely bizarre. "Stay here. Who's going to make me? If your true self comes, then I would have already lost. But you are only an avatar, and you still think you can keep me here." Lin Ming spoke to hear and then shouted. The aura of his body suddenly rose and he flourished his spear. True essence condensed into an astral spear several tens of feet long, thrusting towards the little flame boy's neck. He wanted to ruin the soul mark that the fireworm shaman had left in the flame essence. If he could do this, then the flame essence wouldn't be possessed by anyone. As the astral spear hauled forwards, the little flame boy wildly laughed and its body suddenly disappeared. Its speed was no less than Lin Ming's. "You want to break my soul mark? Dream on. Die." The little flame boy thrust his hands forwards. The power of fire spewed out from his palms, turning into thousands of twisted red lights that converged on Lin Ming from all sides. However, the little flame boy didn't expect that after Lin Ming had thrust out his spear, he would have not even have the desire to fight. Lin Ming immediately launched his movement technique and ran away. Puff puff puff. The attack of the little flame boy missed. The red lights were like crimson rain that fell upon the ground piled high with leaves. The ground immediately turned into scorched earth upon contact. "Humph. At least you're smart. But do you think you can actually escape my grasp? What wishful thinking." The little flame boy maliciously grinned and started to chase after Lin Ming. Lin Ming rapidly moved. He displayed the full force of golden rock shattering the void without any reservations. If he managed to erase the soul mark that the fire worm shaman had placed in the flame essence, then the flame essence would lose its consciousness. Then, Lin Ming would have a chance to absorb it. This idea had an incomparable allure. However, Lin Ming knew that at this point the fire worm shaman was coming. If a true Hotian master arrived, then he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Much less, this little flame boy's true essence was excessively powerful. As for himself, he had already used Thunderfire Annihilation and had also opened the heretical god gate. 40% of his true essence had been consumed. If they fought, he wasn't sure who would come out on top. To wish to stay here and destroy the soul mark that the fire worm shaman had left in this little flame boy was no different than a moron speaking utter nonsense. If he didn't leave now and was delayed for a few more minutes, it would be too late. Lin Ming's speed became faster and faster. It was as if his body was weightless. The tips of his toes traced the tops of trees, and his body was like an arrow that had been shot out. After several ups and downs, Lin Ming's body became increasingly high, until he no longer had to borrow leverage from the treetops, and then completely flew off. After reaching the peak of bone forging, Lin Ming's true essence had become even thicker and purer, and his movements became increasingly close to true flight. This time, the little flame boy was completely stunned as it looked at Lin Ming. It could fly too, but that was only because he didn't have a body, and was only a mass of flames. But that boy was clearly at the peak of bone forging. So why was he able to fly? Did he have some rare flight-capable treasure on his body? Thinking this, the little flame boy's eyes flashed with a fierce ominous greed. In any event, he had to make sure this boy stayed. He definitely had some sort of secret. The wind whistled in Lin Ming's ear as he flew forwards. He didn't look back, his soul force had already locked onto the little flame boy behind him. Not only was he not able to ditch him, but he had been getting closer and closer. Damn, this fellow is just like a haunting ghost. Lin Ming frowned. His golden rock shattering the void was a top-tier movement technique. But, this little flame boy's body was wholly composed of flames. He was weightless, so he was faster. Humph. You're staying. The little flame boy pursued Lin Ming from 100 feet behind. It balled its hands together and several dozens of finger-thick flame columns came shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming twisted his spear behind him without looking. The pillars of flame crumbled apart and then exploded into a rain of red light. But during this time, the little flame boy had already caught up to Lin Ming from behind. It evilly smiled as it stretched out its hands, and the power of fire flashed in its palms. With my avatar delaying you, don't even think of running away. Flame cage. Foo. Strips of crimson flames flew around Lin Ming. The columns of flame interlocked together and formed a cage of fire, trapping Lin Ming within. Lin Ming stabbed out at the flame cage, but it failed to pierce through. Damn. Lin Ming felt anxious. This little flame boy had made it clear that he was only delaying him. As soon as the fire worm shaman's true self arrived, then he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. But this little flame boy's true essence was thicker and his speed was faster. He couldn't kill him if he wanted to, and he couldn't lose him if he wanted to. With this fellow following him, he would catch up sooner or later. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. The true essence within his body began revolving to the limit, and the power of the dragon blood within his heart suddenly erupted in a blaze of glory. Break for me. Lin Ming screamed, and thrust his spear out. The true essence within his body that held the power of the dragon blood began to endlessly grow. Even the fire of a flame essence would not be able to easily destroy it. The flame cage was completely torn apart. Lin Ming sprung forwards and soared straight into the sky. The little flame boy was stunned. It hadn't expected Lin Ming to be able to break out of the flame cage so quickly. But like this, it was even happier. This meant that the secret on Lin Ming's body was even more valuable. Chapter 195, Prestige of the Saint Beast. Sky Fortune Kingdom, 7 Profound Martial House. At that time, it had been 1 month since Lin Ming left Sky Fortune City. It was a chilly winter afternoon, and a light crop of snow carpeted the earth. The cloud had scattered, and the bright sun was high in the sky, slowly melting the soft snow and filling the air with an icy humidity. In the northwest corner of the 7 Profound Martial House, the deacon responsible for the Marshall House registration office was lazing around in ennui, casually flipping the pages of a novel. Working in the Marshall House registration office was quite a boring affair. It was mainly recording when disciples of the Marshall House would go out for adventures and experience, or recording the time and location for missions they were on. This was to ensure the disciples' safety. Otherwise, if they were missing for too long without an adequate explanation, then the Seven Profound Marshall House would initiate an investigation. Because there weren't many disciples of the Seven Profound Marshall House that would often go out for adventure or to experience the world, even 3 or 5 disciples coming in to register was considered a lot. This boring and tedious work was considered a dead-end job with no possibility for future progression. It was work that powerful martial artists would never debase themselves to do. Sun Liang was a superior second-grade martial talent. Although he couldn't compare with juniors of large aristocratic families, he was still SOSO. Relying on his connections, he had entered into the Sky Fortune Marshall House to cultivate for several years before just barely reaching the Viscera training stage. Afterwards, he became too lazy to practice and turtled himself in the Seven Profound Marshall House registration office where he became a deacon. The novel was reaching a satisfying peak. Sun Liang's expressions couldn't help but change as he followed the rises and falls of the protagonist's fate. Sometimes he giggled, sometimes he was tense, but his mood was always engaged. Suddenly, he felt the light dim as a figure blotted out the sunlight. Sun Liang thought that it was a disciple who had come to register for a leave of absence. He was somewhat dissatisfied as his good mood in reading the novel was interrupted. He looked up, and just when he was about to ask when this disciple was planning on going and where, he suddenly froze in place. In front of him was a middle-aged man wearing a flowing white robe and carrying a long zither on his back. He was slender, and his thick eyebrows were wise. He had a temperament like clouds in the sun, and was simply an elegant existence. Pa! Sun Liang's novel fell on the ground. Quivering, he stood up and opened his mouth to speak. His voice was dry as he said, Marshall House Master. Sun Liang felt faint at heart. Why would the Seven Profound Marshall House Master Qin Zia be here? Qin Zia smiled. Naturally, he did not intend to bother with such minor matters like Sun Liang reading novels during his job. He said, a month ago, did Lin Ming record where he was going here? Sun Liang quickly nodded. There weren't many people that registered. Lin Ming's status was unique, so he had definitely remembered him. Let me see. Oh, okay. Sun Liang trembled as he flipped through the records, combing the ordered files before finally pulling one out. He thanked the heavens that he didn't encounter a situation in which he couldn't find the record, otherwise he really would have wanted to hit his head on the wall and kill himself. Qin Zia glanced through the paper records and saw Lin Ming's travel time and signature. He frowned. He would go out to adventure for 2 months, location unknown. I know. Qin Zia closed the file before turning around and walking away. Lin Ming had already disappeared for 1 month. Although the record had clearly stated that he voluntarily went out to adventure and experience the world, Qin Zia felt that something was strange about the matter. Lin Ming had simply offended too many people. It was absolutely an unwise decision to go out and adventure during this time period. Once his whereabouts were leaked out, he could even encounter a fatal disaster. Not only that, but there simply weren't any good areas near the Sky Fortune Kingdom to go out and adventure in. Going out anywhere would be inferior to the quick cultivation within the Seven Profound Marshall House. Even the 7 major killing arrays had their doors opened wide for Lin Ming. Where could he find such good practice locations outside? The only thing that the Seven Profound Marshall House lacked was true life and death killing situations. If Lin Ming wanted to experience this, then he could have joined the army for a while. But Qin Zia had already asked the military, and Lin Ming hadn't joined them. This made Qin Zia's heart fill with doubts. Just what was Lin Ming doing? The reason that Qin Zia had come back this time was to prepare for the upcoming Interfaction Assembly tournament. 2 months from now, the 7 Profound Valleys would call down the Marshall House core disciples from all the nearby countries and hold a martial gathering. The martial gathering occurred every 3 years. At that time, the core disciples of all the countries would gather together and drink tea while appreciating and comparing martial arts. This was an assessment of the various nations' core disciples, but it was also an assessment of the martial houses themselves. Even Qin Zia, who rarely cared or worried about the internal affairs of the martial house, attached a serious importance towards this assessment. When Lin Ming had been passed down the 7 profound decree, Qin Zia had taken advantage of that time to give Lin Ming many benefits. He hoped that Lin Ming would be able to quickly grow in that short time and blossom, shining with radiant glory at the martial gathering. If his result was good, then not only would he receive rewards as a core disciple, but even the martial house master would receive a reward. The most precious reward was a heaven-opening pill. A heaven-opening pill was the miracle medicine that a peak Hoqian realm master would take when they were attempting to break into the Xiantian realm. It would remove the foul Hoqian air within them, wash their muscles and marrow, reproduce a Xiantian-like state that would allow them to return to their natural state, and finally step into the Xiantian realm. No matter how awe-inspiring one's talent was, they still had to take a heaven-opening pill in order to step into the Xiantian realm from the Hoqian realm. The difference between the Hoqian realm and Xiantian realm was the Xiantian breath within oneself. With this, one's soul would enter into a tranquil state, and they would be able to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy. They could use their soul to understand the wisdom of the world and use their true essence to move the power of the heavens and earth. When a baby was still in the mother's body, they would rely on the umbilical cord transporting blood in order to breathe. This was the Xiantian breath. After a baby was born, they changed to breathing from their mouths and nose. Inevitably they would breathe the foul Hoqian air, and there simply wouldn't be any Xiantian breath. From Hoqian to Xiantian, one had to rid themselves of worldly roots and change their Hoqian breath to Xiantian breath. In order to do this, one had to wash their muscles and marrow and reproduce the Xiantian breath with the heaven-opening pill. In theory, it could be said that a naturally peerless martial talent could get rid of their body's Hoqian air through their own strength, and wouldn't need to depend upon a pull to step into the Xiantian realm. However, this was only a theory. The truth was that no one had ever managed to accomplish this. The heaven-opening pill was an incomparably precious treasure within the 7 profound valleys. Not only in the 7 profound valleys, but the heaven-opening pill was extremely scarce even in other large sections. The materials for the heaven-opening pill were too difficult to find. Even if they were all collected, there was still a small chance that there would be a failure during the alchemical refinement of the pill. The 7 profound valleys would refine a batch of heaven-opening pills every 3 years. In the end, they would have around 20 or 30 pills. The more than 20 pills were insufficient to be divided among so many disciples. The rules of the 7 profound valleys stated that the heaven-opening pill could only be rewarded to peak Hoqian masters with outstanding talent. Even if these masters took the heaven-opening pill, it didn't mean that they would necessarily break into the Xiantian realm. Qin Zia's talent could already be considered heaven-defying. He had started cultivating at 20 years of age, and at 45 he had reached the peak Hoqian realm. Once, he too had been given a heaven-opening pill. After he took it, he attempted to break through the Xiantian bottleneck. However, there was a problem that arose from within his zither heart, and he had failed just a step away. Finally Qin Zia had stopped a half-step into the Xiantian realm. These years he had been roaming the deep valleys and tempering his zither heart. Now, his zither heart had reached the large success stage. He would only need a heaven-opening pill to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck once again. Every 3 years during the martial gathering, 2 heaven-opening pills were rewarded. One to the core disciple, and one to the martial house master. Only first place was rewarded. Of course, a core disciple had to reach the peak Hoqian realm before he could cash in on this reward. If their cultivation was insufficient, then it would be a waste for them to take the heaven-opening pill. To a core disciple, besides a heaven-opening pill, there were also many other rich rewards. For instance, high-grade human step treasures, top-quality pills, core cultivation methods, and other such great items. Qin Zia of course wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill, but he knew it was hopeless for Lin Ming to take the number 1 spot. That was simply too distant a dream. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house was strong, but compared to those of Hulua Nation or the Eastern Sun Country, they were still sorely lacking. However, just because they couldn't obtain first place this time didn't mean they couldn't next time. If they couldn't next time, then they could try the time after that. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. He would be able to participate in a total of 3 martial gatherings. Even if Lin Ming failed these 3 times, if he was able to make good progress, that could be considered as a merit of Qin Zia. But Qin Zia hadn't thought that when he had come back, Lin Ming would already have disappeared for 1 month, his location unknown. Southern wilderness, Blackwater swamp. The chase between Lin Ming and the little flame boy had lasted for more than an hour. In the time of this hour, the two of them had already fought several times, but neither had been able to gain an advantage. Lin Ming only had about 30% of his true essence left within him. With the long time that he had been flying as well as the high-intensity combat he engaged in, even though his blood vitality was strong and he had the true primal chaos formula augmenting him, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Like this, his true essence would be completely exhausted in one more hour. In comparison, the little flame boy had no weakening or lack of true essence. The reason for this was because his cultivation was far more profound and deep than Lin Ming's, and also because the little flame boy was not a human but rather a flame essence. A flame essence grew forever, and wouldn't be extinguished. Lin Ming became increasingly anxious. He couldn't keep on going like this. If he stopped to fight, he still wouldn't win. If he was delayed long enough, then the fire worm shaman's true self would catch up. If he continued to run away, then he could last one more hour at most. Afterwards, once his true essence was all depleted, the fire worm shaman's true self wouldn't even need to come, even the little flame boy could kill him. It was as if he had already fallen into a dead end. No, as long as he was alive he had a chance, he just hadn't thought of it. Calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became more even. His mind had entered into a state similar to the realm of the ethereal martial intent. He had to find a way to break out of this doom. At this time, 600 miles away from Lin Ming, a middle-aged bald man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a heavenly winged eagle with a cold expression. This person was the fire worm shaman, Chi Yu. He had already ridden the heavenly winged eagle in pursuit for more than 1 hour while his fire essence avatar was diverting Lin Ming. Even so, he was still 600 miles away. However, Chi Yu didn't worry. He was fine waiting for his prey to exhaust themselves and consume their true essence. As long as this continued for another hour, he would almost win by default. But this prey's strength was beyond his expectations. He was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his combat prowess actually matched a Hotian realm martial artist. Not only that, but he could also fly, and his endurance and sustained fighting ability were simply frightening. No matter what secrets you have on your body, they will all be mine. Chi Yu sneered. His goal was to conquer the southern wilderness. No one could block his path. But at this moment, Chi Yu's smile suddenly froze as he instantly paled. This is the vermilion bird. 600 miles away, Lin Ming's eyes were round as he stared at a large red bird flying in the sky. His mind was full of a disbelieving expression. Was this the vermilion bird? A legendary saint beast actually appeared in front of him. Chapter 196, Thundercrash Mountain. The vermilion bird was about 50 feet long. It had the head of a pheasant and a long scarlet neck like a snake. Its body was covered in feathers and burning flames shrouded its body. As it flew, it shed sparkling red lights that sprinkled down onto the world. It was beautiful like an exquisite dream. Although he was very far away, Lin Ming could still feel the vermilion bird emitting a vast pressure that made his heart skip. Under the suppressive nature of this aura, Lin Ming's speed dropped. He glanced backwards at the little flame boy to see if he had caught up. However, he hadn't expected the little flame boy was even worse. It had actually stopped and was staring with both eyes at the flying vermilion bird. Fear filled its face. Lin Ming paused. Was it afraid? At this moment, the vermilion bird bowed its head downwards, overlooking the little flame boy. The little flame boy was scared out of its wits. It gave a miserable scream before turning tail and running. The speed of the little flame boy was much faster than when it had been chasing Lin Ming. It had turned into a bright red light, and in just a few breaths of time it had already reached the jungle and vanished out of sight. Lin Ming was baffled. Why did it run away? Looking at the vermilion bird again, it seemed to be hesitating for a moment. Then, it no longer bothered with the little flame boy and continued to fly forward. The way it flew through the air was filled with a majestic elegance. Although it didn't flap its wings very fast, its speed was actually incomparably quick. In just a few blinks of the eye, it had already flown beyond the horizon and turned into a small red shadow. Lin Ming was a bit confused. The little flame boy was obviously afraid of the vermilion bird. Could it be? Of course, the vermilion bird was a fire attribute saint beast. The reason that Chiguda had been searching the Blackwater swamp was to look for some feathers or flames that the vermilion bird had left behind so that they could be refined into the eternal flame's flame essence. But in reverse, the eternal flame's flame essence could also be considered a good refresher for the vermilion bird. The flame essence feared that it would be eaten by the vermilion bird, hence it had turned around to escape. Understanding this, Lin Ming laughed. He launched his movement technique and followed in the direction that the vermilion bird went in. The vermilion bird was extremely quick, Lin Ming was much slower. After an incense stick of time, the vermilion bird had already vanished past the horizon. Lin Ming feared that the flame essence boy would return, so he launched forwards at full speed and stayed close to the ground. He continuously changed directions mid-flight and slowly descended into a thick patch of bushes in the swamp. The thick grass of Blackwater Swamp was around 10 feet tall, it wasn't much shorter than a normal tree. Once a person hid inside, it was similar to a stone being dropped into the sea. It was simply impossible to know where to start looking. Lin Ming found a relatively safe place in the high grass, took out a true essence stone, and began to meditate while he restored his true essence. He converged all of his breath within himself and completely hid from the world. Even a martial arts master who probed with soul force would find it difficult to discover him. After a couple of hours passed, night began to fall. In Blackwater Swamp, the nighttime was the most dangerous period. Lin Ming had to restore his strength as soon as possible. 1 hour later, there was the sound of an explosion as the true essence stone burst apart. Lin Ming opened his eyes from his meditation. His power of thunder and fire had been restored, and he had also recovered his true essence. As the dark night fell upon the world, poisonous insects and snakes began to crawl up from Blackwater Swamp's grass. But since Lin Ming could fly, he didn't care too much about these. He estimated that he was in the central zone of Blackwater Swamp. Blackwater Swamp was 1,000 miles long and wide. If Lin Ming retraced his steps, he could return to Black Marsh Tribe. If he continued forward, then he would reach Thundercrash Mountain in another 800 or 900 miles. Originally, Lin Ming had planned to go to Thundercrash Mountain after killing Chiguda, in order to see if there was anything of interest there. Na-I had said that thundergrass grew on Thundercrash Mountain. Century-old thundergrass was worth quite a bit of money. But, even a Hotian realm master would not dare to rashly climb the mountain. They would only search around the periphery of Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming didn't believe that his own power surpassed that of a Hotian master. If he went to Thundercrash Mountain, it would also be to search round the edges. Unless he wanted to explore the secrets of Thundercrash Mountain, there was no reason to scale the mountain. The dark night was like a curtain that was illuminated by the bright moon. Lin Ming ran atop the tips of the grass with quick steps, soaring 100 feet with each tap of his foot. When he was a few hundred miles from Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming could already see a massive shadow being illuminated by the pale moonlight. It was just like a titanic giant. At the peak of the highest mountain, white light constantly flared. This was the countless flashing of thunder. At the very summit of Thundercrash Mountain, the thunder would never stop falling. Not even in 10,000 years. Thundercrash Mountain was the highest mountain within the southern wilderness. Its most famous peak was over 100,000 feet high and pierced straight through the sky. This peak was higher than the clouds and experienced rain and snow all year round. Sky Spill Continent's heavens were divided into 6 layers. The layer under the clouds was called the Skyvault Heavens. Here is where rain, snow, and hail formed. There was nothing special about the Skyvault Heavens. Besides it being a bit cold at the higher locations, anyone could survive in the Skyvault Heavens. 9,000 feet above the clouds was the Calmstream Heavens. Here, strong heavenly winds blew endlessly. Even a heavenly winged eagle would find it difficult to fly in the Calmstream Heavens. 30,000 feet above the clouds was the Primal Chaos Heavens. Here, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind existed in their complete and vibrant states. It was an incomparably oppressive place. Even a Xiantian realm martial artist, if exposed to the Primal Chaos Heavens, would be killed by deadly origin energy. Thundercrash Mountain's peak altitude of 100,000 feet approached the Primal Chaos Heavens. Because the summit was comprised almost entirely of magnetic ore, it was able to draw in the power of thunder from the Primal Chaos Heavens, and thus form endless clashes of thunder. This is why Thundercrash Mountain was named so. Lin Ming guessed that since thunder endlessly struck the peak of Thunder Crash Mountain, there was a high possibility that there existed a thunder soul there. But even a Hotian master could only crawl up the mountainside at their own peril. Since his strength wasn't at the level of a Hotian master, there wasn't any hope in obtaining the thunder soul. Even so, Lin Ming still wanted to take a trip and see what was so terrifying about Thunder Crash Mountain, and see if there was any possibility of obtaining a thunder soul. 2 hours later, Lin Ming arrived at the base of Thunder Crash Mountain. He discovered that there was actually a tribe here. Although there wasn't much light at this time, the tribe's people had already begun waking up to prepare for their day of work. The farmers carried their tools and the merchants shouldered their wares. They say that there are thunder lizards everywhere on Thunder Crash Mountain. Aren't they afraid that a vicious beast flood might erupt at any moment? Lin Ming wondered. He looked for an inn so that he could take a rest and ascertain the situation before deciding whether he wanted to climb up the mountain. After entering the inn, Lin Ming swept out with his sole force. To his surprise, he found that there were many martial arts masters in the inn. Even the innkeeper had a cultivation of the first stage of body transformation. These people, were they here for the Thundergrass? Young hero, are you here for Thunder Crash Mountain? The innkeeper smiled as he asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. He had already taken off his face cover and had lowered his cultivation to the viscera training stage. This was the cultivation that a genius at Lin Ming's age should have. Even if the fire worm shaman came here, he wouldn't be able to find him. Ah, heroes truly come from the youth. Young hero is so young but has already reached the viscera training stage. Impressive, impressive. But, it is dangerous to go to Thunder Crash Mountain at only the viscera training stage. Going for a little experience is fine, but if you wish to pick some thundergrass, it might be a little too much. Hearing these words, Lin Ming was happy. He was lacking some information on Thunder Crash Mountain, but it seemed the innkeeper was knowledgeable about it. He asked, what use is there for thundergrass? Why do so many people risk their lives to adventure up the mountain to pick it? In Lin Ming's opinion, thundergrass should be valuable for thunder attribute true essence martial artist. But this sort of martial artist was very rare, and demand for thundergrass shouldn't be so high. The innkeeper was surprised, his cheeks filled with an odd color. This little kid was quite interesting. He didn't know anything yet he still came to Thunder Crash Mountain. He said, thundergrass contains the power of thunder. They can be refined with secret techniques and turned into thunder beads that are used to injure others. The power of thunder beads made by 50-year-old thundergrass is quite considerable. The power of thunder beads made from 100-year-old thundergrass is even more amazing. In the southern wilderness there are constant wars caused by the instability and chaos. Militaries are willing to acquire a large range of thunder beads in order to equip the army. They are comparable to the most powerful arrows. So it's like this, Lin Ming muttered as he learned. The innkeeper said, I have a pamphlet here that tells you about the basics of Thunder Crash Mountain and notable places. Young hero may buy one for 50 gold. Alright. Lin Ming was quite happy to pay the money. He received the introduction pamphlet to Thunder Crash Mountain. The southern wilderness didn't have any universal woodblock printing process, so the pamphlet was handwritten. After Lin Ming read the book, he finally understood why even Hotian realm masters only stayed at the bottom of the mountain. In the final analysis, the reason was because of thunder lizards. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the thunder lizard was the fiercest vicious beast of the southern wilderness. A lizard was known as a four-legged snake. As the saying went, a snake born with 4 legs is a flood dragon. A flood dragon with 2 horns is a dragon. Lizards did have similarities to flood dragons. And thunder lizards also had possessed the bloodline of flood dragons. The power of a vicious beast with the bloodline of a saint beast could be imagined. At the base of Thunder Crash Mountain there were very few thunder lizards, and of the few there were, they only had very thin and impure bloodlines. These lizards were covered with white scales and they spat white lightning. Their strength ranged from the altering muscle stage to the bone forging stage. The higher up one went, the more formidable the thunder lizards became. On the side of the mountain, the thunder lizard scales began to turn red. These thunder lizards spat out red lightning. The red thunder lizard's strength was equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. Higher up were the blue thunder lizards. Their strength was equal to the Hotian realm. It was said that at the summit, there existed a purple thunder lizard, whose strength was equal to a Xiantian realm martial artist. Seeing this, Lin Ming gasped. He had never seen a Xiantian realm martial artist before. He hadn't thought that on Thundercrash Mountain, there would be an existence that was equal to a Xiantian realm martial artist. If there really was a purple thunder lizard, then the lightning they could bring down might even turn a Hotian realm martial artist directly into ashes. Thinking this, Lin Ming frowned. Compared to an ordinary martial artist, he had an advantage. This was because he had a thunder soul within him, so he didn't fear thunder too much. But just because he didn't fear too much didn't mean he was completely without fear. Just several hours ago, Lin Ming had faced off against the little flame boy. The little flame boy's fire was capable of injuring him. This was because the enemy also had a flame essence within them, and it was a flame essence that was stronger than the one within Lin Ming's heretical god seed. Therefore Lin Ming had been unable to control the enemy's flame. In Thundercrash Mountain I have a much higher ability to survive than a normal martial artist. But if I want to rush to the peak, there is still too far a distance. First I'll go to the base of Thundercrash Mountain. Afterwards, I'll see how high I can climb. Chapter 197, Thundergrass. During the day, Thundercrash Mountain was truly a marvelous spectacle to behold. Lush forests carpeted the base of the mountain, and 10,000 feet up the greenery thinned to shrubs and high grasses. Another 10,000 feet and there were only sparse weeds. As one gradually ascended, it slowly turned to icy plains of snow, and closer to the peak, there was no snow or ice, there were only the faint flashes of sizzling white lightning. From bottom to top, it was dark green, yellow, brown, and eventually white. Thundercrash Mountain was 100,000 feet high. The dense forest at the base was dozens of miles wide, and the trees were extremely large and tall. If 7 or 8 people holding hands wrapped around a tree, that tree could be considered a king among trees. However, in the forests of Thundercrash Mountain, this kind of tree was simply ordinary. As Lin Ming walked along, he even saw a tree with a trunk that would take several dozen people to wrap around. It was over 1,000 feet high, even the roots of the tree that stuck up from the ground were as large as a temple. This tree looked to be at least 4,000 or 5,000 years old. The deeper in water, the larger the fish. The forest was like this too. The deeper one went in, the higher the trees were and the fiercer the vicious beasts were. There weren't only these monsters. There were also venomous snakes and insects that hid within the thick grass. They were extremely lethal due to their very toxic venoms. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already applied a special southern wilderness oil to his body, so he didn't fear these poisons. Lin Ming kept his guard up the entire time. As he saw these giant trees, he didn't think it was too strange that Thundercrash Mountain had been able to produce a thunder lizard that was equal to a Xiantian realm martial artist. Of these vicious beasts, Lin Ming avoided those that he could. For the rest that chose to rush upon him, he would simply eliminate them. Like this, Lin Ming safely traveled up the surrounding forest of Thundercrash Mountain and arrived at the hillside grassland areas. The grass here was no shorter than a human, and it was filled with countless venomous snakes and insects. Lin Ming walked for a bit. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw that there was a small 30-foot patch of land with no grass, and a black rock in the center. This rock was actually a chunk of magnetic ore. In a crevice of this rock there was a white sword-shaped grass that stubbornly grew. It was about a foot high, and there was a small white fruit blooming in the center. The fruit gleamed with a faint electric light. Thundergrass. When Lin Ming had bought the introductory pamphlet to Thundercrash Mountain, he had memorized the appearance of the thundergrass. Thundergrass was quite conspicuous. They were usually only found within magnetic ore. Not only that, but because of the presence of the power of thunder, there often weren't any other plants in its surroundings. Like this, it was extremely easy to recognize. The leaf is white and the veins have a light red color. This should be 50-year-old thundergrass. Lin Ming casually plucked the small white fruit of the thundergrass, but left the plant itself intact. Thundergrass grew only within magnetic ore. It was not easy to nurture and grow. Lin Ming didn't want to destroy it, he only wanted to take the fruit that was filled with the power of thunder. Holding the white fruit in his hand, Lin Ming focused and began to slowly drain the power of thunder that was contained within. The power of thunder flowed along his meridians and into his heart, where it was greedily absorbed by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming was slightly disappointed when he tried to feel if there was any change in the heretical god Seed's thunder soul. Of course, 50-year-old thundergrass simply wasn't valuable enough. Lin Ming sighed. The power of thunder around the base of Thundercrash Mountain was less than that in the 7 profound martial houses Thunder Valley. It wasn't strange that there wouldn't be much here that was able to help his thunder soul grow. It seemed as if his dream of collecting a massive amount of young thundergrass to cultivate his thunder soul was only an illusion. If he wished to cultivate his thunder soul, then he would have to find thundergrass that was several hundred years old or even 1,000 years old. He might also have to find a way to extract the power of thunder from a thunder lizard's body, and if there was even a faint chance, find a thunder soul within Thundercrash Mountain. Of course, Lin Ming didn't even entertain any hope of that last possibility. Even if there was a thunder soul, it would most likely be within the summit of Thundercrash Mountain where lightning struck year-round. With just his own strength, there was no way for him to reach the top. Lin Ming continued walking forward. Suddenly, he heard the faint sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. In the high grass of these forests, one had to watch out for more than vicious beasts, they also had to be wary of other martial artists. It was simply too easy to kill someone and steal all their possessions, leaving them here to rot away with no clue as to who did it. However, Lin Ming didn't worry about this. This was because the martial artists who hung around the base of Thundercrash Mountain were mostly below the bone forging stage. Although it was said that not even Hoqian realm martial artists would go more than halfway up the side of Thundercrash Mountain, the truth was that Hoqian realm martial artists would almost never come here. This was because the only value in coming to Thundercrash Mountain was thundergrass. The martial artists that came here only came to pick thundergrass. 100-year-old thundergrass sold for a bit more than 100 gold. It was a paltry amount that pulse condensation period martial artists and above wouldn't even glance at. As Lin walked through the grass, he saw figures in front of him flashing around. The sounds of fighting were becoming increasingly clear, and he could clearly hear the sounds of swords clashing as well as the deep roars of beasts. As Lin Ming spread out his soul force, he was able to sense that in a clearing not too far away, 5 martial artists were encircling a vicious beast. This vicious beast looked like a rhinoceros, but its back was covered in scales and its tail was thick and long, with a barbed tip. From the aura it was exuding, it was no weaker than an altering muscle martial artist. Its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. Every time it whipped its long and spiked tail, it had a power behind it that was easily able to shatter stones. The vicious beast was surrounded by 5 martial artists, 3 men and 2 women. They had a symbol shaped like a small black dragon covering the right area of their chest. It seemed as if they were from the same family or the same school. The 2 women were identical twins, and looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. The sisters' cultivations were at the early viscera training stage, and they used long swords. The strikes lacked strength, and the sword wind from their blades only left superficial cuts on the iron-armored rhinoceros body. A young man whose age was about the same as the twins was also at the early viscera training stage. His strength was a bit less than the twins, at most he could serve as a distraction. Finally, the last 2 were older martial artists, respectively at the early altering muscle stage and the peak altering muscle stage. The man who was leading the assault was the peak altering muscle martial artist. He was wearing an impressive black outfit, and he used a black dark steel staff as his weapon. Against a vicious beast whose body was entirely covered in armored scales, it was difficult to use a sword. Instead, the long staff had the greatest effect. The black-clothed martial artist had quick reflexes, and every time that armored vicious beast would switch targets, the black-clothed man would take advantage of the opportunity and quickly suppress it with the staff. He especially attacked between the eyes of the armored rhinoceros. This was where the central nervous system of the armored rhinoceros was, and also its point of greatest weakness. Although the armored rhinoceros had formidable defensive capabilities, it couldn't stop the black-clothed martial artist from smashing it with his staff. Slowly, its vision began to blur and its movements dulled until it started to bleed from its eyes and ears. The black-clothed martial artist saw an opportunity, and his whole body erupted with a torrent of true essence. The black dark steel staff in his hands began to shine with a deep red light. 5 mountains collapse. The black-clothed martial roared as he used his strongest martial skill. His staff struck the armored rhinoceros on the forehead, and with a loud cracking sound, the armored rhinoceros head caved in, its skull broken. The iron rhinoceros gave a pitiful howl, swayed on its feet, and finally fell to the ground. Senior apprentice brother's 5 mountains collapse is truly fierce. The not yet 20-year-old youth hurriedly flattered the black-clothed martial artist after he beat the armored rhinoceros to death. The black-clothed martial artist smiled and guffawed, enjoying this immensely. He said, "Little Long, go and cut off the rhinoceros horn, that thing can sell for a high price." "Okay." The youth called Little Long nodded and, in high spirits, went to cut off the rhinoceros horn. The 2 twin girls came over. They enviously said, "Senior apprentice brother's 5 mountains collapse is becoming fiercer every day. We sisters still haven't learned a martial skill yet." All the words were flattery, there was also a small amount of resentment hidden within. To an ordinary martial artist, the legacy of a martial skill was hard to come by. These 5 people could be considered the lowest level of marital artists. Their talent wasn't impressive, and they came from an ordinary family background. They had joined an unknown small school of martial arts. But, this school in truth only had little more than a dozen students. They also only had one so-called master, who was at the peak bone forging stage. These 5 people, in comparison to the worst disciples of the 7 profound martial houses Human Hall, still had a big gap between them. Hearing the 2 sisters' complaints, the black-clothed martial artist laughed and said with a smile, Sang Lan, don't be discouraged. Your talent is good, as long as you work hard and strive for excellence, then Master will naturally teach you. In 2 days when I have a chance, I'll put in a good word for you to the Master, and ask him to hand down the 9-flower blade to you." The 2 sisters heard this and were ecstatic. They sweetly said, "Thank you, elder senior apprentice brother." The black-clothed warrior nodded in satisfaction. He liked the feeling of being able to influence the fate of others, especially when they were a pair of beautiful twin women. But at this moment, he noticed Lin Ming not too far away. It seemed as if this youth had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was startled that he hadn't noticed him until now. However, this young boy's cultivation was only at the early viscera training stage, so he wasn't worth caring about. The black-clothed man glanced over and seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He said to Lin Ming, "Hello friend, did you come to Thundercrash Mountain for an adventure? Would you like to come along with us? We'll give you a low price. With your early viscera training cultivation, it's dangerous for you to go up Thundercrash Mountain. If you encounter a thunder lizard you will surely die." As the black-clothed martial artist spoke, the other 4 also noticed Lin Ming. After they saw Lin Ming's cultivation, they were somewhat surprised. A newborn calf really didn't fear a tiger, this boy was truly fearless. His cultivation was only a trivial early viscera training stage, and he was by himself, yet he dared come to Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming said, "No need, I'm used to being by myself." After being rejected by Lin Ming, the black-clothed martial artist smiled and didn't say anything. Yet in his heart he had a hope that Lin Ming would suffer some misfortune later. Young people these days really didn't know how vast the world was. For a 15 or 16-year-old to have a cultivation at the early viscera training stage was impressive. However, it was inevitable that his heart would swell from the self-confidence, and thinking that he was above the world, he would suffer some miserable fate. In the worst case, he would also lose his life. The young man at the side of the black-clothed martial artist curled his lips as he heard Lin Ming's refusal, and whispered, "He doesn't know what's good for him." If elder senior apprentice brother was willing to take him along, then he was already thinking highly of him. Since he rejected him, he'll just die sooner or later. Chapter 198, Thunder Lizard. Lin Ming had very keen perception. Even though the youth wasn't speaking very loudly, he was still able to hear him. Of course, he had suppressed his cultivation to the early viscera training stage. The first reason was because he was taking precautions, and second was because he didn't want to stand out too much. With his age, it was simply too shocking to being able to reach the peak of bone forging. In the end, these 5 martial artists came from a small place. They were only little fish in a little pond. They hadn't seen the world and didn't know how much talent was out in the wide world. The twin girls didn't seem as if they could bear Lin Ming delivering himself into the jaws of death. They said, "Little brother, if this your first time coming to Thundercrash Mountain, you need to know that this isn't a place you can casually play around in. After crossing the forest, there are many dangers, even a viscera training martial artist won't be able to live through it. We have elder senior apprentice brother to accompany us, so we're all right, otherwise we wouldn't dare." We won't charge you much money. Since you're away from home, it's always best to make friends. Lin Ming was utterly speechless as he listened to the twin sisters speak. They actually thought that he came here for fun and games. Was there anyone that actually came to Thunder Crash Mountain just for sightseeing? The black-clothed martial artist saw that Lin Ming didn't seem as if he was going to change his mind. He said, "Leave him alone. Let's go." He had wanted to earn some extra money, but it seemed the young boy just didn't know what was good for him. He was about to go when Lin Ming suddenly asked, "Do you have any thundergrass I can buy? I will pay the market price." The reason he had been patiently waiting for these fellows to finish off the vicious beast was to ask this. If he had some older thundergrass, then he could give it a try and see if it was worth picking or not. The black-clothed martial artist thought it was strange that Lin Ming would ask this. Was it possible that he cultivated thunder attribute true essence? Why would he want to purchase thundergrass? Or was he buying it for his tribe? Even if he wanted to buy thundergrass for his tribe, they wouldn't let a child come for it alone. The black-clothed martial artist hesitated, and then asked, "How old do you want?" Lin Ming said, "The older the better, I will let you decide the price." As Lin Ming said this, the early altering muscle youth that was standing near the black-clothed martial artist brightened up. He sent a true essence sound transmission and said, "Elder senior apprentice brother, with what this kid says, he must be really rich." The black-clothed martial artist ignored the youth and said to Lin Ming, "I have 2 stalks of 90-year thundergrass. 300 gold taels. Do you want them?" 300 gold taels was slightly higher than market price, but Lin Ming didn't care. He waved his hand and 3 golden banknotes flew towards the black-clothed martial artist. These are the Allied Trade Association's currency gold banknotes. You can trade them in at a large tribe or the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The black-clothed martial artist received the banknotes and confirmed that they really were from the Allied Trade Association. He took out a stalk of thundergrass from his backpack and threw it towards Lin Ming. After Lin Ming accepted it, he glanced at it to confirm it was the correct age, and then walked away without looking back. As the black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming gently trace the ring on his finger and the thundergrass immediately disappear, a light flashed in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, and then let Lin Ming leave. Once Lin Ming had disappeared, the early altering muscle youth muttered, "Elder senior apprentice brother, that fellow just now was such a juicy and fat sheep. I bet he has no less than 1,800 gold on his body and you just let him go like that. In my opinion, we could have just grabbed him. If he doesn't know what is good for him, then we." The youth made a motion of slicing his neck. The black-clothed martial artist blankly looked at him and said, 1,800 gold. You think that boy is so simple? That boy has a spatial ring. That's something that even our master can't afford. 1,800 gold taels is probably nothing in his eyes. Spatial ring. The youth was dumbfounded. The hell, why would he bring such a thing over to Thunder Crash Mountain? I'd probably never make that much money in my life. Why would such a rich junior come here? He came for thundergrass, but I'm not sure why he needs it. The youth seemed as if he suddenly realized something. He quickly said, "Elder senior apprentice brother, since he has a spatial ring, then he probably has several tens of thousands of gold. If we rob him, then we'll never have to worry again in our life." "Rob your mom." The black-clothed martial artist suddenly exploded as he heard the youth say this. The boy definitely comes from some large sect or aristocratic family. That type of person always has many treasures on their body and is very difficult to deal with. If we can't stop him, then all we can do afterwards is wait to die. He doesn't look like a fool. If he came to Thunder Crash Mountain at only the Viscera training stage, then even I can't guess what sort of trump cards he has to save his life. Besides, we are not robbers. We will rely on our own ability to find food to feed ourselves. It's better to be safe than sorry. Stealing and robbing is too dangerous. Sooner or later, we'll fail and end up dead in the ground. The youth curled his lip. He was a bit disapproving of this decision. Obviously, he kept thinking of the several tens of thousands of gold that Lin Ming had. In his opinion, no matter how fierce a little 16-year-old boy was, how fierce could he possibly be? The twin girls were puzzled. They asked, "Elder senior apprentice brother, what is a spatial ring?" "Haha, a spatial ring is a kind of storage treasure. It's only the size of a ring, but it can store several dozens of square feet worth of things. Just wait for me to reach the pulse condensation period and I'll get one to play with. At that time, I'll show it to you. Really? Great. If we have something like that, then we won't need our backpacks anymore when we go out adventuring. The twin girls were incredibly excited hearing about this wonderful treasure. Cultivate to the pulse condensation period and buy one to play with. This is just bragging with no ability, the early altering muscle youth criticized in his heart as he looked at the black-clothed martial artist showing off in front of the two beautiful twins. Of course, this was something that he wouldn't dare to speak out loud. 10 miles away, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a rock. He grasped the two thundergrass fruits in his hand. The fruits sparkled with the faint light of thunder. A moment later, the thunder light dissipated and the fruits withered along with it. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Helplessly, he threw away the withered fruits. The 90-year-old thundergrass was also mediocre. It did have a tiny effect, but it was just too small. Even if he absorbed several thousands of these fruits, the thunder soul would not grow more than 10%. Not to mention how time-consuming it would be to gather thousands of thundergrass. The key problem was that thundergrass by itself could not maintain growth of the thunder soul. According to his past experiences, the thunder soul would quickly achieve a saturation point when absorbing low-grade thunders and lightning. Afterwards, it wouldn't grow any further. However, Lin Ming wasn't discouraged. Before coming to Thundercrash Mountain, he had already mentally prepared himself for these types of setbacks. Since he came to Thundercrash Mountain, he would definitely find a fortuitous encounter here. However, a true fortuitous encounter couldn't be found by just anyone, otherwise they would all be gone by now. If that happened, how could he ever find one for himself? According to the Thundercrash Mountain pamphlet, the oldest thundergrass can be thousands of years old, and the fruit it bears is purple in color. This kind of 1,000-year-old thundergrass holds an incomparably potent power of thunder. If I can find a few of them, then my thunder soul should be able to grow a little. Unfortunately, it's simply too difficult to find thundergrass like this. As long as thundergrass was given enough time, it could grow to any age. It could grow to 1,000 or even 2,000 years. However, in these years, countless martial artists had come to Thundercrash Mountain. Most of the 50-year-old thundergrass was already plucked. How could there be anything older? If he wanted to find 1,000-year-old thundergrass, then the only places it would possibly be were the areas near the summit where no one dared to venture. However, once past the mountainside, he could be in an area where even Hotian realm martial artists had to tread cautiously. Although Lin Ming had a thunder soul in his body and was very resistant to thunder and lightning, he still couldn't go too deep. As Lin Ming was thinking through the possible actions he could take, he suddenly heard a deafening beast roar sounding out from behind him. It was just like a thunderclap that reached the sky. Screams soon followed. Hearing these pitiful cries, Lin Ming was able to recognize them as the people he had just passed a moment ago. His heart stirred, and he instantly sped backwards. According to the Thundercrash Mountain pamphlet, this roar that was like a thunderclap was most likely from a thunder lizard. Lin Ming wanted to see just what a thunder lizard was like. He had already been on Thundercrash Mountain for so long, yet this was the first time that he had heard one. He wanted to see just how much he needed to fear the lightning that the thunder lizard could spit out, and just how high he could trek up Thundercrash Mountain. And he also wanted to know if a thunder lizard could become nourishment for his thunder soul, and if it was worth his time to hunt them. Lin Ming launched his movement technique. His figure was just like a bolt of lightning. Because his speed was too quick, the scenery around him seemed to twist. Lin Ming crossed the 10-mile distance in just a dozen or so breaths of time. When he arrived, he saw a giant vicious beast, with its entire body covered in gleaming red scales. It looked similar to a lizard, but its back was higher and its entire body bulged with a massive amount of bony plates. It actually looked somewhat like a massive red earth dragon. At this moment, in front of the red thunder lizard, 4 people were standing there, frozen in absolute panic. They were the black-clothed elder senior apprentice brother at the peak of altering muscle, the 2 twin girls at the early viscera training stage, and the young boy at the early viscera training stage called Little Long. As for the young martial artist who was at the early altering muscle stage, his entire body had been charred black and he had fallen to the ground. Apparently, he had eaten a thunder strike. Although he still had a breath of life within him, he was knocking at death's door. The elder senior apprentice brother paled. He could clearly feel that the thunder lizard had already locked its sights on him. As soon as he moved, he would eat a lightning attack. Damn. How is there such bad luck that a peak-bone forging thunder lizard is here? The black-clothed martial artist cried in his heart. With the thunder lizard staring at him, he didn't even dare to breath. The other 3 martial artists were close to succumbing to despair. Their second senior apprentice brother had instantly taken such a severe wound and was close to death. The 3 of them together amounted to less than a fly to this monster. At this moment, the thunder lizard suddenly growled. It slowly turned its head as if it felt something behind it. It didn't know when, but a young boy had appeared from behind, holding a slender saber in his hand and standing in the grass. Although this young boy didn't have an aura at all, the thunder lizard didn't know why, but it suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. It's him. The black-clothed martial artist and twins found that Lin Ming had returned. Why did he come back? Did he come back especially for this thunder lizard? The black-clothed martial artist was aware of this point. However, all he felt was confusion. Even if this young boy came back, what could he possibly do? Although he figured Lin Ming had some trump card in his hand that he could use to keep his life, the black-clothed martial artist guessed that this trump card was mainly used to escape from situations like this. It had never occurred to him that Lin Ming's combat prowess was to a degree where he could deal with a peak-bone forging thunder lizard. Chapter 199, Second Kill. The thunder lizard issued a threatening growl. It changed its target towards Lin Ming because it felt that this boy was a true threat. This came from the power of thunder. Thunder lizards had a rare and extraordinary sensitivity towards thunder. Although Lin Ming was able to restrain the breath within his body, it could still faintly feel that Lin Ming's body contained the power of thunder. Although this power was very nebulous, it contained a deep and incomparably vigorous aura that made it tremble with fear. Lin Ming hadn't moved to attack. He patiently waited for the bone-forging vicious beast to come at him. Such a beast wasn't a threat to him. He just wanted to see for himself what means of attack the thunder lizard had. The atmosphere reached a temporary standstill. The black-clothed martial artist nervously looked between the thunder lizard and Lin Ming. He thought of escaping, but feared that the thunder lizard would suddenly turn against him and attack him. After several inner struggles, he decided to stay and see why this boy had the guts to return. The thunder lizard even roared several times to warn Lin Ming, but not only did Lin Ming not leave, but instead approached it, step by step. The thunder lizard finally became angry. Its body flowed with the frenzied bloodline of a flood dragon. It would not tolerate such provocations. Roar! The thunder lizard howled and opened its jaw to spit out a white ball of thunder, shooting directly towards Lin Ming. The speed of the thunderball was extremely fast and arrived at Lin Ming in just the blink of an eye. Lin Ming didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he revolved his true essence to the limit and prepared to take the attack head-on. The black-clothed martial artist was stunned. Why didn't he dodge? Although the thunderball was fast, he should still have at least some sort of response. Not only that, but the youth should have some kind of trump card in his hand. Chilla. The thunderball directly sank into Lin Ming's body. The twin girls screamed. However, the explosion they had envisioned didn't occur. It was as if the thunderball had fallen into a dark pit of Lin Ming's body and would never come back out. When the thunderball submerged into Lin Ming, there wasn't a single ripple, not even Lin Ming's clothes were burnt. Lin Ming eyebrows furrowed. After a few breaths of time, his expression relaxed, and the power of thunder in the thunderball was absorbed by him. The thunder was a bit wilder than the thunder from Thunder Valley. But, it was still unable to compete with the heretical god Seed's thunder soul. It futilely struggled a bit, but ultimately it could not avoid the fate of being absorbed. After completely absorbing the power of thunder, Lin Ming smiled. He was finally able to confirm that the thunder soul coped with the elements the same way the fire essence did, and that the thunder soul and fire essence within his body were stronger. Fire and thunder would obey whatever was strong. In the lava cave and Thunder Valley, whether it was fire or thunder, the flame essence and thunder soul were able to control the energy in those major killing arrays. It was as if the energy was an army without a general, and was a scattered mess that posed no threat, thus he was able to easily absorb it. And later, Lin Ming encountered the little flame boy. Because the flame essence within the heretical god Seed had been inferior to the power of the opponent, that was why it was such a difficult battle. Whether it was a flame essence or thunder soul, these were incomparably rare phenomena. Lin Ming guessed that in the entire Thunder Crash Mountain, it was already generous if there was just a single thunder soul here. And since it was impossible for these thunder lizards to have a thunder soul inside their body, how could they possibly be his match? So even though his strength was inferior to a Hotian realm martial artist, he should be able to climb higher than a Hotian realm martial artist. The thunder lizard saw that Lin Ming didn't even have the slightest reaction after its thunderball hit him. Its amber pupils dilated and showed a hint of fear. It roared a few times, and in one breath spat out 7 or 8 thunderballs that rapidly flew towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not dodge or evade, he would accept it all. This action caused the black-clothed elder senior apprentice brother to be completely baffled and even scared. The two twin girls subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they had been shocked into seeing things. How was this possible? Even a Hotian realm master wouldn't be able to stand there and take such a wanton barrage of thunderballs. The black-clothed martial artist gulped saliva. Was this a human? Was his body made out of magnetic ore? Heavens, fortunately, he hadn't tried to do something so foolish like trying to rob him, otherwise he would have already died. The thunder lizard breathed out more than 10 thunderballs. Finally, it began to feel a deep fear. It realized that this was not an enemy that it could deal with. With a hissing sound, the thunder lizard spat out one last giant thunderball, turned tail, and fled at full speed. You want to run away? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with electricity as he launched golden rock shattering the void. In an instant, he had appeared at the side of the thunder lizard, and punched out a fist. Lin Ming's solid punch slammed against the thunder lizard's back. The thunder lizard's body was covered in scales that were as hard as iron, but Lin Ming's attack was able to ignore superficial defenses. Unless the enemy was something like the witch slave from the sorcerer pagoda whose organs were firm like steel, it was basically impossible to withstand the infiltration of flow like silk. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into the thunder lizard's body and surged through, directly rampaging through its organs. The thunder lizard let out a miserable howl, and its gigantic body violently trembled. Its organs were all torn to pieces. It vomited blood and collapsed on the ground. Because of its terrifying body weight and the speed at which it had been sprinting, the thunder lizard had bowled over a large brush and slammed into a tree, snapping it in half. The black-clothed martial artist helplessly watched as Lin Ming killed an over 10,000 gene thunder lizard with just a single punch. It was just like he had punched a dog to death. His expression turned pale with fright as if he had seen a ghost. This thunder lizard had strength equal to the peak of bone forging. Its surface scales were nearly indestructible. If Lin Ming had released some magnificent martial skill in order to kill the thunder lizard, then he wouldn't be too surprised, but how was he able to kill it with a single punch? A human's fist against a thunder lizard's armor was like a small sewing needle against a cat or dog. If a needle poked the back of a cat or dog, would that be able to kill a cat or dog? The black-clothed marshal looked towards Lin Ming and his eyes filled with fear. He stood there, not daring to move. The two twin girls' expressions were also slack. They constantly kept gulping as they both cautiously maintained distance from Lin Ming. The scene in which Lin Ming killed a thunder lizard with a fist was simply too shocking. After Lin Ming killed the thunder lizard, he drew out the slender saber and cut open the thunder lizard's chest. After a few strokes, he managed to open up the body. What he was looking for was the thunder pearl. According to the Thunder Crash pamphlet, it had said that thunder lizards that were at the bone forging stage or above were able to form a thunder pearl within their bodies. This thunder pearl was also the origin of a thunder lizard's power. Elder senior apprentice brother, is he? In the eyes of the two twin sisters, Lin Ming's existence already defied common sense. How was it possible that he was so young and yet had such strength? The black-clothed martial artist murmured, he is definitely not a 15 or 16-year-old youth. I think that he practiced some cultivation method that rejuvenates the body, so that's why he appears like this. Then his cultivation is. He should be at the peak Hotian realm. After the black-clothed martial artist said this, even he was shocked into silence. Even if one were to look in the entire southern wilderness, one might not find more than a few peak Hotian realm masters. Peak Hotian realm. Could this be true? The two twin girls said with shaking voices. They were usually in awe of their master, who was at the peak bone forging stage. As for what sort of concept a Picotian realm master was, it was just an inconceivable existence to them. There was no large sect within the southern wilderness. A Picotian realm martial artist was the limit of the martial artists here. Because there were no heaven-opening pills, for the last several hundred years no one had managed to take a step into the true Xiantian realm. It could be said that a Picotian realm martial artist already had the qualifications to dominate and rule an area of the southern wilderness as overlord. These were characters that they had only read about in legends and nighttime bed stories. Compared to existences like that, they were just ants waiting to be crushed. The black-clothed martial artist said, only with such a cultivation could he have reached the realm of being able to hide his cultivation. How laughable. To think that I wanted to guide him before and even collect protection money. The black-clothed martial artist ruefully smiled and silently shook his head. Lin Ming quickly removed the thunder pearl from the body of the thunder lizard. This thunder pearl was about the size of a fist. It was a pure white color that also emitted a faint red light. This color was the same as the thunder lizard's scales, and represented the power ranking of the thunder lizard. When the thunder pearl turned a complete scarlet color, then this would be when the thunder lizard's strength reached that of a pulse condensation period martial artist. With the thunder pearl in hand, Lin Ming could feel the power of thunder within. With a move of his mind, he began to slowly draw out the power. The light of the thunder pearl immediately began to die down. Feeling the change in the power of thunder within his body, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. This thunder pearl was at most equivalent to several hundred-year-old thunder grass. He turned and glanced back at the black-clothed martial artist. Lin Ming wasn't intending to stay much longer. As Lin Ming prepared to walk away, he paused again as he heard heavy footsteps coming towards him. Lin Ming expanded his soul force. Another one came. Lin Ming sensed that a few tens of thousands of feet away, a thunder lizard was firing towards him at an alarming speed. The black-clothed martial artist was able to feel this too. Although he didn't have an equally potent soul force like Lin Ming, he could still feel the ground underneath him vibrating. Obviously, it was another thunder lizard that was rushing towards them. Soon they were able to hearing the sounds of rolling thunder as the beast's feet stomped the ground. That roar contained an incomparably tyrannical aura. The black-clothed martial artist's heart was tight. He understood that the reason the thunder lizard came was for revenge. The black-clothed martial artist hesitated for a moment, before he said to Lin Ming, "Senior, the last roar that the thunder lizard had sounded out was a message to his companions calling for aid. Listening to the aura from that roar, it seems that next thunder lizard should be equal to someone at the pulse condensation period." The black-clothed martial artist was very knowledgeable. He was able to determine the ranking of a thunder lizard by listening to the nuances within its roar. But, the black-clothed martial artist thought that something was strange. They were only in the lower surrounding areas of Thunder Crash Mountain. Why would they encounter such a strong thunder lizard here? Could it be? The black-clothed martial artist's mind began to race. Looking at Lin Ming, his eyes had a hint of hesitation. He just didn't know how to bring up the topic with this senior. However, it was too late to think. With the sounds of tree branches cracking under a heavy weight, a fully crimson-red thunder lizard stormed out of the bushes. It saw its mate already dead on the floor, and its amber-brown eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Lin Ming looked at the thunder lizard and took the heavy profound soft spear out from his spatial ring. This thunder lizard now was equal to a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. To deal with it with just a fist was somewhat difficult. As the black-clothed martial artist, the two twin girls, and the Viscera training stage youth saw Lin Ming facing off against the Crimson Beast, they unconsciously stepped backwards into order to not get caught up in such a dangerous battle. The twin girls suddenly remembered their second senior apprentice brother, and hurriedly rushed over to him to pull him away, so that he was not trampled to death by the Thunder Lizard and Lin Ming. Chapter 200, Thunder Attribute Treasures. A red thunder lizard's strength is equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. I can't believe that a thunder lizard at this level of power would appear at the base of Thunder Crash Mountain. Something seems strange. Normally, martial artists that travel to Thunder Crash Mountain would be at the altering muscle or bone forging stage. If they met a red thunder lizard, like now, then they would inevitably die. Although Lin Ming felt that the current situation was strange, he didn't have any time to think about it. In an instant, the thunder lizard roared, and spat a giant thunder ball at him. The ball of thunder was crimson in color, and was even much larger than the ones the white thunder lizard had let loose prior. Like before, Lin Ming didn't dodge. ZZ. The thunderball submerged into Lin Ming's body. The tingling sensation that burst forth was a bit more intense than before. This red lightning was much more violent than the previous white lightning. Unfortunately, this lightning had no thunder soul. It was like an army that had lost its formation. When the red lightning flowed into Lin Ming's heart, it came face to face with the thunder soul in the heretical god seed and felt a deep instinctive fear. It was just like a ferocious dog that bumped into a young tiger. Even though the tiger hadn't grown up, it still exudes the dignified majesty of the king of beasts. The thunder soul swallowed the crimson lightning with no problems at all. Upon noticing that Lin Ming had not moved even after his amazing display of strength earlier, the black-clothed martial artist's throat fiercely twitched. Although he had guessed that Lin Ming was powerful, he didn't think that he was powerful to the point where he could take a head-on collision with a thunderball. It was even red lightning. Lin Ming looked into his heretical god seed. Finally, he began to sense some growth within the thunder soul. This caused Lin Ming to feel delighted. It seemed that the red lightning gave a much higher qualitative improvement than white lightning. What would it be like if it were the even more violent blue lightning? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. He decided to climb beyond the mountainside of Thundercrash Mountain. There, he would be able to encounter thunder lizards equal to a Hotian realm martial artist. In his opinion, he didn't need to fear the thunder produced by the thunder lizards. Even if it was a dark blue thunder lizard whose power was equal to the peak Hotian realm, what could its thunder attack do to him? On the contrary, the thunder they released would be his elixir. There was even a possibility that he would be able to see a legendary purple thunder lizard whose power was equal to a Xiantian realm martial artist. If he could absorb some of this purple electricity, he couldn't even begin to imagine the sort of change that would occur within the thunder soul. With this realization, Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. However, Lin Ming quickly discovered that he had been too naive. Once the red thunder lizard saw that the thunder attack it was so proud of had failed, it quickly switched to physical attacks. The lizard tail, that was thicker than a water barrel, viciously whipped out. The thunder lizard was too big, so its movement was a little slow. However, in terms of attack speed, it was no worse than a human martial artist. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he launched golden rock shattering the void, vanishing from sight. The thunder lizard's tail smashed a giant hole in the ground. Even the magnetic ore in the ground was smashed to pieces. Lin Ming let out a breath of air. That attack was too strong. He could take on the thunder strike of the thunder lizard, but there was no way that he could resist a direct confrontation with that tail. How stupid was I to actually think that the thunder lizard could only use thunder attacks? Moreover, it seems like even if they just use physical attacks, they wouldn't lose to vicious beasts of the same level. With my current strength, provoking a Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard is just looking for death. Having understood the offensive techniques used by thunder lizards, Lin Ming no longer delayed. He flourished the heavy profound soft spear with his speed reaching the limit. Man and spear were like a meteor that shot towards the thunder lizard. The spear point bloomed with licking flames that resembled a crimson lotus. The momentum of this whistling flame was no weaker than thunder. The long spear shattered the thunder lizard's scales and pierced straight through. Flow like silk and true essence flame burst out at the same time. The thunder lizard shook and vomited blood shortly after. The thunder lizard pitifully howled, as it swept its tail towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming easily dodged it. Due to being severely weakened, the strike had only left a shallow indent on the ground. Lin Ming pulled out the long spear and punched the thunder lizard between the eyes. Vibrating true essence erupted once more. The thunder lizard could not resist these two successive attacks, and with a slight quiver, it slumped to the ground. With Lin Ming's current level of power, he was easily able to deal with an early pulse condensation vicious beast. Lin Ming cut open this red thunder lizard and took out the red thunder pearl. With a thought, the power of thunder flowed into Lin Ming's body. An extremely comfortable yet numbing feeling followed along with it. The thunder soul that hid inside the heretical god seed ran around in circles, seeming very enthusiastic. The power of red thunder was quickly absorbed by the thunder soul. This time, Lin Ming sensed some satisfying growth. If he could continue like this then with another 10 or 20 red thunder pearls, his thunder soul should grow by about 10%. Of course, this kind of growth couldn't be sustained. After another 40 or 50%, the red thunder wouldn't be able to further affect the thunder soul's growth. At that time, he would have to look for a more formidable thunder in order to cultivate his thunder soul. Not too far away, the two twin girls were applying medicine onto the altering muscle youth. However, the altering muscle youth's injuries were simply too severe. These two young girls could only wrap some cloth and herbs around the boy in order to barely preserve his life. One of the easiest attacks to inflict hidden wounds were those of thunder attribute. If a human body was hit by a powerful electric current, even if they survived, their heart would easily fail and they would die a few years later. This was because the thunder had passed through the heart and had left behind injuries that weren't visible on the outside. Under these circumstances, this youth would have to stay in bed for a year or more. Following that, he might not be able to continue practicing martial arts. Also, he wouldn't live much longer. The altering muscle youth groaned in pain. Seeing their second senior apprentice brother in such a miserable state, the two girls could only endure. The elder senior apprentice brother, the black-clothed martial artist, didn't seem to care about the altering muscle youth. Instead, he looked at Lin Ming, as if he were hesitating to say something. Noticing Lin Ming about to walk away, the black-clothed martial artist finally opened his mouth and said, "Senior, please wait." Lin Ming stopped and turned around to look at the black-clothed martial artist. He coldly asked, "What do you want?" Although Lin Ming never had any conflict with the black-clothed martial artist and his group, he remembered the avaricious looks that the altering muscle had sent towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming naturally knew what sort of plans that he had been thinking of at that time. To that kind of person, he had no compassion. Even though he possessed some superior healing medicine in his spatial ring that could relieve his pain, he didn't plan on taking them out to help him. Lin Ming thought that the black-clothed martial artist was going to beg him to save his junior apprentice brother, but he hadn't expected that the black-clothed martial artist would instead say, "Senior, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's proper to say." The black-clothed martial artist was afraid that if he failed to deliver, then he would suffer from Lin Ming venting his anger on him. "What guess?" The black organized his thoughts and continued, "My school's master once came to Thundercrash Mountain to adventure and accumulated experiences, many of which he had told me. Although my cultivation is not high, I've already come to Thundercrash Mountain 5 times. With my experience and my master's experience, I can say that I have a relatively good understanding of Thundercrash Mountain." Lin Ming nodded. He also noticed this point. The black-clothed martial artist had only relied on the roar of the thunder lizard to judge its strength. To Lin Ming, there was no difference between the roars of the two thunder lizards. The black-clothed martial artist said, "As far as I know, there shouldn't be any bone-forging or stronger thunder lizards at the base of Thundercrash Mountain." However, 2 had actually appeared, one of which was at the pulse condensation period, which is too unusual. Thunder lizards also have their own tribal groupings. The tribal group also has divisions within. The stronger a thunder lizard is, the higher their status and the closer to the summit their territory is. The power of thunder is richest at the summit. But, the power of thunder weakens the further down it goes. Continue speaking. Lin Ming thought that the thunder lizards were somewhat similar to human society. The more powerful martial artists held more cultivation resources. With Lin Ming encouragement, the black-clothed martial artist was a bit more spirited. He no longer trembled, and said, "The power of thunder is limited in a territory. None of the thunder lizards are willing to let others absorb it. Unless there is an accident, a thunder lizard will not leave their own territory. Otherwise, there might be conflict. A high-level thunder lizard wouldn't normally come down the mountain. The only reason would be..." The black-clothed martial artist spoke here and said, "These are only guesses, I don't know if they're true." "Say it, it doesn't matter if you're wrong." Lin Ming saw the black-clothed martial artist look a little concerned, and spoke to assuage his nerves. Yes, I think that the two thunder lizards had evolved. They should have been altering muscle stage thunder lizards, but by encountering some fortuitous opportunity, managed to evolve to the peak bone forging stage. And pulse condensation period. Oh. What kind of fortuitous chance? Lin Ming asked. This was finally piquing his interest. Senior may not know, but because the power of thunder within Thundercrash Mountain is too rich, it will sometimes produce valuable thunder attribute materials. Thundergrass is only the most ordinary of these. You suspect that these two thunder lizards have eaten some sort of valuable thunder attribute material. The black-clothed martial artist shook his head. He said, "It shouldn't have been eaten. Thunder lizards most love to hoard things, such as thundergrass. Thunder lizards love to see more thundergrass grow in their territory because the power of thunder will be richer and its long-term effects are much better than eating the thundergrass. That's why centuries-old thundergrass are usually guarded by high-level thunder lizards. A thunder lizard lives for a very long time. There are even some thunder lizards that protect 500- or 600-year-old thundergrass and wait for it to grow into 1,000-year-old thundergrass. But, a thunder lizard will also have great benefits guarding it, which are much better than directly eating it. If there is a thunder attribute material, then a thunder lizard will not eat it. If they eat it they might experience a small growth, but if they defend it and wait for it to grow up, then they will have endless benefits." Lin Ming said, "I understand what you mean. You think that these two thunder lizards are defending a treasure, and that's why they were able to evolve. I want to know why you're telling me this news. Wouldn't it be better if you went to dig out this treasure out yourself?" Chapter 201, Nest Cavern. The black-clothed martial artist ruefully smiled and said, "I want to, but I would have to have the strength for the job. This kind of treasure might not be protected by just two thunder lizards. It might even possibly be a small thunder lizard tribal group. If I do go, I fear I would already be dead before I even arrived. Even if I arrive safely, and have the luck to not encounter any thunder lizards, the rare thunder attribute treasure is not something that I can meddle with. It contains a very potent power of thunder. Let alone a valuable thunder attribute material, I can't even pick 500-year-old thundergrass. If I accidentally touch the leaves, then I would follow the same fate as my junior apprentice brother." The black-clothed martial artist glanced at the altering muscle youth who was lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Ming said, "Whether your guess is correct or not, the information you told me is very valuable. Speak up, what sort of reward do you want?" The black-clothed martial artist was delighted. He had spoken up with this end goal in mind. If the other party eats the meat, it's fine even if he was just given a little bit of soup. He hesitated and said truthfully, "I don't know if there really is a treasure, so it's a bit hasty to talk about rewards. It's just, Senior, could you please save my junior apprentice brother first? If he's left in this state any longer, he might remain disabled for his entire life." The black-clothed martial artist spoke with some difficulty. Since he didn't know how old Lin Ming was, or maybe even that Lin Ming was some old monster, he might have heard him and his junior apprentice brother's conversation. He could only hope that this mighty elder wasn't someone who would keep such small things in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Ming said, "No problem." Towards the trivial little guy lying on the floor, Lin Ming didn't really bother to care about him. He pulled out a vial of pills from his spatial ring and walked over to the twin girl's side. Over half of the youth's body was charred. After he probed the youth with his soul force, Lin Ming discovered that there was still a very oppressive power of thunder that remained in his body. The reason the youth was so gravely wounded was because of the continued ravaging of this thunder. Lin Ming grabbed onto the youth's hand. Using his thunder soul, he was easily able to drain the power of thunder out from the youth, and absorb it all into the thunder soul. Then, he took out a pill from the vial in his hand and shoved it into the youth's mouth. Although the twin sisters didn't know what sort of medicine Lin Ming had fed their second senior apprentice brother, they only had to see how the pill sparked with light while emitting a rich fragrance to guess that this pill was definitely an expensive miracle medicine. It was said that a high-level miracle medicine was commonly worth thousands of gold taels. There were even pills that could directly enhance a martial artist's cultivation that cost tens of thousands of gold taels. If they could obtain such a pill, then the two sisters wouldn't have to suffer such hardship in their struggle to reach the altering muscle stage. Thinking of this, the two sisters' eyes heated up with a little bit of envy. The power of thunder had already been removed by Lin Ming. Together with the quick efficacy of the pill, the unconscious youth coughed and woke up. He looked around in a daze. The heavy attack he had received caused him to forget what had happened to him. "Good," Lin Ming stood up and said to the black-clothed martial artist, "Let's go." "Thank you, Senior." The black-clothed martial artist wanted to leave the twin sisters behind to look after second junior apprentice brother, but he was worried about letting them stay here by themselves, so he let them all to go together. The black-clothed martial artist had done a great deal of research into tracking thunder lizards. He was able to follow their tracks and traces of activity to retrace their steps. Even if it was hard stone ground where the footsteps were scattered, he was still able to rely on smell and other clues to accurately continue. Finally, he brought Lin Ming to the lair of the two thunder lizards. It's there, behind that big stone. The black-clothed martial artist pointed to an extremely secluded and well-hidden cavern not too far away. The cavern was completely composed of magnetic ore, and it was pitch dark inside. It looked just like the mouth of a giant vicious beast. Lin Ming investigated with his soul force and found that there was a very vibrant power of thunder that undulated from inside the cavern. It was right to come along. He would also have to thank the black-clothed martial artist, otherwise he wouldn't have found this place. Lin Ming said, "It's fine if you wait outside. I'll go in." Once the big stone was removed, the cavern entrance was just a bit wider than 10 feet, it was just enough for a thunder lizard to pass through. It seems that this stone was moved by the thunder lizard in order to hide the entrance to the cavern. It was just like a gate, every time someone went in or out they had to move the gate. Lin Ming spread out his soul force and cautiously walked into the cavern. The atmosphere inside was dark and damp, but it didn't affect Lin Ming's perception. He walked a few dozen feet in, when he suddenly saw a light in front of him. The inside of the cavern was actually a very large space. There were small little inlets flowing through the ground, and the sound of water dripping onto the ground clearly reverberated through the empty silence of the cavern. The scenery here isn't too bad, Lin Ming thought while maintaining a high degree of vigilance. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart go cold. A dark murderous intent had locked onto him, and a feeling of imminent danger rose from his heart. In the next second, a red light flashed and a thunderball struck Lin Ming's body. Thunder lizard. Lin Ming instantly took out the heavy profound soft spear. This thunder lizard was even stronger than the last two he had encountered, and the influx of red lightning that penetrated his body was much more oppressive. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul, he wasn't able to immediately quench it. At this moment, the thunder lizard that had been hiding in the shadows roared again. Red balls of thunder shot out one after another and 7 or 8 of them bombarded Lin Ming like a fierce storm. Kacha! 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 The rocks around Lin Ming were split apart by the force of this attack. Lin Ming stood in the center of this thunder barrage, accepting every single strand of thunder. An intense and painful tingling sensation flooded into him. At first, Lin Ming was extremely uncomfortable, but as the vast power of thunder was gradually being absorbed by him, Lin Ming felt a faint hint of excitement. Good heavens, this peak pulse condensation period thunder lizard is no weaker than Chi-Guda. Recognizing the strength of this thunder lizard, Lin Ming was thrilled. Without a doubt, the only reason that this lizard was able to evolve had to be because of some rare thunder attribute treasure. The thunder lizard found that the usually unstoppable power of its thunder barrage was having no effect whatsoever on Lin Ming. It snarled and dashed towards Lin Ming, wanting to slam him against the stone wall and squash him into a meat patty. Lin Ming gave a loud shot. He stepped back with his left foot, pressing it against the rock. He lifted both his arms up and true essence erupted from his body. The heavy profound soft spear was like a mountain that fell from the sky. Lin Ming's spear struck the top of the thunder lizard's back. At the same time, his body took advantage of the inertia and sprang upwards. Right after, the thunder lizard collided against the rock wall, and the entire cavern shook like an earthquake had occurred as massive stones started cascading down. The black-clothed martial artist and the twin sisters had been waiting outside the cave when they suddenly heard a raging roar and the sound of an intense impact ringing from inside. They immediately blanched. The two sisters even considered leaving first. If that senior inside had an accident and the vicious beast ran out, then they would die with him. Senior apprentice brother, we aren't. It's all right. The black-clothed martial artist waved his hand in dismissal. Listening to the roar, he was able to judge the strength of the thunder lizard inside. It shouldn't be a match for Lin Ming. He thought that the male and female thunder lizard from before were spouses, but it seemed that they were actually mother and child. Currently inside the cavern was actually the fiercest grown-up male lizard. The thunder lizard struck out with its tail. Lin Ming roared and flow like silk burst out. Without hesitation he lifted the spear and smashed down onto the tail. There was the sound of stone cracking. Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear had bent into a crescent moon. Even though the heavy profound soft spear was very elastic, it still couldn't resist such a strong shock. Normal martial artists would already have their hands paralyzed and even broken their arms from such an impact. However, after Lin Ming entered the sorcerer pagoda, his body's physical strength had become fearsome. He was able to resist this impact, and instead, it was the thunder lizard's spine that was injured by flow like silk. Lin Ming didn't waste any more time. He directly opened the heretical god force. Thunderfire Annihilation. In order to deal with a peak pulse condensation period master, Lin Ming could only use his strongest move. At worst, he would just return to the cavern and wait until he was restored to peak condition before he exited again. The power of thunder and fire intertwined together. The dark cave instantly bloomed with a dazzling brilliance, as if a sun had begun to rise from inside the cave. The vivid blaze of light illuminated out from the cavern. Even the black-clothed martial artist and the two twins couldn't help but close their eyes. Following closely was an ear-shattering explosion. It was at least 10 times louder than the thunder lizard's roar. A visible shockwave rushed out from the dark cavern. The 10,000 gene large stone that had been used to block the cavern entrance was sent flying like a lightweight ball that had been kicked. It instantly flew across the air. The entire cave trembled. Even the rocky ground underneath shook as a violent tremor passed through the entire cavern and countless stones fell from the ceiling. At that moment, the two twin girls suspected that the cavern was about to collapse. In the cave, waves of blood had already stained the ground crimson. Lin Ming was propping himself up with the heavy profound soft spear, panting for breath as he stared at the huge corpse of the thunder lizard. Although Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased after entering the sorcerer pagoda, the amount of true essence that Thunderfire Annihilation used had increased correspondingly. In just one move, almost 40% of Lin Ming's vast true essence reserves had been consumed. The cost was considerable. Lin Ming crammed some pills into his mouth and pulled out a true essence stone as he continuously absorbed the true essence within. After he recovered a bit, Lin Ming stood up and continued to walk deeper into the cavern. He didn't even bother taking the time to cut out the thunder pearl from the dead thunder lizard. Lin Ming had already probed further into the cavern with his soul force, and didn't sense any other enemies or threats within. At the end of the cave, he found a red bamboo rooted in a hard magnetic or surface, stubbornly growing. Red arcs of lightning twined around the bamboo branch as it crackled. The bamboo leaves were just like sharp swords. An incomparably formidable power of thunder was steadily streaming out from this bamboo. Without a doubt, this bamboo was the reason for the cave's rich power of thunder. This bamboo was the thunder attribute treasure that the black-clothed martial artist had mentioned. Chapter 202, Violet Electricity Spirit Bamboo. Looking at this red thunder bamboo, Lin Ming was able to feel a formidable power emanating from it. Feeling exuberant, he prepared to pick the bamboo. However, he immediately paused. Was there a taboo in picking this sort of valuable material? He had never seen this thunder bamboo before, but maybe the black-clothed martial artist might have heard about it. With this thought, Lin Ming called out to the black-clothed martial artist to come in. The black-clothed martial artist had been waiting patiently outside the cave, feeling a bit perturbed. He was afraid that he had guessed wrong and had aroused Lin Ming's wrath because of that. Although Lin Ming had said it didn't matter if he was right or wrong, no one could guarantee that Lin Ming wouldn't turn hostile against them. At this moment, he heard the voice of Lin Ming sound in his ear, speaking only a few words, "Enter the cave and check this for me." The black-clothed martial artist's heart tightened. He grit his teeth and told the twin sisters and the Viscera training stage youth, "Come in with me." The group cautiously entered on their tippy toes. Due to the dim lighting in the cave, as the twin girls were walking deeper, they felt something bump against their feet. As soon as they peered downwards, they saw a massive red thunder lizard lying dead on the floor. The twins almost fainted as they let out an alarming cry. "It's okay, it's already dead," the black-clothed martial artist assured. As he saw the deep scarlet scales of the thunder lizard, the black-clothed martial artist was startled. This was a thunder lizard that was equal to a peak pulse condensation period martial artist in strength. Even if it was his master who encountered this fellow, he would instantly be killed, yet now, this fearsome beast had been slaughtered. As the group reached the end of the cave, the black-clothed martial artist finally arrived to where Lin Ming was at. The moment the black-clothed martial artist laid eyes on the crimson bamboo in front of Lin Ming, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't wrong. Lin Ming pointed at the red bamboo and asked, "You know what this is?" The black-clothed martial artist shifted his vision to the red bamboo. He hadn't taken a good look at it a moment ago, but now that he carefully reviewed it, he was instantly awed. This is probably Violet Electricity Spirit Bamboo. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lin Ming looked at the red bamboo and the red lightning that twined around the bamboo. Why wasn't this called red electricity spirit bamboo instead? The black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming's doubting expression and said, "This is because the bamboo hasn't grown up yet. When violet electricity spirit bamboo is 60 years old, its shoots would be white. When it's 900 years old, its shoots would be red. And when it's 9,000 years old, its shoots are purple." Lin Ming said, "This is only a young bamboo." This Lin Ming couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Even if it was a rare material, it was still only a young bamboo, so its inherent power was limited. The black-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming's disappointment and consoled, "Senior, although it is only 900-year-old bamboo, it is still very precious and rare. Not only that, but since there is a young bamboo, then there should be a violet electricity spirit bamboo too. Every 9,000 years only one bamboo shoot will be born. The small bamboo shoot will drill through magnetic ore and live inside until it finds a good place to break out, where it will grow into white bamboo." Oh. Lin Ming's mind stirred. "You mean to say that there is an adult violet electricity spirit bamboo in Thundercrash Mountain?" "Yes, if there isn't a problem, then there should be. Moreover, that bamboo should already be 9,900 years old. A violet electricity spirit bamboo would only breed a new bamboo shoot every 9,000 years. Since this red bamboo shoot was already 900 years old, then the adult should be 9,900 years old. 9,900 years old. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. It was said that thunder had been striking Thundercrash Mountain for 10,000 years. That would mean that this bamboo was nearly as old as Thundercrash Mountain. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then this bamboo would definitely be at the summit of Thundercrash Mountain. But with his current strength, if he met a Hotian Realm Blue Thunder Lizard, he could only run for his life. How would he ever reach the summit? And the legends even said that there was a Purple Thunder Lizard that was equal to a Xiantian Realm martial artist. In addition, he was afraid of the probability of there being more than one. Even if Lin Ming was able to resist the lightning that the Purple Thunder Lizard spat out, there was no way that he could resist their physical assault. The Thunder Lizards had the blood of a flood dragon flowing through their veins. They were not common vicious beasts. Although he knew there was little hope, more so that there would be danger within danger, Lin Ming still decided to climb up Thundercrash Mountain. He would climb until he reached his limit, until he was no longer able to go even one more step higher, otherwise he would regret it forever. Lin Ming asked the black-clothed martial artist, "Is there a taboo to picking the violet electricity spirit bamboo?" The black-clothed martial artist answered, "It is hard to sever violet electricity spirit bamboo with swords or spears, it can only be easily cut off with the power of thunder." "But senior, this sort of spirit bamboo doesn't form easily, it comes from a combination of Thundercrash Mountain's energy and the spiritual pulse of the land. If possible, I hope that senior can leave the bamboo root so that in a few hundred or thousand years, a new violet electricity bamboo can be born." "I understand." Lin Ming nodded. It wasn't admirable to destroy a valuable material's origins, it was quite a dreadful thing. This sort of treasure only formed in extremely difficult conditions, it needs all sort of luck and special environments to form. Normally, a martial artist would abide by this unwritten rule, it could be considered accumulating a bit of good karma. Lin Ming pulled out his saber. Its sharp blade was bright as snow, and it shimmered with a deadly cold gleam. This was the high-grade human step treasure that was taken from Wugong, and it was also the saber he carried with him. Let alone a high-grade human step treasure, the twin sisters hadn't even seen many low-grade human step treasures. Only their master had a low-grade human step treasure sword. The two twin sisters were, once again, filled with envy. Lin Ming didn't mind revealing his wealth. With his current strength, even if he wore a high-grade human step treasure and it became public, he would still be able to protect it. True essence poured into the thunder soul within the heretical god seed. The power of thunder steadily streamed out, and the snow-white treasure sword began to sparkle with a faint purple light. Lin Ming took a deep breath and aimed at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's root. He slashed out. Lin Ming hadn't imagined that it would be so tough. The crimson blood-colored spirit bamboo was cut down, its edges smooth like a mirror. When Lin Ming reached out to grab it, the black-clothed martial artist cried out in alarm. This violet electricity spirit bamboo contained the violent power of thunder. A normal martial artist's arm would be charred to ash. But, thinking of Lin Ming's strength and the way he had been able to take on the Thunder Lizard's Thunderball, he felt that it should be all right. Sure enough, Lin Ming gripped the violet electricity spirit bamboo. Besides looking a little stiff, there wasn't any difference. Even his clothes were all right. What a strong power of thunder. Lin Ming praised the bamboo in his mind. If 900-year-old red bamboo had such a potent force contained within, then what would 9,000 purple bamboo be like? It was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, this bamboo was taken too early, it wasn't able to grow into that. Although he didn't entertain much hope, Lin Ming still asked, is there any way to grow violet electricity thunder bamboo? The black-clothed martial artist said, it's impossible. Violet electricity spirit bamboo must grow in lands that are rich in the thunder element, such as Thundercrash Mountain. Not only that, but the bamboo has a proud character and won't be raised. I understand. Lin Ming placed the violet electricity spirit bamboo into his spatial ring and glanced at black-clothed martial artist's party of 4. He looked at the 2 swords in the twin girls' hands, and hesitated slightly. He said, take out your swords and let me have a look. Okay. The 2 young girls obediently drew out their swords. The soft swords were forged from fine steel. To a mortal blacksmith, making this sword would not have been easy. But compared to a treasure sword made by a refining master, it was far weaker. Lin Ming traced his finger on his spatial ring and 3 low-grade human step treasure swords appeared in his hands. Seeing the swords emit a snow-bright light, the twin sisters' eyes widened. An idea caught in their mind that made their heartbeat accelerate and their mouths dry. Were these swords for them? Could they also have a treasure like this one day? For you. Lin Ming casually tossed the swords and they pierced tip first into the magnetic ore. These swords were made by Huagong. Lin Ming had no use for the 30 low-grade human step treasures that he had made, giving them away was just right. Of course, the low-grade human step treasures that Huagong had made were very good, they were much better compared to a normal low-grade human step treasure. For us. The twin sisters' mind reeled in surprise. They hadn't dared to imagine that they would ever have a reward, and it would be the dream treasure they had longed for. Lin Ming said, you'd best be careful and put it somewhere safe, otherwise it will likely be taken. These 3 treasure can tempt even peak bone forging martial artists. Yes. The 2 twin sisters hurriedly nodded, looking at Lin Ming with eyes filled with gratitude and hero worship. At this moment, Lin Ming looked towards the black-clothed martial artist. The black-clothed martial artist felt his heartbeat rapidly rising. He had seen Lin Ming casually toss out 3 top low-grade human step treasures without even batting an eye. It was as if he treated them like scrap iron. These 3 treasure swords were no less than 8 or 9,000 gold taels. What would he receive? The black-clothed martial artists had a giddy feeling of excitement, anticipation, and apprehension. Lin Ming looked at the black-clothed martial artist and said, your weapon is a staff. It's too bad, but I do not have a treasured staff. I do have a dark purple elastic iron spear, but because it was a weapon I once used, I cannot give it to you. Hearing Lin Ming say this, the black-clothed martial artist was slightly disappointed. But, Lin Ming's following words caused his heart to be filled with a great joy. Lin Ming stated, cultivation pills, 20,000 gold, cultivation method. You can choose one. Cultivation pills, 20,000 gold, and also a cultivation method. The black-clothed martial artist mouth dried. If he wasn't able to reach the pulse condensation period, then he would never be able to earn 20,000 gold in his lifetime. As for the cultivation pills, those were dream treasures that martial artists longed for. And since these were pills given by this senior, they must be priceless. The black-clothed martial artist went through a series of mental battles. He finally said, I want the cultivation method. Compared to pills or gold, a cultivation method was the most important. This was the foundation of every martial artist. Good. But, I warn you. Do not reveal this cultivation method to the public, otherwise you may experience calamity. Lin Ming flicked his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. This was the medium-step human-grade cultivation method manual that he had taken from Huagong after his death. This set of cultivation methods did not belong to the 7 profound valleys, otherwise Lin Ming would not dare to hand it over. If he was right, then this cultivation method should be taken from other martial artists that Huagong had killed. In short, it had a questionable background, and Lin Ming didn't want to have it with him in order to avoid future trouble. Giving it to someone of the southern wilderness was a good choice. The black-clothed martial artist received the jade slip and probed with his soul force. He was immediately overjoyed. Medium-grade human step cultivation method. Chapter 203, Near the Summit. This medium-grade human step cultivation method was absolutely worth more than 20,000 gold taels. Although Lin Ming had said that this cultivation method could give rise to a fatal calamity, the risk was nothing compared to the tremendous rewards that this cultivation method would bring. The black-clothed martial artist thought increasingly more that telling Lin Ming about the violet electricity spirit bamboo was the best choice he had ever made. He didn't have the ability to cut the spirit bamboo down, but even if he did, there was no way he could sell it. If he took this level of treasure out and showed it to others, he would be eaten to the bones. You can only take the thunder lizard's blood away, I have no need for it. Lin Ming said this because the thunder lizard had the bloodline of a flood dragon flowing in it, so their blood had a very great medicinal value. If it was placed in a bath, one could soak in blood and come out with a stronger and healthier body. The black-clothed martial artists group of 4 nodded in joy. This was a great harvest of income. The blood of a red thunder lizard that was on the same level as a peak pulse condensation period martial artist could sell for at least 1 or 2,000 taels of gold. All right. Then we shall part from here. About today's events, I don't want others to know about it. Otherwise. Lin Ming didn't say it out loud, but he let the clear meaning behind his words linger in the air. In fact, he wasn't afraid if others knew, he just didn't want to be troubled. The black-clothed martial artist shrank backwards and hurriedly nodded. The only one that they could not conceal the truth from was their master. But, after he obtained this medium-grade human step cultivation method, the black-clothed martial artist already planned to leave the school. If he went back and faced his master, would he still be able to keep the cultivation method jade slip treasure that he had obtained? It wasn't only the black-clothed martial artist, the twin girls also had similar thoughts. They had finally managed to obtain a treasure sword after so much difficulty. They didn't want their master to take it away. All in all, they had been in the school for such a long time, yet they hadn't obtained any substantial benefits from their master there. After Lin Ming departed, the black-clothed martial artist gathered the twin sisters and their young junior apprentice brother to have a meeting. They decided that all of them would leave their school and establish their own gang. By relying on the medium-grade human step cultivation method that Lin Ming had given them, they would make a name for themselves. However, this was a story for another time. After he had parted from the black-clothed martial artists group, Lin Ming looked for a safe place and started to absorb the power of thunder from the violet electricity spirit bamboo. This red lightning was much more cruel and savage than all of the lightning that Lin Ming had absorbed so far. But Lin Ming was not worried. First, he sat down in meditation. After he had completely recovered all the true essence he had lost, he entered the ethereal martial intent state, and adjusted his mental condition to consummate tranquility. Then, he took the violet electricity spirit bamboo out from his spatial ring. Gripping the spirit bamboo in both hands, Lin Ming began to guide the power of thunder in the violet electricity spirit bamboo, allowing it to flow into his body. After the crimson power of thunder entered Lin Ming's meridians, it was just like a wild horse that was dashing around in defiance. If a normal martial artist at the pulse condensation realm or even the Hoqian realm had this tyrannically oppressive red thunder enter their organs, their meridians would be destroyed and they would be severely injured or even die. But Lin Ming had the existence of a thunder soul in his body. No matter how overbearing the lightning was, once it encountered the thunder soul, it would slowly be absorbed. In this way, the small thunder soul was just like a small silkworm. It continually nibbled on the power of thunder that was in the violet electricity spirit bamboo, slowly eroding it. During this period, Lin Ming only felt a faint numb feeling. It wasn't particularly painful. After Lin Ming had sat in meditation for half an hour, he had managed to completely absorb the power of thunder. As he looked in at the heretical god seed, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. After absorbing the lightning from the violet electricity spirit bamboo, the energy of his thunder soul had increased by 50%. If just a 900-year-old baby bamboo was able to increase the power of his thunder soul by 50%, what would a 9,000-year-old bamboo do to it? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, there might not even be a sliver of hope in obtaining this bamboo. After absorbing the violet electricity spirit bamboo, Lin Ming continued climbing upwards. The higher he went, the more thunder lizards there were. These thunder lizards were superior vicious beasts that had the bloodline of a flood dragon. Although the thunder lizards at the base of Thundercrash Mountain had a very shallow bloodline, they still weren't easy to deal with. As Lin Ming approached the mountainside, he began to feel it becoming difficult. The spear wind pierced the void. Lin Ming's spear shot through the immense body of a red thunder lizard and vibrating true essence erupted. This middle pulse condensation period red thunder lizard immediately died a terrible death. After Lin Ming had fused with the reverse scale blood, his flow like silk continued to grow. Even if it entered the enemy's body, it wouldn't easily break down, and its power had also increased a bit. Otherwise, with just true essence attacks alone, Lin Ming would have found it exceedingly difficult to kill a middle pulse condensation thunder lizard. After all, the physical defense capabilities of a thunder lizard were much sturdier than those of a human at the same level of cultivation. Lin Ming let a breath loose as he cut the thunder lizards open and dug out the thunder pearl. With a though, he absorbed the power of thunder from the thunder pearl into his meridians. This was already the 20th thunder lizard that he had killed. Through the continuous absorption of the thunder pearls, the total increase in power of his thunder soul had already reached 60%. He looked up at Thundercrash Mountain. From where he was now, there was still about 50,000 feet until he reached the summit. He was already able to clearly see the thick lightning that flashed at the summit. This lightning was true thunder. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul, he didn't dare to attempt to go up there. Lin Ming used his movement technique and rushed towards the summit. At this moment, a blue light flashed and a blue arc of lightning hit Lin Ming. A powerful numbing electric feeling made Lin Ming go stiff, almost causing him to fall. This was only because he had absorbed the violet electricity spirit bamboo a while ago and his thunder soul had become much stronger. Otherwise, Lin Ming suspected he really would have fallen. Blue thunder lizard. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a thunder lizard at the same level as a Hotian realm martial artist. Without a single word, he launched his movement technique to flee. Although he could resist the thunder attack of a blue thunder lizard, it was impossible for him to kill it. Even if he used Thunderfire Annihilation, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. In that case, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any effort. Thankfully, Lin Ming was much faster than the blue thunder lizard. In a few jumps, he had already lost it. In the mountainside region, there were mostly red thunder lizards. Blue thunder lizards would only occasionally appear. Lin Ming went on a killing spree. He slaughtered for 1 day and 1 night. After such a long rampage, Lin Ming's fighting skill were becoming more and more refined, and the thunder soul in his body had finally achieved 70% increased power after absorbing a massive amount of thunder. But, as the power of this thunder soul increased, the effects of the nourishment from the thunder pearl were becoming less and less. Lin Ming filled an empty pool with thunder lizard blood and soaked in it for a quarter of an hour. Afterwards, Lin Ming dried his body and took a new set of clothes out of his spatial ring. Thunder lizard blood could to increase the health and fitness of the human body. Although its effect wasn't too obvious on Lin Ming, he still didn't want to waste it. After eating a simple meal, Lin Ming leapt up on a several hundred feet tree and began to meditate. A bone-forging martial artist could go for days without sleeping and still remain energetic and buoyant. But, in order for Lin Ming to maintain his peak condition, he had to rest for a couple hours. The next fights would be increasingly savage. As he closed in on the summit, Lin Ming's speed became slower. Before, it had taken him a few hours to reach the mountainside from the base of Thundercrash Mountain, but now the same distance took him an entire night. Lin Ming finally arrived at an area blanketed in ice and snow. Every 1,000 feet here took at least a few hours. He needed to use his soul force to constantly assess his surroundings, and then slowly and cautiously advance forwards. He didn't want to accidentally run into a Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard. If that happened, there wasn't much he could do. Of course, Lin Ming could actually fly into the air and go straight into the sky. But in that case, there was no reason to come to Thundercrash Mountain. He would only be able to float around in the sky and look at the scenery. It would be impossible for him to obtain a shred of thunder power, and then, it would be even more impossible for him to obtain a thunder soul. Cold winds blew everywhere, and snow filled the air. In the upper region of Thundercrash Mountain, everywhere one looked there was the frost blue color of ice, crystal clear and incomparably pure. This was true 10,000-year ice, hard as rock and beautiful like jade. Clouds pulled at the ground. Leaning over, one was able to see an infinitely dense fog, surging seas of clouds reaching into the vast infinity. This truly was a fabled paradise. What a pity that this beautiful land was entirely blanketed with a savage killing aura. When Lin Ming saw a dark blue thunder lizard near a patch of 10,000-year-old ice, he knew that he had reached the end of his road. If he took even one step further, then he would be placed in a life-threatening situation. This deep blue-scaled thunder lizard was equal to a peak Hoqian realm martial artist. Its scales were the exact color of the 10,000-year-old ice, and it almost perfectly blended in. If one wasn't carefully looking, it was simply impossible to find. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim. This blue thunder lizard was a beautiful animal. Especially in this bitter cold land, it looked just like a fine ice sculpture. But this beautiful ice sculpture could quickly kill him. The difference in its strength and Lin Ming's was simply too great. Prior to this, Lin Ming had encountered a Middle Hoqian realm blue thunder lizard that had caused him some distress. Because its speed wasn't slower than Lin Ming's, Lin Ming had finally flew into the sky and only then was he able to escape unharmed. Now that he faced a peak Hoqian realm thunder lizard, the result could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't dare to go forwards any further. Who knew, maybe the Xiantian realm thunder lizard could fly. If it could, then he was dead. Lin Ming was already prepared to run away, but at this moment, he noticed that the deep blue thunder lizard's eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. It didn't seem as if it were preparing to attack him. What is this fellow doing? Lin Ming was filled with complete vigilance. He didn't even take in the heavy profound soft spear out, because he knew that using a spear in this situation was useless. It was better to keep less weight on him so he could run faster. The thunder lizard growled in bursts, its eyes revealing its confusion that gradually evolved into vigilance and fear. Its roar became louder, as if it were warning Lin Ming to leave its territory immediately. Lin Ming had a puzzled look. If I read this right, this thunder lizard seems to be afraid of me. What does it have to fear? I don't even have a tenth of its strength. This is the strongest thunder lizard that I've met so far, but this strongest one is actually scared of me. Why? Chapter 204, The Woman in Red. This is the strongest thunder lizard that I've met so far, but this one is actually scared of me. Why? Lin Ming's mind suddenly flashed with a thought, reverse scale blood. If he wasn't mistaken, this fear originated from the reverse scale blood that was sleeping deeply in his body. A thunder lizard had the bloodline of a flood dragon flowing through it. The more powerful a thunder lizard was, the richer its flood dragon bloodline would be. A flood dragon could be considered to be a low-level dragon. If a flood dragon met a true dragon, it would have a sense of awe and fear that would inevitably arise from the depths of its soul. No matter how savage it was, it would always be constrained. Lin Ming's inner reverse scale blood was meager. Not only that, Lin Ming's cultivation was also low, so the blood in him hadn't fully awoken. Therefore, a common thunder lizard was unable to feel it. But this peak Hoqian realm thunder lizard was powerful, so its bloodline was much purer. The acutely related bloodline in it allowed it to feel the power slumbering in Lin Ming. A true dragon's blood, even if it was only a trace, still emitted an infinitely vigorous qi that forced all beasts to submit. Although this thunder lizard's strength was far superior to Lin Ming, it still felt a fear from the bottom of its soul. If Lin Ming's strength was more formidable, the thunder lizard might even kneel in submission. The thunder lizard constantly roared, arcs of electricity flashing around its body. It was warning Lin Ming to leave its territory. This result was what Lin Ming had been hoping for. Since he wasn't able to kill a peak Hoqian realm thunder lizard, he could at least avoid it. It looks like I can still climb Thunder Crash Mountain. Lin Ming clenched his fists. The heavens were truly blessing him. With his strength, he would have only been barely able to climb up the mountainside of Thunder Crash Mountain. But thanks to his thunder soul, he didn't fear the long-distance thunder attacks of the thunder lizards, and he was able to climb up the region of snow and ice. And now when he was at his limit again, the reverse scale blood was actually able to suppress the bloodline of these thunder lizards. Like this, he might really be able to pass through this snowfield. As long as he passed through the remaining 30,000 feet fields of snow, he would reach the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain. That was only the location where thunder attribute materials were most likely to be born. There, thunder had fallen without end for 10,000 years. If a human walked up there, a little bad luck and they would be struck by lightning. This was true heavenly thunder. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul protecting him, he was still apprehensive about the situation. He didn't know if he would be severely injured after being struck by this heavenly thunder. Lin Ming circled around the Peak Hoqian realm thunder lizard and continued moving forwards. After several miles, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. Stunned, he looked forward as he stiffly stood there. In front of him, about 200 feet away, Lin Ming saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. Above a vast expanse of ice, a tall and slim woman with a full figure was gracefully standing there. Everything about her was outstanding. She wore a flame-red coat, and she had a flowing scarlet dress wrapped around her. Her soft, ink-black hair hung down to her waist, and both her feet were bare. Her fair, jade-like feet were standing on an azure platform of 10,000-year frost ice. She was like a vibrant red rose that grew out of the snow. The crimson red and snow-white contrast reflected a glamorous and majestic beauty. And in front of that woman, there was a scarlet-crested bird. It seemed to have a blood-red crown, and its feathers were red like living flames. Its long tail dragged against the ground, burning the floor wherever it passed. That is, the vermilion bird. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The saint beast that he had seen in Blackwater Swamp was actually in front of him now. Sensing Lin Ming's presence, the woman glanced back at Lin Ming. Her beautiful face was calm like an ocean, with an otherworldly atmosphere filled with smoke and flames. It really gave one a deep feeling of suffocation. It seems as if she had noticed Lin Ming's cultivation and she was quite curious. He was only a peak-bone forging boy, how did he get here with his life intact? Lin Ming froze. He wasn't just shocked by the beauty of the woman but also by the mystical breath that emanated from her body. This lady seemed like a normal lady, her breath told Lin Ming that she was more powerful than anyone he had ever met in his life. Xiantian. No, maybe not even just Xiantian. She might be at the late Xiantian realm, or the extreme Xiantian realm, or maybe she was an existence that surpassed the Xiantian realm. To be able to use a vermilion bird saint beast as a mount, what sort of ridiculous concept was that? Lin Ming's mind was in a state of high tension and nervousness. If this person wanted to extinguish his life, it wouldn't even take a moment. The woman was still looking at Lin Ming with surprise. One human and one bird, with the same flame coloration, standing above the vast white fields of 10,000-year ice, it was just like a blazing inferno, beautiful and sublime to the point where it seemed unreal. Interesting. The woman looked at Lin Ming for a good while, and then suddenly, she smiled gently. With that single word, her voice was revealed to be melodious like a songbird. Then, her body seemed as light as a feather as she floated up and onto the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird chirped, and then, it soared into the sky. A whirling blast of hot air rushed out in all directions. Feeling this strikingly hot air, Lin Ming already felt his back seep with a cold sweat. So, the vermilion bird I saw in Blackwater Swamp is this woman's mount. Perhaps that vermilion bird was already carrying that woman, and she saw the scene where I was being hunted by the little flame boy. Why would she come to Thundercrash Mountain? Is it to find the Thunder Soul? Or, does she simply live here? Lin Ming's mind raced with the possibilities. Looking at the vast Thundercrash Mountain above him, he wasn't sure whether or not he should continue going forwards. If that woman came for the Thunder Soul, that was a dream he'd best forget. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and decided to continue forwards. Since he had come this far, he might as well attempt to go further. Even if the Thunder Soul wasn't for him, that didn't mean there weren't any other lucky chances. The summit of Thundercrash Mountain had already shined with endless thunder for 10,000 years. Who knew what sort of valuable materials were born there? If the opportunity was good, he might find some surprises. Lin Ming had just taken a few steps forwards, when the sky suddenly resounded with the decisive sharp sound of a bird, directly reaching into the primal chaos heavens. This was Phoenix Cry. Without having a chance to reflect on what had just happened, Lin Ming heard the thunderous sound of a beast roar one after another. For a time, it was like he was in the midst of a massive thunderstorm, absolutely deafening. What the hell? Lin Ming felt a little muddled. At this moment, he heard the sound of a rumbling vibration spread through the ground. It was like the countless roaring and thunderous beats of a drum. He could even feel the ground shaking, as if a massive stampede of monsters was rushing out. Lin Ming withdrew the heavy, profound, soft spear. In the distance, he saw the deep blue thunder lizard menacingly rush towards him. Because of the speed at which it was going, clouds of snow curled around it like a snow dragon, billowing into the sky. That's the Picotian realm thunder lizard powerhouse I just saw earlier. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. This fellow wasn't so enraged a moment ago, it was something he couldn't afford to mess with. Without hesitation, he retracted his spear and flew into the air. The blue thunder lizard blew past Lin Ming in a rolling cloud of smoke and snow as it blew through, having no intention to pause. Lin Ming found that this thunder lizard hadn't come to deal with him. But if not him, had it come for that woman in red from a moment ago? Remembering the scene from before and that resonant phoenix cry that had sounded once, Lin Ming tensed up. Was that a declaration of war? To challenge the entire Thundercrash Mountain, including that Xiantian powerhouse purple thunder lizard. What kind of audacious courage was that? Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated. Compared to such a powerhouse, he was just too far. At this moment, 7 or 8 miles out, he saw another cloud of billowing snow like an icy dragon rush towards the summit. Lin Ming had excellent eyesight. Even though it was a far distance, he was still able to see that the thunder lizard was very dark blue. From the deep color of its scales, its strength was no less than a Picotian realm martial artist. Picotian realm. I fear that anything below that rank doesn't have the qualifications to participate in this war. Also, that woman in red was at least a Xiantian powerhouse. If this sort of low-level thunder lizard goes up, it will die with a single strike. Lin Ming rose up a few hundred more feet. As he rose, his range of vision broadened and he could see that the roiling snow dragons were increasing. He already determined that there were at least 8 or 9. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement well up in his heart. He too wanted to take a front row seat to such a grand occasion. If it was a Xiantian realm fight, he could still observe it from several miles out. Thinking this, Lin Ming no longer held any reservations. He used his movement technique and directly sped towards the summit at full speed. Because all of the strong thunder lizards had rushed towards the summit, Lin Ming was able to travel up unimpeded. Even if he met an occasional thunder lizard, Lin Ming was able to rely on the reverse scale blood in him to scare it away. Along the way, Lin Ming didn't dare to fly straight up. This was because the vermilion bird was flying high in the sky, and it would be too obvious if he flew. These Xiantian existences might find him annoying and casually finish him off. That would truly be an injustice. Lin Ming had been only 30,000 feet from the summit. With his full speed, he was able to cover this distance in a short time. Sure enough, Lin Ming was able to rush towards the summit without any resistance. However, at this moment, Lin Ming stopped once more, stunned. He looked towards the sky, his heart shaking with earth-shattering waves. What he saw was a dragon. A real dragon. Its claws were sharp, and its scales were a dark purple. Its long dragon body wantonly soared in the air. It was just like the dragons that were in paintings. This titanic dragon was several times larger than the vermilion bird. Bright arcs of lightning danced around it like countless purple snakes as it swam in the sky. Its body was filled with a vast and peerless momentum. In front of it, the vermilion bird was waving its wings, stopped in midair. Is this a showdown between a dragon and a phoenix? Lin Ming gulped down saliva. He hadn't ever imagined he would be so fortunate as to witness such a wondrous sight. No, it wasn't a dragon, it was a flood dragon. Lin Ming found that purple dragon didn't have a horn on its head, so it was only a flood dragon. Still, even if it was a flood dragon, it was still sufficiently startling. This was a top saint beast of the Sky Spill continent. So, there was actually a flood dragon hidden in Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming gasped. No wonder. No wonder Thundercrash Mountain has so many thunder lizards, and these thunder lizards also have the bloodline of a flood dragon. That's because they are the descendants of this flood dragon. A direct descendant of a flood dragon should be a Xiantian powerhouse purple thunder lizard. The blue thunder lizards are the descendants of the purple thunder lizards. With each further generation downwards, the bloodline is more and more diluted. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened, So this was how Thundercrash Mountain was formed. Chapter 205, Struggle of the Dragon and Phoenix. There were many different species of dragon-type saint beasts. For example, there were flood dragons, hornless dragons, one-legged mountain dragons, candle dragons, and so on. Although these dragons were all saint beasts and their appearances were similar, there were also certain characteristics that separated them. The flood dragon had its luminescent scales, the winged rain dragon had wings, the horned dragon had a horn, the one-legged mountain dragon had one leg, and so on. Even flood dragons were divided into variants. There were red flood dragons, black flood dragons, blood flood dragons, and so on. The purple flood dragon that was flying in the sky was a rare variant of thunder flood dragon. It ate thunder and lightning as food, and its personality was extremely cruel and tyrannical. It was also very promiscuous. This flood dragon had settled on Thundercrash Mountain nearly 10,000 years ago, and it had taken all of the mountain's treasures as its own. After it savagely mated with the original vicious beasts of Thundercrash Mountain, it finally gave rise to an overabundance of descendants. These were the thunder lizards. Now facing a challenge, the thunder flood dragon loudly roared, and all of its descendants rushed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain immediately. The large number of thunder lizards were eyeing the confrontation in the air, the epic showdown between the bloodline of a dragon and the bloodline of a phoenix. As for Lin Ming, he was hiding in the distance. After accidentally reaching the realm of returning to his origins, Lin Ming's ability to hide his breath was no less than a Xiantian realm master's. He hid behind a large boulder. As long as he was far away, no one should be able to find him. Seeing the thunder dragon in the air, Lin Ming's mind flashed through a range of emotions. He slowly began to realize a serious problem. If he was right, the thunder soul of Thundercrash Mountain should be in the body of the thunder flood dragon. The thunder flood dragon had lived on Thundercrash Mountain for so many years, it must have found the thunder soul. If it did, how could it not absorb it? Although Lin Ming never held much hope in attaining the thunder soul, he always thought that with some luck, he still had a chance. Even if he failed now, it didn't mean he couldn't wait until his cultivation was a bit higher before coming back. But now that he knew that the thunder soul was in the body of the thunder flood dragon, he felt his heart sink with disappointment. To wrest the thunder soul from this beast was simply nonsense. Let alone now, even if he entered the early Xiantian realm, his ability still might not be enough. In the air, the confrontation was still ongoing. The red woman was standing proudly on the vermilion bird. A strong heavenly wind blew her ink-black hair, making it dance recklessly in the wind. In the sky, countless bolts of purple lightning flashed, but she remained utterly unmoved. It was as if there was an invisible force field that was surrounding the woman in red, distorting the power of thunder. Haha, magnetic force field. To deal with this saint, you specially cultivated this technique. In the sky, the thunder flood dragon opened its mouth to spit out its judgment. To see a large purple dragon speak was an extremely strange scene. Lin Ming was stunned, but then immediately, he thought that it wasn't unusual that a saint beast would be able to speak. The woman in red looked at the thunder flood dragon and slowly said, "The magnetic force field is a top cultivation method, I naturally can cultivate it. It wasn't something that I especially prepared for you, so there is no need for you to think so highly of yourself. Hee, little girl, you are quite young, and yet, your words are so brave. If you called an elder from Divine Phoenix Island to come, the saint might give you some face, but, with just your ability. Dream on. Haha. This saint can pinch you to death." The thunder flood dragon brazenly laughed. Lin Ming's face had a weird color. This thunder flood dragon had actually called the woman in red who a fathomless cultivation level, a little girl. It was something that only an old monster that had lived for several tens of thousands of years could say. But Divine Phoenix Island? What sect was that? If there was a master like this woman in red, then there also had to be stronger elders in her sect. It was far beyond anything that the 7 profound valleys could produce. It might be a 4th grade sect, or even the legendary 5th grade sections. He couldn't imagine how far it was from here, he had never heard of it before. Facing the thunder flood dragon's boastful shouting, the woman in red had the same calm expression as before, without a hint of anger. She said, "So, you refuse. Cut the idle talk. For a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers, you want half of this saint's blood. Such a ridiculous request, How can the saint possibly agree with that? Then, we must fight. Hee hee. Once I defeat you, don't think this saint will have the scruples not to kill you just because of divine Phoenix Island. The thunder flood dragon roared like a thunderclap, lightning writhing over its vast body. Lin Ming could clearly hear the conversation between the dragon and the woman from his hiding spot. They had really revealed a lot of information. The mysterious woman wanted half of the flood dragon's blood for the chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers. Implying. Lin Ming looked up at the vermilion bird that was dancing in the countless arcs of purple lightning, a vast aura emanating from it. Its appearance was majestic. If he was right, then what the thunder flood dragon had called a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers could only be this vermilion bird. In other words, this vermilion bird hadn't grown up yet. No wonder it was so much smaller than the thunder flood dragon. Even though it was still a child, it had this aura and strength. With just a look it had managed to scare off the fire worm shaman's little flame boy avatar. What would happen if it were grown up? Lin Ming couldn't help but ruefully smile. No matter what talent a human had, or what kind of monstrous genius they were, their natural talent was nothing in front of these saint beasts. As long as a saint beast ate and slept, they would grow up to be a Xiantian realm master. With some lucky chances and some cultivation, they might even break through the Xiantian realm and reach a higher realm. If it was a true god beast, such as a golden-winged roc or a true dragon, not to mention simple things like this, but once grown, they could use their claws to pierce the endless void and their tails could shatter stars. With such power, even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would find it difficult to compare. If this woman in red could take half of the thunder flood dragon's blood, what sort of effect would it have on a young vermilion bird? As Lin Ming pondered this, the fight in the air had already begun. He didn't know when, but that woman in red had drawn a sword in her hand. The blade was only 2 inches wide, but it was a full 4 feet long. It was slender and narrow, and the image of a phoenix with its wings spread wide as if it wanted to fly was carved on the sword hilt. The blade was crimson all over as if it were soaked in blood. As soon as he saw this crimson long sword, Lin Ming's eyes widened. He had never seen a treasure sword of this level before. Just by feeling powerful fluctuations of energy coming from it, he guessed that it was at least an earth step treasure. As for whether it was a low-grade earth step, medium-grade earth step treasure, or a high-grade earth step treasure, he had no way to determine. There was a huge difference between a human step treasure and an earth step treasure. Not even the 7 profound martial house master Qin Zia had an earth step treasure. This was a battle between 2 peerless masters. Lin Ming stared with eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. When a mighty elder of the realm of the gods had watched a true dragon battle a golden-winged roc, he had been divinely inspired and went into seclusion for 60 years, finally creating the unmatchable movement technique, golden roc shattering the void. Although it was impossible for himself to achieve such a level, it was still likely that he would receive some insights from this battle. The woman in red waved her long sword, and crimson flame flushed into existence on the sword edge. At first, this flame was only several feet long, but when the woman in red lifted this sword high, the flames shot up to the sky. Her long black hair escaped its hairband, fluttering in the wind. A huge blazing inferno of flames impacted with the primal chaos heavens. It was as if the sky had been violently washed away. Outside of the primal chaos heavens, fiery heaven and earth origin energy constantly converged on the long sword, forming a giant vortex of flames. This flaming vortex spun slowly. It was jet black in the center, as if the world itself had been torn apart, revealing a mystical passageway. The thunder flood dragon watched this situation and its purple eyes reflected a solemn dignity. Under its vast body, dozens of Peak Hotian realm thunder lizards roared together, opening their jaws to release a gigantic barrage of thunder balls into the sky. At the same time, a gigantic shining net of lightning covered the thunder lizards, supporting them. This was obviously a protective lightning shroud. After these blue balls of thunder flew into the air, the thunder flood dragon opened his mouth and sucked all of it in. After having inhaled so much power of thunder, purple arcs of electricity surged on the thunder flood dragon's body. Those arcs of thunder that had been thin before had now thickened by several times. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood. Listening to the bragging of the thunder flood dragon, it would have seemed as if the woman in red was inferior to the thunder flood dragon. The thunder flood dragon had showed some respect to divine Phoenix Island and offered to let her off this once. But now, it seemed that even with the help of all its descendants, the the Thunder Flood Dragon only barely exceeded the power of the woman in red. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the Thunder Flood Dragon wouldn't be a match for that woman in red. Realizing this, Lin Ming let out a cold breath. This woman in red was even more powerful than he had thought. The Thunder Flood Dragon was an adult flood dragon. After a saint beast grew up, it wasn't strange for them to reach the Xiantian realm. Yet, even like this, it still had to rely on the support of its descendants to barely suppress the woman in red. The massive inferno column combusted, burning hotter and fierce than before. Its thickness increased to 10 feet, and it was just like a pillar of flame that was holding up the heavens. It reached into the primal chaos heavens, lighting up the entire sky. Facing such a formidable attack, the Thunder Flood Dragon responded without reservation. It focused all of its power of thunder into its 2 front claws, and a purple thunderball began to rapidly form. This thunderball started at 10 feet, but it rapidly expanded to over 100 feet. Its diameter was even thicker than the Thunder Flood Dragon. Lightning flashed around that purple thunderball. The center of the thunderball became a deep, nearly black-violet color, as it gleamed with a suffocating light. Without mercy, the 4-foot crimson-long sword slashed down. It was as if the flaming pillar that supported the heavens had come crashing down. Not only did it cut towards the Thunder Flood Dragon, but it also reached the Thunder Flood Dragon's descendants. These descendants were the minions of the Thunder Flood Dragon. The woman in red wanted to finish them off quickly. The Thunder Flood Dragon erupted with an ear-shattering roar. Its claws thrust forwards, and that massive purple thunderball flew at that woman in red like a meteor. The huge pillar of flame and the thunderball struck each other. A terrifying explosion rang through the clouds and cracked stone open. It was as if the void itself had been torn asunder. The whole of Thundercrash Mountain shook under the impact. Burning flames smashed down like countless meteorites towards the dozens of thunder lizards that were under the lightning shield. The entire lightning shield trembled fiercely, and some of the Peak Hotian realm blue thunder lizards vomited blood. They were seriously injured. Lin Ming felt a creeping sense of incomparable horror and awe as he watched this from afar. If just the aftermath had such power, how terrifying would it be to face it head-on? As he was exclaiming in amazement, he glanced in the corner of his eyes and found that behind the thunder lizards that had scattered after death, there was a giant cavern behind them. This cavern was completely made of magnetic ore, and the entrance was over 100 feet wide. A sudden idea flashed into Lin Ming's mind. Was this the Thunder Flood Dragon's cavern? Chapter 206, Flood Dragon's Cave. If it's a cave that's at the summit of Thundercrash Mountain, it can't be any other thunder lizard. It has to be the Thunder Flood Dragon. The thunder lizards of Thundercrash Mountain have distinct hierarchies that are based on strength. The strongest controls a territory at the top, where the power of thunder is the richest. Moreover, the peak is the symbol of absolute authority. How can the Thunder Flood Dragon let anyone else have it? Lin Ming's mind raced wildly. The black-clothed martial artist said that thunder lizards kept thunder attribute treasures in their caves so that the power of thunder in their caves would be more vivid. If this truly was the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, what sort of treasures would be inside it? Realizing this, Lin Ming's heart began to ignite with overwhelming desire. However, he also saw that in front of the cave, there were dozens of thunder lizards. Lin Ming paused. Any one of these thunder lizards could take his life. Once they found him, he would die without even a burial. As his heart went through a battle of wills, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. There was no fortune without danger. He would fight for it. This was a once-in-a-millennia opportunity. If it weren't for the woman in red appearing, even if Lin Ming broke through to the Xiantian realm, he would still have no chance of entering the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Those that walked the path of martial arts were doomed to face countless perils and dangers. With Lin Ming's current talent and strength, he would definitely be able to reach the extreme Xiantian realm, and even go beyond that. But how about higher? Could he ever compare to the mighty elders of the realm of the gods? Lin Ming knew that Sky Spill Continent had a lot of geniuses. But in this universe, there were many worlds that were just like Sky Spill Continent. The number of talents could not be estimated simply. With so many talents, some were born into 4th grade sects, 5th grade sects, 6th grade sects, or even realm of the gods sects or holy lands. They had unimaginable resources and materials to cultivate with. They were probably thrown into a miracle medicine jar after being born too. Growing up like this, they also had access to the best cultivation methods, and in the holy lands of the realm of the gods, the cultivation methods they studied weren't any different to his own. In addition to these geniuses that were born into unfathomable backgrounds, there were many talents that underwent all sorts of adventures and had experienced all kinds of fortuitous encounters. In the world they lived in, they were the main characters. With so many people, how many had truly reached the peak of martial arts? Lin Ming didn't discount himself, nor was he blindly arrogant about his own abilities. He knew that the road before him was long and winding. But, whether or not he could reach the end, that was still unknown. For those that cultivated martial arts, every day was a struggle against the heavens and against life. He could not waste a single second of his life, nor could he miss the opportunities that presented themselves in front of him. Otherwise, when the day he would reach the limit of his cultivation and be forced to go through life and death closed-door seclusion in order to break through the bottleneck and extend his own, his martial arts path would most likely have reached its end. Lin Ming gazed wholeheartedly at the fierce fight that was ongoing in the sky, and he took a set of gray clothes out of his spatial ring to change into. There was no snow at the summit of Thundercrash Mountain, only endless crags of gray magnetic ores. If he wore gray clothes, it would be easier to not draw attention to himself. By relying on his realm of returning to his true self and restraining the breath of his body, Lin Ming was like a gray leopard as he silently bounded from one stone to another. He hastily rushed towards the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Due to the monumental fight occurring in the air, no one noticed a mere human closing in on the summit's cave. No one could possibly imagine that there would be someone who had the courage to sneak into the cave and steal rare thunder attribute materials. After Lin Ming jumped onto the cliff, his hands clung onto the rocky exterior and he quickly scaled upwards like a gecko. At this time, only 3 or 4 miles from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, Lin Ming's spiritual sense had reached a high degree of concentration. From where he was now, he had already passed the boundary of danger. If any true essence fallout or backlash from the fight in the air landed on him, he would instantly die. Although he was cautious, Lin Ming did not slow down in the slightest. Time was life. If the airborne battle reached its conclusion and the Thunder Flood Dragon expelled the woman in red and returned to his cave, Lin Ming would be deader than dead. Fortunately, the woman in red was a complete power freak. With just the strength of one person, she was actually able to match the Thunder Flood Dragon and all of his descendants. Lin Ming used a few dozen breaths to pass that 3 or 4 miles. Just as he was about to enter the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, he spotted a massive thunder lizard standing not too far from the entrance. This thunder lizard's body was larger than a blue thunder lizard, its entire body was a deep purple. This purple thunder lizard was a vicious beast at the same level as a Xiantian realm martial artist. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. This overwhelming existence could extinguish his life in just a few breaths of time. Lin Ming hid behind a large boulder, staring at the pitch-black cave entrance. His heartbeat was rapid. He was only a mere 200 feet from the cave, but this 200 feet was just like an insurmountable moat. Looking at the purple thunder lizard again, Lin Ming saw that the beast's total concentration was focused on the fight in the sky. Vicious beasts didn't have naturally sharp perceptions. In addition to that, it also had to lend its power and attention to help the Thunder Flood Dragon in its battle while protecting the other thunder lizards. Because of this, it hadn't noticed Lin Ming, who had restrained the breath of his body. A gigantic fiery red ball fell from the sky. That purple thunder lizard and several other thunder lizards vehemently concentrated their powers to reinforce the lightning net and resist the fireball. But, the woman in red's attack was too strong. Even though the purple thunder lizard had tried its best, its entire body quivered and it vomited blood. This is my chance. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he instantly launched golden rock shattering the void. Under the cover of explosive fire, he was like an arrow that flew through the cave's entrance. After the split second when Lin Ming's figure disappeared, the explosion stopped. The purple thunder lizard was severely injured by the attack. Where would he have the time to notice some little guy running into the cave? I'm in. I made it. Lin Ming's exultant thoughts echoed in his mind as his heart beat like a drum. As he sped into the cave, Lin Ming noticed that the cave was jet black, but it wasn't dark. The walls of the cave were mounted with brilliantly luminescent giant pearls and some thunder attribute minerals that glowed. The entire cave was bathed in a fairy-like light, utterly pleasing to the eye. This flood dragon is far too excessive, his avaricious greed is really true. Looking at the shining illuminations from the giant mounds of treasure, Lin Ming sighed in his mind. In the mortal world, any one of these treasures would be worth well over 10,000 gold taels. Just the decorations that lined the walls were worth more than several million gold taels. Of course, these were things that Lin Ming refused to grab as he had more important goals in his mind. He raised his vigilance to 120% as he cautiously made his way into the cave. There was a very vibrant power of thunder in the cave, thick to the point that it almost became a tangible essence. If a thunder attribute martial artist were to cultivate here, their cultivation speed would rise to 10,000 miles in one day. As he turned a corner, Lin Ming only saw bright purple light in front of him. Thundergrass. Not too far away from Lin Ming, there was a thick patch of deep purple thundergrass that was half the height of a human. At the tip of the grass there were tiny fist-sized fruits that sparkled with electric currents. The fruit was a dark, purplish-black Millennium Thundergrass. Lin Ming's eyes widened with joy. According to the descriptions in the Thundergrass Mountain pamphlet, this should be at least 1,400 or 1,500 years old. Its valuable was inestimable. Lin Ming didn't delay. He took the high-grade treasure saber out and filled it with the power of thunder, before cutting down the dark purple fruit to store it in his spatial ring. As for the grass roots, Lin Ming didn't take those. The Thunder Flood Dragon would look after them, and in the future, if his strength reached a level high enough, he would make another trip back. At that time, he wouldn't need to sneak in. After he collected the thundergrass, Lin Ming didn't tarry. He continued deeper into the cave, speeding down a hillside. Soon, Lin Ming began to see a light. There was a giant stone chamber in front of him. This stone chamber was almost 1,000 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming gasped. On the ground of the stone chamber, there was a field of over 100 thundergrass, both large and small. Judging by the size of the thundergrass, the smallest were several hundred years old, and the rest were over 1,000 years. Thundercrash Mountain had existed for 10,000 years, the Thunder Flood Dragon's age would be no lower than that. If it wanted to plant thundergrass, wouldn't it be too easy to produce Millennium Thundergrass? As Lin Ming looked, he found that most of the thundergrass fruits had been picked, and there were only 30 or 40 fruits left. Ah, so that's how it was. The Thunder Flood Dragon used this patch of thundergrass as his own personal vegetable garden. It would wait for them to grow a bit, pluck and then eat them, and continue this cycle. Not only did the Thunder Flood Dragon have the ebullient power of thunder in the cave, but it also had such great food to eat. This was such a wonderful life. Lin Ming welcomed them all. He summoned some of his thunder, and within a few breaths of time, none of the fruits remained. All that was left were the grass stalks. The 30 to 40 thunder fruits were all placed in his spatial ring. To Lin Ming, this was a bit too unreal. Over 80% of these fruits were over 1,000 years old. If this were the periphery of Thundercrash Mountain, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find these fruits. But, in the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, harvesting them was like grabbing vegetables from the ground. This was the advantage of a long life. Only if one lived a long time could they breed and raise such miracle medicine as this. Otherwise, if the period was too long, one would die before the medicine had turned ripe. Time was of the essence. After Lin Ming harvested all the thundergrass fruits, he continued forward. As soon as he left this stone chamber, Lin Ming arrived at another stone chamber. This stone chamber was even larger than the last, it was over 2,000 feet wide. Observing the stone chamber's walls and floor, it was obvious this stone chamber wasn't naturally formed, it was dug out. According to how far in he had gone, Lin Ming estimated that he was already deep in Thundercrash Mountain. Only there would have enough space to carve such a large stone chamber. The floor of this spacious stone chamber was covered with all sorts of precious furs. There were sables, raccoons, tigers, leopards, and all sorts of other rare animals, too many to count. Some of these furs were placed into a section of the wall. This was obviously a bed. This Thunderflood Dragon really knows how to enjoy life. Lin Ming was speechless. This bedroom was 2,000 feet wide, and collecting all that precious fur was reminiscent to the actions of humans. Lin Ming was about to leave, when he suddenly discovered that there was an incomparably rich power of thunder coming from the bed. Li Ming's mind stirred. He rushed over, and lifted a snow-white tiger pelt up. Under the pelt, There was actually a purple gem embedded into the ground that was emitting a purple light. This gem was the size of a fist. The strangest thing about it was that it seemed to be sealing something that looked just like a beating purple heart. Chapter 207, Plundered Treasures. This sort of treasure wasn't recorded in the Thundercrash Mountain pamphlet. But, if it was something that the Thunderflood Dragon cherished enough to place under his bed, it was definitely some extraordinary object. Lin Ming bluntly pried the strange purple stone out and wrapped his fingers around it. He could feel that the jade-like stone was lukewarm to the touch, not ice-cold like he had imagined. What surprised Lin Ming the most was that the flashing purple electric arcs around the strange stone were also tempered in nature. It was known that most powers of thunder are fiercely violent, destructive, and of an uncontrollable nature. If it entered the meridians of a normal martial artist, they would often suffer serious injuries that took a long time to heal. But the power of thunder emitting from this strange stone was gentle and pure, like a chaste summer girl. It was really inconceivable. Lin Ming wanted to absorb it immediately, but if he did, his body would have absorbed too many different sources of power. Not only would that not increase his strength, it would also negatively affect the flow of his true essence. Lin Ming placed the stone in his spatial ring. In just a half-incense stick of time, Lin Ming had taken the 30 to 40 thundergrass fruits and that strange purple thunderstone as well. There were simply treasures everywhere for his taking. Of course, Lin Ming had risked his life in order to get this opportunity. After leaving the bedroom, there was one last stone chamber in front of Lin Ming. This stone chamber was much smaller than the last two, and it was only a few hundred feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming's eyes instantly gleamed with delight. In front of him, there was a single bamboo about 10 feet tall. Its entire shaft was a deep, glossy purple. Its lush leaves were like sharp swords that grew upwards, and each leaf was about a foot long. The edges of the bamboo leaves flashed with tiny arcs of purple lightning. Lin Ming only leaned over, and he was able to feel all the hairs of his body stand up from the electricity. This was the force field that was created by a formidable power of thunder. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lin Ming recognized this type of bamboo. He discovered a 900-year-old red-violet electricity spirit bamboo with the black-clothed martial artist at the base of Thundercrash Valley. With the information that the black-clothed martial artist had provided, Lin Ming knew that there was also an older violet electricity spirit bamboo somewhere on Thundercrash Mountain. It had been hiding in the Thunderflood Dragon's cave. Really, how could that avaricious Thunderflood Dragon now have such a good treasure in his cave? The violet electricity spirit bamboo was almost 10 feet high, which meant that it was 9,900 years old. It was almost as long as Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. If there was a method where it could be specially processed, could this violet electricity spirit bamboo be used to make a spear shaft? Lin Ming began to pant. The most difficult factor in constructing a spear was constructing the spear shaft. Normal wood was easily cut by swords or sabers, but metal aren't elastic enough. As for dark purple elastic iron and heavy profound soft silver, they took a very long time to forge, and because of the extremely specialized process, it was very difficult to make them into high-grade treasures. In truth, the best material to make a spear shaft out of was spiritual wood. For instance, this violet electricity spirit bamboo. Violet electricity spirit bamboo had the required flexibility. As for toughness, since the 900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo was already so difficult to cut with swords and sabers, even an early Xiantian realm master would find it difficult to destroy this 9,900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. Its only weak spot was where it was connected to its roots. Not only that, it could only be cut with the power of thunder. Just in terms of rigidity, it was an excellent material. And this material could naturally conduct true essence. Violet electricity spirit bamboo was simply a natural vessel for true essence to flow through, especially thunder attribute true essence. If thunder attribute true essence was poured in, not only would it be immeasurably smooth, it would also have an increased effectiveness. Lin Ming's own true essence contained the power of thunder. If he was able to have a spear made of violet electricity spirit bamboo, it would inevitably become even more alarmingly powerful. Lin Ming licked his lips in excitement and he took the high-grade human step treasure saber out. He flooded the sword with the power of thunder and fiercely chopped at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. However, even with this strike, there wasn't a single scratch. Lin Ming was delighted. If even its weak spot was so tenacious, everywhere else must be more so. Since time was running out, Lin Ming poured all of his strength into his next strike. The high-grade human step treasure saber began to shine with thick arcs of electricity, and then, he slashed at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. This time, it was cut open a little. Lin Ming retracted his saber and made several more saber cuts. Each strike was as intense as the first, and they hit the exact same spot. With every strike, intense lightning flickered against the stone walls of the stone chamber. Lin Ming's speed was becoming faster and faster. Finally, on the 22nd cut, he was able to chop the violet electricity spirit bamboo down. After he placed the violet electricity spirit bamboo in his spatial ring, Lin Ming roughly dispersed his soul force to probe the cave. After determining there were no other treasures present, he launched his movement technique and rapidly fled from the cave. During the time he had been robbing the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, Lin Ming was able to hear the explosions of the fierce battle in the sky. He could even feel the faint vibrations that passed through the mountain and shook the ground. Obviously, the fight outside was entering its supernova. Otherwise, Lin Ming would never have dared to go into the cave so deeply. If the sounds of battle ever began to die down, Lin Ming would have immediately fled from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Treasures were nice, but none of it compared to keeping his own life intact. Thankfully, the woman in red's power was beyond his wildest imaginations. With just the strength of one person, she had been able to face off against the entire Thundercrash Mountain without falling backwards. The Thunder Flood Dragon Cave was less than 10,000 feet deep. Compared to the cautious manner in which he entered, Lin Ming exited at full speed. This time, it only took a few breaths to reach the entrance. As he approached the cave entrance, Lin Ming slowed down, and he completely restrained all of the breath of his body. Lin Ming was like an octopus as he spread his soul force in all directions, probing the situation outside the cavern. Looking up, Lin Ming suddenly gasped. Outside the cave, there was blood everywhere. Thunder lizards littered the ground, they were bleeding from their head, their life extinguished. They had been killed by the aftershocks. As for the rest, most of them were wounded. Of the originally fierce Thunder Lizard army, over 1/3 had died, and the most of the 2/3 left were injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. What sort of cultivation level was that woman in red at? She was simply terrifying. Although the Thunder Lizard army was in extremely dire straits, Lin Ming didn't let relax his guard in the least. He carefully clambered to the top of the cave entrance, and waited for a big explosion to happen again. When that happened, he would seize the chance to dash out. From the cave entrance to the nearest outcrop was about 200 feet. But, this distance was completely exposed to the vision of every Thunder Lizard around. Lin Ming didn't dare to take this risk. In the sky, the battle was going on in full swing. The Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't prevailing. Rather, he was constantly losing ground as the fight continued. And the woman in red was actually winning this battle. Behind her, there appeared the faint fiery image of a giant blazing phoenix. The fire yen chi of the primal chaos heavens had been twisted into 4 1,000 feet long flaming tornadoes. It was as if a red dragon was madly dancing around the woman in red, spanning the heavens. Seeing this apocalyptic scene as if the heavens themselves were being broken asunder, Lin Ming's heart rapidly beat. In this sort of battle, even the aftershocks would be able to instantly kill him. The woman in red waved her sword, and the 4 flaming tornadoes converged into one, forming a massive 10,000 feet vortex of flames that swept towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon ferociously roared, purple arcs of lightning twisted all over its vast body. It was struck by the giant vortex of flame. The flaming vortex slammed into the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon fought back the searing pain that racked its body and soared towards the woman in red. Its speed didn't seem to match its giant body, it was like a deep purple laser that shot forward. The Thunder Flood Dragon had decided to battle the woman in red in close combat. The potent physical power of a flood dragon was well documented, it wasn't something that a human martial artist could compare with. The woman in red coldly snorted. She flourished her crimson blade, and the shrill cry of a phoenix rang out into the night air. A flaming phoenix raced out from the sword's edge and tore towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. Seeing the imminent fiery collision, Lin Ming decided to take advantage of the cover from this explosion to rush to the nearest shelter. There, he would be safe. But at this moment, Lin Ming instantly paled. As the titanic forces in the air collided, the severed flame tornado that had struck the Thunder Flood Dragon hadn't dissipated yet. It fell, and the precise location too. Where it fell was where Lin Ming was. Damn. Lin Ming's face turned green. How could he be so unlucky? Although the true essence from the flaming vortex's aftermath had dissipated, the scattering flames were still enough to illuminate his position. Lin Ming didn't delay. He immediately turned around and he was about to run back into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave to take cover. The flames shouldn't spread here. First, he would overcome this dilemma, and then, he would figure out how to proceed. But just as he was about to launch forwards with golden rock shattering the sun, Lin Ming was shocked. The surrounding wind had been whipped up into a powerful whirlpool that forcefully sucked him into the fiery tornado. Lin Ming had been caught up in that huge suction force, and his body was involuntarily sent flying into the air. Lin Ming desperately forced out the maximum potential of golden rock shattering the void, but the suction force was too strong. He was no different to a leaf in a storm. Even the concept of wind that let him flow through the air paled in comparison to this force. Compared to this flaming storm, even the 12th level of difficulty of the 7 profound Marshall House's violent wind tunnel was not worth mentioning. It was not only Lin Ming, there were also 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards that were sent rolling into the air. Their bodies were several tens of thousands of genes and their strength was equal to a Picotian realm martial artist, but even they weren't able to resist this terrifying suction. Hearing the hissing roars of the thunder lizards, Lin Ming's heart cried out with complaints to the heavens. He had actually been sent flying into the air with these fellows. If he wasn't burnt to death by the flames, he would probably be crushed to death by these 7 or 8 overly large fellows. Lin Ming made the decision to activate the heretical god force. With the support of the compressed true essence, Lin Ming activated the true primal chaos formula to cover his entire body with the thickest true essence he could. In this moment of life or death, this was his greatest trump card. As he finished this, Lin Ming felt something heavy hit his back. His organs trembled, and he spat out blood. It had to be known that after Lin Ming had gone through the challenges of the life and death smelting trial, his body had been strengthened, and his defensive power had reached an amazing degree. If this single collision was able to make him vomit blood, it only highlighted the terrifying strength of this suction force. Foo 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 foo. Lin Ming didn't have time to look back and see what had hit him. He had been swallowed up by the terrifying storm into the flaming vortex. All around him was a bright scarlet-red color. His surroundings had reached a scorching temperature that was able to instantly melt steel. Even the Picotian deep blue thunder lizards could only let out pitiful screams as they were charred alive. Lin Ming's clothes were instantly turned to ash, and his entire body was bathed in a sea of flames. The feeling of death was close at hand. Chapter 208, Returning with Riches. In that moment, Lin Ming calmed down. He could feel the scalding heat and the burning pain fade away, and even the raging firestorm seemed to stand still. He could clearly perceive every sensation, even the painful roars of the blue thunder lizards. Calm down, calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became gentle. His eyes closed as he entered into the ethereal martial intent state, his soul entering into a sea of utter tranquility. At the same time, the true essence in his body began to revolve wildly. The heretical god seed beat in the same rhythm as his heart. Flame essence. Lin Ming's eyes slammed opened. Without any more reservations, he completely thrust all of his true essence into his flame essence. By relying on the thunder soul, Lin Ming could withstand even the thunder attacks of the blue thunder lizards. Then, with a similar concept, he could use the flame essence to resist the fiery doom of this flaming storm. The sesame seed-sized flame essence became Lin Ming's final hope. The power of fire contained in the flame essence erupted outwards. Meanwhile, the fierce heat of firestorm flowed like a surging tide into Lin Ming's body. The two energies clashed within him. This was the power of flame that was released by an extreme Xiantian master. It was the blaze of a true vermilion bird. Lin Ming was only a mere peak-bone forging martial artist. Even with the flame essence, it would be difficult to deal with. The heretical god seed's power of fire was instantly and completely suppressed from the very outset of the energy collisions. Seeing that the firestorm would burn down his own meridians, at this crucial moment, Lin Ming let out a fierce cry. His eyes became the same deep amber shade of a flood dragon. Roar. A bass resonant roar issued forth from Lin Ming's body. This sovereign sound did not come from Lin Ming's throat, but rumbled forth from his entire body. In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared from nowhere. A vast and majestic aura filled with boundless vigor suddenly burst forth. Fu! Lin Ming's true essence manifested into a azure light that shot out like 10,000 swords towards the approaching firestorm. This azure-colored true essence had a hint of eternal immortality. Although its aura was far less potent than the firestorm, and even though it was engulfed by the fires of the storm, the azure true essence was not extinguished. It completely routed the flames in Lin Ming's body. In this life or death crisis, on the precipice of doom, the true azure dragon's reverse-scale blood that had fused into Lin Ming's heart had finally awoken. In that moment, the Thunder Flood Dragon was attacking the woman in red with his claws. Suddenly, he heard the staggering roar of a dragon, and his vast body trembled. It was as if a fear that stemmed from the deepest shadows of his soul had spilled forth, flooding his entire body. True dragon. No, impossible. How could Sky Spill Continent possibly contain a true dragon? The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't even have the time to turn back. The woman in red's 4-foot blood-colored sword had already directly pierced towards him. In a battle between masters, to be distracted was a fatal taboo. The Thunder Flood Dragon opened its great mouth and a pure black thunder ball came out to attack the woman in red. At the same time, the woman in red's scarlet long sword had pierced the Thunder Flood Dragon's body. The firestorm spun Lin Ming and the 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards away and they pounded onto the magnetic or ground 1,000 feet away from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. At this time, Lin Ming was as naked as when he was born, and many places on his body were charred black. His hair was burnt, he looked to be in an incomparably miserable state. However, by virtue of the dominating power of the flame essence and the awakened strength of the reverse-scale blood, Lin Ming was able to protect his meridians. Although he was injured in the firestorm, it wouldn't leave hidden wounds that would negatively affect his cultivation in the future. As long as he took time to recuperate, he would be able to make a full recovery. The 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards, however, were in a wretched condition. If they hadn't been injured, they would have managed to survive barely, but these thunder lizards had already been seriously injured in battle. This time, they were caught in the firestorm, and their entire bodies were roasted black, they were half dead. As Lin Ming landed, he bounced up and immediately turned around and ran. The only thought in his mind was to leave Thundercrash Mountain as fast as he could, and run far, far, far away. When he fell, the thunder lizards that were on the ground didn't have a chance to respond. When they did, Lin Ming had already run over 1,000 feet away. A dark blue thunder lizard growled, and chased after Lin Ming intending to kill him. It faintly remembered that this human had come from the Ancestors' Cave entrance. Did this human enter the Ancestors' Cave? Thinking this, the deep blue thunder lizard became immeasurably angry. Not even the purple thunder lizard had the right to enter the Ancestors' Cave. A mere human dared to blaspheme them and trespass into their holy land. The dark blue thunder lizard roared, and several other thunder lizards started rushing towards Lin Ming. They all gathered together to chase Lin Ming down and eviscerate him. These were high-quality beasts with the bloodline of a flood dragon, their bodies were extremely powerful. Even the explosive aftermath of a Xiantian master's attacks hadn't killed them. Lin Ming activated his movement technique to the maximum. He dearly wished that he could spring forth a pair of wings and fly. Even though he had the top movement technique, Golden Rock shattering the void, his speed was still inferior to the dark blue thunder lizards. He was at the peak of bone forging and they were at the peak of Hoqian. This was a full 2 realms difference in their cultivation levels. It was a deficiency that a top-tier movement technique couldn't make up. Luckily, the Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard was too strong and hadn't been sucked into that flaming tornado, otherwise, Lin Ming would already have died by now. The 7 or 8 thunder lizards angrily rushed forwards. Especially the deep blue thunder lizard, its power was equal to a half-step Hoqian realm martial artist. Its speed was like lightning, its horrifying agility was simply completely visually incompatible with its size. The deep blue thunder lizard shattered the magnetic stone beneath its feet as it ran forwards at high speed. Its entire body was surrounded by crackling arcs of blue lightning, its running speed was nearly 1.5 times faster than Lin Ming. Even with the approaching threat that it would overtake him, at the moment, Lin Ming was incomparably calm. He remembered, there was a cliff not too far away. If he rushed into the sky, it would be likely to attract the attention of the Thunder Flood Dragon. So, jumping off the cliff was the best choice. The The dark blue thunder lizard chasing him opened its mouth to spit out a dark blue thunderball towards him. At the same time, Lin Ming saw that the cliff was only a few dozen feet away. He leapt into the air, his body drawing an arc through the sky. He was like an arrow that had been shot towards the cliff. The blue thunderball accurately struck Lin Ming. But the force of the blow also accelerated Lin Ming's movement. Lin Ming forcefully suppressed the growing numbing feeling in his body as he conjured his true essence again. With the aid of the concept of wind, his speed had reached an extreme. The cliff was 10,000 feet high, Lin Ming couldn't even see the bottom. He was like a flying bird, jumping off the cliff. As the 7 or 8 chasing blue thunder lizards saw the cliff, they abruptly stopped. They stood at the edge of the cliff, mouths dripping with unbridled fury as they roared at the cliff bottom. The thunder lizards could not fly. Let alone the Peak Hotian realm blue thunder lizard, even a Xiantian realm thunder lizard could not fly. They could only do so if they awakened the true potential in their bloodline, becoming an avatar of a thunder flood dragon. Several of the thunder lizards were unwilling to let things go, constantly shooting blue lightning off the cliff. But by now, Lin Ming had already turned into a small spot in the distance. Besides the lightning attacks of 2 dark blue thunder lizards, everything else missed. The speed of the lightning was too quick. Because Lin Ming had also been injured, he was unable to dodge the 2 thunderballs. An intense numbing sensation surged within him. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul in him, he had been hit so many times that he spat out blood. The whirring sound of air breezed past his ears. With just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming was already 1,000 feet from the bottom. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and ignored the injuries he had taken. Lin Ming fiercely moved his true essence and spread his arms outwards. An invisible force generated under Lin Ming's body as his falling speed suddenly decreased. After a few moments, Lin Ming's speed had come to a complete standstill. He took a spare set of clothes out of his spatial ring and quickly put it on. With a wave of his hand, he landed on a rock, sliding down towards the bottom of the cliff. Lin Ming then held onto a large tree that was at the bottom of the cliff, gasping for breath. Although he hadn't been in any intense fights, just resisting the firestorm a while ago had consumed most of the true essence reserves in his body. As he recalled the azure-colored true essence that contained a hint of eternally immortal breath, Lin Ming was secretly startled. Was that the power that came with the reverse scale blood? He looked up at the cliff top. This cliff was 8,000 feet high. If a thunder lizard really did think of jumping down, they would be turned into a muddy mess of flesh. Not knowing how the battle between the thunder flood dragon and the woman in red had ended, Lin Ming didn't dare to stop to heal his wounds. He forcefully suppressed the churning blood in him, and turned to run down the mountain. He wanted to immediately leave Thundercrash Mountain in one go. If he ran 180 miles and changed directions a few times and then hide in a bunch of tall grass, he didn't believe that the thunder flood dragon could still find him. Thinking of the harvest he had in his spatial ring, Lin Ming's thoughts heated up with delight. These were the thunder attribute treasures that the thunder flood dragon had saved up for 10,000 years. And yet, he had picked them like peaches. If the thunder flood dragon discovered this, he was afraid that it would probably swallow him alive just to vent its anger. With the aid of the concept of wind, Lin Ming was able to quickly descend the mountain. Because he was already far away from the thunder flood dragon, he didn't need to be discreet. He launched his movement technique and leapt several hundred feet into the air. This ability was similar to flight. After he passed the snow mountain region, he reached the mountainside. To Lin Ming, nothing here was a threat to him. But at this time, Lin Ming actually felt a deep pain throb in his body. Damn, my injuries are flaring up. Lin Ming frowned. The lightning attacks from the thunder lizard weren't much, but the flames from the vermilion bird continued to grow. Although it had been overwhelmed before by the azure true essence, now it had suddenly resurged, like a wildfire that met a spring breeze. If he had the support of the flame essence, Lin Ming wouldn't be too alarmed. But, the rogue fires in his body had already left the flame essence. With such a tenacious vitality, it really made him feel apprehensive. With Lin Ming's current condition, let alone summoning that azure true essence, he didn't even know how much ordinary true essence he could mobilize. I can't forcefully restrain it again. Otherwise, I might damage my meridians. With wounds to the meridians, it will be very difficult to heal. It will leave behind hidden wounds that become a barrier for when I try to break through to pulse condensation. Lin Ming took a pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He decided to first leave Thunder Crash Mountain, and then find a safe and hidden place to heal his wounds. Afterwards, he would devour the power of thunder from the rare treasures and materials he had obtained. After eating up these rare treasures, just how strong would the thunder soul in him become? Chapter 209. Injured Maiden. In a cave at the base of Thunder Crash Mountain, Lin Ming was recovering from his injuries as he meditated. The residual flames of the vermilion bird had been difficult to deal with. Only after spending a great deal of effort was Lin Ming just able to suppress it forcefully. After swallowing a medicinal pill, Lin Ming probed his body with his soul force. Any hidden wounds were almost healed. Lin Ming looked at the sky. The sun was setting over the horizon. Lin Ming intended to flee Thunder Crash Mountain during the night and find a secret place to refine the thunder attribute treasures he had picked up. It was a pity that he hadn't succeeded in obtaining the thunder soul. This caused Lin Ming to feel a bit of regret. As he carefully made his way out of the cave, Lin Ming launched his movement technique. He was like a sleek cheetah as he made his way through the forest with only the sounds of branches breaking beneath his feet. In an instant, Lin Ming had already rushed forward several miles into the distance. The sun disappeared over the horizon, and the dim forest became completely dark. But this had no impact on Lin Ming's speed. After rushing several dozen more miles out, Lin Ming stopped in his footsteps. With his keen senses, he felt an overwhelmingly rich flame energy in the air. Looking around, Lin Ming found that the surrounding ground was scorched black, and even the green leaves on the trees had been toasted into a withering yellow. They had apparently been roasted by a fiery air. With all these signs of burned objects around him, Lin Ming was able to find obvious traces of flame, as if something flaming had gone deep into the forest. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before following the traces of flames for several steps. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Blood. On the ground, there were some dark red bloodstains. And the dead wood and leaves surrounding the bloodstains had been burnt to ashes. Lin Ming had a faint guess of what had happened. He restrained the breath of his body and sent out his soul force. Cautiously following the traces of flame, he only had to walk 2 or 3 miles before he suddenly froze in his steps. In a clearing in the forest, a large red bird was sprawled on the ground, prostrate. This was the vermilion bird that Lin Ming had seen before. This surprised Lin Ming. The vermilion bird's wing was actually broken. Blood constantly dripped from the wound. The bloodstains that he had seen in the forest were left behind by this injured vermilion bird. Looking at the ebbing appearance of the vermilion bird, it looked like it received extremely heavy injuries. The flames of its body weren't as vibrant as they were before. Instead, they were like the flickering wicks of a candle flame just before it was extinguished. Behind the vermilion bird, there was a woman in red leaning against a tree trunk. Her face was pale, her gorgeous eyes were closed shut and her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. Her body was wrapped in fire and arcs of purple lightning. In the dark night, it was an especially dramatic image. Obviously, she was also seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's eyes widened in stupefaction. The woman in red had been suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon in their battle, so how did the situation reverse and she take such a heavy injury? If she couldn't win, she could at least have fled. But even her vermilion bird mount had broken a wing. Did the Thunder Flood Dragon use an overwhelming final trump card? Or was there another awe-inspiring powerhouse that had arrived? Lin Ming looked at the woman in red, and his expression changed several times, revealing his conflicting thoughts. He finally decided to return to where he came from. A powerhouse like this, even if severely injured, would still not find it difficult to kill him. Lin Ming didn't want to place his own little life in the hands of others. Of course, he also thought that if he could help the woman in red cure her injury, she would have to owe him a favor. The value of a favor from a Xiantian realm master could be imagined. But if she was a Xiantian realm master, she most likely have several miracle medicines and elixirs that she could casually bring out that were tantamount to his entire net worth. Why would she need his help in curing any injuries? Just as Lin Ming took a step back, the woman in red opened her eyes. Her jet-black pupils stared forth. In the dark night, her eyes were just like shining stars. Lin Ming stopped, standing where he was. He hesitated for a moment, before respectfully calling out. "Greetings, Senior. It's you." The woman in red had already felt someone nearby. It was only because their cultivation level was not high that she didn't care too much. But, it seemed that she had run across the boy from Thundercrash Mountain. This was the third time they had met. This was truly destiny. "Do you know if there is a large southern tribe nearby?" the woman in red asked. Her voice frail, but it still revealed an innate sense of prideful nobility. "Yes, there is one 200 miles to the southwest," Lin Ming said truthfully. He guessed that during the time on the summit, the woman in red had been too busy to bother with such a weak and unimportant person like himself. There was no way that she knew that he had already looted the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, so he didn't worry that she would covet anything on him. 200 miles. The woman in red sighed, a sharp bitterness flashing across her face. She hadn't imagined that one day, a dignified maiden of divine Phoenix Island like herself would be stumped by a mere 200 miles. Lin Ming became aware of the bitterness in the woman in red. He was surprised for a moment and then, he immediately understood. It was not only the vermilion bird whose wing was broken, but the woman in red was heavily injured too, to the point where even walking would be a painfully onerous task. He was curious, how did this woman in red, who had been the one with the upper hand, suddenly suffer such a heavy injury? Of course, that was a question that he didn't dare to ask. Although it was unlikely, Lin Ming still politely asked, "Senior, is there any way that I can help you?" The woman in red thought for a moment, and then asked, "This tribe that you mentioned, do they have any heavenly winged eagles for sale?" Lin Ming shook his head. "It's only a small tribe, they wouldn't have a mount like that. But, they do have horses." Lin Ming's sentence trailed off as he glanced at the vermilion bird. "Such a hefty bird, can a horse actually transport it?" The woman in red shook her head, her eyes flashing with disappointment. She gently said, "Thank you." Then she stood up, and bent over to whisper into the vermilion bird's ear. The vermilion bird opened both eyes and whined a few times, struggling to stand up. The vermilion bird tried to use its wings to prop itself up, but because its left wing was broken, it lost its balance and almost fell to the ground. The woman in red couldn't bear to watch such a pitiful scene. With a bit of deep regret, she stretched her jade-white hand out and placed it on the vermilion bird's chest, continuously pouring fire true essence into the vermilion bird's body. As the woman in red's true essence was poured into the vermilion bird's healthy appearance was restored a bit. But, at the same time, the purple electric arcs of lightning on the woman in red's body became wilder and more powerful. After more snaking arcs of lightning sprung up, the woman in red's face became increasingly pale. Lin Ming had been clearly watching everything from the side. The lightning was obviously left behind by the Thunder Flood Dragon's attack, and the purple arcs of lightning were originating from within the woman in red's body. Before, the woman in red had been using her own true essence to suppress the lightning in her body, but she didn't seem to achieve any success. Now that she had poured a part of her true essence into the vermilion bird, the lightning around her became immediately fierce. If it was a force of thunder that even the woman in red could not suppress, then maybe. Lin Ming had a faint guess. This speculation caused him to pant, and his heart began to beat like a wild drum. Seeing the woman in red take a pill and limp towards the vermilion bird, leading it towards the southwest, Lin Ming opened his mouth and said, "Senior, may I have a look at your injury?" The woman in red turned her head, looking at Lin Ming with surprise. Although this youth in front of her seemed somewhat mystical, and his strength far surpassed his current cultivation, she didn't think that there was any chance that he could possibly cure her injuries. As the Thunder Flood Dragon went all out with his final strike, she could only use her thick true essence to barely suppress it. She had no other means to deal with it. The woman in red had only wanted some of the Thunder Flood Dragon's blood to help the vermilion bird complete its evolution. She had even brought sufficient treasures and terms to equally exchange with the Thunder Flood Dragon. She had never imagined that this matter, which could not have been regarded too seriously, had caused the Thunder Flood Dragon to bet everything it had against her. As the woman in red held the upper hand and was suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon, it didn't even hesitate to use up the millennia Thunder Soul that it had been refining within itself for so long as its final strike. If it was any common power of thunder, the woman in red would have been able to use her true essence to extinguish it. However, the Thunder Soul clung to life and refused to be smothered out. After entering her body, she had to transfer all of the true essence in her body to contain it. If she relaxed her guard just a bit, or used up any true essence, the Thunder Soul would immediately manifest, wantonly attacking the meridians in her body. Because of this reason, she didn't even have the ability to fly now. If she wanted to eliminate the Thunder Soul from within her body, she could only do so at Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island was 500,000 miles from here. Thinking this, the woman in red's heart was filled with bitterness. With her current condition, she would die before she ever walked the distance. The vermilion bird rushed out of Thundercrash Mountain in order to salvage its life. It had also been seriously injured and it had barely managed to descend the mountain. Its left wing had been completely destroyed. One person and one bird would easily attract attention from high-level vicious beasts in this beastly forest. The woman in red could easily deal with them, however, the problem was if they came in great numbers. If they did, the woman in red would have to use up an excessive amount of true essence, aggravating her injuries. The woman in red didn't imagine that she would be placed in such a plight. It seemed that she had reached a dead end. She said to Lin Ming, "Thank you, but no. You have no means to deal with my wound." She guessed that Lin Ming came from some great family in the mortal world, and he probably had some sort of expensive miracle medicine on his body. But she had many of these pill and elixirs, and hers were even better. However, all her medicines were nothing in front of the Thunder Soul. Lin Ming knew that the woman in red wouldn't believe him. He said, "Senior, I would just like to take a look. If I can't do anything, I will naturally give up." With Senior's wound as they are now, does Senior actually plan on take the vermilion bird with a broken wing to the human tribe? Or does Senior plan on staying in this vicious beast forest? I fear that both these plans are a bit dangerous. I said, "There is nothing that you can do about my injury," the woman in red said impatiently. She was someone who was used to being in the superior position and listened to. She wasn't used to others questioning her, especially about such an obvious matter. This was just like a little child telling an sage doctor that he would help take his pulse and see what illness he had. That doctor would absolutely think that the little child was just playing around and whiling his time away. If it weren't because the youth was so young, the woman in red would even suspect that he was having improper thoughts to take advantage of the situation. Lin Ming saw the woman in red's evident impatience and grumpiness. He did have an ulterior motive in asking to take a look at her wound. It was because he wanted to examine the possibility of the Thunder Soul. He patiently said, "I just want to take a look. If I can't do anything, you have nothing to lose. You're a great Xiantian master, why would you be afraid of a little bone-forging boy like myself?" Chapter 210, Healing Wounds. The woman in red frowned at Lin Ming. She had been born with an inherent dignity and pride. Now, with her current cultivation and status, her noble manner had already integrated into her being. That didn't mean she was arrogant, this was only a normal response. It was just like the impossible prospect of a supreme empress obeying the orders of a common peasant, not to mention that the peasant was speaking such unrealistic words. Lin Ming saw that the woman in red was silent, so he tentatively took a few steps forward. "Senior, if I may, can I suggest using my soul force to examine your injury?" Hearing Lin Ming's inquiry, the woman in red expression became increasingly dark. Soul force was able to penetrate most objects, for instance, things like the human body, or clothes. If she lay down the true essence shielding her body, and let the other party skin her, it was no different than removing all her clothes. Everything would be visible. How could she possibly agree to such a request? The woman in red coldly snorted, then turned around to walk away. With her identity and status, she would normally never come into contact with such a simple boy. They were people of completely separate worlds. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, these two would have never exchanged so many words. Lin Ming saw the woman in red turn away. He rolled his eyes, and loudly said, "Senior, you were struck by the Thunder Flood Dragon's Thunder Soul, right?" The woman in red stiffened. In surprise, she turned her head to look at Lin Ming. Although she had guessed this teenager in front of her was some extraordinary person in the mortal world, she didn't think that he would have such good sight. Although he hadn't used any soul force to examine her, he was still able to correctly guess what sort of injury she had. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Lin Ming shrugged. His speculation was the start, but the restlessness of the Thunder Soul in the heretical god seed let Lin Ming be confident in his guess. Seeing the woman in red hesitate, Lin Ming continued, "How about it? In any case, you'll find it difficult to suppress the Thunder Soul in your body anytime soon. There's no point in abandoning any hope. In desperate situations, you should try everything. If it doesn't work, then there's no loss for you. Hearing desperate situation, the woman in red's eyebrows slanted upwards. An invisible pressure suddenly rolled off from her body. Lin Ming shrunk backwards. He knew that he had said something wrong, just like a peasant that had insulted an empress. To say such words to an existence like her, his fate could be imagined. He hastily said, "I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly." Seeing that Lin Ming did not feel distress under her pressure, the woman in red was somewhat surprised. She was a maiden of divine Phoenix Island and the bloodline of the vermilion bird flowed through her. If she didn't deliberately restrain her aura, those that came closer to her would usually feel a sense of discomfort. This suppression originated from the depths of her special bloodline. Yet, this young body didn't even have the least bit reaction. It was really weird. Was it possible that he also had some special bloodline? "How old are you?" the woman in red asked. Lin Ming hesitated, and then, he truthfully said, "I'm 1 month from 16. He thought that his cultivation being at the peak bone forging stage at this age would surprise the woman in red, but he didn't think that the women in red's eyebrows would only prick up a bit, sizing Lin Ming up once more, not looking too impressed. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. It seemed that he had thought too highly to himself. In the eyes of this woman in red, his cultivation was only considered good, not stunning. Of course, Qin Xingxian was half a year younger than him, and she had already reached the early bone forging stage a month or 2 ago. It's body that constantly seeped into the woman in red's body. This is the Thunder Soul. Lin Ming could feel that his heretical god seed was becoming very excited. It wanted to devour this Thunder Soul. This Thunder Soul seems to contain a fiery soul, as if it is self-aware. Is this the Thunder Soul, or the Thunder Flood Dragon's soul? Lin Ming hesitated. At this moment, he discovered that there was a faint cage of flames that surrounded the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon, firmly trapping it. The small purple Thunder Flood Dragon continuously attacked the flame cage, biting at the bars in an attempt to tear it open. This flame cage was a true essence seal that the woman in red had put in place. If it weren't for this seal, the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon's spirit would have already broken into the woman in red's body, destroying everything recklessly. Retracting his soul force, Lin Ming moved behind the woman in red. He sat down and put his hand on her back. This action caused the woman in red to suddenly stiffen. Not in all her years had a man dared to touch her like this. "What are you doing?" Lin Ming confidently said, "I'm sucking the Thunder Soul out. My true essence is a Thunder attribute, so I might be able to absorb the Thunder Soul." The woman in red was disgruntled. "You want to absorb the Thunder Soul with your cultivation? Even an ordinary Thunder Soul would ruin your meridians. This Thunder Soul has the inherent origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Even Thunder attribute masters would be helpless, and you think you are enough? Hurry up and leave, I don't have time to play with you." The woman in red's words trailed off. To her amazement, she felt that the power of thunder that the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon released was being pulled by an invisible strength towards her back, as if it were being sucked away by the youth's palm. The young boy's hand became extremely hot on her back. With his palm touching her, it was a very strange feeling. The woman in red was stunned. Although this was only the power of thunder that was released by the Thunder Soul, it shouldn't have been easy to absorb. Just how was this young man doing this? At this moment, something more startling occurred. The woman in red discovered that the small purple Thunder Flood Dragon in her heart was become violently restless, as if it feared something that was approaching. It no longer released the power of thunder. Instead, it put its full force into breaking the flame cage, wanting to escape immediately. What was going on? What was the Thunder Flood Dragon afraid of? The woman in red was shocked. Was it because of the youth behind her? The small purple Thunder Flood Dragon was struggling with all its might, but there was an invisible force that had locked onto it. This force wasn't too strong, but it contained an immense pressure. This pressure not only suppressed the Thunder Flood Dragon's soul, it also suppressed the Thunder Soul itself. What was acting on the Thunder Flood Dragon's soul was the blood of the true dragon. This was bloodline suppression of the Thunder Flood Dragon. As for what was acting on the Thunder Soul itself, it was the heretical god seed suppression. Under this dual suppression, the Thunder Flood Dragon began to violently fear. Lin Ming's true essence was nothing compared to the Thunder Flood Dragon. But, this suppression had nothing to do with cultivation at all. This was akin to the law of suppression, not allowing any dissent or rebellion. The power of thunder was unceasingly siphoned from the small purple thunder flood dragon's body. The thunder flood dragon grew increasingly anxious and frightened, madly slamming against the flame cage. This caused the woman in red to bite her lips, her complexion becoming increasingly pale. She had used almost all of her true essence to maintain the flame cage, and her body was extremely weak at the moment. However, at this time, Lin Ming didn't feel much better. Although the heretical god seed and the true dragon's blood were duly pressuring the thunder soul, Lin Ming's cultivation was just too weak. This was like a little child that took two peerless treasure swords to deal with a wild tiger. Lin Ming was able to absorb the power of thunder. This power of thunder was a trivial product of the thunder soul, but yet, it placed a huge pressure on Lin Ming. He was almost unable to suppress it. Lin Ming shut off his soul force and removed his right hand from the woman in red. He gasped for breath in great, heaving gulps. At this time, his right palm was completely covered in sweat. The woman in red turned around, her beautiful pair of eyes blinking at Lin Ming. Her exquisite face was filled with a look of utter disbelief. She hadn't imagined that this little boy would actually have a way to move the thunder soul. It had even managed to frighten the origin will that the thunder flood dragon had left in the thunder soul. Although this boy's cultivation was only at the bone forging stage, it was the truth. Of course, if the woman in red knew that during the battle on the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, the reason that the thunder flood dragon had been suddenly distracted and allowed her to injure it was because this young boy had inexplicably gave out a fearsome true dragon's roar, she would be shocked speechless. Chapter 211, Peculiar Young Boy. What's your name? May I know what school you are from? The woman in red eyes twinkled as she looked at the drenched in sweat Lin Ming. She found it difficult to keep herself calm. In addition to the fact that this youth did not fear the pressure that was brought about by the vermilion bird's bloodline, he was even able to cause the thunder flood dragon's origin will to feel a faint sense of terror. He was definitely a person of extraordinary means. Perhaps there was something special about his body, bloodline, or soul. Or maybe, he came from some ancient mystical family. Hearing the lady ask for his name and school, Lin Ming hesitated. He was prepared to give her the fake name, Mo Lin, that he made up, but at this moment, the woman in red said, "There is no need to say it if you find it inconvenient." Although Lin Ming's hesitation wasn't very evident, the woman in red still noticed. If he had some special bloodline or came from a secret martial cultivation family, then he might be reluctant to disclose his identity. "I saw you climbing Thunder Crash Mountain before. Did you manage to ascend by yourself?" The woman in red casually asked. "Yes. I am a thunder attribute martial artist, so I have a very strong resistance to the power of thunder. Otherwise, there was no way that I would have made it that far," Lin Ming said with a self-deprecating smile as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Oh," the woman in red inadvertently uttered. She was quite startled. The thunder lizards didn't just have powerful thunder-based attacks, but their formidable bodies were extremely dangerous weapons. Even if he had absolute immunity to thunder, a boy merely at the peak bone forging stage would find it impossible to arrive at the snowy mountain region. This could only mean that this youth had a strength that far surpassed other martial artists at the same level of cultivation. To reach peak bone forging before he was 16, this result was simply nothing to the talents of major sects and large aristocratic families. But, if his cultivation reached the peak bone forging stage, and he also had strength that surpassed someone at the same cultivation, then that was surprising. There weren't many young talents like this even at Divine Phoenix Island. The two fell into a brief lull of silence. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly revolving the true primal chaos formula to suppress the violent power of thunder within himself. This thunder soul was simply disastrous to absorb. Not only that, but it also contained the origin will of the thunder flood dragon within it. Otherwise, the woman in red would not have been left in such a powerless state. As he circulated the true essence within his body, Lin Ming quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His conscious control separated from his body, and his true essence began to spontaneously revolve through the most perfect route possible. His physical condition rapidly recovered. Meanwhile, the fiery power of thunder was also subdued by the heretical god seed. The woman in red had also been sitting in meditation and recovering her condition, focusing on imprisoning the thunder soul within herself. Her eyes were glued onto Lin Ming as he practiced martial intent. She carefully observed him for less than half an incense stick of time to determine that she hadn't been mistaken. This boy, he had actually comprehended his own martial intent. The woman in red gasped. She thought that he was just a trivial little boy of the mortal world, but he kept surprising her over and over again. First, he had suppressed the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon, then, his true strength and age came into an amazing contrast, and now, he had actually comprehended a martial intent. It had to be known that the woman in red had reached the extreme Xiantian realm, and had even taken a half-step into the revolving core realm. To someone at her level, there were very few things that could surprise her. Even the top geniuses of large sects and great families would only earn a little nod from her. Yet, in the mortal world, she had actually encountered a little boy that looked as harmless as a bunny, and yet, had so many impressive qualities. A martial intent was exceedingly rare. In tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of martial artists, there might not be a single person that had comprehended one. It was an incomparably precious ability. It wasn't something that came from martial talent or cultivation. Rather, it could only be created by one's own hands. If parents were talents, then their children would mostly be talented too. Large sects have gone through thousands upon thousands of years of accumulated development and the screening of individuals in order to produce countless talents. The strong enjoyed more resources, while the weak were eliminated. The ones that remained were the elite of the elite. The children of these extraordinary characters would also be extraordinary. While being an amazing talent, they would also have limitless precious pills and rare elixirs growing up. They could use true essence stones as they pleased, have top-tier cultivation methods and skills, and also have the best master and teachers. This person was destined to set foot into the Xiantian realm. Even if an average person of the mortal world cultivated for a lifetime, they still wouldn't even touch their toes. This was the result of the difference in birth. But even to these young talents of large sects, for a 15-year-old to reach the bone-forging stage or pulse condensation period, and simultaneously comprehend a martial intent, this sort of thing could only be considered serendipity. One's heart of martial arts and martial intent were related. The purer and more substantive one's heart of martial arts, the higher their chances of being able to comprehend a martial intent. But to the majority of geniuses in the large sects and families, they had lived their lives peacefully and were free of worries. At the start of their path, their parents had already paved their road with riches. By only traveling across vast, flat lands, how could they possibly have a strong heart of martial arts? To those that had suffered the tribulations of torment and suffering, traveling the bumpy road of life, being born short of resources and not even having much marital talent, it would be difficult for them to break through to the pulse condensation period even in their 20s. However, it wasn't too strange or fearful for someone like this to comprehend a martial intent. But this young boy in front of her, he was so young and yet so ridiculously strong for his cultivation. Not only that, but he had also comprehended a martial intent. He was simply an evil omen, a monstrous genius. Not having realized it, the woman in red's gaze had filled with curiosity. This boy had some many unusual secrets, just who was he? A quarter hour quietly slipped by. Under the help of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming was able to quickly suppress the restless power of thunder within his body. He rose up, saying, "Let's go. If I remember correctly, there's a cave not too far away that we can hide in. During the night the forests of the southern wilderness are haunted by vicious beasts. If we stay here we won't have a decent rest." Because most of the power of thunder within the woman in red's body was siphoned off by Lin Ming, she had returned to a passable condition. She took out several miracle medicines to feed to the vermilion bird, and then woman and bird followed Lin Ming forwards. "That's right, I forgot to ask, did the Thunder Flood Dragon die?" Lin Ming suddenly thought of this, asking. "It's not dead. But, its injuries are heavier than mine, and I've killed off most of its descendants," the woman in red casually said. "Oh." Lin Ming let out a breath. Good thing he had run away quickly, or else he might have died in the aftermath if he stayed on the mountain summit. He didn't believe his defensive capabilities were better than the purple thunder lizard. "If it hasn't died then we should be careful," Lin Ming said as he walked in front of the woman in red. He had been backtracking on the traces of flames that were left behind by the vermilion bird. The traces hadn't disappeared and were far too obvious. The woman in red followed Lin Ming in consternation. Although her cultivation was 108,000 miles from Lin Ming's, in terms of experiences within the night forest and life skills, her ability was lacking compared to Lin Ming. She was usually flying in the sky, there was never any time she had to pass through a forest on foot. As they walked, Lin Ming neatly cleaned up any traces of their path, and also took a moment to hunt a blue-eyed deer. For the several days since his adventure on Thundercrash Mountain, he had only been surviving on dried rations and water from his spatial ring. He was getting sick and tired of the bland taste. The two quickly arrived at the cave. The interior was extremely humid and wet. Lin Ming lit a fire, and looked for some dry hay to spread on the ground. He apologized to the woman in red. "Sorry, this might be a bit of an inconvenience for you." Afterwards, he took out a knife and began to skin the blue-eyed deer. His hands moved like the wind. The manner in which he sliced open the deer seemed chaotic and messy, but after several minutes, Lin Ming actually grasped at it and, with his hand, extracted more than a dozen strips of white tendon from the deer. The woman in red's eyelids jumped. It seemed that Lin Ming hadn't been randomly cutting with his knife, but had actually been removing the white tendons from the blue-eyed deer. These white tendons crisscrossed each other and were woven like a net. To remove them was an extremely tedious and complicated task. But Lin Ming had used a very short time to complete this, and not only that, but the white tendons that he pulled out hadn't broken, the flesh had been cleanly sliced off. The woman in red was a bit clueless on how it had been done. To achieve this level of finesse, one would have to be very familiar with the body structure of the blue-eyed deer, and also have to undergo years of knife training. This was something that only a chef would ever do. What was this? Why would such a talented martial artist be a chef? And looking at the way his knife had achieved such a consummate degree of skill, this young boy had probably been a chef for many years already. Lin Ming saw the woman in red blankly gazing at the white strips of tendons in his hands and explained with a smile, "Blue-eyed deer has a very good flavor, but it has too much coarse tendon, it will affect the taste, so it's best to take it out." As Lin Ming spoke, his hands weren't idling. He used the knife to cut open the deer and dress it. Then, he made a few more seemingly random cuts and pulled out a pile of bones. Lin Ming then took out a thick branch, hung the blue-eyed deer on it, and began to grill it over the fire. The woman in red found that the deer Lin Ming had hung over for grilling had already been neatly marked and patterned by Lin Ming. The distance between every cut was even, it was extremely neat and structured. Seeing this, her expression became increasingly strange. What sort of background did this young boy have? If she didn't know of Lin Ming's strength, she would have really thought he was some famous cook. After a quarter hour passed, the deer meat began to turn into a glazed, golden yellow color. A little bit of fat had been melted by the flames, dropping into the fire below with a sizzling sound. As for the white tendons and bones, Lin Ming didn't waste any of it. He took out a pot from his spatial ring and placed the bits into it with some water, then placed it over the fire to cook as soup. The soup boiled, the barbecue was sweet and savory. Soon, the cave was filled with a delicious fragrance. Even though the woman in red primarily ate vegetables, she was unable to stop drooling as she smelled that delicious aroma. As for that hefty vermilion bird, it began to restlessly fidget. It even seemed to have forgotten that its wing was wounded. Its brilliantly flame-colored eyes were locked onto the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand as if wishing it could swallow it down whole. Because the flame had roasted the meat, the cuts on the deer meat had risen, just looking at it caused one's appetite to increase. Even though it had been grilled for so long, there was not a single charred bit on the barbecue. It was a delicious golden brown, glistening with melted fat. The woman in red was impatiently waiting. Of course, she was careful to conceal her eagerness and continued to appear tranquil and calm. At this time, Lin Ming took out a collection of bottles and jars from his spatial ring. After opening them, it turned out to be salts and various other spices that were purchased at the southern tribes. When Lin Ming ran into the Na sisters, he had been buying salt at a southern tribe. Chapter 212, Thunder Soul Evolution. Lin Ming looked at the wide variety of seasonings and chose some to sprinkle on the barbecue. He had a very relaxed and enjoyable expression as he moved. The woman was completely speechless. Was this really a martial artist? She had never seen a sect elder or any talented disciples ever bring out seasonings and pots when going out on adventures. This was more like a chef than an actual martial artist. After a considerable amount of time, the woman in red finally heard the long-awaited words from Lin Ming, "It's done grilling, you can eat it." Yes. The woman in red seriously nodded, and then immediately asked, "How do I eat this?" This blue-eyed deer was so large, obviously, there was no way she could use her mouth to bite into it. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He sent her a strange look. Did she not know how to eat food? Why would she ask such an idiotic question? He patiently replied, "Of course you eat by biting. Here, this is yours." He tore off a piece of the deer leg and thrust it towards the woman in red. The woman looked at such a large chunk of meat and was directly dumbfounded. She had never eaten something like this before. Was she supposed to use her hands and gnaw on it? Is there something wrong? You don't like barbecue? Lin Ming asked her with some puzzlement, seeing that the woman in red still hadn't taken it. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She awkwardly received the barbecue slice. As she attempted to take a bite, she saw that Lin Ming was staring at her. The woman in red's cheeks flushed. She turned around and used her sleeve to hide herself as she gently took a small bite. Lin Ming was left speechless. Wouldn't she be tired from eating like this? Exasperated, he didn't care too much. He tore off a piece of the deer thigh and chomped on it. The woman in red was focusing on eating the tender deer meat. Oil flowed through her lips and teeth, and the fragrance flowed into her mouth. At this moment, she had a strange feeling, delicious, this was just too delicious. In fact, people that originated from large sects and families would rarely eat food like this. They mostly eat spiritual food and spiritual vegetables that were filled with abundant heaven and earth origin energy. They could be the abundant treasure troves of sections. They grew while continually absorbing heaven and earth origin energy which embedded into the fruits and vegetables themselves. Eating food like this long-term was advantageous to enhancing one's cultivation and accumulating Xianti on air. As for the food of the mortal world, such as barbecue, it was considered to be contaminated with the foul Hoqian air. It wasn't good for eating. Therefore, this was the first time the woman in red had eaten barbecue. How does it taste? After eating dry rations for several days, Lin Ming's appetite was hearty. He tore down a big chunk of meat and ambiguously asked his question. He had full confidence in his cooking skills. It's very tasty, but how do you know how to prepare food? The woman in red swallowed a bit of meat and sent a puzzled look towards Lin Ming. This little boy was just too mysterious. Lin Ming continued eating the barbecue. He replied without looking up, "My family owns a restaurant." The woman in red suddenly choked on her food. "What did you say?" "My parents own a restaurant, that's how I know how." Lin Ming looked up. He didn't feel this was anything to be surprised about. "No, I see." The woman in red was bewildered. She thought that Lin Ming originated from some profound martial cultivation family, restaurant. Will a martial cultivation family open a restaurant? Did this imply that he was thoroughly immortal? A mortal, whose cultivation had managed to reach the peak bone forging stage before he was 16 years old. A bit greasy, but when complemented with the tasty, clear, and cleansing soup, it was simply perfection. Lin Ming also took a full bowl. But at this time, the vermilion bird who had been nesting in a corner let loose a few whines while looking towards Lin Ming with a pleading expression. Lin Ming turned and saw the vermilion bird gazing at him with a pitiful expression, its crimson eyes wide and sad. It was eagerly staring at the grilled deer over the fire. Lin Ming grinned. He took a chunk of the deer and walked over. The blue-eyed deer was over 100 genes. Even if Lin Ming ate just the leg, it was more than enough. The leftovers were originally prepared for the vermilion bird. But looking at the lamentable vermilion bird, Lin Ming's mind stirred with some sly thoughts. He said, "Big bird, I can give this barbecue to you, but leave behind a feather for me. In any case, you won't be able to fly anytime soon." The vermilion bird was a saint beast from the lineage of the phoenix. An adult vermilion bird could bath in fires and be rebirthed through nirvana. However, this young vermilion bird did not have such an ability, but restoring its broken wing was still possible. The feather of a vermilion bird was very beneficial for refining a flame essence. Chi Gouda had initially invaded Blackwater Swamp with his army in order to seek a feather of the vermilion bird. This was an opportunity that Lin Ming didn't want to miss. Although the vermilion bird couldn't speak, it was still able to understand Lin Ming's words. It hesitated for a moment, glancing at the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand, and then at its own beautiful feathers. It clenched its beak and nodded. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't known before now just how gluttonous a creature this vermilion bird was. It offered its cherished feathers at too cheap a price. Of course, a few feathers weren't much, it would easily regrow them. As the vermilion bird screeched in sorrow, Lin Ming plucked out a large feather and beamed with joy as he placed it in his spatial ring. Although the vermilion bird was heartbroken, the attractiveness of the barbecue was simply too alluring. It quickly gobbled down everything it could. Thinking of the feather in his spatial ring, Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. How would Chi Gouda feel in the netherworld if he knew that he had traded some barbecue for a vermilion bird feather, something that him and his entire army couldn't obtain? He would probably be so mad he would die again. Lin Ming turned to look at the woman in red and said, "You eat first, there are a few things that I have to do, so I'll be leaving for a while. After some time I'll come back and heal your wound. If it's convenient, can I have your sound transmission information?" The woman in red had a thunder soul inside her chest. Lin Ming didn't want to accidentally lose her. The woman in red could only place her hope in Lin Ming at this moment. She was accustomed to relying on her own strength, but now that she had sunk so low, her thoughts were in turmoil. If she hadn't met Lin Ming today, her only course of action would be to bring the severely wounded vermilion bird and walk through the forest. She wouldn't even have had a place to settle for the night. The woman in red gave Lin Ming her sound transmission information and also some sound transmission talismans. These sound transmission talismans were quite impressive, it could be used from several thousands of miles away. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. A large sect truly was different. Since he was a child, the sound-transmitting talismans couldn't even cover 100 miles, they weren't much use after he left Sky Fortune City. The reason for Lin Ming wanting to avoid the woman in red, thus leaving, was to find a place to absorb the thunder grass, and grow the thunder soul in his heretical god seed. He wasn't afraid that the woman in red might covet his thundergrass, this kind of thing probably wouldn't even enter her eyes. But, he didn't want this woman in red to guess that he had entered into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. The small Thunder Flood Dragon in the woman in red's body was too vigorous and contentious. Although Lin Ming was able to deter it, he couldn't absorb it. He planned to enhance his thunder soul within his heretical god seed first, and then come back to deal with it. After he found a secluded place, Lin Ming took out the Millennium Thundergrass fruit and continuously guided the power of thunder into the heretical god seed. Time slowly passed. The flashing lightning arcs on the thundergrass fruit began to gradually die down, before completely shriveling as Lin Ming absorbed it into his body. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Examining his thunder soul, he was immediately delighted. The power of his thunder soul had increased by about 10%, Millennium Thundergrass was simply too different. It took around a quarter hour to absorb a thundergrass fruit. Lin Ming decided to continue until dawn, absorbing them unceasingly. Lin Ming slowly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. The power of thunder was pulled into his true essence and spontaneously entered into Lin Ming's meridians as they circulated in a perfect route. Purple arcs of lightning constantly flashed around Lin Ming, and the surrounding vegetation was scorched black. The thunder soul continuously grew. It had previously been less than an inch, but currently, it was the length of an adult's finger. The night was deep with the bright moon hanging in the boundless sky. The forest sounded with countless insects and the occasional beastly roar. Where Lin Ming was hiding, there were a few vicious beasts that had thoughts about ambushing him, but after feeling the crazy power of thunder that twined around him, they instantly shrunk back and ran as far as possible. As dawn approached, the last thundergrass fruit withered away as it was absorbed by Lin Ming. The thunder soul in his heretical god seed had grown to a full half a foot. At this moment, the heretical god seed began to fiercely shudder. The purple thunder soul began to emit a bright purple light as it quickly shrank, becoming shorter. Eventually, the thunder soul's final appearance was similar to a small steel needle. Before, the thunder soul looked as if it were a purple snake swimming in the air. But now, the thunder soul was completely straight like a needle, quietly suspended within the heretical god seed, with the purple light contained inside. It didn't look like thunder, but more like a material object. Although its shape was tiny, the dense cold aura emanating from the steel thunder needle let Lin Ming clearly know that this little thing's striking power was absolutely deadly. The Thunder Flood Dragon was able to control the thunder soul within its body to attack. Can I do the same? With that thought in mind, Lin Ming used his soul force to contact the thunder soul. As soon as his mind moved, the small needle that was quietly suspended in the heretical god seed instantly vanished. In the next moment, an almost invisible tiny purple light flashed forwards from Lin Ming's fingertips. With an unimaginable speed, it penetrated a large tree just across from him and instantly returned to Lin Ming's body as if nothing had happened. Fu! The fiery purple thunder had shot out without any warning. In that instant, the entire large tree had been turned into charcoal. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was stunned. The attack power of the Thunder Soul had surpassed his wildest imaginations. Moreover, the key was the compressed purple radiance. Its speed was simply frightening. Someone who didn't have an extremely keen perception would never be able to see the trajectory of the Thunder Soul's attack. Could such an attack kill Ouyang Dihua? Lin Ming was reminded of this enemy that had almost killed him. After he absorbed the Thunder Soul from the woman in red, he would head back to settle this blood debt. Chapter 213, Magnetic Birthstone. As the sun gradually rose from the horizon, Lin Ming had finished zealously cultivating the entire night. When he stood up, he discovered that all of his clothes had already been incinerated into nothing but ashes. Throughout the whole night, Lin Ming had been shining and sparking with the power of thunder. Normal fabrics like cotton couldn't withstand the flaming sparks produced by the thunder. As for the Thunder Soul in his heretical god seed that had taken on the shape of a steel needle, Lin Ming was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Thunder Souls and Flame Essences were also divided into different grades. It was only because there were too few of them, thus, it was simply out of reach for most people. That was why the specific grade divisions weren't well known. Lin Ming guessed that the heretical god seed's Thunder Soul had evolved, but he didn't know just how much it had. As he took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring and hastily dressed himself, Lin Ming launched his movement technique and ran through the forest, rushing towards the cave where the woman in red was waiting. At daybreak, the woman in red opened her eyes from a night of meditation. Her current condition was much improved from the horrendous state she had been in last night. The Thunder Soul still lurked inside her body, but it no longer attacked the flame cage like it had last night. Looking in front of her, the woman in red gazed at the still burning firewood. She smiled with a bit of self-deprecation. If she hadn't run into this strange young boy, then she would have suffered last night. She wouldn't have been able to make it out of the forest in time, and there wasn't anywhere to rest. She would also have had to deal with the continuous bother of vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. Although this wasn't in any way life-threatening, but after a night of tossing and turning, she would be bone-deep exhausted by the next day. It would have been much more difficult to suppress the Thunder Soul inside herself. At this moment, she heard the sound of twigs breaking from outside of the cave. The woman in red knew that the young boy had come back. It's only been one night, but his strength has increased. The woman in red was stunned as she looked at Lin Ming. Although his cultivation was still at the peak bone forging stage like before, the aura on his body was faintly different, a bit more compelling. The woman in red found that had understood Lin Ming less and less. This young boy just seemed to have a myriad of mysteries contained within him. Are you feeling better? Let's begin healing your wound. For the next few days we'll try to drive out the Thunder Soul within your body, Lin Ming said. All right. This time I'll help you, the woman in red said with a bit more positivity. Although she didn't believe that Lin Ming had any way to deal with the Thunder Soul, she hadn't used her true essence to assist him, so Lin Ming's true essence had quickly depleted. Great. Lin Ming was happy. With the help of the woman in red, it would be much less difficult. Seeing Lin Ming's face light up with happiness, the woman in red's mind stirred. She asked, "Are you planning on absorbing the Thunder Soul and using it for yourself?" Lin Ming blinked, and then nodded. There was no way to hide this matter. The woman in red shook her head. She said, "This Thunder Soul is called the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. It began as an ordinary Thunder Soul that was swallowed by the Thunder Flood Dragon and was refined within its body for thousands of years. According to division of grade, it is a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. Thunder and lightning are one of the most violent and savage energies between heaven and earth. This is especially true of the Thunder Soul. It will destroy anything that comes near it, and it will be surpassingly difficult to subjugate it for your own use. A low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul can only barely be absorbed by a middle Xiantian Realm Master. Not only that, but they would have to expend a great deal of their energy. Your strength right now is too weak. If you try it, it will explode your meridians." Lin Ming's heart sank as he heard this. He didn't think that the Thunder Soul would be so fierce. Yes, the heretical god seed was able to suppress the thunder soul, and the blood of the true dragon was able to suppress the thunder flood dragon's primordial soul, but even with this dual suppression, he wasn't fully confident that he could suppress the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This was just like a little child taking two peerless godly weapons to challenge a dangerous vicious beast. Whether it would be victory or defeat was unknown. The woman in red said, "There might have been a way if this was an ordinary thunder soul, but this thunder soul has already reached the low-grade earth step ranking, and it also contains the blood essence and origin will of the thunder flood dragon, so it is much more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been placed in such a miserable condition." Lin Ming forced a smile. Indeed, the woman in red was astonishingly strong, yet she still couldn't do anything about the thunder soul. Even with her help, the most he could do was expel the thunder soul from her body. Absorbing it was just too ambitious. He suddenly remembered something, and asked, "A low-grade earth step thunder soul is also of great value to a Xiantian realm martial artist. Don't you wish to obtain it too?" The woman in red shook her head and said, "My body refined with a fire spirit, I was born with pure fire true essence. It is simply impossible for me to subjugate the thunder soul. As for taking it away for someone else, that is also a good choice. But with my current state, even making it out of here is a problem. The thunder soul cannot be placed in a spatial ring, otherwise, the dimension inside the spatial ring will be shattered by it." Lin Ming drew in a cold breath. He hadn't thought that the thunder soul would be fierce. It seemed that he had been too naive. Is there no other way? For instance, sealing the thunder soul. The woman in red shook her head and said, "If there weren't the origin will that was left behind by the thunder flood dragon, then I would be able to seal it. But now that it's in my body, I cannot do anything against it unless I have the magnetic birth stone that the thunder soul was bred in." Magnetic birth stone? What's that? Hearing this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Could it be? The woman in red continued, "The thunder soul is an existence that is conceived from thunder origin energy. When it was born, it was wrapped within a mystic stone. Then, the thunder soul would slowly break free from the stone. This stone is the magnetic birth stone that the thunder soul was born within. Because they were born together, they can perfectly fuse as one. As long as the thunder soul enters the magnetic birth stone, it will naturally become docile." Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated as he listened. What does the magnetic birth stone look like? The woman in red looked at Lin Ming in puzzlement. Every thunder soul's magnetic birth stone is different. I don't know what sort of appearance the purple flood dragon divine thunder's magnetic birth stone looks like. Lin Ming took a few deep calming breaths. He had a growing suspicion that the mystical purple stone he had found under the thunder flood dragon's bed was the magnetic birth stone. Although he had the magnetic birth stone, he was still far from being able to absorb the thunder soul. Unless the woman in red was willing to help him seal away the thunder soul, that was the only hope that he had. Still, could he trust her? The woman in red noticed Lin Ming's change in expression and faintly realized the reason. She tentatively asked, "Do you have the magnetic birth stone?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, before taking out the mystical purple stone from his spatial ring. "Is this it?" The woman in red was completely stunned. Looking at the glittering, translucent crystal stone exuding a faint purple light, it was just like a gem. It appeared like a living, beating jewel, a magnetic embryo. She was speechless for a long time. Even though she had originally queried Lin Ming, she didn't think that he actually had the magnetic birth stone. Something like this was definitely only found within the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Could it be that he had entered the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave? With this thought, the woman in red's eyes changed as she looked at Lin Ming. A mere little boy with a bone-forging cultivation actually snuck into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. What sort of concept was this? This was simply absolute audacity. His guts were greater than the sky. And what was most amazing was that he survived, even stealing away the magnetic birth stone. Massive waves surged through her heart. This young boy had obviously taken advantage of the time when she had been battling the Thunder Flood Dragon in order to sneak into the cave. But, who would have the courage, wisdom, and spirit in order to grasp such an opportunity? In that chaotic battlefield, there were many Picotian realm and even a Xiantian realm thunder lizards that were guarding the cave entrance. With just his bone-forging cultivation, he would be immediately killed once his location was discovered. How did he safely go in and come out unscathed? In large sects, talents that were at this age had mostly never left the sect. They had lived a devout life while receiving the teachings of their elders. On the other hand, this youth in front of her had not only climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself, he had also ransacked the Thunderflood Dragon's cave. There was simply no comparing the two of them. It was no wonder this young boy, who came from a humble mortal background, had already reached this level of cultivation and strength, as well as comprehended a martial intent at only 15 years of age. Realizing this, the woman in red no longer looked at Lin Ming as if he were some trivial junior. She had a feeling in her heart that so long as this young man didn't fall from the sky, sooner or later he would step into the Xiantian realm, Revolving Den realm, or an even higher level. The woman in red let loose a long breath and then spoke to Lin Ming, "If you help me remove the Thunder Soul, then I will help you seal it. With the magnetic birthstone, even if you cannot absorb the Thunder Soul, you can still take it away." Okay. Lin Ming believed that with the woman in red's identity and proud nature, there was no way that she would lie to him. Let's begin. Lin Ming and the woman in red sat down cross-legged, facing each other. First, absorb the power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder like you did yesterday to weaken it. This time I will lend you a hand. Take this divine spiritual pill, it will increase the force of your true essence for a brief period of time. The woman in red took out some white pills from her spatial ring. She handed one to Lin Ming and ate one herself. These pills were most effective when used by body transformation and Hotian realm martial artists. Its effects for a Xiantian realm martial artist weren't very obvious. Lin Ming didn't suspect anything, and immediately swallowed the pill. The pill entered his dantian and turned into a flow of heat that spread through all his limbs. He immediately felt the true essence within his body surge forth, filled with energy. The filling sensation caused Lin Ming to feel as if his blood was close to overflowing. It was as if he had a sudden breakthrough to another realm. This feeling is fantastic. Even my meridians were opened. It's as if I had reached the pulse condensation period. Well, let's hurry up. The effects of the divine spiritual pill only last half an hour. After that, you will be fatigued, but that is just a normal phenomenon. Let's begin. Begin. As Lin Ming heard the woman in red, he suddenly realized that a very, very serious issue had sprung up. If he wanted to absorb the power of thunder within the woman in red, then he would have to make physical bodily contact with her. As luck would have it, the purple flood dragon divine thunder was positioned within her heart, which was also the spot over her left chest. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at the woman in red's left breast. He saw the thin red silk clothing and the full, round shape of the beautiful woman's peak. Seeing such a perfectly enchanting curve, Lin Ming's heartbeat began to quicken. That eye. The woman in red noticed where Lin Ming was looking at. Realizing that Lin Ming would have to touch her in order to absorb the power of thunder, her body began to quiver. The left chest was the spot above the heart. If one put their ears over it, they could clearly hear the heartbeat. As for the back, it was difficult to hear from there. Thinking that the young boy had to touch her own chest, the woman in red's beautiful face blushed crimson. She whispered, "Do you have to, physically touch?" Lin Ming nodded with a bit of a guilty conscience. "If I want to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, that is the best spot. The back of the body isn't so good." Chapter 214, Life's Most Unforgettable Experience. After listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red closed her eyes as if accepting her inevitable fate. Although she still looked incomparably tranquil, her slender eyelashes were actually gently trembling, as if reflecting the innermost turmoil and tension within her mind. However, after waiting for a good while, the touch that made her feel so intensely nervous and fearful still hadn't come. The lady in red opened her eyes in puzzlement, and was surprised to see that Lin Ming's face was completely flushed red like a tomato, with his hand paused in midair, neither moving forwards or backwards. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Ming didn't feel the least bit emboldened to take action. If it were Qin Xingxian, Wang Yuhan, or even Bai Jingyun on front of him, then even though he would be a bit embarrassed and apologetic, he would never be so skittish. Instead, this woman currently in front of him was simply far too formidable. It was simply like a beggar that was given a single opportunity to violate and touch a pure jade princess. That tension would still be far less than this. What Lin Ming feared the most was that after he touched her, she would have a secret desire to kill him in order to vent her anger. If this happened, then his death would truly be unjustified. I want to make everything clear first. If I place my hand on you and I still can't take out the purple flood dragon divine thunder, then I won't take out my anger on you. Then you do not kill me afterwards. Listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red's eyes twitched. She snappily retorted, "Why are you so wordy? Do you actually want me to make an oath upon my heart of martial arts?" "Well, there's no need." Lin Ming took a deep breath, and slowly placed his hand on the woman in red's chest. At this moment, his entire palm was covered in sweat. The moment her chest was touched, the woman in red shuddered. Because of Lin Ming's nervousness and achingly hot palm, there was an extremely unusual sensation on her chest. "Good, then, I'll begin." Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva. He didn't dare move his hand, but that soft and supple feeling was simply ecstasy. It was just like a flood that washed through his body, overwhelming him with emotions and causing his mouth to go dry. This was not just because it was his first time coming into such contact with a woman, but also because her identity had brought forth extreme anxiousness and excitement. Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was very pure and strong. But as soon as it touched upon lust and desire, his talent was nothing extraordinary. A thick true essence revolved, steadily streaming into the woman in red's body as he began to absorb the power of thunder. At the same time, the woman in red also revolved her true essence and encircled the purple flood dragon divine thunder. As the two of them began their tandem attacks, the purple flood dragon divine thunder moved in immediate alarm. It began to violently churn, impacting everywhere. For a time, the woman in red's flame cage began to show cracks throughout. In the next moment, a massive coercive force came crashing down. The purple flood dragon divine thunder was enveloped by this suppressive power, and its resistance was suddenly weakened. Shortly after, a powerful suction force appeared, pulling out all of the power of thunder within it. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to panic. It manically impacted the flame cage like a crazy beast. The brilliant flames that were struck fiercely shook. The woman in red clenched her teeth, her face flushing red. Crystal beads of sweat began to quietly drip from her hair. Lin Ming also clenched his teeth, mustering all of his strength. Because of his excessive focus, he had completely ignored the charming feeling beneath his hands. Lin Ming used the final card in his hand. The heretical god seed began to fiercely tremble, and suddenly a massive towing force flooded into the woman in red's body like a rushing tide. After the heretical god force had been activated, the pressure on the purple flood dragon divine thunder experienced an immediate massive increase. The heretical god seed suppressed the thunder soul, and the true dragon bloodline suppressed the soul of the thunder flood dragon. Under this dual suppression, a deep and abiding fear began to creep out from the depths of the purple flood dragon divine thunder's soul. It snarled as its body grew by several times. The arcs of lightning around it became more violent, issuing forth explosive sounds. Roar! The purple flood dragon divine thunder opened its jaws to desperately bite itself free from the flame cage. The flame cage was finally cut open. Meanwhile, a substantial essence of thunder escaped from the broken flame cage. As soon as it touched blood, the blood was turned to ashes. The woman in red trembled, a strange red appearing on her face. Obviously, she had suffered an internal injury. She said, "Don't hurry to deal with the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Absorb its power of thunder and weaken it." Lin Ming clenched his teeth and nodded, following the directions of the woman in red. Without even realizing it, his right hand had tightly clamped down. The woman in red only felt that her left breast was being completely grasped within Lin Ming's scalding hot palm. This feeling made her feel anxious and a bit ashamed, but at such a juncture, she chose to completely ignore this. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to rampage in a wild rage, the power of thunder unceasingly emitted from its body. Although a thunder soul wouldn't die out, it still needed to be supplemented by heaven and earth origin energy. Otherwise, it would weaken. If it lost too much power of thunder, it would also lose its strength, thus allowing it to be suppressed. Compared to the fire true essence that the woman in red issued forth, this strong coercive pressure, that is sucking out its power, was the purple flood dragon divine thunder's greatest threat. Yet, it was unable to resist this force. As the power of thunder was dragged out, the entire cave began to shine as crackling arcs of lightning and electricity sizzled the air. The heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding space had also been stirred up. It gathered around Lin Ming and the woman in red, constantly swirling around him, until it formed a rainbow vortex that swallowed them within. "I'm at my limit," Lin Ming said as he grit his teeth, his entire face dripping with sweat. The woman in red flicked her finger, and a deep crimson pill flew into Lin Ming's mouth. As the pill dissolved within Lin Ming's body, it transformed into a flow of heat that spread through all of his meridians. Lin Ming felt his nearly depleted true essence reserves come back to life. This is a bloodstone pill refined from bloodstone milk. It is able to instantly recover true essence. When you are about to reach the limit of your true essence, quickly tell me, the woman in red instructed. Still, she was surprised by Lin Ming's endurance so far. This was equal to that of a Xiantian realm powerhouse, yet Lin Ming was only a mere bone-forging martial artist. The fact that he could persist for almost an incense stick of time before he reached his limit, this was simply too impressive. However, even though the problem of sustaining his true essence reserve had been resolved, Lin Ming encountered another obstacle. Because he was constantly absorbing the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon divine thunder, Lin Ming had accumulated a massive amount of thunder energy within his body. Despite having the heretical god seed compressing it, there wasn't enough time. It was to the extent that his meridians were on the verge of exploding. "Use the magnetic birthstone," the woman in red said. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and pulled out the magnetic birthstone. He reversed his true essence, sending the compressed stream of thunder power flowing into the magnetic birthstone. The power of thunder disappeared inside as if it were a drop in an ocean, never to be found again. In this world, everything had a counter. The magnetic birthstone was truly the most splendid and perfect vessel for the power of thunder. Moreover, because it had been born together with the purple flood dragon divine thunder, there was no risk of resistance. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour. In that time, Lin Ming had eaten up 10 bloodstone pills, and all of his clothes were drenched in sweat. The woman in red was also in a similar situation. Because her sweat had soaked into her clothes had directly pasted onto her body, outlining and accentuating her mesmerizing curves. The magnetic birthstone absorbed the power of thunder, and Lin Ming's true essence was constantly restored by the bloodstone pills. Under this battle of attrition, the purple flood dragon divine thunder became increasingly smaller. Its purple body became less and less. It gradually became unable to withstand the coercive suction power of the heretical god seed. Now's the chance. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and a deep bass roar resonated from him. But, this deep roar did not come from his throat, but emerged from the vibration of his entire body. It was just like the resounding cry of a dragon. After this roar, not only was the purple flood dragon divine thunder struck with awe, but even the woman in red's heart experienced an earthquake. In absolute disbelief, she sent an incredulous look towards Lin Ming. In that brief moment, she had clearly felt a deep fear that emanated from the depths of her bloodline. It had to be known that in her body flowed the blood of the proud vermilion bird. How could this be? But now she had no time to reflect on the reasons. This was the critical moment in healing her wound. Lin Ming tightly clenched his teeth, and true essence erupted from his entire body. The suction force was pushed to the extreme. With a blinding flash of electric light, the purple flood dragon was abruptly pulled out from the woman in red's body. Half of the flood dragon was now exposed to the outside. As it appeared, a savage and violent fiery thunder scattered everywhere. It ignited the woman in red's clothes, and even Lin Ming's sleeves began to burn. The thunder fire's temperature was too high, any clothes it touched was instantly turned to ashes. Even Lin Ming's right hand, which was protected by true essence, was burned. True essence swirled in the air, forming a tornado with the heaven and earth origin energy. In that vortex, all clothes were turned to ashes and blown away, leaving the two people inside suddenly stark naked. The woman in red's face instantly turned crimson. Although her left breast had been grabbed by Lin Ming, at least there had still been clothes separating them. Now, even the last leaf was pulled away. Her beautiful breast that had never been touched before was actually solidly gripped by a boy. But, this was the most critical time. She could not stop, otherwise all her efforts would have been for naught. Hurry! Faster! The woman in red had never received such humiliation before. Most of the time, one's temperament was maintained by one's clothing. When a woman became naked, no matter how elegant she was, she would lose all her calm and composure, exposing her most vulnerable and helpless side. When had Lin Ming seen such a glorious spring scene before? He only saw a beautifully ripe white image in front of him, the heaving of an extremely attractive curved body, and two suffocatingly bright red circles. All in all, he began to pant as his mouth became dry. However, in this moment of blissful surprise, the purple flood dragon divine thunder which he had pulled out with so much effort, had almost slipped back in. "What are you doing?" the woman in red screamed. She had always maintained a graceful and regal temperament, yet, now that she had been reduced to such a state, this young boy had actually been distracted and the purple flood dragon divine thunder had almost drawn back in. If all her efforts were wasted because of this, then she really might have been driven crazy. Sorry. Lin Ming incoherently stammered. He hurriedly ate a bloodstone pill again. This time, he dared not think of anything else, investing his full concentration into extracting the purple flood dragon divine thunder. But this purple flood dragon divine thunder was incomparably tenacious. As it saw that half of its body had been pulled out and the other half was about to be, it waged a mighty struggle against Lin Ming. There was no way that Lin Ming was able to let go. He kept grasping onto the woman in red's breast. Seeing the purple flood dragon divine thunder pulled back and forth, the woman in red was anxious to the point of tears. At this time, the turmoil that passed within her innermost feelings in these few seconds could take years to describe. This was absolutely her life's most unforgettable experience. Chapter 215, Absorbing the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Although the purple flood dragon divine thunder was tenacious and vigorous, the heaven and earth origin energy it supplemented itself with was limited. How could it compare with Lin Ming, who was popping pills like candy and also using the magnetic birth stone? After a quarter hour of this back and forth battle, the purple flood dragon divine thunder's strength was finally exhausted. It was grasped by Lin Ming and stuffed into the magnetic birth stone. The purple flood dragon divine thunder unwillingly submerged into the magnetic birth stone. Thus, a small purple flood dragon was seen swimming inside the beating heart stone. The woman in red grabbed the magnetic birth stone and her hands flew in a series of seals. With a move, a series of dazzling white runes fell onto the magnetic birth stone, completely sealing it up. With that, there was no way for the purple flood dragon divine thunder to escape. After the purple flood dragon divine thunder was sealed, the woman in red decided to vent her anger and frustration. She laid layer upon layer of a heaven and earth origin energy isolating seal onto the stone. After this seal was placed, the purple flood dragon divine thunder would be unable to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. Clearly, the woman in red had a mortal hatred towards the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Not only did it cause her so much trouble and suffering, but it also caused her pure body to be seen by a little teenage boy with nothing left hidden. Even her chest had been grabbed. Lin Ming was secretly left horrified and flummoxed as he watched from the side. This woman was not someone to be trifled with. Even though she looked like the epitome of grace and elegance on the surface, if she were annoyed, whoever did so would really eat some bitter fruit. Thinking this, he immediately turned around as to avoid provoking her wrath. Behind him, there was the rustling sound of clothes. The woman in red also had spare clothes inside her spatial ring to switch into. The woman spoke with an explicitly icy tone. Lin Ming turned around and happened to see the woman in red's hands behind her head, clearing out her hair. Her long locks fell down around her neckline, and her beautiful ink-black hair cascaded down her back like a pitch-black waterfall. Although the woman in red had spoken in such an icy tone, her beautiful visage was still slightly blushing. It formed quite a beautiful picture. Lin Ming was temporarily stunned silly. The beauty of the woman in red combined with her calm dignity and holy and inviolable character really caused anyone looking to experience a moment where they lost their breath. In the past I've read novels in which it described beauties whose smiles could force men into submission. I had thought that these claims of such ridiculous beauties were nothing but exaggerations, but now seeing this woman in red, I somewhat understand. This beauty is so terrifying that I'm afraid the emperors of the mortal world would sacrifice their kingdom for it. This is what they would call, love not one's country, but love beauties. Thinking this, Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, as he rapidly suppressed these thoughts and feelings within his heart, returning his mind to a tranquil and calm state of clarity. In accordance to what I said before, if you helped me extract the purple flood dragon divine thunder, then I would help you absorb it, the woman in red casually said. She had changed her clothes and recovered her calm, just as if nothing awkward had ever happened. Lin Ming tactfully didn't mention what had happened a moment ago. He said, "Thank you, Senior." Ever since coming into contact with the woman in red, Lin Ming had respectfully referred to her as senior. Before, the woman in red didn't think much of this, but now hearing this title, she thought that it was very grating on her nerves. After such a shameful and embarrassing moment had passed, he still actually called her senior. Didn't this mean that her pure body was touched by a mere child? Her eyes twitched. The woman in red said, "I'm 27 years old." A woman usually wouldn't ever state their own age, and doing so right now was considered a stupid and silly matter. Still, for some particular reason, the woman in red couldn't help but state her age. Lin Ming's eyes widened. 27. This woman in front of him was only 27. He had thought that even though she looked very young, she was probably 40 or 50 years old. After all, once a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, their lifespan would increase. A 60 or 70-year-old would look like a 20-year-old. But, he hadn't thought that she was only 27 years old. Heavens! For her cultivation to reach the extreme Xiantian realm at only 27 years of age, just what was her martial talent? Seeing Lin Ming's shocked look, the woman in red finally had a little feeling of accomplishment and triumph. She had been constantly surprised these past few days, it was about time that this little boy was also surprised. In fact, even if this woman in red was the same age as Lin Ming, she would still have surpassed him in terms of cultivation. She had a Xiantian fire spirit refined in her body, and she also had the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Her martial talent was a superior 7th grade, ranked among the highest in the world. She had reached pulse condensation at 15, the Hotian realm at 17, the Xiantian realm at 22, and the extreme Xiantian realm at only 26 years. Now, she was already a half-step into the revolving den realm, breaking through was only a matter of time. Lin Ming had reached the peak bone forging stage at 15 years of age. In a 4th or 5th grade sect, this result could only be considered decent. It was only incomparably surprising when paired with Lin Ming's ordinary mortal background. Lin Ming gulped. What a monstrous genius! He could be considered a bit experienced. With her talent, she was at the pinnacle in any large sect. Let alone the small 7 profound martial house, but she would be above anyone at even the 7 profound valleys. But why had she suddenly blurted out her age? Was it possible that she disliked the title senior because it implied she was old? With an 11-year disparity, the truth was he could also call her big sister. Of course, this was a name he didn't dare to utter. Then what should he call her? Lin Ming blinked, clueless, and said, "My name is Lin Ming." There was no reason to hide his name, especially in front of a Xiantian master like herself. They were simply two people of two different worlds. If it wasn't for such lucky occurrences happening, then there was no way that their paths would ever have crossed. The woman in red hesitated, then her bright red lips parted and she said, "Mu Qianyu." Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming silently remembered this name. Perhaps one day when his strength grew, they would meet again. "Miss Mu, I'll have to trouble you to help me absorb the Thunder Soul." "All right. But, I'll warn you once more. Even with the magnetic birthstone, the brutal and savage nature of the purple flood dragon divine thunder can only be suppressed to an extent. You will find it very difficult to absorb. If there's any accident, all of the meridians in your body will be shattered. Have you considered this clearly?" Although Mu Qianyu knew that Lin Ming's body was special, she didn't believe that he would be able to withstand the might of the Thunder Soul. This was a terrifying strength that only someone at least at the middle Xiantian realm would be able to bear. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about this already." Mu Qianyu let out a light breath. She knew that someone like Lin Ming who had such a firm heart of martial arts would rarely change their decision. Once they decided to do something, they would. They wouldn't often listen to the counsel of others. "I'll let it be and give him a hand this time. If his meridians are broken, then I'll give him a black jade channel replenishment pill and consider this favor returned." Thinking this, Mu Qianyu no longer tried to persuade him. As the saying went, the body was easy to train but the meridians were difficult. To a normal martial artist, once their meridians shattered, then their martial arts would also be finished. The black jade channel replenishment pill was one of the few miracle medicines that could renew and regenerate meridians. It was incomparably precious even within a large sect. Mu Qianyu only had 2 of the pills on her. As the two sat in meditation to restore their condition to the peak, Muchinyu took hold of the magnetic birthstone and gently held it in her palms, slightly unraveling part of the seal she had placed on it. Lin Ming took the magnetic birthstone in his hands. Suddenly, true essence erupted from his body, and a formidable power sunk into the magnetic birthstone, acting upon the purple flood dragon divine thunder. In that moment, the purple flood dragon divine thunder felt once more the terrifying fear and horror that came from the depths of its soul. With such a dreadful power suppressing it again and again, it was only able to use 60 to 70% of its strength. The result of this was that it had been abruptly pulled out of Muqinyu's body. Now this nightmare-inducing power appeared once more. The purple flood dragon divine thunder was finally angry. It exploded with a savage roar, killing its way towards Lin Ming. But at this moment, a massive pure flame true essence dropped in from above, a relentless pressure that pushed down on the purple flood dragon divine thunder's body. The purple flood dragon divine thunder fiercely trembled, and its purple light dimmed. This fire true essence naturally came from Muqinyu. Now that she was restored to her peak condition, the power that she was able to release was something that this small purple flood dragon divine thunder could not contend with. I can only help you in the beginning and weaken some of its power. But once the purple flood dragon diviner thunder enters your body, everything else will depend on you. If you cannot persist, then speak up and I will grab it. Do not try to be brave. Muqinyu spoke as she suppressed the power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Although her tone was somewhat cold, it actually revealed a hint of concern. Lin Ming looked deeply at Muqinyu, a strange and unfamiliar emotion surging through his heart like a tide. He nodded and said, "I will." "Good. Then be careful." Muqinyu pushed out the last law formula, and a chain of flames entangled itself around the purple flood dragon divine thunder, limiting its power to the absolute minimum. Lin Ming held the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and pressed it down over his left chest, directly where his heart was. The skin of Lin Ming's left chest was burned black. Muqinyu's mind jumped. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be so resolute and decisive. Normally, when a martial artist was faced with a life and death matter like this, they would hesitate. But Lin Ming's eyes hadn't even blinked. In the moment that the Thunder Soul entered into Lin Ming's heart, the heretical God Seed began its counterattack. Chapter 216, Controlling the Thunder Soul. Seeing such a powerful Thunder Soul delicacy appear in front of it, the heretical God Seed began to make excited woo-woo sounds. The heretical God Seed took the initiative to launch an attack for the first time. It swooped down, like an eagle swooping down towards its prey, towards the purple flood dragon divine thunder. It charged directly into the purple flood dragon divine thunder's body. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to shake, tumbling around in a frenzy as it roared. But no matter how much the purple flood dragon divine thunder struggled, it was unable to throw the heretical God Seed off. The power of thunder surged around like a turbulent tide that threatened to drown him. Lin Ming's already severely wounded body once again suffered the baptism of wild and violent energy. But, with the aid of the true primal chaos formula, which he had cultivated for a long time to quench his meridians, and the perfectly circulating true essence from when he entered the ethereal martial intent state that moistened his meridians, he was able to get by with no damage to his meridians. Clenching his teeth, Lin Ming held back the excruciating pain that came from his meridians. He forced the manic and rapid power of thunder into the magnetic birthstone. If he didn't have the magnetic birthstone, his body might have already exploded by now. In this war, Lin Ming's advantages lay in the heretical God Seed, which could hold the power of thunder, and the bloodline suppression of the true dragon. He also had Muqinyu assisting him, as well as the magnetic birthstone. But, the advantage of the purple flood dragon divine thunder was that it had terrifying power. If it burst out with its full strength, Lin Ming's body would be as fragile as a piece of paper in front of it. All of Lin Ming's muscles tensed. His clothes had already been burnt by the thunder fire and turned to ashes. The handsome symmetrical muscles of his body were oozing out large beads of sweat. Muqinyu was waiting on the side, carefully watching Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming encountered a life-threatening situation, she would immediately make her move. However, what caused her to be incomparably surprised was that Lin Ming was actually persisting through everything. From the beginning, because Lin Ming couldn't withstand the sudden attacks of the purple flood dragon divine thunder, his meridians had nearly been broken. But now, it was as if he slowly found a way to deal with the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and the confrontation of energies in his body was beginning to stabilize. If he can sustain this state, he really might succeed. Muchinyu took a deep breath. It was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, an existence that even a Xiantian powerhouse would be able to handle barely. Yet, he was only a little bone-forging martial artist. If he actually managed to absorb it, what kind of concept would that be? What's so special about his body? Muchinyu muttered, as a surge of mixed emotions fluctuated through her heart. She remembered when Lin Ming had let out a low roar that had even caused her own bloodline to tremble in fear. She had the bloodline of a saint beast. This wasn't possible unless Lin Ming had the bloodline of a legendary god beast. Impossible. It's impossible for there to be a god beast's bloodline. Muchinyu muttered as she denied this dreamy speculation. As a saintess of divine Phoenix Island, she had some knowledge of god beasts. Such existences did not exist in the lower realms. Even in the upper realms, there was only a pitiful number of god beasts. There were even some species of god beasts where only a single one of them existed. However, no matter what she thought, there was something unusual about his body. His body must have undergone some sort of awakening. Is it the bloodline of a flood dragon? If that's the case. Muchinyu pursed her lips, she was perplexed. Time passed second by second, minute by minute. Lin Ming was struggling to persist. Although the heretical god seed had locked the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder up, the power of thunder still escaped. In order for him to withstand it, his true essence was gradually being exhausted. Even if he opened the heretical god force, the situation wouldn't change. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a cool feeling on his lips, as if something incomparably soft was touching him. He opened his eyes to see that Muchinyu had pinched a bloodstone pill with her slender fingers and was putting it in his mouth. That icy cold touch was Muchinyu's fingers moving along Lin Ming's lips. The bloodstone pill came at too prompt a time. Lin Ming swallowed it, and the bloodstone pill turned into a warm power that spread throughout his body, nourishing his meridians that were on their final legs. In Lin Ming's heart, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was continuously being compressed, and the heretical god seed was becoming brighter and shinier. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was reduced to an inch in size, when suddenly, there was a long sound, and a scarlet dragon shot out of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body, angrily rushing towards Lin Ming's heart. This is the blood essence left behind in the Thunder Soul by the Thunder Flood Dragon. Lin Ming had just reacted, when the magic cube suddenly awoke from its slumber. An invisible force locked onto the blood essence, covering it, and dragged it directly into the magic cube. The Scarlet Flood Dragon crazily struggled to free itself, but in the face of this implacable force, its struggles were to no avail. In a flash, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was dragged into the magic cube, completely vanishing. There wasn't even a single ripple to indicate anything was different. Lin Ming was stunned. The Thunder Flood Dragon's blood essence, which he had expected to expend a great deal of effort to control, was actually so easily and simply dealt with. After the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder had lost the support of the Thunder Flood Dragon's bloodline, it immediately calmed, becoming very sluggish. As for the heretical god seed, because it had devoured so much power of thunder from the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder, it was actually much more active and robust than before. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he began to try controlling the rampaging violent purple thunder in his meridians. But, the purple thunder was simply too savage and fierce, it wouldn't listen to his directions. After failing to escape several times in a row, the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was finally and completely engulfed by the heretical god seed. Suddenly, the purple thunder instantly calmed down, and began to follow Lin Ming's will, circling its way through his meridians. He finally controlled the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Lin Ming felt cheerful and ecstatic. At this moment, he discovered that dim purple lines had appeared on the surface of the Steel Needle Thunder Soul that was quietly suspended in the heretical god seed. On closer inspection, these small purple lines of light were actually the Purple Flood Dragon, bearing its teeth and claws. This steel needle that was engraved with the Thunder Flood Dragon was the latest evolution of Lin Ming's Thunder Soul. He did it, he finally did it. After suffering through so much pain, his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lin Ming's mind suddenly relaxed. He only felt a blinding dizziness in his mind, and then, he lost consciousness. After an average person relaxed from such a high-intensity state and deep psychological stress, they would find it easy to faint. Not to mention Lin Ming had experienced inhuman torture for such a long time. His soul force and true essence consumption had reached the limit. He was far too tired. Mu Qianyu was sitting beside Lin Ming and saw him faint. She put out a hand to grab hold of him, slowly laying him down on top of a straw mat. She silently observed the young boy's quiet and peaceful sleeping expression. She thought back to a day ago when he had been focused on cooking the barbecue and boiling the soup, and she remembered how he had used the barbecue to con the vermilion bird into exchanging a feather. Thinking this, the corners of her lips unconsciously formed into a beautiful smile. What sort of person was he? There were simply too many mysteries and riddles contained in him. First, he had climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself. Then, he had broken into the Flood Dragon's cave and stole the magnetic birthstone. With just his trivial bone forging cultivation, he had managed to help expel the thunder soul that was in her body. Now, he had absorbed a purple flood dragon divine thunder that even Xiantian masters had to be careful of. At such a young age, he could control thunder. These days, everything he did sounded ridiculous and impossible. Even she, who had seen countless talents, geniuses, sages, hermits, and others, could not help but have a very intense curiosity towards Lin Ming. If she didn't have her own matters to deal with, she thought of quietly following Lin Ming back to his country, and having a good look at his parents and where he grew up. Why would I have such strange thoughts? Shaking her head, Mu Qianyu tossed this thought away. She took a red cloak out of her spatial ring and covered Lin Ming with it. Her movements were very light, in fear that she would disturb his rest. Now that he's fallen asleep, I want to explore his body to see what secrets he has. Mu Qianyu was startled as this thought suddenly emerged in her heart. To use soul force to penetrate someone's body was an extremely uncouth and frivolously naughty behavior. Because soul force could penetrate clothing easily, it was no different than seeing someone naked and exposed. Of course, if a martial artist was conscious, they could easily use true essence to form a barrier to shield their body and preventing others from peeping at them. But now, Lin Ming was completely defenseless as he lay down on the straw mat. He had fallen into a deep sleep, and any barriers on his body had been lifted. Also, he was completely unconscious. He wouldn't know if others were probing him. How could I have such a shameful idea? If he knew about this, I won't have the face to appear in public anymore. Mu Qianyu's gorgeous face blushed. To take advantage of someone being unconscious to snoop through them was absolutely despicable and contemptible behavior. It wasn't anything that a regal and moderate woman like herself would ever do. But, an intense curiosity burned within her. It was like an enticing devil that lingered inside her heart. It wouldn't go away until she did something. When he had expelled the Thunder Soul, he also investigated me with his soul force. This can be considered returning the favor. Mu Qianyu muttered as she grasped at a reason to console herself. Finally, she could not resist the temptation. As she blushed, she extended her soul force into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had no guard up. Mu Qianyu first investigated Lin Ming's heart. Except for the purple flood dragon divine thunder's thunder soul, she didn't notice anything strange except a strange mark on Lin Ming's heart. But, this mark didn't seem too special or different. After a fruitless probe, she continued forth. She probed his viscera, and almost didn't find anything too strange. As she considered whether or not to continue her search, at this moment, Lin Ming's finger suddenly moved. Mu Qianyu jumped up, startled. She quickly withdrew her soul force, and respectfully sat down. He woke up so fast. Mu Qianyu found that it was only Lin Ming's finger that had moved. He hadn't really woken up. She let out a breath of relief, and no longer dared to examine his body. As she quietly waited, a day passed. When Lin Ming woke up, it was dark. Opening his eyes, he saw Mu Qianyu stirring up a fire. She was heating the leftover soup up from last night. "You're awake." Mu Qianyu smiled. How long have I been sleeping?" Lin Ming sat up. He examined his body, and he was suddenly filled with surprise. His meridians had been opened up, and they were completely connected. The purple thunder that had flooded Lin Ming's meridians and almost destroyed his body, had unexpectedly opened his meridians up. The sign that a martial artist had stepped into the pulse condensation period was when their meridians were opened. But, to open up one's meridians and connect them was an extremely difficult task. It was the bottleneck of the bone forging stage to the pulse condensation period. Because of this bottleneck, there were many martial artists that were trapped beneath for their entire lives. But to Lin Ming, this bottleneck didn't exist. As long as he poured enough true essence into his meridians, he could immediately break into the pulse condensation period. Mu Qianyu also discovered the change in Lin Ming's body. You've broken through to the pulse condensation period. Chapter 217, Power of the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Mu Qianyu was astonished beyond belief. The bottleneck between bone forging and pulse condensation was neither too great nor too insignificant. For a genius with great talent, the bottleneck wasn't considered much. Despite this, it was normal for them to take several months to even half a year to overcome it. These month-long gaps couldn't be underestimated. In a month, Lin Ming would become 16 years old. There was a very big difference between breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 15, and breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16. Mu Qianyu had reached the pulse condensation period at 15 years of age. In Divine Phoenix Island, this was considered a first-class achievement. But now, she had actually tied with Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming's ordinary mortal identity, Mu Qianyu felt a shiver crawl up her spine. What sort of monstrous genius was this? Compared to him, even the growth rate of her cultivation, which she was so arrogantly proud of, was eclipsed. Needless to say, Lin Ming was also incomparably excited. Not too long ago, becoming a pulse condensation martial artist had only been a faraway dream. However, unbelievably, he had reached his goal of becoming a pulse condensation martial artist so quickly. Lin Ming was thinking of revolving his true essence and officially breaking through to the pulse condensation period. But, at this moment, Mu Qianyu advised, Lin Ming, the reason your meridians opened and connected was because of the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon divine thunder, not due to your own accumulation of true essence. It could be considered a fortunate accident. If you use this as a stepping stone to break through to the pulse condensation period, then it will cause your foundation to be unstable. My advice is that you don't break through to the pulse condensation period just yet. Wait for your bone forging true essence to gradually accumulate and naturally overflow. Then, it will spontaneously flood your meridians. Doing this will let you achieve the best results. Lin Ming paused, before immediately nodding. What Mu Qianyu said was right. When he had entered the altering muscle stage and the bone forging stage, his true essence had naturally overflowed and thus, he had spontaneously broken through to the next level. Through this way, his foundation would be the most solid and complete. Otherwise, if he were to use shortcuts to quickly improve, then even though his cultivation would experience a short-term increase, his foundation wouldn't be steady. From then on, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would become. Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming listen to her opinion, free from arrogance and ego, and slightly nodded. As she fiddled with the fire, Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say in this situation. The flames rose and whistled, and the firewood crackled under the heat of the flames. As the soup boiled over the fire, fragrant waves wafted through the cave. However, even though this soup smelled delicious, Mu Qianyu still lost interest in yesterday's savory soup. She understood that it was time for the two of them to part ways. Her wound had healed, and there were still matters that she needed to attend to. This brief, fateful union of chance was about to come to an end. The atmosphere fell into a silent lull. The night was dark, and within the dim cave there was only the sound of burning fire and the boiling of soup. The vermilion bird had fallen asleep in a corner. After Mu Qianyu restored her strength to its peak, she had transferred a massive amount of fire true essence into the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's wing was well on its way to a full recovery. Do you have any plans? Mu Qianyu asked, as she saw Lin Ming silently watching her. I have to return to my country. There's a matter I have to settle. You're a disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. Mu Qianyu guessed this because the closet sect was the 7 Profound Valleys. Yes. Lin Ming hesitated, and told it as it was. Oh. The truth was, Mu Qianyu very much wanted to ask Lin Ming if he would be willing to join her Divine Phoenix Island. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but she still hadn't said anything. To have him betray his sect just because of a casual acquaintance, that was simply overdoing it. Moreover, since this young boy had obtained such results, she presumed that the 7 Profound Valleys had invested a great deal of resources in him. That's right, I've been wanting to ask. Why did you want the flood dragon's blood? Lin Ming suddenly remembered, curious. It was to let Little Flame evolve, Muchinyu explained, referring to the vermilion bird who quietly slept in the corner. Little Flame was obviously the vermilion bird's name. Little Flame is my life saint beast, our minds are connected with each other. I sensed that Little Flame was approaching maturity, and needed a saint spirit pill in order to quickly evolve. But, in order to refine a saint spirit pill, I needed the blood of a saint beast. I wouldn't have come to Thundercrash Mountain if there had been any other way. Actually, I had already prepared lucrative terms of exchange, and I didn't think that some blood from the Thunder Flood Dragon would be too big a loss for it. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't willing to make the exchange, and we finally came to blows. I didn't think that the Thunder Flood Dragon would have less than 100 years of life remaining, so it had fought with everything it had, causing me to suffer a major loss. Thinking this, Muchinyu ruefully smiled. A saint beast had its own pride and arrogance, asking it to sell its blood was truly a grave insult. Oh, do you want to stay a few more days to let Little Flame's wounds recover? Lin Ming mumbled as he lowered his head, also fiddling with the fire. In truth, as long as Muchinyu sustained the input of true essence into the vermilion bird, its wounds would be healed by tomorrow. But, as she was about to say this, a strange and unfamiliar feeling creeped into her heart, and she changed her words, "It may take 2 or 3 days. Well, then it's also good if I wait 2 or 3 days, I just happen to want to improve my condition." Lin Ming brilliantly smiled, and that suppressive and dreary atmosphere seemed to instantly be swept away by a clear breeze. "Wait for me, I'll go catch a few hares. The leftover deer and soup from yesterday won't be enough." All right." Muchinyu's mood was also much more relaxed and languid. The vermilion bird was sleeping soundly at the side, without knowing the reason it had been sold out by its master. For these next few days, it would continue to endure pain. However, even if the vermilion bird knew why, it would still gladly endure any torture. After 1 hour, the scrumptious smell of barbecue drifted out, causing the vermilion bird to instantly raise its head, sniffing left and right. Its gaze fell on the golden caramel barbecue over the fire, its 2 eyes began to shine with a greedy, voracious light. Any pain, grief, or loss of feathers, all became nothing but drifting clouds in front of this delicious barbecue. Time passed quickly. Every day Lin Ming would go out hunt, then head back to cook and make soup. During the morning of the second day, Lin Ming encountered a golden flood dragon beast in the forest. The golden flood dragon beast was a dark gold color, and it was over 20 feet long. Its entire body was draped with scales, impenetrable. The flood dragon was a promiscuous and overly sexual creature. This golden flood dragon beast was the result of the flood dragon mating with a gold-armored rhinoceros. It was one of the many descendants that had been produced from such a union. It's actually a direct descendant of the thunder flood dragon. Seeing this golden flood dragon beast, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. The thunder lizards of Thundercrash Mountain were extremely fierce and dangerous, but most of the thunder lizards weren't direct descendants of the flood dragon. Rather, they were separated by many generations, and the flood dragon bloodline within them had naturally faded over time. However, the existence of this golden flood dragon beast was due to the thunder flood dragon venturing out in the past dozen or so years and mating with the surrounding wildlife. The flood dragon bloodline in this worm's body was extremely rich, and its strength was equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. "You came at a great time. I just so happened to want to test the power of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. This place is near Thundercrash Mountain. Once I leave this area, it would be very difficult to find a top-quality vicious beast that is equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist." Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a steel needle, with a purple flood dragon coiled around it, immediately jumped to his fingertip, spinning. This was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul. Although it contained an incomparably violent and savage power of thunder, it couldn't be seen at a glance as anything too threatening or unusual. The power of thunder was highly compressed inside of the needle, not even a tiny bit leaked out. If a martial artist didn't have an acutely pure and strong soul force, then they would have no way of seeing the volatile and dangerous energies that composed the needle. They would only think that it looked like a solid steel needle. This was the symbol of a high-grade thunder manifestation. Energy was the origin of all. Once this energy became extremely compressed, it would manifest into a tangible substance. The golden flood dragon beast's dark amber eyes locked onto Lin Ming, a murderous aura overflowing from it. Its dull perception hadn't grasped or noticed the danger within the steel needle, so it didn't place Lin Ming in its eyes. It only regarded Lin Ming as a delicious afternoon lunch. Roar! The golden flood dragon beast madly howled as it tore towards Lin Ming, its sharp claws aimed to pierce his throat, wanting to tear this human into shreds. Lin Ming remained motionless. With a small flick of his finger, the coiling dragon steel needle instantly vanished from Lin Ming's fingertip. That small light cut through space at an extraordinary speed without even a shred of sound. In that split second, light itself seemed to distort as space was split in half by a thin purple line. The coiling dragon steel needle sank into the golden flood dragon beast's mouth and penetrated cleanly through, without even a bit of blood. The golden flood dragon beast's body fiercely trembled, its vision blurred, as Lin Ming disappeared from its sight. The golden flood dragon beast fell to the ground in a vacant daze as it continued to shake. It didn't understand what happened, and that the aching pain it felt was from that instantaneous light that had shot out. It growled, intending to rush towards Lin Ming again. But at this moment, a purple arc of electricity snaked out from its mouth and its wounds, rampaging all over its body. The manically savage and blazingly hot thunder fire caused the golden flood dragon beast to howl in suffering. Its body violently struggled and ultimately was unable to escape the final fate of death. It fell to the ground, burned through and through, as it was turned into a charred husk by the thunder. Lin Ming let out a cool breath. Although he had prepared himself, the power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder had gone beyond the scope of his imagination. A peak pulse condensation vicious beast had been killed in a single strike. Of course, much of this had to do with the weak perception of the golden flood dragon beast. It simply hadn't realized that the coiling dragon steel needle contained such a horrifying power. The purple flood dragon divine thunder is currently more powerful than my thunderfire annihilation. The best part is that it doesn't consume true essence. It's not like thunderfire annihilation, where it consumes 30 or 40% of my true essence within a single strike. Right now the heretical god seed's flame essence is simply far weaker than the thunder soul. If the difference in power is too great, it would have an adverse detrimental effect on thunderfire annihilation's power. I'll have to wait until I obtain the flame essence from the fire worm tribe before I can use thunderfire annihilation again. Thinking this, Lin Ming casually caught a deer and returned to the cave. Mu Qianyu had some interest in cooking, she took towards barbecuing with gusto. Although Mu Qianyu hadn't yet cooked food before, she had been using her soul force to carefully observe each and every part of the barbecue. By relying on the control of her soul force, she was able to make sure that the meat was perfectly grilled without a single burn. However, regardless of how she cooked it, she still couldn't reproduce the tasty flavor from when Lin Ming did the roasting. Lin Ming would hunt, barbecue, and then make delicious soup. He mediated in his spare time, and occasionally talked with Mu Qianyu, chatting about new, strange, and funny things. The days passed peacefully, filled with light and warmth. On the morning of the third day, the vermilion bird faced the rising sun, and stretched out its great fiery crimson wings. Lin Ming clearly knew that it was time the two of them parted ways. "What matter would you like me to help you with?" Mu Qianyu had just washed her face, and she gazed at the rising sun. Her hands covered her eyes, and her voice was softly faint. Lin Ming was about to shake his head, but then he suddenly remembered something. He said, "I want to kill a man. He is weaker than me, but it still won't be easy killing him. Most of the time he stays in his mansion surrounded by guards. If I decide to make my move, then I will have to do it without being caught and without leaving any evidence. Do you have any means to do so?" Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.